And to those who bleed orange and black,
it is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Correction, this is Murph and last day of school, Marcus, who's artfully using his vacation up until today. My man Boucher is starting his Christmas season after today's show, so congrats to you, Santa, and all the elves, brother. Good morning.
Morning, Murph. Good morning, young Tony, and good morning, John, Joe, and all of our listeners. For the last time this year, Murph, pull out the eggnog, pull out the bourbon, pull out the beers. It's time to start drinking. It's Christmas vacation.
We did not script this. What did you just say?
Pull out the beer, pull out the eggnog. It's Christmas vacation.
You said one other thing.
What did I say?
You said pull out the bourbon.
Yeah, let's get into the bourbon.
So in our year-end tradition of Christmas gifts on air.
Look at this.
Here we go, baby. Everybody check it out. This guy doesn't leave without... Oh, I didn't write...
Get into the bourbon.
By the way, I didn't write to Waterboy from Murph.
Oh, how will I know who's this from?
Merry Christmas, Waterboy.
Oh, thank you, Murph. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Is this the good old bottle of bourbon that I get every year?
You have to open it up.
Ooh, live on air. Look at the reveal, Michter's.
Yeah,
it's a good one. It's a good one. Ooh, it's nice and cold.
Yeah.
Oh, I might crack into this on the show today, Murph.
Hey, man, there's no rule against it.
Let's get into the bourbon.
Do you have that sound?
Let's get into the bourbon. Get into the bourbon.
Yeah, there it is.
The bourbon.
Spike the eggnog, buddy.
Perfect for the eggnog.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, brother.
Good year. Tough year at KNBR, obviously.
Crazy year.
I feel like we were saying the same stuff last year at this time. But the least we can do is drink some bourbon.
That's
what we can do. So anyway,
make us forget about last year.
And we have donuts out there for you, too. Actually, for everyone. And by the way, they're from, ready for this? Martha. Martha, our listener in the 510 who sent this to us just out of the goodness of her heart. Congrats on the 1-year anniversary of your show. She sent this a few weeks ago. She said, wishing you, Tony, and the entire morning show crew a wonderful holiday season. She sent it to me and you, so she left John Joe out name-wise. And who was the guy we made go to Bob's? John Joe, who went to Bob's this morning early.
Yes.
About to get the time on that.
Thank you, Martha.
And Martha did this. So it's a festive spirit here at KNBR today. Festive on a chill Monday night. Not much went on other than your Raiders.
Yes.
They played and moved that much closer to the number one pick in the NFL
I know. I'm
draft.
waiting for my congratulations this morning, Murph.
But how do you feel, though? So if anybody missed it, it was actually a close game, 15-9, and oddly, Desmond Ridder began to piece together a drive in the final minute with no timeouts, marching down the field and got to the 30-yard line or so with 10 seconds left and had not one, but two good looks into the end zone.
Too many, Murph.
There has to be a part of you that's hoping that you complete it. Let's pull out a win tonight.
No, not at all, Murph.
So you're actively rooting against your team.
At this point, yes.
Okay.
It got to the point where the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday, I was still rooting for the Raiders to beat the Chiefs because I absolutely hate the Kansas City Chiefs. And it's always great bragging rights when I can talk to all of our fellow 49er fans and listeners and coworkers about how the Raiders have no problem beating the Kansas City Chiefs. So that's a little extra in my back pocket. But against the Atlanta Falcons, who cares about the Falcons? Who cares about a win with Desmond Ridder? Who cares about winning a game when Max Crosby is not on the field? Yesterday was the perfect scenario for the Raiders. They were competitive, but they still found a way to lose, which still has them locked in right now as a top 2 pick in this year's NFL draft, where they are desperate for a quarterback, and there's 2 of them at the top of the board.
And a new head coach.
And probably a new head coach. AP's he's a cool dude. I like him. He's got good vibes. He kind of embraces the Raider Nation mentality, a guy that grew up down in L.A., down in that area. But he's not the guy, especially when you're in a division with Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert and Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Then you throw in Sean Payton and Bo Nix. Everybody has a great head coach quarterback combination except for the Las Vegas Raiders.
You're 2-12, but then again, some team like Kyle, Bill Walsh, these guys were terrible in their first couple of years. You don't have to fire a guy just because he's 2-15.
Yeah, but
you can ride it out.
I just don't know if AP's the guy you want grooming your next quarterback of the future.
Well,
he's a defensive-minded coach, and honestly, Patrick Graham's the reason why the Raiders' defense is so good. Not really AP. He's a great defensive coordinator. Only reason why they've really been competitive in games this year, and that's with a 2-12 record.
One more minute on the Raiders, then we'll switch over to the teams that matter. Real quick, your next couple weeks are unbelievably dull. You play the Jaguars on Sunday. This is what I'm talking about. I'm going to present to you a quandary.
Oh, thank you. We're going to have to tank a game for Mac Jones.
You have the Jaguars on Sunday. How about that? Jags Raiders, bro.
Ew.
3-11 against 2-12.
Gross.
Then
Bet
you play
the
the
under.
Saints the Sunday before New Year's, which is just another terrible game.
Oh, and Derek Carr won't even play.
Here's the problem. You finish against the Chargers. It is quite likely that the Chargers are going to have their playoff fates come down to Week 18. They're right on the bubble. Yeah. So at that point in time,
now
what do you do?
Now you're tempting me.
That's what I'm getting.
Because I wouldn't mind playing spoiler alert for the Chargers.
Exactly.
But, I mean, the Raiders got to focus on the future of the franchise. They need a quarterback desperately, Murph. And I'm just waiting for them to finally make the right move. Who knows if they'll ever make it.
And the right move for you is Cam Ward, not Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, I'll probably end up talking myself into liking both of them. And I'll probably root for whoever gets drafted by the Raiders. But, yeah, going into this draft, I'm more confident in Cam Ward. Shedeur just seems like a little bit more of a risk, a guy that might be distracted by trying to be a celebrity and a superstar. But I'm sure that's what Mark Davis wants in Las Vegas.
My son asked me, my 13-year-old asked me, where is Travis Hunter going to go in the draft? I didn't have an answer for him. I haven't seen I'm looking at here's a CBS Sports mock draft. This is for what it's worth. Just one dude. I could have done it. Tony could have done it. You could have done it. They have the New York Giants with the 1 pick taking Cam Ward. They have you guys with the 2 pick taking Shedeur Sanders. And they have Travis Hunter going 3 to New England.
I was going to say, he's probably going to go top 5. There is a side of me that wants Travis Hunter in silver and black.
Is there anybody who would take him over a quarterback?
I mean, I want him badly just because, of course, I mentioned it yesterday when we were talking about his Heisman speech, the similarities between him and someone like Charles Woodson, who is my all-time favorite player, favorite Raider of all time. So I would love to have someone like Travis Hunter and have that skill set, but who the hell's going to throw him the damn ball? The Raiders just had Devontae Adams, and he ran out of town because they didn't have a quarterback.
By the way, this Raiders segment is sponsored by Michter's Bourbon.
Ooh,
yeah, there it is.
Exactly. Get into the bourbon. This is really a true Christmas gift. Murph gives me some bourbon, and we talk a little Raider football to start the show. And it's actually an interesting angle, and I will tie it back to the 49ers for all of our listeners out there, because you asked about the future of the Raiders with their head coach and their quarterback, and we talked about it yesterday. You asked me if I would take Brock Purdy in silver and black.
Yeah.
My answer is yes. You also asked me on the show today, before the show, would I take Kyle Shanahan in silver and black? And I said, abso-blank-and-lutely. I would accept on that trade so blank and fast to have Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy in silver and black. And I'm sure people are probably turning the radios off right now, even thinking about the idea. But people are talking about Kyle's got to go to the Bears. Kyle's got to get fired. You can't pay Brock Purdy. Imagine being a Raider fan. Imagine being like me, desperate for a quarterback and desperate for a head coach when you've got everybody else in the AFC West. Yes, I would take Kyle and Brock Purdy for the next decade, Murph.
This segment sponsored by Michter's Bourbon, ladies and gentlemen. That is fantastic.
Get into the bourbon.
I love the rant, and you're right, man. That is hilarious. By the way, somebody, moreover, just got in their car right now and went, wait a minute, Kyle Shanahan's going to the Raiders?
Yep.
That's what they just heard? No, we were just riffing on the fate of Kyle Shanahan. I jock-bugged on that a couple weeks ago. We must chill. And we'll talk about that with their window and everything. By the way, just one other thing before we break and get ready for a fun day. I was on The Athletic, boning up for the show to see Matt Barrows has a huge story on George Kittle today featuring his tattoos.
Nice.
So we had just talked about, you last week brought up the Hobbs, and he addresses it all. So go to The Athletic if you're a subscriber. Also a description of his childhood. Apparently, Bruce Kittle, the dad, read Lord of the Rings to them every night for like 10 years. Like they've read it like a bunch of times together.
Wow.
Now, I am not a Lord of the Rings guy.
I was going to say, how long are those books?
I know.
It's a lot of reading.
Exactly. And he said, so I don't know if you're a Lord of the Rings guy.
Oh, Murph, I'm not a Lord of anything kind of guy.
Yeah, well, apparently Bruce Kittle, by the way, Bruce Kittle, way better dad than your boy right here. Because Bruce Kittle got his kids into books. And that has been one of the biggest fails. I have many failures as a parent. That is one of them. Despite our ardent attempts, it's been a total failure. But George Kittle, success. He listens to books, audio books, reads books, all that. But anyway, the point of the story is that the tattoos are heavy. He has a good arm and a bad arm. So the good arm has like the Hobbs, the tiger, and some of the good Lord of the Ring characters. The bad arm has the Joker and some gray wolf from Puss in Boots or something like that.
Ooh,
anyway.
Okay, yeah, that's a Shrek spinoff, right?
Something like that.
Yeah,
but he
Puss in
says there's
Boots.
an evil character there.
Wow.
On that. But anyway, I don't know how we got on that Kittle thing about the tattoos, but
I mean, this is almost like do the right thing. He's got love and hate on one arm.
Exactly.
He's got the good and the evil.
Exactly. So
I like that.
but anyway, that we had discussed his tattoos last week.
Yeah, we were talking about Calvin and Hobbes and whether or not Calvin was the guy, urinating on those logos.
Matt Barrows says that Hobbes, if you study the comic strip, Hobbes the tiger is George Kittle. He says like the tiger is like very silly, whimsical, says funny stuff. That's Kittle.
Damn.
He says Kittle opens every press conference with saying howdy, but those howdies are getting less like enthusiastic as the losses are piling up.
Oh,
so anyway,
poor George.
I don't know how we got on that with the Joker and all that.
Calvin and Hobbs. I didn't know Hobbs was out here dishing out pancake blocks left and right, Murph.
Seriously? Well, that's on the bad arm. The bad arm.
Good.
That's where the pancake blocks come
Sometimes it's good to be bad,
There's
Murph.
a good arm and a bad arm. We'll talk to George Kittle about that. So, all right. Warriors, Dunleavy spoke yesterday about Dennis Schröder. Steve Young and Brent Jones have checked in on the 49ers. They said some good stuff. We talked to Willie Adames, and that was great. So all that good stuff coming your way. Marcus has the last day of school energy. We'll be here through Friday. Rod Brooks coming in. Break it out, bro. Break it out. Start drinking on air.
I want to be the first guy on these airwaves.
Remember the overnight Dave? It's not Thursday. I start drinking at noon.
Oh, I start drinking at noon on every day, Murph.
All right, guys. We'll do that. We'll get the guest list from Young Tony on the other side. Hit the Bob's Donuts. It's the Murph and Marcus Show, the final one together in 2024 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It is the giving season, and we are also giving here at the morning show on KNBR. We are giving away 2 weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival. You can get early bird tickets now at aftershockfestival.com, or you can just stay tuned because we're giving away 2 weekend passes. We are going to give them away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Murph, Canizaro here. Very appreciative friend of the program, KNBR. I want you to know that I'm lifting a glass of Irish coffee at Molly Malone's, NYC, USA, to toast your 20th anniversary. Have a blast, boys. Talk to you soon.
Murph, this is Brad Mangin. Congratulations to my co-author on 20 amazing years at KNBR. We've shared amazing moments together during your run at the sports leader in Arlington and Kansas City with the Giants and in Montana with Dwight. We've signed enough books together to both need Tommy John surgery, but best of all, you help me start my day every morning. Congrats, my friend.
Look at you guys. That's awesome. So, little backstory here. Marcus explained. So, the 20th anniversary came last month, but it happened on the dark day at KNBR. And you guys had something planned? Or
Me
what?
and the boys behind the scenes, shout out to Young Tony and John Joe Curley, wanted to do something special for Murph for his 20-year anniversary.
Which is very kind.
On
thoughtful,
air here
yes,
at KNBR on 50,000 watts every single morning. But of course, sometimes in life, timing just doesn't work out. Or as a wise man once told me, sometimes in life, you're going to get boned. So as we're doing like weeks of prep, trying to have people call into the old Murph and Mackey voicemail line to leave voicemails for Brian Murphy, of course, we ran into a kind of a fork in the road with the firings of guys like Tom Tolbert, John Lunge, Danny Dunn, and everybody else. Shout out Creative Tony. And so we felt like it was inappropriate to do this 20-year anniversary show at the time, so we punted it to the last Murph and Marcus show of the year. So the voice you just heard was Mark Canizaro and Brad Mangin. One of the few voices that you will hear today congratulating my partner, Brian Murphy, on 20 years at KNBR.
First of all, can I get some applause for you guys? I'm going to applaud you guys for being so thank you. That's very thoughtful. Not everybody is, so my hat is off to you guys. That's super, super nice. Number two, I loved those two. Those were two of my all-time homies. And Mark Canizaro, Irish coffee at Molly's now, that's serious business. So Molly's is one of the great, listen, there's about 1,000 great bars in New York City, right? But, one of the 1,000 is called Molly's on the Lower East Side. Happens to be Mark's place. It happens to be a place that he's brought me to a bunch of times. And then we brought Chris Kelly, SNL's Chris Kelly there. I had an encounter there with Mark and Chris Kelly where Jimmy Fallon walked in with a bunch of guys, went to the back, and Chris Kelly brought me back to meet Jimmy Fallon there. And the other guys were upset. Like Mark and Preschool Dad Peter was there that night.
Oh, no way.
He was there that night.
Preschool Dad Peter was in the building.
I got to tell you all about Preschool Dad Peter. And they were pissed that I got the Fallon. Anyway, that's all Molly's, and they're known for their Irish coffees. So that right there just got my glands salivating. Like right now, I'm drooling right now.
Does it make you want an Irish coffee this early in the morning?
Right now. You have the bourbon, bro.
We might be able to make that happen, Murph.
John Joe being a son of County Louth and pale as every Irishman, could he make the cream?
Ooh.
Because you got to make the Irish cream. So
that's a big question.
You go cream, and then Young Tone, I got to thank you for your role in all this, and thank you. Now, have you ever had an Irish coffee, kid?
I have not, actually.
I'm going to recommend...
or maybe I have. You just don't know. It's in my cup every day.
Well, maybe we should. I know, unfortunately. Well, you're going to be around. Maybe Friday. We've talked about our Friday gathering. Maybe it's Buena Vista Cafe for Irish coffees.
I'd be down for that.
Let's do that.
Let's go.
Because you haven't done that, have you?
No, I've just been to the hole-in-the-wall spot that we will not name.
We won't name that. Iconic. But anyway, so yeah. Okay, well, thank you guys for that. And then also Brad Manson, of course.
Brad's the best.
Who's the best sports photographer in the nation? You had the best suggestion of 2024, which is, why aren't our studios decorated with Michael Zagaris and Brad Manson photos?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. But that was fun. Thank you guys for that very much. And on top of all that, young Tony did this.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. We got to pump this back a little bit and explain to everybody that's not only watching on the stream, but listening live. So in the first segment, Murph breaks out the bottle of bourbon, and I'm starting to sweat. I'm like, oh, no, I didn't know we were exchanging gifts this early. So, Murph, here is my gift to you.
Look at this.
I'm handing this one over, and then I went and dropped off a couple gifts to young Tony and John Joe, and Tony goes, oh, we're giving away gifts.
It's Secret Santa time.
And next thing I know, this perfectly wrapped present shows up on my doorstep.
I got a bottle of Pliny
Look
the
at
Elder.
that.
Thank you, buddy.
Look at that. Young Tony, John Joe, taking it out of the bag.
Should I start drinking right now?
Show it off to the class.
Should I start drinking right now? Everybody's drinking Pliny's.
Everybody's got Pliny's.
Right.
We got Pliny's for the boys.
Good man.
But it's also hilarious because as you notice, you're grabbing a Pliny out of a little black bag. That little black bag comes from my dispensary. That's the black bag that I usually buy my bud and my edibles and all that good stuff. And so I'm not a professional Christmas rapper like my guy Young Tony because this is flawless, Tony.
So the best I could do.
This is flawless.
Did you notice I actually had black stuffing paper? What do you call that stuff in there? The black stuffing wrapper?
Oh, like the little tissue paper.
Yeah. I bought that gift bag. It sounds, to me, buying that gift bag was a big move. That was a big move.
See, I think this explains the show perfectly. Like, you buy the nice gift bag with the tissue, Young Tony wraps it perfectly, and I just give you guys a bottle of beer in a dispensary bag.
I agree with
It explains the show perfectly.
First of all, Young Tone, good morning and Merry Christmas. Thank you for this.
Good morning, Merry Christmas.
I want everybody to see this perfectly wrapped.
Bro.
I mean, this thing is wrapped. I've been wrapping presents for a long time. I've never wrapped one this well.
This is phenomenal.
This
I was
incredible.
raised the right way.
Yes,
If
you were.
give a gift, you have to wrap it, and I got some very nice brand new wrapping paper for both of you.
I like
and
this is-
Curly's got the same gift back here. I want you to open this on the air. Get ready to see this.
I mean,
This is going to be a great gift. You're going to use the rest of your freaking life.
Well, you're also not. I'm just not going to beat this this wrapping paper. It's Santa.
You don't want to unwrap it. It's that nice.
I was about to say, dude, it's so nice. Like, Santa Claus's face is perfectly in the center, like Tony planned it to be.
It's the classic. It says ho 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 with a with Santa's face. It's taped so well. I'm having trouble opening it right now. Actually,
I'm
I'll
going
tell
in,
you.
Murph. Ooh.
Okay,
I'm
you
known
know
for that,
You
by
hear
the
that
way.
crumble? You hear that crumble?
Rip it.
What I get, Mom? What I get? What I get? What I get?
Here we go. Oh, look at this. Hang on. It is a power
bank, boys.
So for
It's
both
a
of you,
power bank.
you're on the road all
I'm
the
not
time.
even sure. Yes,
You're
tell
not
me.
near outlets. Clearly, you're forgetting chargers. You're
Yes,
forgetting
all the time. Yes,
everything
all
you
the
need.
time, yeah.
Marcus, you're traveling a ton. You guys are all over the place. So when you travel, carry a nice 20,000 milliamp power bank where you can charge it wherever you are. Just find an outlet, plug it right in. It's got 3 different cords.
Yes.
It can charge your phone 3 to 6 times depending on what phone you have and how big it is.
Remember in Hawaii, I lost my cord?
That's what I'm saying.
This is where you know what?
Airplanes, when you don't have an outlet,
You
you're
know what I say
running
to
low.
anybody? Mahalo.
Dude, mahalo. Merry freaking Christmas,
Mele
Curly.
Kalikimaka. That's outstanding.
This is insane, Tony.
I appreciate
You're not
it.
supposed to actually get us gifts. We just buy each other alcohol and beer and bottles of bourbon. This guy
See,
actually got
every
us a
time-
power bank.
Now, every time you use it, I want you to think of me. That's the
it.
lasting
So,
impact I want to have.
Do you have your own?
Not yet. Apparently, there's one in the works from the Ferries family. Shout out my mom who thought of a great idea as well.
So, okay, so I'm going to, this is amazing.
She alerted me that this is the best they have on the market.
I forget power cords and
Best
all that
on
all
the
the time.
market.
How about this kid?
This is huge.
Look at this kid. Unbelievable. You know what?
But seriously, every time you use it, I want you to think of me. I want you to I'm going to be living in your head rent free.
I almost want a sticker of Young Tony's face that I could just slap on my power
That's
bank.
a great call.
Just so I can stare at
That's
it.
a great call. One of those cut out at the chin ones? Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
I mean,
Let's get a cut out of the chin Tony sticker and put it on our power
this
bank.
kid is so great. I mean, I know I threw out the idea of having Brad Mansion and the Z-Man's photo up in the studio. We should just have fat heads of Young Tony, just big old faces of Young Tony everywhere.
Fat head, Young Tony on my power bank is the idea
This
of the
is
year.
awesome. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tone.
You're a
Much
good man.
appreciated,
You're a good
buddy.
Thank you guys. Seriously, thank you for everything. All of you, all 3 of you guys.
Well, yeah, and the week's not over. Of course, we're here through Friday, so stay tuned on everything there. Well, that's awesome. Well, it's perfect time to get to our guests. We were going to talk about Devondre Campbell there, but no need when the holiday spirit is flowing here on a Tuesday. Jingle Bell Rock opened up the Christmas music there. Young Tone, what you got?
All right, well, coming up at 6:50, if you missed Willie Adames yesterday, he joined us at 9:15. We are going to replay that for you at 6:50. Mike Krukow going to join the show at 7:30. Stay tuned for potentially a voicemail from Mike Krukow. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Mike Silver at 8:15. Also, stay tuned, maybe a voicemail. Cooler content at 8:30. And then our 49ers Player of the Week, a guy that everybody loves to see and happy to see back on the field, Dre Greenlaw at 8:45 this morning.
That's good booking.
Phenomenal booking. And then Marcus Thompson at 9:30. We are packed today, guys.
That is super packed. And we got power banks, we got bourbon, we got Pliny's, we got stickers of Tony, we got Jingle Bell Rock. It's all happening. We also have the Warriors commenting on their new trade acquisition with Mike Dunleavy speaking. You don't hear much from the Irish gangster. Let's hear from Dunleavy on why he did this next on The Sports Leader.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Hey Murph, it's Mario Aliotto. Congratulations on 20 years at KNBR. I was thinking about our favorite topic, uniform numbers, and who wore number 20 for the Giants in the 70s and the 80s. Here are a few names that jog your memory. Frank Robinson and Jeffrey Leonard. Vic Harris. How about Joe Strain? The other Bernie Williams, and of course your favorite, Bobby Mercer. Anyway, Murph, enjoy your day, and here's to another successful 20 years on the air.
Hey, Murph. It's Russ Stanley from the Giants. Congrats on 20 years. That's amazing. Had a great run. We've had a lot of fun, and I look forward to many more years together. You're a good man. great friend, great husband and father, and guy, you're a great coach for those kids in an all-star team. But I have one question for you. How do you spell Del Rio?
There it is. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys very much. If you just joined the show, these guys are being very sweet. They're got a bunch of surprise. I haven't heard any of these. These are surprises to me. And by the way, Mario Alioto, of course, the longtime Giants executive, former bat boy, and he and I like to obviously traffic in old Giants trivia. So the first thing he said when he said, you're going to do numbers, I said, Joe Strain. That was my first one. But he went even deeper, man. Some of the 70s ones. I forgot Frank Robinson, Vic Harris, Bobby Mercer. Those are some great ones. And then Russ Stanley, of course, is the grand poobah of Giants tickets, right? So he runs every ticket thing in the Giants, and we've been friends forever. But our big thing is Rocky. So we love Rocky together, and inevitably any conversation falls back into how do you spell Del Rio. In Rocky 1, Young Tone, do you know, early on in Rocky 1, early in the first 20 minutes when we're establishing our guy, the Italian Stallion, he's a bum fighter. He doesn't have a lot going on. He's a collector for a loan shark. And so in one of the scenes, the loan shark pulls up in his Cadillac, and his helper, he goes, you got to go talk to Del Rio. Del Rio owes us money. You got to go get the money from Del Rio. He goes, we got to break his thumbs. He goes, I don't want to break his thumbs. He goes, you got to break his thumbs. And then they start talking about the loan shark guy, whose name, God, my brain is fritzing out right now. I know it, but I'm forgetting it. His helper starts making fun of Rocky and Adrian. And he's calling Adrian a politically incorrect name. He says, take her to the zoo, because those people like the zoo.
Yeah.
And then finally, when they're driving away, when Stallone's bummed out, he yells, hey, how do you spell Del Rio? And there it is. That's our bit.
There it is. Which I'm glad for the explanation, because me and young Tony were walking around the bullpen yesterday. We're like, is this a joke on Jack Del Rio? Like, what's the inside joke here?
So we'll always, and Russ and I, when we were in Philadelphia for the Giants, we took a Giants listeners trip in 2011 to Philadelphia, and all we could do was we couldn't wait to wake up the next morning. We did the Rocky run. He came down dressed as Rocky.
Full sweatsuit, right?
And the black Converse high tops and all
dedication.
that. Yeah. So I just found those pictures the other day of us on top of the steps, early Philadelphia morning there. So that was when the Giants made the Carlos Beltran trade. That trip, which didn't work out, they traded Zach Wheeler.
Yeah, still haunting a lot of Giants fans to this day.
Well, anyway, thank you guys for doing that. That's fun. Marky Mark, Brad Mangin, Mario Alioto, Russ Stanley. Those are great legendary people. Is Mike Dunleavy leaving a voicemail? That's my transition. Because he spoke yesterday.
He left one for Dennis Schröder.
He did. Mm-hmm. He did. Said, come beat the Memphis Grizzlies. Mm-hmm. And so he spoke yesterday about this trade. And so I want to get a little bit into the sort of the nitty gritty of it. And one of the sort of the negative questions is like, did he have to do this because Podziemski wasn't playing that well? It's cut eye, Tony. And that is, like Pods had a tough start to his season, right? He went from being an NBA all-rookie guy who talked. I saw one tweet yesterday. Did you see over the summer after the Olympics, somebody tweeted out 2028 roster, and it had like Anthony Edwards and all the young players on it, I'm forgetting who else. Give me the names of 20, 21-year-old NBA guys.
LaMelo Ball.
Something like that. Anyway, it had the roster for 2028. It did, and Brandon Podziemski retweeted it with the shrug shoulders.
I think I remember this.
Like, where am I on this list,
Mm-hmm.
Somebody tweeted out last night that on Sunday night when he was stuck in the corner, and he did that bad pump fake, and Luka didn't buy it, and then he tried to pump fake again, and then he tossed up what Slater called a no-chance grenade that kind of fell short. Somebody retweeted that and wrote, somebody in the crowd actually yelled, 2028 Olympics.
No way. That's a good heckle. That's a good heckle.
It's a very good heckle.
Yeah.
Made me laugh.
I don't want Pods taking that shot in the corner, trying to represent our country.
We're trying to beat Serbia in the semis.
Yeah.
So anyway, here's Dunleavy. Did you have to get Schröder because Pods isn't playing well?
I think this move for both him and Steph is something we view as additive and helps them. Brandon was really, really good last year, and I think part of it was having Steph and CP, two other handlers alongside him. And so I think this move enables Brandon and Steph to always be on the court with another handler, whether it's the two of them or Dennis and Brandon or Dennis and Steph. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And again, I think this is something that boosts and helps Brandon. So we feel good about it in that regard as well.
So a polite way of saying yes. It's a polite way to say, he called it additive. It's a very fancy word, additive. We need help. That's what he's saying, basically.
And you're adding another ball handler, and he just got done talking about how Pods plays better with a ball handler on the court, but wasn't that the idea of putting Pods in the starting lineup with Steph Curry to start the season so that Steph could play off ball?
Yeah.
Like, Pods is, like, one of his biggest, like, hopeful perspectives as a player is that he can play the point, that he can run the offense. And now you're telling me he needs another ball handler to play with.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. There's a long way of saying yes. He's having trouble. He needs help.
He's struggling.
So it'd be interesting to see how the minutes go for Pods now. How do the shots go for Pods? What is his role in the half-court offense? We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, because right now it looks like a guy that has just completely lost his confidence. Like the Monster showed up in Space Jam and just took all the talent away from Pods right now. Because we can talk about his lack of work and efficiency as a ball handler, but he's also shooting the ball poorly.
Yeah.
He's not squaring up and hitting those lefty shots from three-point range anymore.
Don't forget the turnovers, too.
Yeah, that's an issue also.
So Dunleavy spoke about him and Kuminga, Cut K, Tony, about, these are the guys who are supposed to take big leaps forward, and so far, Kuminga's had flashes for sure, but here's Dunleavy on Kuminga and Pods.
With our young players, like Brandon and JK, as you mentioned, taking a look, a lot of it is just matchups, rotations, who they're playing with, what role they're in, those types of things. So we're looking at all those things all the while trying to win every possible game. So, that's the tricky thing. I think those guys are coming along well. There's certainly some areas that, they can improve at, but on the whole, we're good with where they're at. And we got to, I think we need to see some improvement from everyone, not just those two guys.
Okay, so on the whole, we're good with where they're at. We need to see improvement from everyone. Again, guys, this is, Schröder can be flipped again in another trade. So this is like a little 2-month run to see how they can be by the time to get to mid-February. So it's interesting. It's interesting time. Dunleavy's willing to be active for sure. Here's Dunleavy on Steph and Draymond saying, did Steph and Draymond come to him and say, we need someone here? Cut L.
Well, to be clear, those guys are not banging down my door calling me, hey, we got to make a trade. We need this guy. We need that guy. They never do that. Do I keep them in the loop on stuff? Yes. Do they double thumbs up on this move? Yes. But I don't want it to seem like those guys are hemming and hawing over, hey, we need to add this guy or that guy. So it's a good, clean process with them. They're on board. Steve's on board. Coaches, I think organizationally, everybody felt really good about this deal, and we went through with it.
Okay. All right. So Draymond and Steph sort of co-GMs or sort of like player GMs.
Yeah, and it goes without saying that these guys obviously have some type of input on the roster and the direction of the franchise. I mean, Steph Curry publicly a couple weeks ago talked about how maybe the depth that we've been bragging about all season has gone to a point where you do need to cut down the rotation. Maybe too many guys are getting minutes. And maybe that's telling you that, there's a lot of depth pieces on this team, but maybe you should move some of that depth to get a bigger impact piece that you can play next to Steph.
Yeah, and that's maybe what still could happen. In fact, there's a talk here about, are there more deals coming? Mike Dunleavy cut Jay, Tony. On if
you got to be mindful of what you're giving up, what you're getting back, all those things. But anything to do to make the team better, we're going to do. We're in a time zone here of maximizing our window with Steph and Draymond and Steve as our coach. So as proven here on the first day, we could basically make trades with certain players. We did that, and we'll continue to look at things. But for the most part, I feel good about this team, particularly on the defensive end. And now we add a player that we think can create and generate more offense for us. I want to evaluate and see, but we'll always be looking at stuff.
Okay, so always looking at stuff, and for the most part, he says he's happy with the team. We'll see. Tough 2 games at Memphis Thursday, at Minnesota Saturday. Yeah.
But this word maximize keeps on popping up around this team, whether we're talking about maximizing the Steph Curry window or maximizing Jonathan Kuminga this year. Look at the starting lineup this past weekend. It's still JK at the 4, Draymond Green coming off the bench. So as we go now over this next span of games where maybe it's a showcase kind of era for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, who does have a lot of potential, but still hasn't stepped up as that number 2 guy next to Steph Curry. So by maximizing his value, playing him in the starting lineup, maybe that does trade up, or should I say bid up some of the trade offers, and maybe you see a guy like Kuminga get flipped at the trade deadline.
Maybe. Right now, he's not at a point where he's going to get you a big haul. He's just not. He hasn't shown that superstar stuff just yet.
Yeah, but maybe a couple teams saw the flashes when he dropped 30-plus points against the Rockets. Like, they see him when he has the opportunity when he's not on the court with Steph and Draymond. Because when he's on the court with those guys, he's a lot more tentative and not as aggressive. But maybe there's the film out there of, look, you can maybe build around this guy when he doesn't have to worry about getting the ball to Steph Curry.
I don't know if that's going to get you Giannis or whoever.
No, I think you would have to probably package him in a trade with someone like Andrew Wiggins.
I know, now you're stripping down the team.
Which now you're losing a lot of defensive ability also. But then we talk about matching contracts in the NBA and that whole mess of a whole.
Dude, I read the John Hollinger. I started to read. Did you guys read John Hollinger in The Athletic?
Yeah.
Bro, he started analyzing the Schröder trade from a front office perspective. I'm here to tell you guys. I'm here to tell you, dude, it was like mentally defeating. It was like a depressing to try to I got confused. Dude. I really did. I got confused.
And you're smart, Murph.
But not really.
Think about being an idiot like me.
Bro, I just encourage you, if you're an Athletic subscriber, go read like the first 8-10 paragraphs of the Hollinger breakdown of the Schröder trade. I was like, bro, I'm out. Yeah. Dude, we're a long way from frickin' the NBA one-on-one ad with Dr. Jake soaring in, man. I mean, man, where's the love of the game, bro? No. There's no love of the game.
No, dude.
Where's Bernard King from the baseline, buddy?
Instead, we were talking about tax aprons this offseason.
Oh, dude, that's the beginning of it.
Oh, bro.
Tax aprons like just the entry into the conversation, bro. And then finally, Dunleavy on the big picture on what Schröder, is going to bring to the table. Cut G, Tony, here.
I mean, anytime you're giving things up, in this case, we gave up some draft capital. I don't think you intend it to be a short-term thing. At Dennis's age, we still think he's got a lot of good years left in him, and we'll have his bird rights, the ability to re-sign him after the season. And again, studying it, looking at it, we think he's a good fit for us on both sides of the court. And hopefully there's a relationship here longer than just a few months.
Okay. So that was one of the things I did understand in the Hollingers, that the Warriors actually have bird rights to Dennis Schröder, which means that they can re-sign him at a big number with no effect on the tax apron, which means so you do have that. That's one thing. If you want Schröder to be long, but you might want to buy your Schröder jersey. Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out how the Warriors have his bird rights when he's been on 7 or 8 different teams, right?
I don't know.
How do the Warriors have their bird rights?
Ask freaking Hollinger, dude.
Like, what the hell?
Hollinger. They have them.
Yeah,
I know. They got them.
I saw the same thing.
I don't know what's going on.
I was like, bird rights?
I know.
Guys,
even the bird rights is like, even that's hard to understand, but it means like you don't have to worry about the salary cap when you sign him. So he might stay. I don't know, or he might get flipped. Who knows? We're learning Dunleavy. He makes moves, though. I'll tell you that. He makes moves. 707 says, sorry, I just tuned in. Who did the Warriors trade for? Well, welcome, 707. They traded for Dennis Schröder, the 31-year-old guard who was late of the Brooklyn Nets, previously an LA Laker, an Atlanta Hawk, et cetera, and a German national who will tune in and will start practicing with the team as the Warriors play the Memphis Grizzlies on Thursday in Memphis. He'll expect to be on the court in Warrior, whatever color they're wearing that day.
That's
I would say Warrior
question.
blue, but it could be black, it could be
black,
white, it could be
orange,
gold, it could be orange.
It could be red, who knows?
It could be red. I don't know. Have they gone red yet?
They got like the red trim on the Philly outline jerseys.
Which I don't mind, actually.
No, I don't
mind those. All right, anyway, we just want to get you some Dunleavy on Schröder with the umlaut. We got gifts galore. By the way, Candace Murphy checking in, saying, please thank young Tony for me, too. That is sorely needed in the Murphy household.
Shout out the Murphy family. Shout out the Boucher family as well.
Thank you, Tony.
And I meant to tell you, buddy, I know you're a big fan of the Murphy family Christmas card. You've been public about that.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of the Murphy family
Christmas card. And guess what? We were a little late. And God bless Candace. She does it all. She couldn't figure out what to do this year. She got very frustrated. She got upset. She finally pulled the trigger, but they don't arrive until tomorrow.
Oh, no.
So we're going to be sending out late Christmas cards. So I'm going to need, that's why I got your address.
Yeah, send it on over.
You have to get it in the mail, because I need it on your fridge.
That's it. As if I don't stare at Murph's mug enough every single day, 20 hours a week.
You put the magnet over my face and then enjoy the kids.
That's it. I got some good fridge
magnets. Enjoy your nephews on there. All right,
that's
buddy?
It.
All right,
make sure Flashy Washy is on there.
He's on the back.
Okay.
You do the doggies on the. You can put you can just flip it and put the dogs on the fridge.
You know, I might want to see the dogs instead of Murph, to be honest.
I would. I would for sure.
Flashy Washy.
Yeah, exactly. He was a staple during the pandemic. Rich Aurelia joins the Afternoon Boys at 3:50 this afternoon, and we're still giving away 2 weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival, Discovery Park in Sacramento, October 2 through 5. You ready for October 2025 giveaways, dude?
No, I'm not.
Young Tone, when are we doing that, do you know?
8 a.m. hour. Stay tuned.
Okay. Also, Willie Adames, our Giants Player of the Year. I'm joking because we have our Niner Player of the Week coming up with Dre Greenlaw. But Willie Adames, how about our Player of the Week? Willie Adames. You're going to hear Giants baseball from the Giants' new shortstop next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What's up, Flashy? What's up, Flashy? How you doing, Flashy? Flashy Washy.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, connection made on the UMA guest line. Willie Adames, welcome to KNBR, the Giants' flagship station in San Francisco. We do the morning show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. I said hello to you at the press conference. Also asked you a couple questions about the Dominican Republic and Matt Chapman. So it's good to have you now on our show. And hey, congratulations, Willie, and welcome to San Francisco. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Willie?
Thank you for having me here. I'm good, man. Just here at home now. Just trying to get ready for next year. It's going to be an exciting year, so I got to be prepared.
Are you back home in the Dominican?
Yeah.
Oh man, you taking any you're not playing any winter league ball or anything. You're not doing any of that, are you?
No. Just getting ready for next year.
All right. Well, let's talk
my body and everything.
Yeah, let's talk about your trip to San Francisco. Now that it's done, what stuck out to you? What was the best part?
Obviously the city's amazing, but I would say the treatment that I got that whole week that I was there, I think that stuck out the most to me because the way they treated me that week, they made me feel special, and that for me is the best thing ever. Like when you go somewhere that is going to be your home for the next 7, and who knows if I just stay there for the rest of my life. The way that they showed me love, I think it was impressive, and it was special for me and my family.
Yeah, and Willie, we saw that you had the opportunity to maybe scat out beyond San Francisco and also go down to the South Bay. We saw that you went down to Santa Clara for the 49ers game on Thursday night. How was that experience?
Yeah, that was insane. That was my first game. Obviously, they didn't win, so it was a little, not good. But the experience itself, it was amazing. I mean, that was my first time watching a football game live. And the energy was incredible. I think I'm gonna be going there. The next year or so. I'm gonna be going there more and experiencing that energy and that just the whole vibe that they had in the stadium was amazing.
Yeah, Willie, we're talking to Willie Adames, Giants' new shortstop, of course, on the UMA guest line. He's back home in the Dominican Republic. We appreciate him calling into San Francisco. So Tampa, no Buccaneers. Milwaukee, no Packers. The 49ers are your team now, Willie, right?
Yes, that's right. I even got my jacket. I got a jacket.
Okay, good man. Okay, some more stuff that we may have talked about at the press conference with you, but we can kind of revisit here now. You spoke highly of Buster Posey, and now you are with him in San Francisco. You were in his park. Could you share with us any conversations that you had with him or interactions you had with him last week in San Francisco that kind of deepened your relationship or made you feel, even more at home? What's Buster doing for you?
I think his personality, the way he treats everybody, I think that's what stuck out the most for me because, the way we talk, it was like, like he's recruiting people to be family, just to be, to try to help everybody around and just to try to help everybody to be better. And that's something that, I always look for, to wherever I go, I try to just be the same guy, be like him, like treat everybody the same, treat everybody, with respect and love. And I think that's what that's what he's done his whole career. And now that he's in the front office side, I think when you have that there, and especially with a guy that did it, that played and won, I think that's something that you can't find anywhere else. And I think that's why, I think that's what pushed me to make the decision to go there. Because, the way that he played was obviously it was incredible, but now, off the field, his personality and the person himself is a great human being, and that's something that I'm looking forward to work along his side and just to pick up his brain.
Yeah, and Willie, I got to say, I loved hearing you talk about your decision to wear number 2 and talking about the legacy of someone like Derek Jeter. Now, we know that Buster Posey also has his own legacy here in San Francisco, but there's also a shortstop who just retired this offseason that has quite the legacy, Brandon Crawford. I know the Giants tried to shuffle around a few guys at that position last year, but what does it mean to you to step in and play the same position that Brandon Crawford held down for so many years?
Yeah, like you say, his legacy speaks for itself. He obviously the way that I always was an admirer of him because he always played with a lot of swag and flow and stuff. And obviously he was an unbelievable shortstop, and, I always have a lot of respect for him. But, those are some big shoes to fill in because, like you say, he has his legacy that he left in San Francisco. I mean, something that is hard to beat or to get there. So, I have a lot of work to do to fill those shoes in. But, I'm going to do my best to give what they had in Brandon Kraft for the city,
So he did have flavor with the hair and the pants and everything, but he was also very quiet. Buster Posey was a very quiet guy. So I actually asked Buster, I said, Willie plays with flavor, and you don't mind mixing it up, right? You don't mind competing hard and having a little extra juice in a game. And I asked Buster if he was okay with that, and he rolled his eyes. He said, "Are you kidding me? I love it." So he said his message to you is he wants you to be you. He says, if that means you're wearing extra colors, extra bright colors, he said, go do it. Is that something you guys talked about and something you're willing to do?
Yeah, that's the first thing he said, when we were talking. He say, look, I just want you to be yourself, to be you, to come here and just to continue to grow yourself, to be yourself, and to go out there and play your game. I don't want you to change anything because, your reputation speaks for itself. I mean, everybody just say a lot of good things about you. So, I just want you to come here and continue to be yourself, continue to play the game how you play it, and continue to, whatever you do on the field, just continue to do it and try to be better. But, I mean, I don't mind to mixing it up like you say. I mean, I think, you have to enjoy it, have to, have fun every day. And that's something that makes me, enjoy the game a little bit more.
Willie, you got a lot of Giants fans excited when you talked about your relationship with Matt Duffy. So if you could just expand on your relationship and your bond with Matt Duffy and whether or not he played a part in recruiting you to the Giants.
No, he always speaks so highly of the city. I mean, me and him, we have a really good relationship. We are staying in contact, even though we haven't played together in a few years now. But like I say in the press conference, he's my guy. I went to his wedding, and it was amazing, And that's one of the guys that I really respect and I have a lot of love for, because he always treated me so well when I was a rookie. He tried to help me out with my defense stuff, and I always gonna have love for him.
It's great that I heard, some people I know that know Duffy said, he helped break you in, show you the ropes, and he'd been around championship teams with the Giants. So my question is, you now as that guy, now you're still young, but I look at a guy like Elliot Ramos, Marco Luciano. Those are two, Luis Matos, the third one. These are all, Willie, as you get to know the Giants, these are three highly valued prospects that Giants fans have high hopes for. And I'm not saying that you're going to make them be you or whatever, but is there anything you can do to show them the way or help them become better players?
Of course. I mean, when you have a talented group like them, you always have to have people around them to help them, to show them how a big league or a professional himself work. They got to have a work ethic. They have to, try to go every offseason and try to be better for next year, and just the education that a pro athlete has to, have to be successful. And obviously, I'm looking forward to work with them and, try to help them however I can. And, they probably going to help me too, to be better. So, I'm just looking forward to be around them and get to know them. And, I'm going to be right next to them, trying to help them in any way I can.
Yeah, and you talk about how important it is to have that veteran leadership in the clubhouse. I think you look no further than yourself and a guy like Matt Chapman. So what can you tell us about the opportunity to line up next to him on the left side of the infield and how your guys' relationship has now formed?
Yeah, that's one of the most exciting things that, I've been looking forward to, because, obviously watching him from the other side, it was always, a pleasure. I mean, it's always, so exciting to see him making plays and playing hard every time. And that's something that, I'm gonna be telling the young guys, look how Matt Chapman carry himself, on and off the field. That's how a superstar big league look like. So, I'm really excited to play along his side, to pick up his brain, like I say in the press conference. I'll try to make us each other better, and just to play along his side. I think we're gonna have so much fun, and it's gonna be a really, really cool experience to play with him for the next 6 or 7 years.
I think Giants fans are super excited about the left side of the infield. I think Buster Posey went ahead and called it the best left side of the infield in baseball. Is that too big of a statement, or are you going to embrace that?
Well, we're going to embrace it. I don't know if it's too big of a statement, but I know we're going to, go out there and compete every day, and we're going to, have a lot of fun. So I hope the Giants fans are really excited about that, because I am myself.
Yeah, and you should be getting plenty of opportunities playing behind a guy like Logan Webb, who has one of the highest ground ball rates in all of Major League Baseball. How excited are you to play behind a guy like Logan Webb leading the staff?
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. Like you say, he's going to give me a lot of ground balls, so I'm going to be happy about that, because, I'm going to be making a lot of plays. But, it's another guy that he's a competitor, man. He's a competitor. We always, have fun when we compete against each other. And but I'm really looking forward to play, behind for him, and just to, make plays for him, and watch him just continue to go in deep in games, and, and battle and win games. And, like I say, I think we have a really good group of guys there, and having Logan Webb, as like the horse of the team, I think is a really good sign for the team.
It's just the last couple minutes here with Willie Adames, who's kind enough to call in from the Dominican Republic, getting his body ready, he says, on the UMA guest line. And you talk about a horse, and we asked about this guy at the press conference, so we'll do it again for the morning commuters here in San Francisco. And we're no pressure, Willie, but you played with Corbin Burns. So,
yeah.
Any chance that you will send him a text, or I don't know if these kids call anymore these days. Is it all text, or are you going to reach out?
I already did, man. I already did. I'm doing my part. I'm recruiting.
Okay.
I'm helping, but I hope we can make that happen, because that would be an incredible addition to the team. I think when you have a guy like Corbin on your team, I mean, that's like 99% of that you winning that day. So I mean, that's the guy that I love to play for him, and I love to play defense for him, and he's one of the most competitive guys that I ever played with. And obviously, if we could add him to the team, obviously it would be an insane move. But we're hoping, and we're doing our part in in every department. So hopefully we can make it happen.
So if you hope you don't mind me asking, but how did it go when you reached out to him?
It went great. It went amazing. It went amazing. I think I think it went really, really positive. So I think that's the only thing I can say right now, but it went really, really positive.
Okay, we'll leave it at that, man. Last couple here, just to let you go, Willie.
Yeah. And not to hammer onto this subject too much, but Corbin Burns obviously has ties to the Bay Area, going to college at St. Mary's, so he's familiar with the ballpark, and it's a ballpark that is usually described as a pitcher's ballpark. So, Willie, when you're going through the recruiting process, how much do you factor in the ballpark into that decision, and what are your thoughts at playing at Oracle Park?
I think for, like you guys say, I think for a pitcher standpoint, that should be really exciting. When you're playing in a ballpark like that you know that you have a better chance, and to success. I think that's a positive thought that you gotta have on the decision you're making. And then for me, I'm really excited to play there every day. To call it my home, because it's a beautiful park, man. Fans showed up every day. Doesn't matter how the weather's looking like. There are going to be 30+ thousand fans, and that's something that I'm really looking forward to it, because I love playing in front of a lot of fans.
Yeah, I think what you'll learn is the day games, when they have midweek day games and weekend day games, is some of the most beautiful weather in Major League Baseball, perfect.
Yeah.
And some of the weeknight games, we'll be honest, a little cold and windy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hey, don't tell me. I don't. That's the first thing I told them when I got there last Monday. I told them, I said, man, it was 65 degrees. I was like, man, this weather is better than August and July. What's going on?
Willie, it's so true. We always joke that we're the only market in America where the football team has better weather than the baseball team.
It's true, man. But I think that's something that, I think the whole, baseball guys, they embrace that, because, it is what it is. You have to do it. Maybe you take it as an advantage. because you get used to that. But at the end of the day, you're playing ball, man. You're playing ball, and when you play those day games, I think
And listen,
compensate the last the night games when it's cold.
Yeah, I mean, all due respect to the Rays and the Brewers, they have their own history. But when you put that jersey on, I watch you. That jersey goes back to 1883. In New York, that jersey goes to Willie Mays, who we lost this past summer. That jersey goes to Juan Marichal, who we talked about, your Dominican idol. That jersey goes to Buster Posey and Madison Bumgarner and Brandon Crawford, even guys like Will Clark in my generation. So did you feel, is there any sense of history? I mean, again, respect to the Rays and the Brewers, but a different history with the Giants jersey?
Of course, man. I mean, it's a winning franchise. They've done it before. They know what it takes. And obviously, like you say, so many great players. I mean, amazing players, Hall of Famers that play for the organization. And when you put a jersey to represent an organization like that, it's always an honor. And it's a lot of responsibility because, there's a lot of history. But it's kind of like a motivational thing for me because, you got to, try to be better and try to help the team to win because its fans are expecting to win a championship. And that's something that I haven't accomplished, but I'm really looking forward to win a championship, especially now in San Francisco.
Well, Willie, we took up a lot of your time. I know you're back in Dominican with your family. We sure do appreciate it. I just want to read to you on our text line. 415, the area code says, I love this guy. 408 says, what a great signing. This guy is so charming. 310 says, after this conversation, Willie Adames is my favorite player already. 925 says, man, I love this guy already. We've had a great history with guys named Willie in San Francisco.
Yeah. But I was Willie with a Y.
Yeah. You're your own. See, you're your own. McCovey and Mays were IE, but and then Will Clark too. You'll meet him. Where do you meet Will Clark at spring training? You guys will have some fun. He's a character. So, all right, Willie. Well, listen, back to your family you go. Merry Christmas to you and the family. Feliz Navidad, right?
Gracias. Thank you guys for having me there. It's a pleasure.
Well, there he is, man. Giants fans pretty excited by that, as we all are. Guy can play, and he's got personality. He's got flavor. Buster told him to exaggerate the flavor, and so we'll watch that play out. It's funny when I was going over those jerseys, I was like, this is a great jersey, man. Willie Mays. I left Barry Bonds out.
Uh-oh.
Sometimes you're just like, I don't know. So apologies to our favorite Tiburon bicyclist who's out there cycling.
Yeah, got to make sure to include Barry on the list. And hopefully Barry is also doing his part when it comes to the recruiting of Corbin Burns because my guy Willie Adames is taking a scene straight out of the movie Starship Troopers, Murph. He's doing his part to get Corbin Burns.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I didn't do shit.
Who's the guy at the end again?
That's Tim Robinson.
And he's famous for?
So he's the guy, he used to be on SNL, now has his own skit show on Netflix, but he's the one behind the basketball, give me the ball because I'm gonna dunk it.
That's great. With Sudeikis, too,
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
All right, very, very good. All right, Giants fans, there you go. There's our gift to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We're doing our part.
Yeah, right. And more gifts to you. Mike Krukow at 7:30. Mike Silver at 8:15, talking NFL. Dre Greenlaw, our 49er Player of the Week at 8:45. Marcus Thompson at 9:30, talking Dennis Schröder with the umlauts. But on the other side, Devondre Campbell. Niners made it official. John Lynch made a statement, and multiple 49ers reacted too. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
It's Bigelow tea season. Every season is Bigelow tea season. That's why Bigelow's the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We have it right here at KNBR in our break room. Earl Grey, English breakfast, chamomile, Gwen Stefani's favorite. We love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. It's perfect for someone who makes a living behind a microphone. Soothes you and get your day going. Keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Well, this is Mike Krukow, and I just wanted to say that I like hard men. And Brian Murphy is a hard man. You consider his career path from Marin, where he loved all Bay Area sports, hard. Then he went down to UCLA, the heart of Southern California, and he became a hardcore Bruin. And then it was off to writing about golf, which is very hard. And then probably the hardest thing of all, well, it's doing the morning show for 20 years. 20 years, Murph, I can't believe it. But I expected. You love hard, you live hard, and we love you for it. Happy anniversary, meat.
God bless Krukow. Well, first of all, if people are just jumping in, they're like, what the hell's going on? The boys are surprising me here. John Joe Curley, young Tony Farias, and Marcus Boucher arranged a group of voicemails for my 20th anniversary at KNBR, for which I'm very thankful. You guys are very thoughtful. It's very funny. That was very funny. Yeah, hard men.
Murph's a hard man.
Hang on, let me flex right now.
Flex on him, Murph.
There you go, hang on.
Yeah, look at those guns.
Sun's out, guns out. Krukow joins Russ Stanley, the Giants ticket guru, Mario Alioto, longtime Giants exec, Brad Mangin, and Mark Cannizzaro, my buddies. Those are great. So thank you guys. And Krukow, that was funny. What'd you say, Tony?
So young Tony was just about to explain that Mike Krukow was coming on next segment, and I think a big reason why Murph is such a hard man and a big reason why he's been on air for 20 years is because of not only Mike Krukow, but Dwayne Kuiper. So here is the second part of the Kruk and Kuip congratulation. Here's Dwayne Kuiper with his message for Brian Murphy.
Hey, Murph. Happy 20-year anniversary. Keep thinking of all the great memories that I have of being on with you in the morning. Let's see, I got one when we were in, that was with Ralph and Tom. Yeah, the other one, we were sitting in Milwaukee. No, that was Frank and Mike in the morning. Wow. And I think the other one was, maybe my memory now is when it was with Gary, or maybe even Pete Franklin. All right, I got another one. I'm in St. Louis, and no, unfortunately, I think that was with Fitz and Brooks. But, oh, you know what? I'll come up with a memory that you and I have had on the morning show, and when I do, I'll pop on and we'll talk about it. Until then, hey, here's to another 20.
Oh, man, Kuip's the best. That's too good. Hey, you dropped a Frank and Mike on there, man. That's for you. Need to know young Tony. Frank and Mike was the morning show from the 70s all the way through the 90s here at KNBR. And so that's old school, baby. And God bless Kuip. Yeah, we'll come up with one. I got one. It was when he was in Cincinnati and the garbage truck drove by, and we all decided that was good luck. And they came back and won the series.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So I came up with one. There you go, Kuip. There you go. Well, those guys are the best. Obviously, I don't even know. Honestly, I've always said the day those guys stop doing the morning show is the day I retire. Those guys, the only reason I made it 20 years because those guys sustained the show. Seriously, we actually have data to prove that too. Like, people love freaking Kruk and Kuip. They freaking love it. And the only thing that kind of has kept this ship going is those guys in the morning. So, yeah, how about I call their voicemail and leave them a thank you? How's that for an idea?
We could leave multiple thank you messages to Kruk and Kuip.
I mean, those guys should be in Cooperstown. They should be in Together and all that. So, anyway, we'll talk to Mike.
No doubt.
I mean, seriously, we got to the point where we take those guys for granted, and you shouldn't, because, nothing lasts forever. And these guys, we got to treasure these guys while they're out there doing games for us. So, all right, well, that's all positive. Now we're going to go to the negative story, Devondre Campbell, because something happened yesterday. The Niners made it official. They're suspending him. They're not cutting him, despite Dante Whitner's dream of cutting him right then and there. The Niners chose a harsher route, because if they cut him, he can go sign somewhere and get paid. But by suspending him, they're taking money away from him and denying him the chance to work somewhere. So here it is, the transaction from the 49ers. Here's the entire statement from John Lynch. We have suspended Devondre Campbell Sr. for 3 games due to conduct detrimental to the team. We will have no further comment on the matter. That's it. That's the entire statement.
Quick and simple.
So Spot Track figured out, and others, that by doing this, they avoid paying him $261,000 and $666. $261,666 in base salary and per game bonuses, and they also avoid paying $100,000 from his signing bonus. So that's $361,000 that they're going to take away from him.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of semantics about the salary hits and the money they're taking away, but I think this is just a good message that John Lynch in the front office is sending to everybody on the team, hell, just the players around the league, that this is unacceptable. And instead of granting you the opportunity to maybe go play for another playoff team, no, we're going to ground your ass. We're going to make you sit there in timeout, sit in the corner and think about all the bad things you've done, and watch all your friends go out there and play the rest of the season.
In fact, the barrage continued on Monday. The Niners had a bonus practice because they had played on Thursday. They had Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. They came back, and some guys had practice. And Diameter Lenore, who we found out 2 weeks ago, spoke to the team before the Bears game, and he spoke to the reporters yesterday about Devondre Campbell didn't hold back.
When he first got signed, I was thinking in my head, like, we got another guy that we can add, to the defense, that can contribute, for that to happen and him to do that, I just lost all respect, because I'm a person that's going 110% every play. So if I'm hurt, and the guy behind me is not backing me up and can't come in or don't want to go in, so I just feel like that he's a cancer to the team.
Yeah, cancer to the team. So he's dropped that on the team and lost all respect.
Yeah, and I feel like essentially everybody has lost respect now for Devondre Campbell, which is crazy for a guy that's had a pretty good NFL career, 9-year vet in the league, was a former all-pro linebacker, and this is how he's going to be remembered now. This is his legacy. This is his reputation as a guy that quit on his team, and how personally these guys take it, because we talk about the brotherhood of the NFL, how guys are literally putting their bodies on the line every single weekend. And for a guy to tap out because a perennial Pro Bowl type linebacker made his return, the guy that was starting in the Super Bowl last year, the guy that you knew that was coming back from an Achilles injury at some point this season, you're upset because that guy took your job? This isn't like D. Winters taking Devondre Campbell's job and then Devondre Campbell getting upset about it. No, we're talking about Dre Greenlaw, our 49er player of the week that you can hear this morning at 8:45.
And I also would have assumed that when he signed, he knew, hey, man, you're going to hold this thing down and then Greenlaw's going to come back. I mean, he knew that in March. And so obviously this guy's got some twisted ideas about himself and his communication with the team. I don't know. Maybe we haven't heard from him. He and his agent have not said a word the entire time. Maybe they're going to say that the Niners sent mixed messages or something, or told him one thing and did another. I don't know. But either way, it seems pretty obvious that he knew that he was holding it down until Greenlaw got back. Meanwhile, Nick Bosa yesterday, with a strange look, too, by the way. He had his hoodie up, and then he had his hair kind of hanging down in his face. We've never seen his really... You called it emo Nick?
Dude, it was emo Nick Bosa.
Emo Nick?
Yeah, like that's the
like
emo
the Jimmy
look.
Butler emo thing?
Like, yeah, exactly. Like when you have like the hair going down over your face, like every single gothic / like.
So that was in the 80s. That was a look in the 80s for sure. We had kids like that. Like they had it hanging down.
Oh, dude,
Shout out to Thompson twins. They had that look on stage saying, hold me now.
I mean, with that look, it looked like Bosa could have been like the lead singer for like Panic at the Disco or like My Chemical Romance or like any of those type of bands.
I love it. Anyway, here's what he said. He said he revealed that something was happening pregame here.
I actually did. In the locker room before the game, I heard some complaining. I was going to say something, didn't, because I didn't want to create more of a distraction, but kind of felt it. I kind of saw the foreshadowing, and I definitely didn't think it was going to result in that. Didn't know it happened during the game, but...
Do you regret not saying anything now?
Not really. No. If he was going to do that, then he's not the type of guy to be here. So.
Oh, man. First of all, we have to shout out that every Niner midweek interview this year has been set against the guy shooting hoops in the background.
Dude, I'm telling you, that Papa shot.
I'm constantly wondering. I wonder, it sounds like it's more than a Papa shot. Just the way it sounds like it might be a 10-foot hoop. We got to nail that down.
Having a slam dunk competition?
Because it sounds like the rim on a Papa shot doesn't make that noise. You know what I mean?
And we've gotten to this argument a bunch before, whether or not you dribble a basketball when you're playing Papa shot.
Yeah, I said no. You said yes.
My answer is yes, dude.
You're leaning over and trying to shoot as fast as possible.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some crossovers, a couple fadeaways.
So you're talking about when you're just jimmy jacking around, you're not trying to win.
Oh, yeah. If you're going head-to-head, you're just firing up shots.
Yeah. But yeah, if you're just jimmy jacking around, yeah.
But I guess that's the question, if it's a single Papa shot or if it's head-to-head. Because I've seen ones where it's just one basket.
Do we have anybody who can give us the answer? Dre Greenlaw, maybe.
Dre Greenlaw.
That's Dre. Let's open with that.
Who's the king of Papa
Hey, Dre,
shot?
what's going on with the hoop? What's going on?
Yeah. Who's
anyway,
got the best shot?
So let's get back to what he heard. He hears Dre Greenlaw saying that before the game. Dude, you talk about teams with toxic locker rooms or teams who have lost their way or teams that aren't pulling on the same rope, that's it right there. Like that. So is that Kyle Shanahan losing the locker room? Is that Nick Sorensen losing the defense? Is that just a rogue Devondre Campbell? Any way you slice it, it's a lost locker room. You can't have a broken locker room. Now you know why they go out and lose 12-6. Because you got to have these unified forces going out there. If you have any splintering going on, that's where the whole thing starts to fall apart. And Bosa's saying it was falling apart before the game.
Yeah, sounds like there was a little bit of foreshadowing with Devondre Campbell. But then again, that was my big question. If he didn't want to play, why the hell did he even suit up? But getting back to the topic about whether or not Kyle Shanahan has lost a locker room, I don't think so. And obviously, Kyle's going to come out and say, no, I didn't lose the locker room. It's just one guy going rogue. Devondre Campbell made this decision on his own. But I can see how it can be viewed that way. But also this reaction that we're getting from the 49er locker room, where it seems like everybody is in unison. Everybody has the same message, that Devondre Campbell crossed them. They're all kind of rallying around Kyle and rallying around the franchise and the logo and saying, look, we're the 49ers. We don't do this. We don't want this guy on the roster. George Kittle, who's Mr. Positivity, said, I hope I'm never around a player like Devondre Campbell again.
Yeah, so obviously, again, just another woe in this season of this lost season, which is going to lead to so many questions going forward about Brock Purdy's contract, about Kyle Shanahan. By the way, this morning on ESPN, they're running with the Kyle Shanahan to the Bears story. Should Kyle Shanahan be traded? Did this, as far as we know, this started with Mike Florio just spitballing one day to get things going. Now we got ESPN get up with it on the Chiron. You got Troy Aikman checking in on it after the Monday night game. They're making Troy. They make Troy and Troy and Joe Buck stay to talk to Van Pizzi afterwards to earn that salary they're getting there. And they're throwing it around. Now they're starting to make this thing become a reality.
No,
I got news for you. Don't trade Kyle Shanahan to the Bears.
Yes.
How's that? Hey, Jed. Don't trade Kyle Shanahan to the Bears. End of topic.
And it's already been shut down multiple times. John Joe Curley, call up SVP's producer and send him over the sound of John Lynch saying it's comical to even think about trading Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I mean, again, I get it. No topic beneath us. That's what we were told.
Yeah.
This is taking it to the next level.
Yeah, this feels like it's beneath us.
Very good. We found one.
Yeah, we found one.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, the man who left that voicemail about being hard, Mike Krukow.
He's a hard man.
Well, the only thing that was accurate in there, I think, was it is hard to kind of do 20 years of waking up. As we learned when I mistook my alarm, was it last week or 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, but now you got this new portable power bank. You'll never miss your alarm again, Murph.
Very good, very good. Mike Krukow, after our Willie Adames interview yesterday, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Brian Murphy is a hard man.
Let's talk about Invisalign. Let's talk about it. I was talking to my family about it last night because little Rory Murphy's wearing his Invisalign. I'm like, well, what do you like about it? He's like, well, his mom stepped in and said, here's what I like about it. You can leave them in all the time. Nobody notices, so you're just walking around with this great smile. Your teeth are getting stronger and straighter, and nobody even notices. A little extra bonus, too. He talked about you can wear them when you're playing sports. Like he was wearing them playing water polo, got clocked in the mouth, and things would have been worse if he didn't have his Invisalign on. But then the best part was he, at his dinner table, made this up. He goes, well, he said, with Invisalign, Dad, your smile can shine. I said, wait a minute, did you just make up a slogan? He said, yeah, with Invisalign, your smile can shine. I said, kid, you should be getting paid ad copy right now because I'm going to use that on the air, and I just did. So 13-year-olds are writing ad copy now. When you use Invisalign, your smile can really shine. So there you go, guys. Check it out. It's the Invisalign treatment. Invisalign, the #1 doctor-recommended brand, and also transforming over 18 million smiles all over the world. Check it out at Invisalign.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike Krukow, our last time with Murph and Marcus together before we all break for the holidays. I'll be here Thursday. Marcus is going to be off, but Mike's brought to us by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. He's on the UMA guest line. Mike, they just played your 20-year anniversary voicemail to me, and I thank you very much. This is the hard man, Brian Murphy, speaking to you. I understand, though, your voice is a little banged up. We'll take it easy on you today, Mike. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, doing good. Just kind of off-season woes. You kind of take it in the throat once in a while, so that's kind of where it's at right now. So I don't know how much voice you don't want to be listening to an old man clear his throat in the morning.
Here's my chance to cross-promote. We get you a cup of Bigelow tea. Get you a cup of Bigelow tea to soothe it.
I'm a big Bigelow tea guy, by the way.
There you go. Hey, Tony, cut that for the client right there. There you go. Okay, Mike, so last time we talked to you was Thursday, and then we went to the press conference. And then we had Willie Adames again yesterday on the show. So we've had 2 encounters with Willie Adames since we last talked to you. I would love to hear your breakdown of what you saw, what you heard from him in the press conference. Like, what were you, like, there's words and then there's meaning. Like, what was the meaning you took from his press conference?
He's a big legger, and in every way, shape, and form. When you have an opportunity to make a move as an organization to bring in a player, I mean, there's so much at stake, and you're rolling the dice, and you're trying to figure out how it's going to work, how it's going to play out. Is it going to justify? You're making a 7-year commitment. There's so many things you have to check off a list, and it all starts with ability. Obviously, what kind of defensive player is he? Very good. What kind of hitter is he? What's he like when he's hitting with men on base? Is he afraid of the big moment? What type of player is he when the chips are down? Does he show up? Does he play? Does he take time out? Does he take himself out of games? And then you cross the foul line and you go into the clubhouse. And then, what kind of teammate is he? Is he a leader? Is he a guy who will confront another teammate? The guy's not hustling. I mean, believe it or not, it's not always the manager, or a coach that makes the confrontation of a player who's not hustling or who's not keeping good hours, not sleeping at night. He's out in the streets. Sometimes it's a player that makes that call. The leader in the clubhouse makes a difference. And then it's when the guy comes out of the clubhouse and hits the street and represents your organization off the field. What type of a personality is he? Is he a guy that projects that he's an I guy? Is he a guy that gets behind the organization, represents the city? You start looking at the check boxes on this guy, and he checks them all off. But the other thing too, when baseball's a small community. When you're thinking about, a guy who's going to come into the organization, and you're going to make a 7-year commitment to him, you start calling up people that know about this guy. What kind of guy is he? Off the field, on the field, in the clubhouse. And, what you saw in his presser and what you saw in your conversation with him the other day, was it yesterday?
Yesterday, no. Yeah. Yesterday.
Well, when you saw that, I mean, you saw this guy, every way, shape, or form, he's a guy you build around. And that's exactly why Buster went out and got him, because he recognizes the importance of that. You get a guy like that, well, you got one last year with Matt Chapman. And look what he did. He won the Willie Mack Award. He's a difference maker. And you keep putting those type of players on your team, you're going to have a good outcome. And that's exactly what Willie Adames represents.
Mike, you're
Other than that,
Oh, sorry, Mike.
I said, other than that, he's pretty average.
Yeah, Mike, to your point, we heard so much about his personality this offseason, and we got a glimpse of that in his press conference or even with our interview that we did with him yesterday morning, whether he's talking about his relationship with Matt Duffy, talking about the legacies of Buster Posey and Brandon Crawford, or just coming out and saying to Bob Melvin that he wants to play every single day. I think that's going to make him popular here in San Francisco. So how popular do you think his jersey is going to be next year at Oracle Park?
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? I'm going to have one on opening day. I mean, he's exciting. And, I think it's really important in this generation of baseball that you have a player who's bilingual,
that can communicate in the clubhouse in two different languages. And you know what? We're progressing beautifully towards more Asian players to where someday, you're going to need language in that clubhouse. And you'll see it commonplace. But it's important. Communication in a 162-game schedule is so important. And if you have a guy, this is what Dwayne Kuiper did. I love to talk about my partner and brag about how great a player he was with the bat, with the glove. But he was a savant in the clubhouse. He touched base with every guy. Not every guy is a gregarious soul that is outspoken and extroverted. You gotta get guys to play that are introverted, that don't necessarily have a large dose of self-confidence. And you need players that can bring that out. Yeah, coaches do. Yeah, managers do. But players, so often it's the player that does. And I'm repeating myself here this morning, but that's what Kuip was, and that's what Adames is. He's a guy that recognizes that there's a guy that needs an extra push, that needs a little jolt of confidence, and he's a difference maker in that regard. So it's just such an important piece, and there are other guys out there who are like that, and I would be interested to see as we go forth into this offseason as to how Buster goes about getting more of those guys, more of those type of guys in there, because there's guys like that out there still.
One of the fun ones, Mike, we're talking to Mike Krukow on the Yuma guest line about the Willie Adames arrival, was some people said behind the scenes it's, Willie Adames is not afraid to start stuff with other teams, like get a little chippy. And this is something that the Giants have not done in several long time. Even during the championship years, they really weren't like that. And, Buster wasn't really that guy. Remember during the Strickland Bryce Harper fight, he just hung out and watched. But I asked Buster about it. I said, it's a different flavor than you. Are you okay? And Buster kind of looked at me like I was crazy, like I had two heads. He goes, what do you mean, am I okay? Of course. Go be himself. He goes, I like that. I told him, wear the brightest colors you got. Be the most flavorful guy you got. Be a peacock. He didn't say the exact words. I'm paraphrasing here. But you know what I mean? And your reaction to that, like Buster telling Willie Adames, dude, fly like a bird. And if that means you're chirping at the other dugout, that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Pat Burrell. That's why he's still in the game and he's coaching and he's preaching that very thing. That was the difference that he brought to the 2010 team. You brought an edge, and you do need guys like that. You call BS on a guy that's running with a 10-run lead or bunting with a 9-run lead or doing stuff like that, and you need somebody on your team to openly call it. You don't rely on a coach. Somebody on the bench do it. Some player do it. Remember in 1993, the last game of the year when the Giants were playing the Dodgers?
Oh, yeah.
And the Dodgers were chirping at the Giants because, the Giants won the first 3 games of that 4-game series. They had to win them all, and they didn't. They got beat the last game. And then there was a chirp coming out of the Dodger dugout, and who cleaned it up or who matched it? Matt Williams. It was the kind of guy he was. There's accountability, how to play the game right, how to represent in that regard. And, if Adames does that, bring it on. You need that. You got to have it. Edge is everything.
And, Mike, to me, one of the biggest pieces in bringing Willie here is how he's going to help recruit other free agents. And he confirmed to us yesterday that he has been recruiting Corbin Burns. He's doing his part. So what does it mean that Willie, after only being signed with the team for about a week, is already going out and trying to make this roster better?
Well, that's kind of your responsibility. And, that's not anything you really have to push. Because when a guy comes over, he realizes, well, you know what? There's a need for this guy. There's a need for this position. There's a need for an arm in the rotation or in the bullpen. And, if you like I say, it's a small community. And this guy knows a lot of people. And, a couple phone calls here, a couple phone calls there, and all of a sudden you see another guy show up at the doorstep. And that's how you rip. That's what leaders on a team do.
For sure. We'll wrap it up here. We know your voice is getting banged up. Just real quick, Kyle Tucker wound up getting traded to the Cubs. Devin Williams went to the Yankees. Some moves are being made. The Giants haven't made their next move yet. Are you beginning to start to think that there's time for the next move? Because things came early this year, which has been great. But I don't know. Just wondering about your timing, your inner clock on this whole thing.
When's opening day?
100 days from today, actually.
Okay. Well, you got until opening day to make a difference. I think you're going to see something before the New Year's. I think that you could see something soon. And again, this is just my speculation, and I'm not on Buster speed dial right now. But there are a lot of people who are, and I know that they're working. This is not the time that they take off. This is the time they feel that they can make a difference with their club. That much I know, and it's fun. And like you said, things have happened earlier this year, which thank God. Well, I don't want to ever go through what we went through last year again, and hopefully that happens. But there are still people out there, still pieces of the puzzle that are huge pieces that will set this organization up in the future beautifully. And I do think that they're going to pull the trigger on one, maybe two.
Well, just as you say that, I'm on MLB.com, and John Paul Morosi has a quote that's leading MLB.com. Says the Giants are viewed by many as one of the front runners, perhaps the front runner to sign Corbin Burns. So, I mean, we just talked about it. So, Mike, there you go. Just that's the chatter, So that's good, but also could set up Giants fans for disappointment if he doesn't come.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, look, that's the nature of the game. But when you do land one, when you do bring in a Matt Chapman, and when you do bring in a Willie Adames, it makes it easier to get the next one. So, and it softens the blow of disappointment. So we're pretty psyched up right now. This has been a good offseason.
It has been good.
And,
all right.
And it's going to continue.
You can get that Bigelow tea going, and you rest up, and I'll talk to you Thursday with Rod Brooks. And so have a good one, Mike. We'll talk then.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Out of it.
Mike Krukow made it through. What a gamer. Mm-hmm. That's a hard man right there, getting through. And see this Morosi quote on the Giants are perhaps the front runner. Yep. Like, we are setting ourselves up now here, buddy. Mm-hmm. What if this thing doesn't happen?
Or we're setting ourselves up for another Buster Posey signing, Murph.
Or a Buster Posey okey doke where he puts all the smoke on Burns and goes Roki Sasaki backdoor.
I'll take a Roki Sasaki, too.
I know. I don't know what's going to happen there, buddy.
I mean,
Buster's very open about it. He's not hiding that one. He's speaking about his love for Sasaki.
I mean, everybody's in love with this guy, Murph.
Yeah.
I've talked about watching him throw, 17 innings of perfect ball straight in a row. I mean, he throws 100 miles per hour with 2 different splitters. I mean, this guy's phenomenal.
Crazy. All right, Mike is always sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. All right, the big hit is next. That's where you guys chime in. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It's the 49ers. We continue to pick up the pieces from the demise Thursday night, the reaction to Devondre Campbell's suspension, the evaluation of Brock Purdy's future is beginning to ramp up hardcore. We'll get into that. Your thoughts on Purdy. What does he deserve? What does he earn? How much are you watching these next 3 weeks? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Are you guys ready to commit to Purdy? Does the Devondre Campbell thing make you feel differently about the team? 808 KNBR. The big hit is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival. You can get early bird tickets now at aftershockfestival.com, or you can just stay tuned because we're giving these passes away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Tuesday morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? Well, the team at Abundant Life has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for over 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds, and I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, Murph, this is your old buddy, Matt Mayoko at NBC Sports Bay Area. I hate anniversaries so much that I can't even stand to watch them. Murph, listen to this. I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch.
Maddie.
This is a huge moment in life right now. I will wholeheartedly celebrate your 20 years at KNBR. I knew you when you were a sports writer, and you were always the first one out of the press box after a game. And like your fast-paced rhythm of your writing, these 20 years have flown by with you bringing tens of thousands of hours of entertainment to your audience with pop culture references, your quick wit, and an unmatched passion for Bay Area sports. thank you, Murph, for making my weekly appearances so much fun, and a big congratulations to you.
Ah, man, Mayoko. Come on. First of all, boys, you guys are amazing. This is all a crew production here. Marcus Boucher, Tony Farias, John Joe Curley have decided to surprise on our last show together because Marcus has taken the rest of the year off after today. Congrats. Props to you.
Thank you.
I'll be here through Friday with Rod Brooks, and then we'll take the rest of the year off. We'll be back on Thursday, January 2, after the New Year's Day bowl games. So these guys are doing it because I hit 20 last month, but it was a bad day at KNBR.
Yeah.
And these guys said to me, well, guys, they said, Murph, we had this whole thing planned, but we're not going to play it because today's a grim day at KNBR. I said, oh, well, thank you guys for doing that, but I'll look forward to it. And so thank you, Matt Mayoko. That was awesome, including an audio package there of our famous Dodger hatred. Maddie. And that was super, super nice of Matt to say all those nice things. God,
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch.
Maddie, he was so sincere.
And Murph, I do got to say real quick, or actually go through the list of voicemails that you've heard so far this morning.
The great Mark Canizar of the New York Post, my all-time favorite sports photographer, Brad Mangin, Mario Alioto, legendary Giants exec, Russ Stanley, legendary Giants exec, Krukow and Kuiper, which was awesome, and now Matty Mayoko.
I mean, these are all great voicemails, and it's going to lead me to a dark riff, and I got to give a shout-out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. 925 says, Murph, congratulations on the 20 years, but you guys probably shouldn't play the voicemail from Cumulus. Hopefully, Murph's got 20 more years to come.
We need one from the great beyond for the dead man walking, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
We need that one, too.
Dead man walking.
All right, guys. Well, anyway, that was fun, and we'll hear, whatever you guys have cooked up is fantastic and a very touching, very touching. But now, to the matter at hand, the big hit, and it's the 49ers as we kind of pick up the pieces after the Thursday loss. We talked about it Friday. Marcus is at the Army-Navy game. We came in yesterday, did a bunch of hums and bums and stuff. And then, Steve Young and Brent Jones have come on. We've had comments from Matt Mayoko about Brock Purdy's future. We've had talk about Devondre Campbell and his role on the team. And by the way, Dre Greenlaw is going to join us at 8:45, our 49er Player of the Week. And Mike Silver's going to join us at 8:15. Marcus Thompson at 9:30. We talked earlier today about the Schröder trade and played some Dunleavy sound. We'll get back to that. But, dude, Brock Purdy just seems to be the guy that's grabbing everybody's attention right now because, I read you the Mike Sando quote yesterday from The Athletic where a rival executive said Thursday's loss to the Rams was one of the first times that said, I don't know if this guy can make all the throws. I was on Twitter last night before I went to bed. David Lombardi of the SF Standard, who does a really good job, also likes to engage on Twitter. Yes. He is viewed as a Brock Purdy, should we say, defender. Is that the word?
Yeah. Defender, apologist, maybe.
That's a strong word.
It's strong. I'm just throwing it out there. You're better with words than I am,
Apologist would be almost accusatory.
Oh.
Like, Marcus, are you a Raiders apologist?
Isn't it true? Like, you would say Superfan is an apologist.
Oh, God. Well, he's like,
Can't do nothing wrong, dude.
I know. Well, hey, we're up to 13 in Kempom in basketball.
20 years? Murph should have been on air way before, dude.
20 years of low blows and cheap shots at me, dude.
Not just enough baby blue on the airwaves, dude.
Just for being passionate. So, God, you guys could get a call from him.
Oh, dude, we should have tracked down Superfan.
Anyway.
Stay tuned. Maybe there is.
He made the AI, remember I showed you the AI summary of my show, of my career?
Bro. You scared
I asked
the hell
AI,
out of
who's
me
Brian
with that
Murphy from KNBR, and AI summarized it by saying, he hosts a radio show on KNBR filled with Bay Area sports and pop culture references and a cast of characters including the Waterboy, Superfan, Platzi, Rags, and Preschool Dad Peter.
How do they know this?
I came up with that.
How does AI know this?
I showed it to you.
Does AI listen to the show?
I don't know. It was creepy.
This is weird, dude.
It was kind of, but you made it.
Yeah, I made it. Me and Preschool Dad Peter in Superfan.
So you should type in who is Marcus Boucher, the Waterboy.
Dude, I don't want to know. I ask those questions every night before I go to sleep. I don't need AI to tell me also.
What if I asked AI just came up with, simply said, C's get degrees.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Waterboy. Somehow this idiot got on air.
Either that or he once sacked Jock Peterson. Or no, he
had two sacks in the game against Palo Alto.
Struck out Jock Peterson.
That's it. Struck out Jock Peterson.
There it is.
Put some respect on my name.
All right. So anyway, Steve Young on Brock Purdy and where we're at. And I got to tell you guys, and I wrote about him Friday in the Jock blog. I want to make this out because I had people on the text line say, you don't like Brock. I know I like Brock Purdy a lot. I do. He hasn't had a great year. Why is that? Christian McCaffrey's not in the huddle. Okay, let's start there, right? Start there. Brandon Ayuk's out, right? He's trying to. We heard Tim. Remember the Tim Ryan hit we had in Hawaii, where he brought up some pretty heavy stuff. He goes, sometimes I think Brock's having trouble like kind of processing the system. Remember that? Hey, if you can find that, I don't mean to like throw Timmy under the bus here or anything about like his time, but there was a comments from, so we were in Hawaii like November 17, 18, something like that. And he had pretty strong comments about Purdy. It was after the Seahawk game.
Yes.
And he didn't play that well. So anyway, my point is like whether it's him trying to do too much or him scrambling too much or he has a banged up shoulder, he hasn't been fantastic. Like I guess right now there's a long way of saying, where would you put him? Is he a top 10 quarterback in the NFL?
I think he's a borderline top 10 quarterback. Now, I didn't prep this. I don't have it all listed out, but I think he has the ability to maybe be in that second to third tier of quarterbacks.
This is a fun thing to do. People are on their commute. We can go through right now. I'll give you all the teams, and you guys can tell me where he fits in all this stuff here. So let's start in the AFC East, Buffalo. So Josh Allen's ahead of him, right?
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay,
Yep.
is Tua ahead of him?
No, I'd put them in the same tier. I'd probably maybe take Brock Purdy over Tua.
Okay, Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, at this point of his career, you got to go Brock Purdy.
Okay, Drake May.
Drake May, no, I'm going Brock Purdy.
Okay, Russell Wilson.
At this point of his career, give me Brock Purdy.
Okay.
I think Brock Purdy is very similar to Russell Wilson.
Lamar Jackson.
I'm taking Lamar.
Okay, you said Brock Purdy similar to Drake May, you said?
No, similar to Russell Wilson.
To Russell
in my
Wilson.
opinion.
Oh, interesting.
Same
I've
kind
never
of.
heard that comp.
Really, same kind of build,
Russell
same
has
height.
a way better deep ball.
Yeah, had a bigger deep ball, but Russ can get outside the pocket, make a few more
He's also
plays.
a better scrambler, I'd say, Russ.
Yeah, but that's kind of what we saw early on this season from Brock Purdy before that shoulder injury.
Okay, Joe
slowed down a
Burrow.
little bit. Joe Burrow, I'm taking Burrow every day.
So right now we have Allen, Lamar, and Burrow. Deshaun.
No.
Keep him Jameis Winston.
No.
C.J. Stroud.
I would take C.J. Stroud over Brock Purdy.
Okay, I'm writing down. This is Marcus's list. When I stridently disagree with you, I'll let you know. Anthony.
No. AR-15. Too inaccurate.
Richardson, yeah. Okay. Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, that's tough. Brock Purdy's been more successful. Brock Purdy's been the better NFL quarterback. I think Trevor Lawrence might have a higher ceiling, but I'd still go Brock there.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to put him over there on your Tua side. Will Levis.
No, come on. What are we doing?
Patrick.
That's Tony's
Mahomes.
boy. Oh, Mahomes, yeah.
Patrick
You're taking Mahomes over Brock Purdy.
Bo Nix.
I'm not ready to put Bo Nix ahead of Brock Purdy yet. Give me Purdy.
Okay.
He's shown some flashes, but he's not there yet.
Justin Herbert.
I'd take Herbert over Purdy.
Okay, there you go. Desmond Ridder.
No. You can go Aiden O'Connell. You can go Gardner Minshew. I'm not taking any of those guys over Brock Purdy.
Jalen Hurts.
I would probably go Jalen Hurts over Brock Purdy. Hot take, right? Hot take.
That one I'd put more in the Tua Trevor part.
I'd say probably in that tier, but it feels like Jalen can carry an offense more than Brock Purdy. That's just my gut instinct.
I'm gonna put that one in our 50-50 category.
Fair enough.
Jaden Daniels.
I'd take Jaden.
You would?
Yes, I'd take him already.
Okay, you would right now if you had a chance. Okay.
Yeah, I'm building around Jaden Daniels.
Dak Prescott.
No, Dak is whack. I think Brock Purdy's a better quarterback. Should have been ahead of him in the MVP voting last year. Give me Brock over Dak.
Dan Jones, Tom DeVito.
No, and no.
Okay. Jared Goff.
I like Brock Purdy more than Jared Goff, which might be a hot take, especially the numbers that Jared Goff is putting up, but I've never been sold on Jared Goff. I think I would go with Brock Purdy.
Okay, Sam Darnold.
No. Slinging Sam might have the greatest arm talent in 49er history, but no. I'm taking Purdy over Darnold. If the 49ers wanted Sam Darnold so badly, they would have kept him this last offseason.
Maybe they
right?
miscalculated.
Maybe, but I don't think they're circling back to Sam Darnold.
I want to see Darnold in the playoffs.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Fair enough.
Jordan Love.
I'd take Jordan Love over Purdy.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say I'm not.
Really?
I'm not afraid.
Even though they played again against each other in the game and Love threw critical interceptions.
I saw it. Love's got the bigger arm. He can make more throws. I go Jordan Love.
He also throws a lot of. He's prone to a turnover.
This is true. Brock Purdy's turnover ratio is not great this season either.
Around that one. There. Caleb Williams. That's a tough one.
That's tough. I mean, he's so raw.
At this point,
what you're seeing so far, you going Purdy over Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
I think Caleb might have a higher ceiling at the end of the day, but I'm taking Brock right now.
Baker Mayfield, my mid-segment read.
Baker. I think Baker is in that tier with Brock, with Jared Goff, with Dak Prescott. I think you can make the argument for maybe taking Baker Mayfield over Brock Purdy.
You could. Kirk Cousins.
No, I don't like Kirk that much. And I think you're seeing him struggle this year outside of Kevin O'Connell's system. But then again, that's the argument versus Brock Purdy.
They had to call him out again last night. The Falcons won 15-9. They're saying the quarterbacking situation is a problem in Atlanta.
And they got Desmond Ritter just sitting there on the sideline. Give me Brock over Kirk.
Penix ready to go too. Derek Carr.
No, Derek, not at this point in his career, no.
Bryce Young.
No, Bryce Young, he's had some flashes lately, but I'm still taking Brock over Bryce.
Matt Stafford.
Ooh, I would take Matthew Stafford. If I had one game to win between Matthew Stafford and Brock Purdy, I would take Matthew Stafford.
Going forward in the next 5 years, you take Purdy.
You take Purdy because Stafford's at the tail end of his career.
Geno Smith.
No, I'm giving Brock Purdy over Geno.
Kyler Murray.
This is going to ruffle some feathers. I would take Kyler Murray over Brock Purdy.
Okay, so I'm going to
kind of same argument with Jaylen Hurts. I think he does more for the offense.
Jordan Love, Matt Stafford, Kyler Murray. I put parentheses around those three because I'd say those are debatable.
Debatable, definitely debatable.
So the only no-brainer he's not as good as Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, C.J. Stroud, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and we also put Jaden Daniels on the no doubt list.
I throw him in, man.
So
I'm
that's
a fan.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7. Then you would say Love, Stafford, and Kyler. So you would put 8, 9, 10. So you would put Purdy somewhere around the 11-ish range.
Yeah, that's what I think he is. I think he's about a 10 to 12 ranked quarterback in the league.
Right there in the Baker, Tua, Trevor, Jalen. Well, actually, you put Jalen Hurts ahead of him, didn't you?
I believe so, but I think he's the same tier of quarterbacks.
I
think that's also a debatable one.
I'm with you, but I could move him up as high as 8 if on a good day. But here's my problem: is like of late, the last couple games, the Buffalo game, and then this game here. I know he lit up the Bears; it was great, it was awesome. But his performance against the Rams, when you needed him, he wasn't great. Now the counter argument is he hit Deebo Samuel right in the hands.
Yes.
Deebo scores a touchdown. But here's the counter to that. Underthrew George Kittle on a one-on-one down the sideline. Underthrew Ricky Pearsall on what could have been a touchdown. And made one of the worst decisions of the season when he threw that interception into the coverage in the Rams game that they had to win. He had to be at his best at that moment in time, and he was not. Yep. I also go back to that first Rams game when all they needed to do was execute that 4-minute offense or that 30 from their own 30. They only needed to get to the next 30-yard line to kick a field, and they couldn't do it. Now that you say Ronnie Bell dropped a pass, right?
Absolutely,
But we could probably go through every single one of these guys. Patrick Mahomes has had guys drop passes. Joe Burrow's had guys drop passes. C.J. Stroud's had guys drop passes. So let's talk about Steve Young. What does Steve Young have to say about him? Let's go to cut. Looks like AI, no pun intended here, breaking down Brock Purdy. Steve Young, 1213 AI. Let me know, buddy, when you got there. Steve Young. There it is. Here's Steve Young on Brock Purdy.
What he's looking at is the relationship he had. He believed that something was going to happen. It was rational because that's what his superpower is. He's not going to see something and go, oh yeah, I didn't see it right. That's something I don't think Brock will ever have happen. But yet things happen. He has to let it go early, and it's just that's the NFL in so many ways, and that's why it's hard when people say when everything's not working well, what's your game? What is the things that you can do to elevate, to go beyond the X's and O's they always talk about? What's the ability you have to just say, you know what, it's going haywire, and I'm not going to be able to process through everything. What can I do to just create? And today, 2024, and always has been a value, but in 2024, it is the supreme value, the ability to go create. And that's where his game, he's going to have to figure out how to be a bigger creator outside the X's and O's.
Yeah, I would say he's not a tremendous creator beyond the X's and O's.
No.
He's okay, but not consistent.
Well, not as consistently as we saw it last year also, when we were talking about backyard Brock going downfield to Brandon Ayuk. But then to your earlier point, we can talk about Brock Purdy not having Christian McCaffrey, not having Brandon Ayuk, not having George Kittle for a game, not having Trent Williams for a couple games, not having any production from Deebo Samuel. So, of course, the pieces around Brock Purdy are also different this season. But I also see a different system that Brock Purdy's running this year. Like, we've talked about it a million times, the increase in shotgun sets, how Kyle Shanahan kind of has changed his system, has tweaked it a little bit, where he's got away from a lot of the play-action passes, the screen passes, the shots downfield. It seems like they've been asking Brock Purdy to do more this year with limited weapons, and that's why we're seeing some of the step back this year with Brock Purdy.
I wonder just how much comes down to McCaffrey, man. I really do. It's crazy how huge that guy is. Now, arm strength has been an issue. Now, you brought up the shoulder injury. Did he get dinged in which game was it where he got dinged? Seattle game. And here's Steve Young on him not being a flamethrower. Cut AB.
Brock is not a flamethrower, and so then all of a sudden it seems like when there's weather, it takes it's just hard. It's hard to rip a ball in the rain, and but yet you've got to figure out how to do it. And so that can't be a theme. I mean, I refuse, and he needs to refuse for that to be a theme, because in the NFL, that just can't, you can't have that. Well, he's great in the sunshine. Like no, you got to be a mutter, and you got to figure out how to be a mutter. And so, yeah, it seems like there's something there, and he's going to have to, like so many people in their careers, have to keep jumping over the hurdles that show up to figure out how you become a great player.
I don't know how you become a mutter. I mean, does he just go out there all day, just drop balls in buckets and just keep throwing them? I mean, he's got to figure. It's like a mental thing. He's almost like he's going to say he's got to will himself to perform well in the rain.
Well, is it a mental thing, but is it also a physical thing? I mean, Brock Purdy, a la Jared Goff, doesn't have the biggest hands in football. That's why there's people worried about the Lions when they have to play outside in December and they leave that dome out in Detroit. That's who Brock Purdy is. But I also kind of find it hilarious and how people this year are calling out the physical capabilities and maybe the limitations of a Brock Purdy. Like, oh, yeah, he's short. He's got small hands. Doesn't have the biggest arm. I'm like, yeah, we knew all of that last year. And he finished as an MVP finalist. And I guess maybe that's my biggest argument when we talk about Brock Purdy in San Francisco with the 49ers. Because now the conversation has turned into, is Brock Purdy the best quarterback in the NFL? No, we just named you about 7 or 8 who I think are better. So, no, I don't think he deserves the number 1 contract in the NFL. But that's the market. It's going to reset. But at the end of the day, Brock Purdy has been better than any other quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has had in San Francisco. We saw the success they had with Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy didn't have the biggest arm in the world. I think Brock's got a better arm than Jimmy. I think Brock creates more plays than Jimmy. And I'm not just doing this as a segment to trash on Jimmy Garoppolo, but I'm just using it as a fact that Kyle Shanahan has not had a quarterback run this system better in San Francisco. He put up damn near Matt Ryan MVP-type numbers last year, and that's why he finished as an MVP finalist. It's just whether or not Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan can adapt to the rest of the league catching up to the Kyle Shanahan system.
Everything's been off this year, from McCaffrey to Kyle to Purdy to Ayuk's injury, all that stuff. It's hard to... You wanted him to grow. You wanted him to take a step forward, and he didn't truly, totally. Now, all that said, when the dust settles, he's got to be your quarterback going forward. The question is, is it going to be a limiting factor? Is he going to be able to be in the mix every single year for a championship? That's where you have to get. So this was Matt Mayoko on this contract. David Lombardi threw out on Twitter yesterday, your mind will be blown when Purdy signs also the biggest contract in the league that's also team-friendly. That's what he said. So I'm like, all right, well, you're getting into cap stuff that I really don't have brain power or time for. We got Mike Silver coming up in just a minute, but here's Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, and who just left that nice voicemail on the Purdy contract future.
Brock's not going to say, gosh darn it, pay me top dollar or I'm going to, follow Devondre Campbell's lead. Nothing like that. But no, I mean, he should. I mean, the market, every year the market goes up for quarterbacks. Can he ask for a $60 million contract, same number that Dak Prescott made? Yeah, he probably should. Will it end up there? I kind of doubt it, but you never know. I mean, his side has a really good argument. Look at what Dak Prescott's been in the league for how many years? How many playoff games have the Cowboys won with Dak Prescott behind center? 2? Well, how many has Brock Purdy won? 4. And Brock Purdy is 24 years old, be turning 25 shortly. You can also look at it from the stance of Brock Purdy has been grossly underpaid for 2.5 seasons. So he should ask for that.
Well, I would prefer that the guy takes a quote-unquote hometown discount, but it doesn't sound like that's what his agent's going to want to do.
Yeah, that seems like a little bit of wishful thinking, but I will point out that is one thing I give credit to the 49ers front office for. They know how to move money around on the contract. So, yes, at first it's going to look like a huge number for Brock Purdy, but how many times have we been on this show talking about, oh, they just restructured George Kittle's contract. Yeah. Oh, they just restructured Trent Williams. Oh, they just restructured Kyle Juszczyk. They move money around, and who knows with the NFL cap, with it always increasing, who knows if it's even real at this point, Murph.
All right, well, anyway, that's a big hit that's probably going to be repeated a lot in the coming weeks and months about Brock Purdy's future and value. But it's time to talk to Mike Silver about it. He has been adamant saying the Niners will be going forward with Brock Purdy. We'll talk about him. Does he think the window, it's hard for me to acknowledge, is the window truly shut? Is it? We'll ask Mike Silver next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival. You can get early bird tickets now at aftershockfestival.com, or you can also stay tuned because we're giving away 2 weekend passes in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
All right, Tuesday morning with Steve Moskowitz on the line. Tax attorney Steve Moskowitz, our good friend. He wants to talk to us about what to do if you have unfiled or unpaid taxes, Steve.
Call us. You know, this is such a common situation. And, you know, I know it's the holidays now, and Christmas is right around the corner, and people don't like to think about this, but my whole career, and I don't know if it's coincidental, I've seen the IRS and state wipe out bank accounts right before Christmas. You don't want that happening to you. You also don't want to be worrying about your holiday. If you haven't filed a return, it's probably because you didn't have the money to pay it, and that's okay. We want to make a deal for you. Or if you did file the return and you just feel you're so underwater, you're drowning, you just don't know what to do, you're never going to pay these taxes, there's a lot of good solutions. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And how about giving yourself and your family a Christmas gift and getting this tax problem off of your back? This is what we do for a living. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
There he is. That's Steve Moskowitz, our tax attorney. My tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's KNBR's 49ers insider and The Athletic's national columnist Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Mike Silver. It was 20 years ago today. Yeah, everyone wants to hear me sing. Dude, 2 decades. Epic. You were my beat writer. I was your columnist. How did we get here? I think I could beat you in sports other than ping pong, for the record, but always compete. Congratulations, brother.
Oh, man, that's my guy. Guy introduced me to my wife, Mike Silver, the Yenta. I forgot we had that argument that he said he could beat me in every sport other than ping pong. I was like, well, let's go hoop right now. He's like, let's go right now. Anyway, we want to thank him. But before we can thank him, we got to give away 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival, October 2, 3, 4, 5 at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. Lineup coming soon, but get your early bird tickets now at AftershockFestival.com. Call John Joe Curley, caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. Once again, caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR wins 2 weekend passes to Aftershock Festival 2025 in Sacramento. Mikey, that was pretty good. From the Beatles to the existential question, how did we get here, to the revival of the sports feud. Vintage, brother. Thank you.
Well, I think you have it backwards, because this is what happened. We were out in Roseville or Rockland at some outdoor bar, and there was a ping pong table, and we were buzzed, and I was, when you're on in ping pong, you're on, and I was having my way with you, and you got so mad that you slammed the paddle and declared to everyone, this is literally the only sport you could possibly beat me in. And I was like, so it became a little bit of a philosophical discussion after that. So.
That is, I now recall, you are correct. Those are the facts of the story. My brain was playing tricks on me, man. That is a true story. Marcus, what's your reaction, bro?
I mean, I just need to know now, what sports can you beat Mike Silver in?
Probably only hoops and golf. That's it.
I thought I could win hoops pretty confidently. Obviously, I'd have no chance. But my first thought was like, distance running? Like,
no, you get me in that. Swimming?
Can we run a 3,200 right now?
Can we swim?
Swim, you could get coached up better than me.
Yeah. We might have to schedule like a triathlon, Murphy versus Silver.
I'm pretty confident in my old man back down game. I can just back you down like an old man and then fake left and shoot the baby hook right.
It would be a spirited battle. The argument over fouls would be the best part.
It would be
foul every time.
If we filmed it and put it on YouTube, people would laugh their balls off.
I don't think you guys would even play. You would just argue the entire time.
That's very true.
Think we could finish? That's the question. Like, my back hurts just thinking about it right now.
Oh man! All right. Well, there you go. Good stuff, Mikey. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, we just did a big old honking Brock Purdy discussion. You've been public over and over again. You're like, no, he's the guy. He's their guy. He's their guy going forward. I guess my question is, as we go into these last 3 meaningless games, how has Brock Purdy's season been in your eyes, and does that affect his price tag?
Yeah, maybe. It's a really interesting, landscape, because last year he was so good, and we probably took it a little for granted, like, oh, he became the starter. They won 1 million games in a row. He had career-threatening elbow surgery, came right back, and was in the MVP conversation and almost won the Super Bowl. So it's been amazing. So, I think it's hard to find anyone in that locker room where you'd say he's better this year than last year. I mean, maybe you could make a case for a couple people of the holdovers, but, Jordan Mason before he got hurt, right? But, yeah. So, I think these things are delicate, right? First of all, there's the conundrum of that any team that doesn't have a Mahomes, Lamar, Allen type where it's so obvious, right? Like with them, it's like they're so transcendent. It's so obvious. Pay them $1 zillion and you'll have weaknesses and they'll overcome them ideally. And then when you either have someone on a rookie deal or someone who sucks, you're like, oh, duh, we're either going to save money and have a rookie or we're going to find someone else because this guy blows. But anyone in that vast middle, it's always a question, right? Like if we pay that much of our cap, there are going to be other weaknesses, and will that be enough? I think Purdy is at the high end of that discussion, right? Like I feel pretty strongly that it's obvious that you pay him, but there are gradations. Is he going to get absolute top of market? Is he going to get significantly less than top of market? Is it going to be somewhere in between that? And so, yeah, everything kind of matters in those discussions, including like, hey, we had an elimination game, what amounted to an elimination game on national TV, and we scored 6 points and didn't get in the red zone. And that might not all be on Purdy. I'm just saying these are the types of things that will impact each side. If I'm Purdy, I've played not only below market value, but like the lowest market value of any elite quarterback relative to, what he should be getting probably ever if you count the rookie wage scale, which is slanted toward players getting underpaid those first few years. So if I'm Purdy, I want to get paid, and I want to get, paid like the man. I think it's going to happen. The other thing with the 49ers is, you've got such a stellar record of just getting ahead of these things and getting them done. And I know McCaffrey was an aberration, but it's like, if you're looking for a team that is the poster organization for letting contract disputes drag, I guess the Cowboys would be in the conversation. But, with Bosa and obviously Ayuk and Williams and I'm forgetting, Debo, like, they've definitely kind of, been bad at that. And I know it's complicated and all that, but it would behoove everyone to get ahead of this.
And Mike, to me, it really just comes down to timing with Brock Purdy, because I think if he was eligible to receive this contract extension last offseason after being an MVP finalist, people wouldn't be complaining about Brock making $55 to $60 million. But to your point, it's because not just him, the entire offense has stepped back this year. So do you think there's a possibility that they let Brock play out his contract next year, but then roll the dice of maybe paying him if he gets back to that Brock Purdy we saw last year? But then we're talking about maybe Brock Purdy being in the ballpark of making $70 to $75 million.
There's a possibility, but if I were Brock Purdy's agent, I'd be like, yo, don't come to camp, don't come to training camp, just don't do it. I mean, I know, each side would have leverage points, but you've been ripping me off for 3 years because of the wage scale and the way it's slotted. So now that I'm eligible for more money and your attitude is, sorry, you're taking another lousy year, I would be like, cool, enjoy having Brandon Allen or Josh Dobbs or whoever as your guy next year, and that's what I would do.
Mike, you wrote your column Thursday night, Friday morning, saying this is on Kyle Shanahan. Okay, you want to elaborate here on the radio?
Yeah. Kyle knows more than anyone, I think, because he's basically enunciated it to me, that when you win, you get praised, and deservedly, and when you don't win, it falls on you. And, there are reasons why you could say, oh, it's not all on the head coach, but this is a production business, and they have not produced this year. And, it's the coach's job in this case, in this organization. He's very involved with picking the players, setting the culture, and coaching the players and trying to get ahead of potential locker room issues or problems or players being upset. Well, one of their players, one of the people he picked, quit during an elimination game. So that's on the head coach, for better or worse. He is an incredible offensive coach, as detailed in my book, The Why is Everything, which everybody should be getting people for Christmas, by the way, and the holidays. But he's amazing at it. But in an elimination game, they didn't get in the red zone and scored 6 points against a team that I had seen 4 days earlier give up 42 to the Bills. That's on him. I think you could say he had an accomplished defensive coordinator who had a defense at a certain level and, played really well against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Kyle decided to fire him after 1 year and replace him with somebody untested. The defense has been worse this year. There are reasons for that, but that's on the head coach. And I could go on, but doesn't mean Kyle Shanahan's a bad coach. Doesn't mean, they should make a change. It doesn't mean that I don't like him, but let's just be real. Kyle understands that better than anyone. You got to be real with yourself. Look in the mirror and go, I wasn't good enough this year.
Do you think the Devondre Campbell situation is any indication that Kyle Shanahan has lost the locker room?
Well, he lost one guy. I think lost the locker room is wrong, but I would say this. This is a team that prides itself so much on its culture, and deservedly so. And they've got some great players and leaders in there who have managed to hang together and do some epic things. And sometimes, football's hard and you're just not good enough. But, players I talked to said they could kind of see this coming with Campbell. And, look, every team is capable of having a guy who just gets upset and snaps. And it's not the only time it's happened in NFL history. But, yeah, I mean, it's your job to kind of understand those dynamics. And, I made a comment to you guys a while back where some people reacted, bristled a little bit, but you had players who chose to do a dance celebrating a then presidential candidate or president-elect who's one of the most, divisive people on the globe, of his own doing. And the head coach came on your station and said that was cool. I don't know, take my politics out of it, which are, I think, pretty obvious. I don't know if that's the best locker room unity, culture building move to celebrate that. I don't know if I know some other coaches who probably would have tried to not have that be a thing. And I do know some players in that locker room who don't love that. So to me, everything matters, and it's not the only reason football games are won or lost. But if you want to tell me how great your organizational and locker room culture are over a number of years when you're winning, I'm going to look for reasons when you're not winning that maybe it's not as good as you think.
Good answer. As always, it's always great talking to you. The only problem is we're out of time. So you do your thing. You go read you in The Athletic. I'll see you at a ping pong table in Rockland. All right, bro.
I got to brush up on my game.
So do I.
It's been a while.
All right, guys. You're the man, Mikey. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Take care. Mike Silver of The Athletic. Go read him. Okay, cooler content. And then Dre Greenlaw is our player of the week. That's cool. What a story, right? Maybe one of the good stories of the year. Dre Greenlaw, player of the week at 8:45 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher live with Prize Picks for the last time this calendar year to maybe win you some money for the holiday season. Because on Prize Picks, it's the best place to win and the best place to play daily fantasy sports, as it is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. And right now, you can make your holidays bigger and brighter with Prize Picks, the best place to get real money action while watching your favorite sports. You can now win up to 1,000 times your money on Prize Picks. So join now, because this holiday season, Prize Picks is giving away 2 free picks in December, and they're giving away $30+ million in rewards during Pixmas. And on Christmas Day, you can get the Joker to score more than 1 point. That's easy money right there. So join me on Prize Picks and download the app using the code word LEADER, and you will get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, happy cooler of content, everybody. It's going to be kind of quick because we do have Dre Greenlaw at 8:45. So we want to make sure to get on time for him. It's been it's Marcus's last day of the year. He's back on Thursday, January 2nd. So props to you for using your vacation wisely. I took that big 2-weeker this summer, so I got to work the rest of the week.
No, and to be honest, I feel guilty. This is my first time in nearly 5 years working with Murph that I'm going to be off for the holiday season before Murph.
I think you deserve props, dude. I'm admiring of you. And
I'm
by
almost
the way,
like scared, like my dad's going to get mad at me for like ditching like the holiday party or something.
your dad's got that good work ethic. And enjoy the Michter's bourbon in the eggnog.
I mean,
and thank you for my Pliny.
It's a celebration. We got
And
bourbon, we got
thanks
beers.
to young Tony for the practical power bank gift. I'm holding it up on YouTube and Twitch.
We got battery packs, we got
Which has
Bob's
been
Donuts, we got everything.
Received well at the household, Candace. So now, young Tony, you want to hop on here and tell us it's cooler content game plan here?
Let's do it. So we have a few voicemails left. A lot of friends of yours, Murph. First, we want to start with another friend of yours,
Now, this
Dave.
is just to set it all up here. This is I hit my 20-year anniversary on one of the worst days in KNBR history. And you guys told me, as everybody was like walking around funereal, you're like, this is bad news, but we had arranged a bunch of voicemails for you. It was really nice of you guys to do. Worst timing ever. So we delayed it till the final show of the year. That's the backstory.
Exactly.
Okay.
We did some work to get some voicemails from some of the friends of the programs and luminaries of the morning show.
So far we've heard Mark Cannizzaro, my longtime buddy from the New York Post, Brad Manzin, my favorite sports photographer in the world, Mario Alioto and Russ Stanley, Giants executives, Krukow, Matt Mayoko, Matt and Mike Silver. So what else, Scott?
Oh, well, we started off this morning before Mike Krukow with a couple of Giants broadcasters, Krukow. So why not throw another one at you? This right here is a message from Dave Fleming.
Murph, it's Dave Fleming. Happy anniversary. 20 years. Just think, 20 years ago. Giants hadn't won a single World Series. The Warriors were a laughingstock. SC had a good football team. A lot's changed in 20 years, but here you are going strong. Congratulations, and I hope you have many, many more. Have a great day.
That's very nice. I love that perspective, too. It's true. I mean, if you think about it, I started in fall of 04. The Giants got bad in 05, really bad in 06, 07, 08. Dude, my first, Warriors, they had the We Believe Warriors. All right, the Niners were terrible. Bro, my first 4 or 5 years here, dude, the We Believe Warriors were literally the only good thing.
And your first 4 to 5 years was around the same first 4 to 5 years of Dave Fleming, correct?
Correct. We started about the same time.
Yeah, right around 2003, 2004.
I need to leave.
Yeah, congrats to you too, Fleming.
I know. And he's, by the way, blown up.
Oh, bro, he's a pro.
By the way, all these people saying more to come. I'm like, really?
What more can he do?
I don't think so.
You heard he does golf and basketball and football and baseball?
I mean, people adding years to me. 20 more. I'm like, 20 more?
Oh, that part.
20 more days?
Yeah, I don't know about that. 20 more minutes?
All right.
We'll try to make it to the 9 a.m. hour.
What else is to
Well, Murph, if we're going to go with the Giants broadcast team, we can't just do the guys on air. We got to go behind the scenes. So this is a message from the one and only Darren Chan.
Hey, what's up, Murph? It's your boy, DC, here with Giants Radio. Wanted to congratulate you on 20 outstanding years at KNBR. You know, you have more service time than Dave Glass, Peter B. Collins, Jan Wall, Gene Washington, and Steve McPartlin combined. Unbelievable. I even looked it up at KNBRreference.com. In fact, if there was a KNBR Immaculate Grid, you'd be the cross answer to Santa Rosa Press Democrat staffer and guy who asked Astros owner Jim Crane what he thought about the Houston Astros shirt. So as a team near and dear to your heart, you know, the 84 Giants, as they would say, hang in there, Murph. Let's get another 20 in and overtake Frank and Mike for the longevity record. Come on, Giants.
I hate to say this, but we might have a winner. We might have a winner right
I mean, the riffs from DC piping in the music himself at the end of that voicemail.
So you need to know, young Tony, in 1984, the Giants were so bad, their marketing slogan was literally, hang in there.
Mm-hmm.
That was their frickin' slogan, dude. Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
I know. Now I need DC to make a remake. Come on, Murphy. Yeah, hang in there.
By the way, so I need to hear that again. The names he listed from McPartlin, David Glass, Jan Wall.
That's going deep.
Dude, okay, here we go.
You know, you have more service time than Dave Glass, Peter B. Collins, Jan Wall, Gene Washington, and Steve McPartlin combined.
That's an incredible fact. Who? Those are the guys those are all people who worked at KNBR in like the 80s and 90s.
This is great.
That was the immaculate grid.
That's some deep
Santa
knowledge.
Rosa Democrat guy who asked Jim Crane.
So when I had to tell the boys about the Jim Crane story the other day, they had no idea.
I think Holler's concerned. I'm going to ask Dre Greenlaw about the Houston Astros.
Yeah, careful, Murph, careful. But it's about that time for Dre Greenlaw. So we should duck out and play some more voicemails later on in the show.
That's really fun, man. Thank you, Dave Fleming and Darren Chan, for those. Those are great. Okay, guys. Dre Greenlaw, our player of the week. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, Amichis. I'll tell you what, 20 years of Amichis will take that. If I can eat pizza for 20 years, especially the fact that Amichis continues to reinvent themselves, and while we're doing thin crust East Coast style for a couple decades, or 3 decades, or 35 years, they've added new pizza, Detroit style pizza. This stuff is really, really good. They've tasted and developed it and tested it for over a year, and now taking them out of the oven, rectangular pizza cut into square slices, thicker crust, light and airy in the middle. Best part is the outside of the dough is coated with a layer of provolone and Parmesan cheese that caramelizes against the high-sided pans during the cooking. I tell you, this read, the read they wrote, the copy they wrote for this thing, it gets you salivating because the crispy, cheesy edge all around the pizza is true, and I've seen it, I've experienced it, I've tasted it. It's awesome. I really, really recommend the Detroit-style pizzas from Amichi's, all right? As always, available for dine-in, takeout, and delivery. Check it out. I recommend the Pier 39 for a sit-down dinner, too, or a sit-down lunch. Get it and order the Detroit-style pizzas. Do your taste buds a favor. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. Not his own three. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
With the 148th pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Dre Greenlaw, linebacker from Arkansas.
2nd down 7. Puka goes in motion. Handoff to Kyron Williams off the right side. Ankle tackle by Dre Greenlaw again. The law is back in the 49er defense.
A little law and order right into the B gap for Dre Greenlaw.
All right, there you go. A little package to welcome our 49er Player of the Week. I don't know who the young lady was who introduced his draft pick, but that's a little blast from the past. 5.5 years ago. He was drafted out of Arkansas. And I remember when he was drafted, there was a story about an act of chivalry he committed in Arkansas. He took care of a damsel in distress, and already they were talking about his character even in the mini camps of spring of 2019, that he was a guy who people around Arkansas thought very highly of him as a person. And it was like, okay, all right, let's see what this guy can do. And then kaboom, you could see what he could do, man. Mm-hmm. And then obviously we go back to February and the horrible, as somebody pointed out, Patrick Mahomes himself is the one who on the other sideline says, wait, Greenlaw's down. Mm-hmm. And he notices that's going to change everything.
And then immediately he started looking for Travis Kelce over the middle. Yeah. Look at Kelce's numbers in the second half post Dre Greenlaw injury versus what he did in the first half of that game.
Or Travis Kelce after almost assaulting Andy Reid on the sideline. Remember that?
Yeah, that is true.
Kind of ducked that out.
That is true. That's something that Travis Kelce and Dre Greenlaw kind of have in common. They'll push somebody around on the sideline.
That's true.
Shout out to Big Dom out in Philly.
About Big Dom.
And even earlier this year against Arizona, I think he shoved somebody on the sideline.
We'll have to ask him about pushing that edge too, and then obviously the arduous road back. He was supposed to call in any minute now, so stay tuned here on the UMA guest line. But he'll always push that edge, but also the edge of recovery. The fact that he came back in less than a year, and my big thing was but how's he going to be? I mean, you can't come back from Achilles. What are you kidding me? Guy was shot out of a cannon. He's playing fantastic, and then obviously when he felt some tightness. And that's scary after all that. And he sat for the second half. You saw the difference. I mean, it's not like the Rams lit up the Niners, but certainly you could argue that their drive at 9-6 when they drove it down and made it 12-6 at the end of the game, you could argue that Greenlaw could have changed that drive.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising to me that Matthew Stafford, with the lack of success that he had against the 49ers offense, their defense, had his most success when Dre Greenlaw was off the field. And we've been talking about this issue all season long. As great as Fred Warner played in the first half of the season before busting open that ankle against the Patriots, Dre Greenlaw makes an immediate impact on this defense. And you can see it on Thursday night, and you can feel it. I mean, these guys talk about the personality, the energy. I know it's a comp that I've made a few times before over the years, but he truly is, to me, the Draymond Green of this 49er team. Kind of the heart and soul of that defense. And a guy that's going to be a habitual line stepper and push everything to the edge, maybe push around a few bodies on the sideline or even on the field. But that's the kind of guy you want on your team. It's the same thing with Draymond Green. You hate to play against him. He's a pest, but you want him on your team because of that edge that he sets.
He is an unrestricted free agent. Yeah. That's the one thing that's a little scary, the idea of these guys without him next year. So maybe we can ask him about that. I wonder if he'll even play this Sunday against Miami. I mean, it's only Tuesday, so we got a ways to go, and we'll see how his knee reacts. By the way, somebody on Twitter laid out the Niners scenario to get in.
Oh, there's still a chance?
It was almost like zero. You know, Immaculate Grid, shout out Darren Chen, when you get like a really good one, it's like .002, you're like, that's one of the best ones I've ever got. That's the Niners' chances. So it's like the Commanders have to lose out. Like Arizona's got to lose to Carolina, all these things. But it started with the Commanders need to lose out. I was like, what? I mean, at this point, I don't know. I mean, are the Niners jockeying for a draft pick at this point?
I mean, first of all, where's the kid Greg Silver so I can copy his homework again so I can figure out how the 49ers would have a map to the playoffs? But I got a spoiler alert. They're not making the playoffs this year. And to your point, I guess that's kind of the question we brought up a couple weeks ago after Geno Smith said night-night. Should the 49ers wave the white flag and mail it in for the rest of the season? Well, we saw that with one player on Thursday night, but these guys are professionals. These are guys that are playing for contracts this offseason. These are guys who are playing for their future, so I don't think there's going to be any letting their foot off the gas here.
Well, it looks like a connection has been made on the UMA guest line with our 49er Player of the Week, Dre Greenlaw, number 57. He is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. It's also sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Did I jump the gun? I jumped the gun. He's not available just yet. Young Tony, you want to help out here, bud? You got a little insight back behind the glass.
Yeah, we're going to punt and do 9:15 with Dre Greenlaw.
All right.
Okay, all right. So, Young Tone, why don't you come on right now and live produce how you'd want us to handle the clock from here on out?
Let's do a 20-minute segment on the Niners.
Okay, all right. So we got a full 20 minutes to go. Let's go. Saddle up, everybody. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Let's ask the question, is the window closed? I didn't get a chance to ask Mike Silver that because we got derailed on a couple other things about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I'm playing
and about
ping pong.
Devondre Campbell and all that. But, I mean, there is a perception around the nation that the window is closed. I would say that if you did a survey of like NFL fans or pundits or whatever, social media, I would say the easy answer is yes.
Survey says
it's over. That's what they would say. So I'm asking you, I'm asking me, I'm asking young Tony, is the window closed? My relentless sort of like there's two parts to my 49er fan brain. Like, I can be as cynical as anybody. I can get as upset as anybody. I wrote a fairly harsh column about Jack blog about Brock Purdy not getting it done when he had to this year against the Rams. When all he had to get was a field goal to ice the game, he couldn't do it. Against the Rams on Thursday night, he made the worst decision of the season throwing into that. So that's part of my brain that skews negative on the Niners. The part of my brain that skews positive on the Niners is they got Christian McCaffrey, they got Kyle Shanahan, and with a full reset going into next year, they'll come back a different team, a hungrier team, a charged team. But am I overlooking obvious flaws on this team that make them not a contender and that the window is closed? And I'm going to get into that part of my brain. What are the obvious flaws on this team? Maybe a not a dominant defensive line. That's number one. You know, we can talk O-line, but did you see the stat yesterday, dude? Colton McKivitz has only given up 1 sack this year.
Is that true?
Is that incredible?
Wow.
Is that incredible?
That's really incredible for him.
I mean, the perception, though, is that it wasn't an awesome year for the offensive line, and Brock was under duress for some of the year. I mean, we can parse the statistics any way you want. He's not like the most sacked guy in the NFL.
No, absolutely not. But also a big reason why he was using his legs so often this year was because of the pressure. And maybe if Brock Purdy didn't have that ability, maybe Colton McKivitz would have more sacks allowed this season. Like if it was a quarterback like Jimmy G being a statue in the pocket, maybe he goes down more often. And I think that's probably one of the biggest issues moving forward is not just Colton McKivitz on the outside, whether or not Jalen Moore can fill in post Trent Williams because who knows how much longer he's going to play, but also up the middle. I know Dominic Pooney has been a success this year, but there's been back and forth between Banks, and then you look at a guy like Jake Brendel, where I think is maybe the biggest weak link on the line right now, and we talk about Brock Purdy being a smaller quarterback and getting pressure up the middle straight in his face. You can't let that happen when you have a quarterback built like Brock Purdy and a center as bad as Jake Brendel.
Just getting back to the bigger picture then, so where are you on the window?
I don't think it's close. I think this season it's close. Like I said, they're not making the playoffs. They're not a Super Bowl team this year. But when you look at this roster, when you talk about the two guys that talked to the team a couple weeks ago, Diomede Lenoir and Brock Purdy, both 25 years old. You look at a Nick Bosa, 26, going on 27. George Kittle is considered old at 31 years old. He's arguably playing the best football of his career. Hopefully Christian McCaffrey can come back. I know he's in his late 20s, but Fred Warner, late 20s. Dre Greenlaw is a guy that I want to sign for the future. You can maybe bring in Talanoa Hufanga, depending on how big his contract's going to be. But think about the list of names I just gave you of Pro Bowl / All-Pro players that are the nucleus of the team. Is Brandon Ayuk going to come back at still 24, 25 years old? I don't know what's going to happen with Deebo Samuel. I don't think he's part of the big picture future. Ricky Pearsall is a guy I'm paying attention to a lot over these last 3 games to see if he shows any signs of maybe stepping up to be a number 1 or even number 2 wide receiver last year. Jawan Jennings has been a great story. It seems like I'm going through a pretty long list of names that are going to be here for the next 3-4 years as the nucleus of this group, and that's why I don't think the Super Bowl window is completely closed.
But it is, you do agree with me that nationally you think that's the perception.
Nationally, that's the perception.
Yeah.
But, I mean, nationally, I heard that the Warriors dynasty was dead about 4 or 5 different times, and they came back in 2022 and won it all.
You know what was interesting yesterday? Nick Bosa, and I don't know if we have these comments. I didn't clear this because we were anticipating interviewing Dre Greenlaw here, but we are pivoting live. So, young Tony, you can tell me if we have these Nick Bosa comments. He went out of his way to defend Nick Sorensen yesterday, which is very interesting. Considering last year, he was kind of on record as anti-Steve Wilkes. Now, Mike Silver has brought up on more than one occasion he thinks that Wilkes was scapegoated last year and that Wilkes was maybe better than people give him credit for. You know, debatable. We can talk about that last drive against the Chiefs, et cetera. But Nick Sorensen's a guy, it's been easy to pick on him this year because the defense has not been awesome. But Nick Bosa, for whatever reason, went out of his way yesterday to defend Nick Sorensen, and he said that he thinks the defensive line is young and improving. He thinks that the defense has gotten better as the season has gone on. I mean, if you look at it, the Rams game was a pretty good performance. I mean, the Bills game, I don't know what you want to say about the Bills game or the Packers game, right? You want to say about those. But anyway,
with Nick Bosa on the field.
He went out of his way to say that. Now, I don't know why his strategy was. I mean, maybe he's just being honest. He likes the guy and he wants him there. But it was interesting of note, like because when we're talking about next year, one of the things is, do you fire yet another D coordinator?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the question, Murph. And to answer your first one, why Nick Bosa is going out there and supporting his guy, well, first of all, it's his coach, and I don't think he wants to throw him underneath the bus. But also, like, the relationship with Nick Sorensen. Sorensen has been somebody that's been in-house over the last couple seasons. Sorensen has worked with Saleh and D'Amico Ryans and has been a part of this defense and a part of this organization. Last year, Steve Wilks was a hired gun, came in for 1 year, and the 49ers defense was good enough to take the Kansas City Chiefs to overtime of the Super Bowl. And I believe they actually led the NFL in interceptions last year. And I think a big reason why Diamond Lenore took that step up last year was in some credit to a guy like Steve Wilks. So I do see him as kind of a scapegoat, or maybe just not the correct fit for the defense that Kyle Shanahan was looking for, because we know he wants to go back to that Seattle style of defense, but that's not what Steve Wilks was. But going back to Nick Sorensen is that mold of a D'Amico Ryans, is the mold of a Robert Saleh. But we also know that Nick Sorensen was not the first option. Whether we're talking about Ulbrich from the Jets, whether they're talking about bringing back Robert Saleh, whether they made a call to Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick this offseason, Nick Sorensen was not the number one guy they wanted to run this defense. And we've seen him struggle this year as they hired a guy who's never called plays at the NFL level in the middle of the Super Bowl window.
By the way, as you bring it up, what's Brandon Staley's effect been on this team this year?
Losing games in the fourth quarter?
Brandon Staley joined the team. They're 6-8.
Yeah, and look at the LA Chargers, by the way, who had Brandon Staley, lost all those games in the fourth quarter. Harbaugh comes in, and all of a sudden they're a borderline playoff team.
There's a ton of texts reacting on this on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line, and 808 KNBR is the phone number. And just to give you guys the schedule, as you say good morning to everybody, on Marcus's last morning of the year before he comes back Thursday, January 2. And thanks to everybody for all the voicemails, too, today. It's been fun with Darren Chan, Dave Fleming, Mike Silver, Matt Mayoko, you name it, calling in about the 20 years. But a lot of people are checking in on this, is the window closed here? Like, for example, 707 says, forever faithful Niner here. I don't lose hope until we're 100% out. I'm not giving up yet. So that's somebody who actually believes in this year's team, okay?
Damn.
510 says, Nick Bosa, I don't care what you say about Sorensen. It's a results-based league. That is very, very true. 408 makes a political comment I'm going to stay away from. 623 says, if the Niners can stack their O-line like Kansas City did a couple years ago, the window's not closed at all. If you keep Brock protected, all will be well. 408 says, hopefully no Niners on the cover of Madden next season.
Yeah.
925 says, the window might be open, but it was also open on the Titanic. Was it open on the Titanic? Were there windows open?
Oh, it must have been pretty cold. I keep that window closed.
That North Atlantic winter air. 831 says, if Brock's the guy we saw last year, the window's open. If he's the guy we see this year, the window is closed for sure. 732 says, the window's not closed, but there's a crack. It needs repairs. 408 says, but Murph, is CMC a definite for next year? That's the question. Do you think, we don't know, but can you wave a wand and make Christian McCaffrey a guaranteed thing for next year?
I mean, there are no guarantees in life. Murph, Kyle Shanahan even told us that he doesn't know who's going to be on the roster, who's going to be alive this Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
But I will guarantee you one thing. I won't bet against Christian McCaffrey, because we've seen Christian McCaffrey deal with injuries before. Going back to his time in Carolina, and he was slapped with the label injury prone. And then he gets traded for, a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth-round pick, and ESPN has the cojones to say it was a bad trade for the 49ers, and they graded it a C. Then Christian McCaffrey stepped into this offense and arguably was the best player in football last year. And I know it's scary to think about the bilateral Achilles tendonitis, but he looked pretty damn good in that game against Buffalo before going down with that PCL injury. Yeah. Again, it does seem like the injuries are piling up, but I'm not betting against Christian McCaffrey because I've seen him bounce back before.
650 South San Francisco Kurt says, the Eagles were written off last year. Was their window closed? LOL. Were they written off last year? I'm not sure about that. Let's go out to the phones. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Chris in San Jose starts us off. We're asking this question. By the way, Dre Greenlaw joins us at 9:15. But is the window closed? It seems like the nation thinks it is. Chris, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Chris?
Good morning, gentlemen. Murph, happy anniversary.
Hey, appreciate that, Chris, man. We're here for today. Mm-hmm. Well, I can't guarantee anything else, all right?
I concur, especially this. I think the championship window for the 49ers is closed. I think the playoff window is open. And I think the injuries have now piled up. I think really the injuries to McCaffrey are critical. The injuries on the defense and the scheme on the defense, I think, is critical. There is a lot of tape on both the Niner D, and the Niner O. And I just think, I think when you compound all those issues, I just don't think that this team, as it stands right now, they need to reinvent themselves in a lot of different ways. The receiving core needs to be reinvented. I don't trust any of that. And, depending on how McCaffrey comes back from this injury, I mean, George Kittle is the best player on this team. And he needs to remain the best player on this team. I think Shanahan needs to be able to scheme him up and reinvent the offense a little bit to have George Kittle in mind. But, to me, there's just a lot of tape. The book is out. Everybody knows how to scheme. The defense, all these opposing defenses have been watching a lot of tape. The injuries, this was a great run. I enjoy watching the Niners play. I'm not a Niner fan, but just from what I'm seeing, and Steve Young was talking about championship grit. I think, this team lacks a little bit of that. I still think they can make somewhat of a run in the playoffs, but I don't see this team getting to an NFC championship game, and I definitely don't see this team going back to the Super Bowl.
All right, Chris, so there you go. You're saying it is closing. That's what most people think. I think most people feel like that the NFC power structure right now resides, obviously, with the Detroit and the Eagles right now getting Saquon Barkley, and then even going down the next level, the Vikings and the Packers and even the Commanders on the rise right now. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's any NFC West team right now poised to take over the NFL. Like the Seahawks right now and the Rams, got to give them great credit. But I'm going to go ahead and say that I would be, obviously so much depends on McCaffrey. But again, I told you guys the two parts of my Niner brain. There's part of me that could be negative and cynical against him. And the other part of me that says, man, and I know Kyle Shanahan's had a bad year, but Steve Young's talked about reinventing him. As long as you have Shanahan and McCaffrey, you probably have a chance, as long as you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Yeah, and Murph, real quick, just to hop in, as much as I love Christian McCaffrey, the 49ers don't need Christian McCaffrey to be successful. Jordan Mason was leading the NFL in rushing yards this year before Christian McCaffrey came back. We've seen him have success with Elijah Mitchell. We've seen him have success with insert running back here. Kyle Shanahan has used this Shanahan rushing system to have success at the NFL level. To me, I've had a bigger issue with Kyle almost reinventing himself this year after the Super Bowl loss to the Kansas City Chiefs, where they got locked up in man coverage. And Kyle came into this year thinking, I got to make Brock Purdy a shotgun quarterback. I'm going to change up some of my play designs, get away from the play action, get away from the screens, which has been Kyle's bread and butter since going back to the first day he got here in 2017. The 49ers have been number one in the NFL in yards after catch every single season. This year, they're 32nd, dead last in the NFL. Somebody make it make sense.
Yeah.
Is it Kyle's play calling? Is it the drop-off of Debo's play? I think there's a little bit of both, but I think a lot of people are putting all the blame on this year's struggles offensively for the 49ers on Brock Purdy, when I think there's a bigger issue with the personnel, the injuries, and the play calling.
Well, it's funny. Advanced analytics show that the Niners actually, I've mentioned this a couple, they're having like a bad BBIP year, like batting average with balls in play. Like actually the analytics show that they're on the top half of the NFL in terms of how efficient they've been. The red zone has been atrocious.
That's the thing.
And the 3 blown leads to NFC West teams. Bro, I've said this a million times. I'll keep saying I'll never get over Geno Smith trotting into the end zone. I will never get over that. What? The blank was that? That whole drive. There's like, okay, they got this game. It's a bad game. You're going to win. You're going to advance. The Seahawks have to score a touchdown. They're not going to score a touchdown. Next thing I know, Geno's he was like jogging the last 10 too. He was like trotting into the end zone. I was like, what is going on here? So, I mean, they had a terrible fourth quarter stuff. Now, that's Kyle. That's Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley. They could not close games. They really got blown out twice, the Packers and the Bills. And one was Brandon Allen and one was in the snow. So you almost want to write those off. The other games were all winnable.
Well, even with the blowout, Murph, and even with the lack of offensive performance last week, we're still talking about a 49ers offense that's top 10 in the league yards per game. An offense that's top 10 in the NFL in rushing yards per game. The problem lies in the RBI. The problem lies in the red zone, where it's been an issue all year long. They have the 23rd ranked red zone offense in the league. And then to your point, where the blame comes down on Nick Sorensen and not being able to slow down Geno Smith in the fourth quarter, the 49ers red zone defense is ranked 30th in the NFL.
Yeah, man.
That's been the issue. They've actually been a pretty good overall statistic offense and defense, But when it comes down to money counting time in the end zone, that's where they're losing the matchups. That's where they're losing the battles. And that's why they have a losing record.
Okay, tons of reaction on Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line. This is obviously a hot topic. 831 says, all this rest for McCaffrey will work. Don't forget a last place schedule with a healthy roster. Okay? I mean, guys, it's one of the things we haven't talked about that. The last place schedule is low-key kind of a factor.
Yeah.
I mean, again, now in the NFL, teams change. Like Washington, you would have thought playing Washington was easy this year, or playing Minnesota was easy this year. And teams will rise up, but still, you'd rather play the last place schedule.
Yeah, no
and
doubt.
That's something they're going to get,
And
too.
hopefully the 49ers don't get a schedule this year where they play like 3 or 4 teams come off a bye.
Exactly.
What was
right?
up with that this year, too?
650 says CMC will never be the same, but I don't know about that. He's still in his 20s. 707 says the Niners need an offensive line from Navy, right, Waterboy?
Oh, dude, Navy's offensive line. How about the Detroit Lions offensive line? Yeah, just invest in your offensive line. I don't know why that's so crazy of a concept.
Yeah, 650 says the regular season Chiefs game, that was another one that they got blown out. I'm sorry. That broke their spirit. 408 says, will Bob Saleh come back next year to run the defense?
Yo, Bobby.
Squeeze in 1 or 2 more calls before we get out of here. Dwayne in Stockton. We got Dre Greenlaw coming up at 9:15. Dwayne, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Long time no talk, man. This season's been weird, man. It could be the weirdest season, the weirdest Hard Knocks I've ever seen. You take 2 plays back, the Jordan Mason fumble and the drop. The kid, Ronnie Bell, the Ronnie Bell drop. And you guys are 8-6 right now through all of this. So that's just hard to take, real frustrating, right? But I'm going to say, you make a mistake and you go get Stanley and you couple him with Shanahan when both of those guys have problems in the fourth quarter. What do you think you're going to get, bro? 2 + 2 is always going to equal 4, bro. I'm not sure why you went and did that. And I'll tell you this, man, the window's not only closed, but if you sign Purdy and you pay him all that money, it's going to stay closed. And you guys are going to go ahead and go 6-11 or 7-10 next year again with Purdy at quarterback. And then how's that going to look, bro? You got to make a business decision. You got to stand on business right now, not personal. Hey, you guys have a great day, fellas.
Dwayne, thanks for the call. Dwayne says you pay Purdy, you're painting the window shut. You ever have those apartments where the window's been painted shut? You can't get it open?
Oh, that's a bad look.
That's the Purdy paint.
That's bad. Dwayne was out here throwing a lot of you guys.
I know,
You
yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
I wanted to clap back and ask him, who's his quarterback?
Is he one of
Who's
you?
his team?
Is he one of you?
Is he silver and black?
He might be.
Is he navy blue and silver? Is he a Cowboys fan? Like, everybody always complains, like, oh, you can't pay Brock Purdy. Who the hell are you going to pay then? You think quarterbacks grow on trees?
Yeah.
Like, we went through the list. Like, I think Brock Purdy is somewhere ranked between 8th and 12th in the NFL. That means there's 20 teams that would pay for Brock Purdy. And if the 49ers aren't going to do it, somebody else will.
408 says Purdy is limited just like Tua in Miami. They're both system QBs that lack physical attributes that keep them from making plays and transcending the scheme. That's what Steve Young said. You have to be able to create outside of that. And so, I mean, Brock, listen, we've seen it. There's times the height haunts you. There's times the lack of arm strength haunts you. But as you said, anyone growing on tree, everybody seems to think you can go get Sam Darnold for $30 million.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
What if Sammy wants $50 million?
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's right. He's going to the playoffs right now. He might do that. All right. Well, we did it. We asked, is the window closed? And as I said earlier on another question, probably not the last time we're going to ask that question in the next few months. Let's do this. Let's talk to Dre Greenlaw, our player of the week, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dante Whitner joins Papa and Silver at 12:30 this afternoon. You can hear that interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com. It is also that time.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
All right, so you heard the guys talking about it. Where do you rank Brock Purdy among all quarterbacks in the NFL? Is he a top 10 QB, 11 through 15, or 16 through 20? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. Line is on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
With the 148th pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Dre Greenlaw, linebacker from Arkansas.
2nd down 7. Puka goes in motion. Handoff to Kyron Williams off the right side. Ankle tackle by Dre Greenlaw again. The law is back in the 49er defense.
A little law and order right into the B gap for Dre Greenlaw.
Well, there it is. That's some Dre Greenlaw highlights. Great to have him back on the field, and great to have him as our 49er Player of the Week, which is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Our 49er Player of the Week also sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On the UMA guest line. So, Dre, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus, we do the morning show here on the flagship. We just want to say right out of the gate, man, congratulations on an incredible road from February to December and getting back on that football field, Dre. Thank you. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Dre.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank y'all for having me.
Yeah, man. I mean, let's just go there Thursday night. I know fans want to talk about it right now. Just now that here it is, it's Tuesday. It's been, 4 or 5 days, something like that. Can you take us back to Thursday night, getting ready for that game in that locker room, putting on the pads? What was going through your head and your heart?
Yeah, just been through a lot the past, 9-10 months. So, honestly, just going out there and having fun, playing for my teammates, just letting it all on the line, man. It's been a long time since I played football, so I was excited and happy to suit up.
They say like people in life, when you miss something, like you quote unquote, what perspective, you get perspective, right? So was there something about football that you missed the most? Like, I don't know, something about being in that stadium, the grass, your teammate. Like, what did you like cherish the most?
Yeah, I mean, just every offseason, me and Fred, we train together. We put in a lot of work. So, this season was just a little different. We didn't have the opportunity to do that, and then just coming off the, Super Bowl loss and everything we had put into that year, we felt like we couldn't finish it. So, for me, it was just going out there and getting a chance to, do something that, was taken away from me and, that I felt like I never took for granted, but at the same time, sometimes things just happen and, I was just thankful and blessed for the moment.
Yeah, Dre, it feels like we've been talking about your return every single week since that Super Bowl loss, and it just shows how much 49er fans are invested in your career and your future. So what did it feel like to be the last guy out of the tunnel at Levi Stadium on Thursday night and hear that roar from the crowd in your return?
I mean, it definitely was like a dream come true, just very special moment. I didn't expect that type of roar or yell or anything. I didn't expect anything, but, I know the moment was just big for me just to be able to do that. So when I heard that roar and the cheer, just gave me goosebumps.
You talk about Fred Warner and he talked about you and it's what a relationship. I mean, can you just take us back? You got drafted in 2019, like when you guys became friends, how close you guys are off the field, what you guys mean to each other.
I mean, it's just, just slowly built up through time. I think he's been here 7 years and I've been here 6. And, Fred, when I first came in, Fred was just always, immediately that guy, the starter, the Mike linebacker, that kind of got everything set for us. So for me, it was just about going about and watching the way he conducts himself, the way he practiced, the way he, take notes, everything. And just slowly started, watching him. And, when it's my time to come play, I felt like we just, had built that connection of just want to try to be, great and, we knowing what it takes to be great and just, having that trust in each other. And it just starts from there.
We had Patrick Willis on our show earlier this year, and he talked about some of the similarities between you and Fred, between what he saw on the field between him and Navarro Bowman. So what does that mean to you to not only be considered one of the best duos in the NFL right now, but one of the best linebacker duos in 49er franchise history?
It's definitely, it's not something that I just kind of wrap my head around. Just, we're trying to be the best that we can be. We know how great of a duo they were, so we're not trying to compare ourselves to them by any means, man. We just happen to be in a moment, man, of enjoying the moment, enjoying playing next to each other, and thankful for the similarities and the people that can see the connection and the trust that we do got in each other.
Dre Greenlaw, the voice you hear, our 49er Player of the Week on the UMA guest line, came all the way back from the February injury in the Super Bowl to getting on that field. And then we got to talk about the bummer part, Dre, the team losing the game and you having to watch this season from the sidelines. What are you seeing with the 2024 49ers? I know you're an unrestricted free agent. We can talk about that. But just, why hasn't everything clicked this year in your opinion, and how can it get fixed, do you think?
We just got to play with a lot more heart. We just got to leave it out on the table. Everybody on the team do. We still got the same guys and same mentality that's out there that we've had in the past. It's just, with this league, we got to bring it every year, bring it every game. Just because, we're 49ers, teams going to try to roll over us. So are they going to try to just let us go by? So we still got to go out there and take it. And, I just felt like with injuries, it made it a lot tougher because, a lot of the guys that we, CMC, Brandon, guys that are tough, blue-collar, hard-working guys, we didn't have those guys out there. So, sometimes when you don't got all the parts of the machine don't go as well like it used to. So, I think we just got to get everybody healthy.
You mentioned Christian McCaffrey's injury earlier this season. He was dealing with bilateral Achilles tendonitis. I'm curious, after going through your experience recovering from Achilles surgery, if you guys have ever compared notes, talked about offseason recovery, or anything that kind of just looks at the similarities between your guys' path back to the field.
Not really, a little bit. I saw him throughout the process and, I asked him how he was doing and stuff, and he did the same for me. I've been through what he had been through already. I did that all last year. So, I understood what he was going through. I just tried to encourage him. I didn't get as much time as off as him, but I did go through that process of having that Achilles tendonitis and just kind of gave some pointers of what he, could be possibly doing. He had more pointers than me. Sure, I think he went to Germany. So, but just kind of helping him, give some pointers and telling them, just encouraging him.
Yeah, wow, he did go all the way to Germany for sure, and hopefully he can come back strong next year. Dre, of course, I did mention the unrestricted free agency part, so, I know Niner fans want to hear that you're coming back, and you're a businessman, and you got to take care of yourself and your family. Is there any forecast you can look ahead and see, what's your attitude going into the offseason in terms of being an unrestricted free agent?
My attitude, honestly, I'm not thinking about all of the free agency stuff. I'm just thinking about 3 games that I got left with my teammates. At the end of the day, I'm probably going to be a free agent regardless. So I'm not trying to rush the process of being a free agent. I got 3 games left to enjoy with Fred and Bosa and Purdy and all those guys. So, when that time comes, I can't stop it. I can't do nothing about it. So all I can do is just enjoy these 3 games. Yeah,
that's a fair answer. That leads us to Sunday, which is, you obviously had to come out Thursday. You said you felt some tightness. How's it going? How you feeling?
My knee was a little off, a little tweaky. I feel better this week. Luckily, we had, a few extra days to go. So I definitely feel better this week, just doing everything I can to make sure I can go Sunday. I should be up no doubt should be able to go Sunday.
Ooh, good news. Good news, yes.
A few more minutes here with Dre Greenlaw on the UMA guest line this morning as our 49er Player of the Week. And Dre, Murph mentioned your future and your ability to take care of your family, but I want to ask about your family taking care of you, because I saw a video that your fiance posted on Instagram just kind of detailing your journey and your recovery back to the league. The video footage of you in the pool with your kid and playing with your dog and everything was super awesome. So just talk to us about how important they were in your recovery.
It's huge. Definitely wouldn't have made the recovery as fast as I did, and process definitely wouldn't have been as great. Honestly, those were the people that was in my corner the whole time. You know, when I felt like I wasn't even probably coming back, or I felt like nobody cared, you know, they was always there. So I'm definitely thankful to have people like that in my corner.
Yeah, we're talking to Dre Greenlaw here on the UMA guest line, our 49er Player of the Week, doing his thing. You know, and you mentioned playing these next 3 games with your teammates. Did you hear what Nick Bosa said about you on Thursday, that you're probably his favorite teammate ever in high school, college, or the pros?
Nick, I appreciate Nick. Nick just talking, but I appreciate it. No, that's big time, man. I heard that from him, and I actually was like kind of getting some recovery done. I heard him kind of talking about me a little bit, so it's cool to get those words from, you know, a great player, a great teammate. You know, that's who you do it for anyways. You know, I go out every day, play my ass off so I can get the respect of those guys and my coaches. So for me to, you know, have battle as long as I have, and for him to say that, it just makes everything worth it.
I mean, that is pretty cool to hear from a teammate of that level. And look at what you guys have been through together. I mean, 2 Super Bowls, right? And a couple of NFC championships. I mean, you guys have been to the mountaintop. And I guess that just kind of leads to kind of the perspective, Dre, of like how great it is to get as far as you've gotten and how heartbreaking it is to come up just short in the end, man. I mean, how have you viewed this window for this team? You guys have made it to 2 Super Bowls. That's better than most every team other than the Chiefs. But you lost both in heartbreaking fashion. Like, do you feel there's unfinished business?
There's always unfinished business. You know, definitely feel like that. Yeah, I mean, I can't really control. I mean, right now, we got 3 games left. I think we're barely even in the playoffs, or we're not even in the playoffs. So, I mean, it's definitely unfinished business. Just got to figure out a way to, you know, get back there. It's just a tough process, man. You know, only got about 3 games left. You know, that's definitely what's on your mind. Definitely hoping you get that chance, but you know, that time will come sooner or later. You just hope it's sooner.
3 games left in the season for the 49ers this week against the Dolphins. Then you take on Jared Goff and the Lions and Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals to close out the season. Dre, a couple of years ago, you came on the morning show and you kind of spoke it into existence, talking about how you wanted a Brady ball. Well, you got an interception from Tom Brady and actually got it autographed after the game. So tell us, who's the next on the hit list for Dre Greenlaw? Who's the next guy you want to pick off?
Man, Tua got some pretty balls, man, the homo. And he right around that curl, right around that hash mark, man. He likes to throw those balls right there. So I've been watching a lot of film, you know, so hopefully I can I'll be on the upside and getting a ball from Tua this Sunday, man. So I'm hoping for it, man. Praying for it.
Great answer. And that takes us right up to Sunday's game. So listen, man, people are writing in on the text line. They just think you're one of their favorite players. And obviously your journey back, man, from February to December is just an awesome journey. And like you said, you got 3 more to go, and you've already called your shot for Sunday. So we'll look forward to you playing on Sunday. We sure do appreciate you hopping on KNBR with Murph and Marcus. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dre.
No doubt, man. It was great. I appreciate y'all.
There he is, Dre Greenlaw, all heart. I love that. Great question, Marcus. And him going right to Tua on Sunday.
So he's looking straight ahead to this weekend.
Yeah, and he's like, I'm not going to tell you, unrestricted free agency, who knows? I mean, listen, that's a guy. I don't, again, we get into cap, man. Can they afford him and Brock Purdy and all that? I mean, can they?
I mean, they were able to afford McCaffrey and Bosa and everybody else.
They just redid Lenore.
I know, again, it's I know quarterback contracts are different, but the 49ers front office has been so good at just moving money around and just giving guys signing bonuses and just shuffling all these different contracts.
That game where you got to like move the squares and they go, not Rubik's Cube. I'm talking about the one where you always have that one.
Was that Minesweeper? Where like you have to stay away from those little bombs?
I don't know. I'm looking at it's like a little grid you used to get it in your stocking at Christmas, and there'd be like one square that's open. I don't know. Or I'm thinking about like three car Monte, or I don't know.
Oh, those little traffic jam games where you have to move the car to get the car out of the parking lot. Yeah, there it is. It's a traffic jam right now.
That's signing Dre Greenlaw. Right? That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there it is.
Anyway, hey, I just listened, and just to be honest with everybody, because as an old beat writer, I was like, I got to ask him about Devondre Campbell. You know what? The way that conversation was going, this wasn't the right vibe. This wasn't the right vibe. It was more about himself and his journey.
Yeah.
So I chose not to.
Yeah, and that's good, man. Let's focus on the positives and the return of Dre Greenlaw.
I mean, we do have comments on that on the other side from Dima Lenore and Nick Bosa, which you can get into, and also react to stuff Greenlaw had to say next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Murph, it's old Jenks. Bruce Jenkins here, your old buddy. From the sports writing world, people may not know that Brian was a tremendous writer as well as on the air, but my goodness, 20 years. It's unbelievable in your business. Although I have to tell you, I've just heard this. KNBR has been bought out by a country western station, and you're going to be replaced by a singing cowboy. But, roll with the punches. You're good. Take care, Murph.
Oh, man. You guys, that's a heavyweight right there. Wow.
Legend.
Wow. Oh, you guys, that's pretty cool. My Christmas gift is you guys arranging these voicemails. Bruce Jenkins is my writing idol. Oh, my gosh. That's really, really cool. And that's classic Jenks. You guys got bought out. You're going to be replaced by a singing cowboy.
Throw some cowboy hat on.
No, Bruce Jenkins, that's legit. And, his old man, Gordon, was a great Hollywood arranger and conductor and composer who worked with Frank. He recorded and composed Frank Sinatra's It Was a Very Good Year. That's all you need to know, buddy. So Bruce Jenkins, you guys are awesome. Darren Chan.
DC.
Dave Fleming, Mike Silver, Matt Mayoko, Kruk and Kipe, Russ Stanley, Mario Alioto, Brad Manchin, Mark Panza. You guys are awesome. Fantastic. Thank you guys very much. That was awesome.
No, Murph. Thank you for 20 years of entertainment.
Dude, thank you. And I said this last time we were doing the 20. Your role, you've been amazing for the last year and even the 4 years before that, buddy. Dude, you've been with me for almost 20. What 1/4? What is 1/4? 25%.
Yeah, you almost struggled with your math there.
I did struggle with my math.
See, I'm rubbing off on you now, Murph.
Very good. Marcus
degrees,
is in a good
baby.
mood. He's only got 20 minutes left on his year. Rod Brooks and I will carry it the rest of the way Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Get you ready for Dre Greenlaw picking off Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. So it's great news that he says he's going to play.
Yeah.
I was a little concerned that he might shut it down for the rest of the year, given he's got the free agency coming up. He's got to take care of business, right?
Yeah.
But it sounds like his business is playing football.
Yeah,
right?
Dre's the kind of guy that you can't really keep him off the field. And even when we talked to John Lynch about it, when they first opened up his practice window, Dre wanted to get back out there right away. But they kind of had to temper expectations. Same thing they did with Christian McCaffrey. These are guys who want to give their all, whether it's on the field or throughout recovery. And that's why I said earlier in the show, and I'll say it again, I'm not betting against them, even coming off of Achilles injuries. Murph, is the Achilles the new ACL? Because it seems like guys are coming back, and it's not as serious as an injury as it once was.
It's shocking, and how good he was, too, getting back. So, but it's great to get his attitude. We asked him, what's been missing this year? And his answer was pretty interesting, Tony, here, right here.
Just got to play with a lot more heart. Just got to leave it out on the table. Everybody on the team do. Feel like, we still got the same guys and same mentality that's out there that we've had in the past. It's just, with this league, we got to bring it every year, bring it every game. Just because, we're 49ers, teams going to try to roll over us. So are they going to try to just let us go by? So we still got to go out there and take it. And, I just felt like with injuries, it made it a lot tougher because, a lot of the guys that we, CMC, Brandon, guys that are tough, blue-collar, hard-working guys, we didn't have those guys out there. So, sometimes when you don't got all the parts of the machine don't go as well like it used to. So, I think we just got to get everybody healthy.
Thought that was a really good answer. So obviously injuries, of course, we've been talking about that all year, but he brings up some points that some of the guys who are missing are some of their biggest tone setters, right? McCaffrey. He mentioned Ayuk because we used to brag about Ayuk, your no block, no rock theory, right?
Brandon Ayuk will invest into the blocking game just like Jawan Jennings will do. But whether we're talking about B.A. and Brock Purdy last year, where the chemistry was so great that we didn't mind spending $30 million on Brandon Ayuk during the offseason because you saw the evolution of the offense and Brock Purdy going off script and making those plays downfield. Those plays have not been available this year. So you're talking about missing B.A. You're talking about missing Christian McCaffrey. You're talking about missing Trent Williams with the boombox coming out of the tunnel. Yeah. Talking about the other guy with the boombox not producing it all this year, Deebo Samuel. And so there's so many other pieces surrounding Brock Purdy and overall on both sides of the ball, offensive and defensively. And then you talk about the heartbeat of the defense, Dre Greenlaw, and that has obviously had an effect this season.
So staying on injuries before I get to the other part of his answer is that Brandon Ayuk, I think the perception of him changed over the summer where he turned into a little bit of a villain.
Yeah.
You know, we started thinking of him as that, like, oh, he should be signed. What's he doing? Social media, all that stuff. We forgot that he was a dog out there. He was considered one of their dudes, like one of their tone setting dudes. We just talked about the block, but also as a productive receiver.
Yeah, and Brandon Ayuk was not a guy that was ever described as a diva before this offseason. But all of a sudden, when he started to want money and started going on Instagram Lives with Jaden Daniels and posting stories and tweets and subliminal messages, that's when, I don't want to say the 49er fan base turned on him, but it seems like any football fan base turns on a player when they start asking for money. They enter the stage of holding out. But Brandon Ayuk was never described as like a locker room cancer or a diva before this offseason.
Shorts thing with Shanahan, remember that stupid thing?
They say money changes people, Murph.
I want 2025 Ayuk to return to no block, no rock Ayuk, right? I want that guy back, driving like Juwan Jennings, blocking guys into sidelines.
Throwing them into the Gatorade cooler.
The other part of his answer was, we got to play with a lot more heart. And, you know, it's a cliche, right? You got to play. But no, I think you could hear that, like, he meant it. Like, he meant that the guys out there were not, like, playing like he did. And we saw in one half of football how he played, the intensity. And so, actually, I think, guys, we didn't ask him about Devondre Campbell. I think that was his answer right there. I think that's he's talking about not just Devondre Campbell, but just a general 49er. And, you know, it's something, who was it? Was it Papa? Was it Greg Papa who said it on our show about guys who come in and out as free agents that aren't born and raised as Niners, that aren't as invested? And Devondre Campbell will be a classic example of that, whereas Greenlaw and Fred Warner are like born and raised Niners. So that's what he's talking about.
They've gone through the process, and I'll even bring up the comments from a week or two ago from Steve Young, talking about the lack of grit on the team. That John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan said they took personal hearing that from someone like Steve Young, which then led to Brock Purdy and Deommodore Lenoir speaking to the team, and you saw that response when they played the Chicago Bears and arguably had one of the best games of the year. Now, it was against the Chicago Bears, to be fair, but this is a team that's kind of been lacking the grit all season long, so you see that response, and it's good to have two 25-year-olds like Brock Purdy and Deommodore Lenoir sending that message to the rest of the team.
And I took that personally. So, well, listen, it was good having him on, and it's great to hear that he's going to play on Sunday in Miami. I mean, what's he playing for now? He's playing for, you got to go do it. It's like, who was it? Tim Ryan was saying, like, are you going to not prepare for the show tomorrow? Are you not going to try to be the best you can be going forward there? So that was good. All right, man. Hey, cleaning up the text line, 415-808-5627. 707 says, yes, I think that answer was definitely a shot at Devondre Campbell. So there's your answer right there, too. 408 says, in terms of your window closed, the Niners have a top 5 quarterback. The window is never closed when you have those. He has the pocket presence gene, which can't be taught.
Ooh.
Okay. That's interesting.
I like your take. I don't think he's top 5, but I think he's somewhere top 10, top 15 range. And when you get one of those guys, you got to pay him.
623 is one of our best texters. He wants to set up Tony with his daughter. Ooh. Said, you know, what more is there to be said about Devondre Campbell anyway? Stop raining on Dre's accomplishment and let him go. So I agree. That's what we went with, for sure. That's what we went with. 925 says the 49ers better sign Dre Greenlaw. He is the heart and soul of the defense. And 512 says you forgot to ask about the Papa Shot.
Oh, man. The burning questions of the Papa Shot.
We want to know what's going on there, for sure.
Why are they putting up so many shots?
And multiple people checking in on my salary cap analogy about that sliding puzzle. They're saying, dude, you're thinking of Survivor's sliding puzzle. That's you and Copes.
I mean, Murph, you're talking to the KNBR Survivor champion as I won the competition last year or 2 years ago up at Clear Lake, where it was me and Copes head-to-head, and Murph, the tribe decided.
The tribe has spoken.
Who won? Me. You're looking at him. I had a flawless hidden immunity idol play where Copes was trying to snake me to go to the finals with Lice Boy Jacob Violante, played the idol perfectly, and I am the lone survivor.
Was he shocked? Do you think that still bums Copes out, that you beat him in Survivor?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Without a doubt, like, this is this kid's dream. I'm more of a Big Brother guy myself, but I stepped into his world and I took his lunch money.
I also saw, I think he got smacked in the fantasy football playoffs.
Oh, did he?
By the way,
poor Copes.
The cruel joke that fantasy plays on you, because, by the way, 808 KNBR, in modern American society, anything more useless than fantasy football consolation bracket.
Oh.
How about the fact that whatever you do, Yahoo, ESPN, whoever your fan, they do it whether you want it or not.
Oh, I'm doing it, Murph.
They play you. So are you trying to win?
Oh, Murph, I put up the highest score in the league this week,
That's
I
what
think.
I had my, I said, you know what? I'm going to field a team, I just made sure I had I wasn't like breaking my balls. Like, see, I had Seattle's defense left over, and they're playing Green Bay. I'm like, it's probably a bad play. But I literally thought to myself, if I drop Seattle and add a new defense, I'm going to be opening myself up to be roasted so hard for making a consolation move. So I left them out there, and they didn't play very well. But my other guys went off, and I had my highest scoring week of the year. And I'm like, the fantasy gods are cruel, aren't they? Because your team exploded.
Bro,
dude.
I might end the season as like a top 3 team this year, points total, and I missed the blanking playoffs.
Are you having a bad BIP year? Is that
I
what you're
am.
saying?
I have Brandon Staley and Nick Sorensen on my DCs.
And I think you play Young Tone in the next, wait for it, consolation round.
Look at that.
Right,
trying to win that Sacco trophy.
But I did make sure just to poke in quickly to see how the rest of our guys did, and I think I saw Copes got smoked.
Oh, no.
So he's out.
Poor Copes. He's never won a fantasy championship ever.
For people who want to know, the final 4 of our group are, ready for this? Derek Papa versus Tim Webb in one semifinal.
Oh, that's dirty.
Bro, the dirty work showdown.
That's some dirty work.
Who are you going to ride with in that?
Well, keep going. Who else is left?
Well, the other one is Jacob Liceboy Violante.
I am a Liceboy guy.
Against, I mean, the crowd, like to call him a crowd favorite is an understatement. Like the crowd to be, if this was a concert, people be stomping their feet like, Danny Dunn. Danny Dunn. Everybody wants Danny Dunn, don't they?
Everybody wants some.
So Danny Dunn versus Liceboy in one semifinal. And Dirty Work semifinal, D-Pop versus Timmy Webb.
I'm telling you, Danny Dunn is the Detroit Lions of the KNBR Fantasy League. He is America's darling. He's KNBR's
He doesn't have 16 guys on IR, does he?
I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah.
See David Montgomery
hopefully
join the
he did
list?
not have David Montgomery.
See that?
Yeah, but they're still going to run the ball with
I made
Gibbs.
the Lions bum babies for their bummer situation before the Montgomery news.
That's
My
tough.
God,
Good luck, Danny. And I think, by the way, Danny Dunn did draft Christian McCaffrey to start the season. So he does have guys on IR.
Yeah, so he's what a great
kid, Danny.
The sentimental favorite for
That's
sure.
our boy. That's our boy.
All right, guys. Well, what did young Tony learn today in these phenomenal voicemails? God, those were great, guys. Thanks so much. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, Bigelow Tea time. Every season is Bigelow Tea season, as our good friend Gwen Stefani knows when she sips her chamomile. We got English breakfast. We got Earl Grey. It's all great. Listen, here's the bottom line. We have it here at KNBR. It's soothing. It's good for those of us who make our living behind a microphone, and it tastes great. And they're just good people, too. I enjoy dealing with the Bigelow Tea people. Keeps me going, keeps you going. Good family-owned company. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm a big Bigelow tea guy, by the way.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now it's the Thin Tim Mistake of the Day.
What is going on, Brian Murphy? Yes, this is the Thin Tim Mistake of the Day. I cannot believe 20 years. I've been here around 19 of them. I do really feel bad about your book getting stolen, especially since it was on my birthday. Yes. I hope you write a book in 20 years and that one gets stolen too. Love you, buddy. Congratulations.
Finny! Thin Tim has been here he was an intern on our show. The backstory on this young Tony, what did young Tony learn today? So I co-wrote a book with Neil Hayes about Tiger Woods at Stanford. Do you know this story?
Well, actually, I got the Cliff Notes from Dave this morning, but you can go ahead.
Yeah. And I, of course, being Neil Hayes was a very, very, very accomplished and skilled sports writer. He made the bad mistake of choosing to co-write this book with me because he was always like, hey, our chapters are done. Where are your chapters? Where are your chapters? I'm like, they're coming. And so I finally wrote the last 3 chapters in like a 10-day stretch. It was like 26,000 words. And I walked out. It was the day after Christmas, like 2005, I guess, or whatever, or 6. And I walked out to the living room and I collapsed in like the starfish pose in front of Candace. I'm like, we had no kids at the time. I was, oh my God, I'm exhausted. I'm done. I go, I should probably go save those on a disc, but I'm too tired. I got to go to bed. I got a show tomorrow. So I did. Now that morning, ready for this? I'm chosen by Gary Cavalli to MC the Emerald Nuts Bowl luncheon between Maryland and Illinois. Maryland. Who's Maryland playing? Anyway, we're at the St. Francis Hotel. It was the game was at the Giants ballpark, so they had a St. Francis Hotel luncheon. And I was just the MC for it. So I finished the show and parked at the Sutter Stockton garage, and I went to go do the luncheon. We did it. Maryland, whoever they played in the Emerald Nuts Bowl, I forget. I'll have to look it up. And I thanked everybody, and I walked back to the Sutter Stockton garage, 5th floor, got out of the elevator, walked past all the cars, and got to my silver Toyota Highlander. And the back went like a spider web, just smacked like a pow sign on a Spider-Man cartoon. Oh, shattered. And I said, whoa. Opened the door, and my laptop was gone. I fell into the fetal position on the Sutter Stockton garage. So anyway, long story short, I have to come to work the next day. I tell that story, and Thin Tim then's talking to Pat Connor, and Pecan grabs a mic. He goes, Thin Tim just said he can't believe that happened to you on his birthday.
Like you getting bipped.
One of the all-time.
By the way, Murph was getting bipped before bipping was even cool. Before bipping was a thing, Murph got bipped.
That's why we invented the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
And it happened on Thin Tim's birthday.
He was just so distraught. He goes, I can't believe that happened to Murph on my birthday. Oregon State beat Maryland 21-14 in 07. I knew orange was a color.
Nice.
I knew orange was a color.
And that right there was this date in Brian Murphy history, which leads us to our next voicemail. Because I think one of the only few other coworkers that you've had longer than Tim Webb is our very own PD, Mike Holler.
This date in Brian Murphy history. Hey, Murph, it's your boss, Holler. Just wanted to congratulate you on 20 years here at KNBR. You really should be thanking me. All those years that we did this date in Giants history, there were a lot of outtakes that I had to hide from management and the listeners. And if it wasn't for my editing, you may not be here right now. For example,
you owe me a beer because you're giving me these highlights and you're them up.
Or how about this juicy outtake from earlier this season, which might stir up some more controversy on your show?
We're off to a tough start. It's the young Tony bad karma. All right, he spoiled the energy in the room instead of saying, yeah, that's awesome. First thing he asked to Marcus, are you going? I'm like, dude.
On that note, congratulations, Murph. Sincerely. 20 years is quite the accomplishment. Go easy on young Tony and John Joe. Stay on the clock. And here's to another 20 years of this date in Brian Murphy history.
Oh, man. That was so good. Murph just fell out of his chair.
I literally fell out of my chair.
He fell out of his chair.
I was pounding and I slid my butt to the front and down I went. Tony, I laughed.
You can rewind on YouTube, just so everybody knows.
100%.
Clip that, digital boys.
100%. That's going to get rewind. That's a meme and a half, dude. That is incredible. You made me laugh so hard I fell out of my chair.
Voicemail is so good from the boss, which is laughable in the first place, that it made Murph fall out of his chair.
Out of all the voicemails, Thin Tim, Mike Holler, Bruce Jenkins, Darren Chan, Dave Fleming, Mike Silver, Matt Mayoko, Krukow, Russ Stanley, Mario Alioto, Brad Mansion, and Marky Mark. The most explosive one was that one because he's right. The outtakes that he has hidden through the years are so amazing. Oh my God! Including the most. That was the September Sweet thing.
That was recently about young Tony asking too many questions about going to Sweet Night with you.
But that other one that you got right before, like you owe me a blank and beer because you give me all these SC highlights and these lousy games. I mean, he used to give me these 2006. He knows the deal. If he gave me an 06. I just get like actively pissed. I would start cursing him up and down. I'm like, why am I talking about Ryan Klesko? Why am I talking about Jake? Who's the guy? Ryan, come on, Garko. Ryan, Klesko and Garko, right? Klesko and Garko, yeah.
Oh, man.
Guys, because Brian Sabian had some whiffs. Yeah. Brian Sabian, Shea Hillenbrand.
Yeah.
Brian Sabian had some whiffs there in the 05 to 08
You're not wrong, but that's why Brian Murphy is here every year before Giants pregame to let you know about this date in Giants history. Thank you for Mike Holler for all the help, Thin Tim running the board, and all the producers and co-hosts that you've had throughout the years, Murph. But I don't think you make it 20 years without the Murphy family.
It's Candace.
Your questionable sports take son, Declan.
And Rory. We are your biggest fans, and we're not just saying that because you've been waking up early for 20 years to work at KNBR, holding down the same morning spot without hitting snooze once. Okay, maybe once. We wanted to call and tell you just how proud we are of everything you've accomplished. 2 decades in one spot in radio, that's like 200 years in regular human time. You've been the voice that gets people up and moving, the laugh they needed with their first cup of coffee, and the reason they stuck in traffic without losing their minds. You're part of their mornings, and that's such an incredible thing. It takes talent, grit, and charm, all the things you've got in spades and I've always known about. Now, Declan?
Hey, Dad. I grew up like so many other kids my age listening to you on the way to school, and you really couldn't be any better for that. You truly are amazing at your job and also being a dad through it all. Thank you.
Rory?
Hi, Dad. Thank you so much for being a great role model to me and Declan. I can't wait every single time I get out of practice and wake up to hear your morning show.
Brian, we love you so much, and we're so proud of you. You've built something really special, and this is an amazing milestone. Here's to 20 years of greatness. Woo! See ya!
What am I supposed to say there?
There it is.
What am I supposed to say?
Congrats.
Thank you, guys.
Love you, buddy.
You guys are amazing. Love you too, brother.
Yeah.
Love you, Tony. Love you, John Joe. And, of course, Candace, Declan, and Rory. Love you guys. Super nice. Hey, pay it forward, man. Do something nice for somebody today like these guys did. All right? So that was amazing. And go be inspired and do something in the holiday spirit for somebody because that's what you guys did. That's incredible. So that's what young Tony learned today. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea.
There it is.
Grab a mug and tea proudly. There you go. Well done. All right, buddy. Hey. We'll see you. We have one more appointment this week.
Yeah. We'll get into the bourbon off air, but on air. Merry Christmas. Love you, boys. I'll see you next year.
And I'll get you that Christmas card. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. And Greg Papa's in person, everybody. And when it's time for a change, it's sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Full service, total trust. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
How do you spell Del Rio?
Brian Murphy is a hard man.
Oh, you know what? I'll come up with a memory, and when I do, I'll pop on and we'll talk about it.
You're going to be replaced by a singing cowboy.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Rodgers back to throw. Well protected. Fires one up the seam for Adams. He's got him in stride at the 30, at the 20, 10, 5, spins, end zone. down. Touchdown. That's a Jet touchdown.
Mayfield looking to his left, still looking to his left, directing traffic, throws the ball downfield. Caught ball. Mike Evans down the sideline. Is he inbounds to the 10? 5, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown Tampa Bay. Touchdown Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
The shotgun snap, the short drop, the quick throw far side. It's intercepted. Denver's intercepted in midfield at 40. Sideline 30. Down the sideline 20. 10. 5. Touchdown.
Hurts this time backs up. Looks. Fires complete. A.J. Brown in the back of the end zone.
Fantastic snap. Murray has it. Handoff. Connor straight ahead. Touchdown. James Conner, 2 touchdowns here in the fourth. Cardinals extend their lead to 29-10 with 3:27 to go.
Moves his tight end, 1 of 3, gets the snap, hands off, Akers right side, looking to shove him in, touchdown over the right tackle, touchdown Vikings, building their lead to 26-6.
Ritter to throw, second down, steps up, uncorks it towards the end zone. It is deflected, diving for it, a body, a scrum, and it's intercepted. It is picked off in the end zone, and Atlanta survives a major scare.
How do I follow that act, Tony? You just ran the morning show for 4 hours, and Murph, congratulations on your belated 20-year anniversary. 3 words for everybody. Check with Candace. And I'm going to check with Greg Papa, who's in person today. And we got a great 4 hours ahead to talk a little football. Dennis Schröder is going to be out at practice for the Dubs, and they're going to try to get back on track against Memphis. We'll keep monitoring Corbin Burns, Roki Sasaki, all the baseball free agents. Morning, Papa.
Buckle into that chair, Greg. Ejection bucket on that button on that chair? Maybe. Last few guys who have sat in that chair have been ejected, so I'd be careful. Speaking of ejecting, how much longer can the Atlanta Falcons play Kirk Cousins? And we saw him early in the year, and it's understandable. It torn Achilles on his right foot. Aaron Rodgers was the left foot. And, he did it the week after we saw him in Minnesota go to Soldier Field. And early in the year, he could not move at all. But then he was able to get his legs under him and began to sling the ball. I don't know how he's regressed, but that poor guy, it is so difficult to watch him play quarterback right now. He cannot move at all. They cannot go under center at all. Everything is in the pistol, and he still can't make a handoff out of the pistol. He cannot make a stretch handoff with the running back and the sawed-off shotgun right behind him. I mean, whoa. Now, all that being said, Atlanta somewhat had a quarterback where I'd forgotten. I'd seen Desmond Ritter play earlier in his career in college, and he has regressed. He cannot see the field at all. Brock Bowers was invisible. The Raiders ran the same play again in the pistol with a sidecar handoff. They did it twice on their own goal line and gave them 2 points for the safety. That's Norv Turner's son with Norv advising him. That's Scott Turner. It was a very good play call. That wasn't a hard game to watch. The only quarterback who was in the doubleheader last night was Sam Darnold, and he was not great last night. They were slightly off. And then Caleb Williams, the poor guy, just cannot see the field. You want to blame all the Bears, and Ryan Poles built a good roster of weapons around him. He just cannot see the field. He goes dark. He is Kaepernick after you take away his first read and he runs. So we'll see. Michael Penix Jr., left-handed quarterback, as a backup. It's hard to make that change. There's just not anything lefties playing quarterback since Kellen Moore is retired and now calling plays. So it's in Philadelphia. It's difficult, but at some point they're going to have to make the change. You can't do it now. But, I mean, the other guys are just not ready. Desmond Ritter may never be ready. Caleb Williams will get ready once he figures out where to throw the ball to. But even he missed, Keenan Allen on the in-cut. He missed the corner route for a touchdown. He's just missing. So there's some concern there. But the major concern is Kirk Cousins. How do you give a guy, after a torn Achilles tendon in October, $100 million guaranteed, and he sends the video of him working out on a tennis court? It's like, really? And I see you under center? I mean, what was that? That was painful to watch. Is that the same Kirk Cousins who shredded the 49ers last October?
It's unbelievable what an Achilles tear will do. And granted, Kirk Cousins was never the most mobile quarterback, and we saw how it affected Aaron Rodgers at an older age. He doesn't want to move much and take big hits anymore, too. But I'm with you, Papa. What was your initial reaction on draft night when the Falcons went and made that pick? Because everyone was freaking out, and it was a big deal, but it's not looking like such a terrible move now.
Well, I mean, I studied all those quarterbacks getting ready for our draft show, and I was not a big Michael Penix Jr. fan. I was actually up watching the Apple Cup last year, and they have so many good wide receivers on that team, not just Dunze, but Polk, who went to New England.
And McMillan.
And McMillan as well. But it's not just, left-handed quarterback, I thought, I wasn't a big fan. And then when you watch him and study him, whoa, that guy can rip it. What a throwing arm. Now, if he was ready to play, they'd make the change. So it's fine. What do you tell Kirk in March when you're luring him there and you give him $100 million in guaranteed money? You got $100 million guaranteed to start, and the contract goes from there, and then you draft a quarterback right behind him. But that's more for the future. That was more value on the board. Sometimes you do that. It happens. But the real story is, what is he ever going to be able to heal? Is that going to take him a full? I thought he was over it. The first 4 games or so, it's like that poor guy cannot. And it's his back leg, so he cannot sit on the back. With Aaron, it's the front leg. He could not move, but Aaron's he's not better. And when we played him, I went down and watched him warm up. You could see the atrophy in his left Achilles. That calf is noticeably smaller, which is what happens. We haven't seen Cousins up close, but I thought he got over it. At middle of the year, I'd say 4 or 5 games in, even when he led that last-second drive on Monday Night Football to beat Philadelphia, he was wobbly. But he's just a great thrower of the ball. He's so smart. And then he got his legs, and you thought, wow, they're going to start to take off. What has happened to him? Where has he regressed? I don't know if he had a setback or something, but, how painful is it to watch him play quarterback? They put him in the pistol because he could not drive out from under center, and they want to run an outside zone with Bijan. He can't get there. So put him, and Denver did that years ago with Gary Kubiak because Peyton Manning couldn't move. Remember, he was benched for a little while. Brock Osweiler came in, or whoever they were playing, and then went back to Peyton. But they liked the outside zone, and the appeasement was you can't do it from under center, do it in the pistol. And Peyton was able to get there. How many times last night did Kirk Cousins miss the handoff because he was late getting it and the pistol? And the one time the ball was snapped right to him and went right through his hands, like his mind is so preoccupied with I got to get it and go because he cannot make a handoff out of the pistol. How do you play quarterback?
It's a really bizarre thing to watch, and the pistol formation is already something we don't see much of in the NFL at all. It kind of was revolutionized with that RG3 Washington offense when Kyle Shanahan and all those young coaches decided to just go, as written in the book, The Why is Everything, a full-blown Australian toilet, and just make it a pistol college-style offense for RG3 to play to his strengths. And he had a Rookie of the Year award over Andrew Luck and Russell Wilson, which is one of the craziest Rookie of the Year races that I can remember in my lifetime. We're going to get into just general NFL Week 15. The Vikings became the 3rd team in the NFC to get to 12-2 last night. And as we've talked about, the Falcons crawled to the finish line. By the way, I was watching that draft with the other papa, Derek, and he was not thrilled about Michael Penix going off the board because he wanted him for the Raiders.
I thought he wasn't a Raider fan. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah. But you know what? It might work out in the end because they got Brock Bowers, and now they might get Shedeur Sanders.
Good luck with that.
So might end up being okay.
Right now, they are not a quarterback away. They got to build a football team. Their defense played well last night. But is that Scott Turner, Norv's son? Is Norv called? And they went pistol the entire game and ran the same play over and over again. The dive to the back to the side. They did it twice on their own goal line and gave them 2 points. Wow.
Yeah, that was something there. We'll see if Antonio Pierce is around for the next year and the next set of Raiders era in the silver and black. Before we take our first break, I do want to also just tell everybody we have our second day of our midday contest giveaway. So we do have a contest. Again, that is to go get 2 tickets to see Styx, Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon, and Don Felder from the Eagles. That's going to be June 13th. 2025 at the Toyota Pavilion in Concord. So you tune in between now and 1 p.m. And when we give the cue to call, be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win the pair of tickets furnished by Live Nation. Find the official rules at knbr.com. Today's cue to call, Walter, is...
What I'm proposing is that we lease you guys your equipment. It could make things smoother for you. We could funnel everything through one lender, could pump some money back into this local economy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Bands get nervous when you start subbing out sound equipment. Hey, so listen, the guy here wants us to help him launder some money.
You watch Ozark by chance?
I do not. Where's that from? How's that related to Styx?
It's actually REO Speedwagon.
Oh, it's REO Speedwagon.
Yeah, so REO Speedwagon.
Are you familiar with REO Speedwagon?
Oh, yeah, I take it on the run. Yeah.
Do you?
I do take it on the
I didn't
road.
know.
Yeah. We Ozark was a big early pandemic deal.
Yeah.
It was streaming on Netflix, and REO Speedwagon makes a little cameo, and then Jason Bateman, who plays Marty Bird, the main character, has to talk them into doing a little.
So what's this concert? You got Styx, REO Speedwagon, and who else?
Don Felder from the Eagles.
Oh,
So just
wow.
Kevin Cronin, the pianist from REO Speedwagon, but not a bad deal
And
for
when
a
is
little
that? June? I think I'm free then. Maybe we'll go.
Yeah, June 13th. Go from, we'll do the Shark Tank as they go all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals with Macklin Celebrini, and then we'll go straight to the Toyota Pavilion at Concord on June 13th to see REO Speedwagon's Kevin Cronin, the Eagles' Don Felder, and Styx. We're going to watch the Yacht Rock doc in between now and then.
I actually did watch it last night.
Yeah?
I did. I had to get away. I was overloading on football. It's Sunday. When the Niners don't play on Sunday, I just get up so early, but it's a long day, isn't it? Can you watch football from 10 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night?
No, I always got to take some kind of break.
And I watched it all, but at the end, your brain gets, it's nice to have the one game at night. It's the second game of the doubleheader where your brain starts. So I was fried. And after watching 2 Monday night games last night, I did go and watch the doc. A lot of Michael McDonald.
Nice. All right, well, we'll go take our first break. We'll keep the NFL conversation going on the other side. We'll ask Papa his confidence level for teams that have already or nearly clinched the playoffs and how deep he thinks they can go come January. Sadly, the 49ers will not be on that list, but still plenty to talk about on a Tuesday. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your new shortstop for the San Francisco Giants, Willie Adames, stopped by the morning show with Murph and Marcus and discussed why he believes in Buster Posey's vision for this Giants team moving forward. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Best thing ever. Have you been to Tony's Pizza in the North Beach? I have, and it's the best pizza I've ever had. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot now for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They make fresh pastas as well, and they're spicy bucatita. Mamma mia, Mama Papa would love it. One of my all-time favorites. And Tony has other locations around North Beach, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Save room for dessert. Try his homemade sourdough breads, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And don't forget, when you're coming to Levi's for a 49er game or Oracle Park for a Giant game or Chase Center for a Warriors game, get to Tony's Slice House. Fast, casual restaurant serving up delicious slices. Tony's Pizza is number one in the entire world.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Third and 16 for the Lions as they break it up quickly from their own 34-yard line. And could this be 4-down territory? Just asking.
It probably is for Dan Campbell.
Empty backfield, shotgun, 3 receivers right, 2 to the left. Goff deep over the middle, and it's caught at the 45 of the Bills. Breaking a tackle, 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Detroit. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 66 yards. They don't have to worry about a decision on 4th down. First and goal for the Bills from the Lions 5. Josh Allen under center. Allen rolling to his right. He's going to throw. Got a man wide open right side. Touchdown, Buffalo, Ray Davis. And just like that, the air is let out of the balloon here at Ford Field in Detroit.
Yeah, that first highlight you heard was 66 of Jared Goff's 494 passing yards and 1 of his 5 touchdowns. Goff had a game this year in which he threw 5 interceptions and the Lions won. He had a 5-touchdown game and they lost against the Buffalo Bills because Josh Allen leading the way, putting up 48 points, including the chest pass touchdown, which ultimately didn't count. But it did showcase why he is right now the front runner to win MVP. Now, I want to pivot from here, Papa, as you're listening to Papa and Silver on a Tuesday. We got Walter spinning the tunes and playing the highlights behind the glass. Is going into the week, a lot of the talk was maybe this is a Super Bowl preview. But the Detroit Lions now are getting banged up at the wrong time. They just lost David Montgomery. They got 14 players on IR defensively. And by the way, you got 2 other 12-win teams, Minnesota and Philadelphia, right on your heels. How are you feeling about Detroit as a chance to represent the NFC?
Well, that's why that Buffalo-Detroit game, and you can build it as a Super Bowl preview. There's a long way to go in the month of January to get to February. But that game impacted the quest for the number 1 seed in each conference, obviously. And Josh has got a little shoulder injury. I thought on the chest pass, I thought he crossed the line of scrimmage on that. I don't know. Well, I watched that play back. I'm like, where'd he go? But it was another penalty on an offensive lineman. But anyway, he's playing brilliantly. Buffalo's defense has got to get more of a pass rush. Von Miller's a shell of himself. They only use him on 3rd down. Rousseau and Epinesa are the main guys, and Ed Oliver inside. They may have to blitz more, to get pressure, especially when they deal with Mahomes. So to me, in the AFC, it really is just two teams. And I see Pittsburgh's record and what they're doing, but what Philadelphia did to Pittsburgh, and I don't know how Pittsburgh even has 10 wins. Offensively, they are so limited. Defensively, they're built on a single high safety, and those pass rushers led by T.J. Watt is dominating the game. Baltimore's right there. I do want to see Baltimore, Kansas City on Christmas Day, Greg. But to me, the AFC is so clear. Buffalo, Kansas City are the two best teams. Now, the best teams don't always win come January, and we'll see what these other teams can do. Certainly, Houston is going to be involved, and we're going to see Houston on Christmas Day as well. So, is it Houston-Baltimore on Christmas Day? Who are the Chiefs playing on Christmas Day? There's two games that day. Baltimore already played Kansas City. That was the first game of the year, the Isaiah Likely game. So,
Chiefs at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's the other one. I just, see if where the mobility of Mahomes is, and Mahomes got to play Saturday night. So anyway, I clearly it's kind of what we thought it would be, although we thought the Bills may step back in the AFC. But to me, clearly, and they've got 3 losses to Kansas City's 1, but they did beat Kansas City. So if the Chiefs, not likely they're going to lose twice, but their quarterback has a bad ankle. Can he play both of these games? They got to play Saturday, come back and play on Christmas, and a Wednesday. Can he play them both? He has a way of limping around on bad ankles and still running to win Super Bowls. But to me, the AFC clearly is Buffalo, Kansas City. It's just where is the championship going to be played, in Orchard Park or at Arrowhead? In the NFC, we are so locked in on the Lions because they've been the best team since they lost week 2. But anybody notice what the Minnesota Vikings are doing? They're 12-2 as well. Last game of the year is Lions and Vikings. And then the Philadelphia Eagles and their defensive performance where they just out-physicaled the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are supposed to be the bullies. That was so impressive. And they had their run game shut down by Pittsburgh, playing an 8-man box, and Saquon was not right in the game. Gainwell was better. But anyway, they played a lot of man, and A.J. Brown just doesn't need a lot of separation. Philadelphia, a year ago, the Eagles were disintegrating before our eyes. Now they are back. I think right now, we'll see what Minnesota does. Sam was a little off last night. He did throw the touchdown to J.J. in the back of the end zone, but that was not a great Sam Darnold game. The pass rush, he's still vulnerable to making errors with the ball, and I love Sam Darnold. And I think they'd be crazy not to. We'll see what he does. I know they like J.J. McCarthy, but Sam has played so well. But he gets pressure in his face. He just will not go down, and he does crazy things with the ball. He's vulnerable to throwing the ball away. He missed a few throws last night. That's one of the worst games I've seen him play. They still won the game because they're so dominant. But I think clearly Philadelphia, Detroit, and Minnesota are the 3 best teams. Green Bay's always hovering there. They've not been able to break through and beat one of the big teams, but they looked obviously very good in what they did Sunday in Seattle. I think the Rams are a scary team. After their 1-4 start, could have been 0-5 if the Niners didn't let them come back. Right now, what are they, a 3 seed? The Rams? Right now we're looking at a Rams-Packers.
They are 4. Tampa Bay is the 3 currently.
So they'd be 4-5. We'll see where it goes. I think the Rams from back in the pack, and even, like I was saying with the Niners, if we would have been a 4 seed, they're going to get at least one game. And then if you get a 5, 6, 7 upset, which is very, not say likely, but more likely than not this year, or more likely than it's been, then you're still at home. You're still playing at SoFi, where that quarterback will have good weather. It's not technically a dome. It is open, but you're not going to have, rain on you. Anyway, I think it's the 2 teams we've seen in the AFC and the NFC. That's why it's hard from a Niner perspective. Detroit is now, they're still going to be a strong offensive team. And that, as long as that quarterback has a pocket and the weapons around him, even without David Montgomery, Gibbs is that good. And he's so electrifying. And obviously the wide receiving core, and Jamison Williams and Amon-Ra and the tight end and all of it. But they can get scored on now, obviously, where you have to get them in a shootout. But I don't know. Philadelphia, I think right now, they've got 3 teams that are 12-2, the Eagles, the Lions, and the Vikings. I think Philadelphia looks like their defense is rock solid.
I think Philadelphia came into the season with arguably the best roster in the entire league when healthy. And I know the 49ers roster when healthy is pretty good too, but they had a lot of injuries and will not be participating in January. It's funny because Philly, I looked at 3-4 weeks into the season, as a team that was pretty good and talented, but kind of a mess. You had Nick Sirianni shaving his head. You had Sirianni yelling at the fans after sneaking by a narrow win. They started 2-2. A.J. Brown was injured, so the passing game wasn't there. And then they slowly kept stacking up wins. And I don't really think it was until this last weekend, Papa, when I looked at Philly as, oh, this team might very well go to the Super Bowl, because Pittsburgh, I know offensively they're nothing impressive, and they've always been led by their defense under Tomlin. But Pittsburgh was 4-0 against teams with a winning record. And so Pittsburgh always rose to the challenge. It's the classic Mike Tomlin. You're an underdog. You're not expected to win. You go out. You upset somebody. They took advantage of Baltimore, who Lamar has struggled against over the duration of his career. And then you look at Jaylen Hurts, passing to A.J. Brown. They're on the same page again. Saquon Barkley continues to be the engine that moves that offense. Defense has gotten a little bit healthier, and even in the games where it's been a little dicey, they've managed to survive. I mean, it was just 1 week ago where Xavier Legette almost had a ball in his hands that would have put the Eagles on the ropes late against the Carolina Panthers. They end up surviving that game, and then they just keep going against Pittsburgh. The NFC is kind of turned into what the Western Conference was last year when the Warriors were trying to get out of 10. The best teams and the teams that you're trying to compete against just keep winning. The Lions go on an 11-game winning streak, and they lose, and they're now tied with 2 other teams in the NFC. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but they have won 10 in a row. So there are going to be games where you have to get a little bit fortunate, and the guy drops a interception. It happens. But what Philadelphia did, and Sirianni, I don't really know what he does, honestly. He's just not run either side of the ball. It's the coordinators, and they've had to. How many teams in recent memory have changed coordinators 3 straight years, both sides of the ball, offense and defense? They went to the Super Bowl and lost their coordinators because they got head coaching jobs. Shane Steichen went to Indy and Jonathan Gannon to Arizona. The last year, they had to get him out of the building. They just were not figuring it out. Kellen Moore, obviously, is more of a traditional West Coast offense, and they don't allow – Jaylen just can't read boom, boom, boom. But he can read boom, boom, and he gets it out. And A.J. Brown just separates, so that's working there. Their offensive line is so dominant, and normally Saquon takes the game over. And then Gainwell's a good back. They use him a lot. And Saquon's such a good blocker. I don't know why you'd ever take him off the field. But they do take him off the field on 2nd and 3rd downs a lot, and they bring Gainwell in. And obviously Saquon runs great routes, can catch the ball, but Gainwell's just special. Anyway, and then what Vic is doing on defense, Lord Fangio, and that's a young defense. You thought they got so many Georgia Bulldogs on that defense, and just a lot of really young guys. You thought they're a little too young, but they're playing tight. So, and the one thing, and a texter did mention the T.J. Watt injury, and I thought he tore his Achilles. When he was reaching down for his leg like that, I was like, whoa, did he just snap his Achilles tendon? We're so Achilles, freaked out. But it turned out to be an ankle injury, and they're saying he may be able to play. He's a good run player. It's just the way – I don't think he would have made that much difference in the game. He's a good player, obviously. He's dominant. But just the way Philadelphia pushed the line of scrimmage back, even without Barkley in the game, and they did it on defense. They got so many guys up front, and they speed guys, power guys inside. I think ultimately the quarterback, I would not rank him as high as the other quarterbacks that are in this race, including Sam and Jared Goff. But Jaylen Hurts and his ability just to run it, and whenever you get into, a 3rd and 1, 3rd and 1.5, they're going to run the tush push, and they're not picking that up as much without Jason Kelce. They've had some pushbacks on that, but it's still. And it's just how many times has Saquon Barkley run the ball to a 2nd and 1, and then he comes out of the game and they push the quarterback behind. I mean, you're not playing 1st and 10 against Philadelphia. You're playing 1st and 8.5. And the quarterback, if he can't see it, and after boom, boom, he can't see it, he just runs. And he's powerful. He's tough to bring down. So he wouldn't be my choice to play quarterback, but the way they want to play, it all works there. And I don't know. We'll see where it all goes. But I think Philadelphia looked like the most physical team. So coming away from the weekend, I get Buffalo in the AFC and Philadelphia in the NFC. But it changes every week. That's what's the beauty of this. And, you're one injury away. If Mahomes' ankle is bad or it gets bad or he has a lack of mobility and he gets tagged and another body part, but that guy's incredible. I mean, how often, the middle of the Jacksonville playoff game, he went back in. I don't know what they did to it. Rewrap it. It's hard to shoot it. Maybe they did. He came back in, and it's like he was fine. And then he limped all that playoff run, and he limped him all the way to the Super Bowl, and he ran the Gravedigger when he was an Eagle to set him up for the Butler field goal to win the Super Bowl. I mean, you'd think the guy's done and he's not going to come back and play, and he pops up off the training table and he's back in the game.
That was ridiculous to watch him run around the way he did in the Eagles Super Bowl when you knew he was kind of on one ankle after injuring it against Jacksonville. We have to tease our guest list, by the way. We got Mark Spears coming up at 10:50, so about 20 minutes from now. We'll talk about Dennis Schröder. We'll talk about how he packs for Las Vegas as well. One of the biggest storylines on the show last week. Monty Poole is going to join at 11:30, so more Warriors talk. Then Dante Whitner for his weekly hit at 12:30, so we'll get into the Niners. We also got some Sounds of Silver, which we did not get into some of the best clips from the weekend yesterday, and we'll have our Silver Linings playlist a little bit later on in the show. We also have our contest, so when you hear that cue to call, be caller 10 into the studio, 415-896-KNBR. On the other side, we'll keep it football before Mark Spears. We'll talk about some of the best wild card contenders, who won, who lost over the weekend, and the trendings of it all. It's Papa and Silver. Papa in studio on a Tuesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Schröder, the pocket pass to Keon Johnson. Waters moved his feet. Shot clock at 1. They run out at Schröder. Got it off in time and buried a 3. Barely beat the 24-second buzzer. And Brooklyn has flipped the game by 21 points.
So that was a tough night for the Golden State Warriors, and Dennis Schröder, who is now in the Bay Area, was a big part of that because the Warriors couldn't hold a lead against the Brooklyn Nets, who came into town and spoiled the party at Chase Center. But now it is time to turn the page, and we're actually going to talk some Schröder and Golden State Warriors right now because we got a quick segment before Mark Spears joins the show. He's out in Vegas for the Emirates NBA Cup final between the Milwaukee Bucks and the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we'll get his thoughts on all of it. He and Brian Windhorst were on NBA Today yesterday, raving about this move. And Papa, if I'm not mistaken, you spent a good chunk of time diving deep into the Schröder film.
Well, I got deep into the German vowel O, so it's Schröder and not Schröder. What is the double dot above the O, which is very cool. I had to find that in my emojis.
The umlaut.
Is that what it is? That's the O. So you were talking about yesterday, the umlaut? Anyway, this guy, he's here right now, and the Warriors are going to have a practice today and tomorrow, and then fly after tomorrow's practice to Memphis. And I did watch him play against Memphis. I watched so many Dennis Schröder cut-ups this morning. He tore Memphis apart. So obviously he's a pick-and-roll player, but very different than Chris Paul. Chris Paul runs the pick-and-roll to throw the ball to the roller or to orchestrate the offense. This guy just uses the ball screen to turn the corner and go screaming downhill. He can find the open guy. He'll pitch to a corner, and if Trace Jackson Davis wants to lob to the rim, you're not so much Looney. I was wondering about running Kuminga with him on a pick and roll and just have some action, because if you draw defenders away from him, he's going to turn downhill and attack the rim. And then he's got so much just face-up ability off the bounce. I've been watching him for so many years, but I'd forgotten who he is. He's just a confident guy. He does not need a ball screen to beat you off the dribble. The one thing from that game when Brooklyn came in, he had 17 of his 31 in the fourth quarter. Remember the next day we were saying, why can't Gary Payton II guard him? He could not keep him out of the lane. He went around him repeatedly with his quickness. He looks frail. He's not a big body, but he finishes inside around bigs. He is a 3-level scorer. He can score. He turns the corner off a pick and roll. He is attacking the rim, and somehow he finishes, whether he's going to the front of the rim, the right with the right hand, or right with the left hand, left with the right hand. He's just clever, and he can take body contact around the goal and still score. And then he's got a little floater game where if he can't get all the way to the rim and he breaks the paint, he can take a little mid-range off 1 foot and knock it in. And he can make a 3. He's shooting a career-high 3 this year. His 3 is funky. It looks like, Steph really does take more of a set shot. It's not a big explosion on the jumper. Schröder, it's almost like a set shot, but he does jump, but he shoots it on the way up. Most shooters wait to shoot the ball until they get to the apex of the jump. Then they release the ball. He kind of shoots it on the way up, and he does have a little side load to it, a little low and off the right shoulder. I don't see it getting blocked. It's not an issue. But I have to watch defensively more. Obviously, defensively, he's a nuisance because he overplays passing lanes. He's got quick hands. He tips the ball. I saw him come one play against the Knicks, just steal the ball on the baseline and in the backcourt on the baseline, rip the ball away coming from the weak side, the presence of mind to take the entry pass, and then he sped down the floor 92 feet with the dribble and finished off the left side. I'm like, whoa. So he's a different player. He is a bold, stepping offensive player. Got a little Barbosa in him, but he's going to guard more. We'd have to watch him and see, if he did match up with John, bigger guards. But I saw him, speaking of Jaren Jackson Jr., and they're going to play him on Thursday night. I saw him get isolated, and he's got a little, he lines you up between the legs, dribble, and rock you over, and then boom. He just explodes. He likes to get to his right hand, so they're going to push him to his left. But we'd watched him throughout his career since Mike Budenholzer had him as a young guy in Atlanta. We've seen him. And as far as playing off the ball, I watched a lot of Laker tape this morning, too. He played off the ball with the Lakers. They kind of made him a drift shooter because LeBron's so ball dominant, running the pick and roll with Anthony Davis. LeBron would find him in the corners, above the break. And then also what Steve was talking about, just having him when Steph's on the floor, it's not like Steph's never going to handle on a pick and roll. But sometimes, late in the shot clock, you just change the side to the other guard. Like you can try to get something done on one side and now the clock's at 10. Let's just change it to the other side and give it to the other point guard. The defense may not be able with the angle to get over and square up to him. He may get a path to attack or pitch it out. He averages over 6 points a game. So offensively, he is exactly what they need. He is a pick and roll player, but he's not Chris Paul. He's not going to run the pick and roll and look to get it to the guys that are setting the screen, or if they're putting two on him. He's attacking. He's just using the pick to create an angle to come downhill, and he has attacked the rim guy. He's a 3-level scorer. Very impressive scorer. You see the numbers. He's at a career-high 18 a game, and early in his career in Atlanta, he averaged 19 a game. We know who he is. Now, when you just watch him and only him, it's like, whoa, this guy has got it. Now, they've got to put a good perimeter defender. The best perimeter defender is always on Steph Curry. If you put a secondary perimeter defender on Schröder, you're going to have a German omelet right in your face.
That's exactly what. Walter's loving the German omelet.
What's that called? The omelet?
The umlaut.
Umlaut?
U-M.
The double O?
L-A-U-T.
The double O-M-C-O?
The German umlaut. Yeah, there's a lot of players who have something to gain from it, and I think that it was interesting. We were talking about this before the show, Papa, which was Jordi Fernandez, the Nets coach, was talking about wanting to play Ben Simmons more and push the pace, and how Schröder was a bottom 10 point guard in pace. But you look at the way he plays in half-court offense, he is shifty, and he made the Warriors pay. I mean, you use the example alone. He could get by Gary Payton. Gary Payton II couldn't hang.
He got by Draymond. Game. He blew by Draymond. Podziemski couldn't guard him. Pace in the NBA to me is more free throw line to free throw line. So if you're not, pitching it ahead and attacking, but this guy, I don't know what they did with him as far as when they cleared a defensive rebound to get the ball to him. They don't do that in the NBA anymore. It used to be Wes Unseld throwing it outlet pass or Kevin Love up the floor. Now, whoever gets the rebound, you rip it and run. Like, that's where the Warriors are most lethal. When Draymond gets a rebound or Kuminga, just rip it and run, and then you fill in behind. But he is quick. He's not slow. If the Warriors need to increase their pace, he is not going to drag you back. But where he gets into the half court, he can explode. Right now, the only guy, and Steph's different. He does it with ball movement and body movement and screening. Kuminga's the only guy you can clear aside and just beat you off the bounce. You just got a second guy. Dennis Schröder, he likes the ball screen and he attacks off the ball screen, but with the right defender on him, he don't need a ball screen. He will face you up and take you. And now, do you want to fly at him at the rim? And you got shooters in each corner, and he just pitches and he will find that guy. He's not selfish and go in and have to finish. So I like this. I like him a lot more. I want to see if he can guard bigger guards. We'll watch his defensive tape. So Mark Spears is there at the site of the NBA Cup tonight, and it'll be an interesting matchup, Milwaukee against Oklahoma City with their length, obviously both teams and the way they guard. So we'll size it up, and Oklahoma City looks loaded. In the East, there's some good teams. Houston's playing really well in the East, obviously. And then the Warriors just made one trade as we look ahead to February 6th, as Mark is always in our ear about making a bigger trade. What's out there? Because Miles Turner would be the guy that I would go after, but I think they really – this guy's a much better offensive player than DeAnthony Melton. He will attack. He will be the primary driver of the attack with Steph, obviously. Now, the question is, can he guard? He's a nuisance because he overplays passing lanes. He has quick hands. He creates steals. And he can turn you. We've seen him play three-quarter court. What if a bigger guard posts him? DeAnthony Melton's a big, sturdy body. He's going to push back. He's more like a 1-2-3. This guy's strictly a 1-2. So the question would be, he's going to give you offense, there's no doubt. You still need rim protection at the basket, and that would be where Miles Turner would come in.
We'll talk about that with Mark Spears because the Warriors made the first notable trade of the NBA season. And Mark Spears was someone who was thinking the Warriors should do things sooner than later. We'll find out if and what Mark Spears would like to see from the Golden State Warriors moving forward following the acquisition of Dennis Schröder. It's the Gregs hanging out on a Tuesday, Papa and Silver. We'll talk to Mark Spears next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
It is that time to catch up with our good friend Mark Spears, as the YouTube chat, by the way, is now giving everybody names with the umlaut. So you're Gregory Papa and I'm Gregory Silver. I think
Is that
it'd
how
be
it
time
works?
to
The German
welcome
vowel? Oh.
Mark Spears with the umlaut over the A. So Mark Spears joining us on the guest line on the umlaut. Mark, you're out in Vegas. How are you? And sorry for the German spewing, but we appreciate your time as always.
Well, the mock part sounds like I'm back in Boston again. They called me Mac Spears
Yeah.
in Boston.
You were there for a while, but you're in Vegas now, so give me a little feel. We're going to have a Emirates NBA Cup champion crowned tonight. The Milwaukee Bucks or the Oklahoma City Thunder? What's the vibe there?
Yeah, no, I'm excited about this game. You got the oldest team in the league against one of the youngest teams in the league. Giannis and Dame versus SGA and J-Dub, right? And so one team likes to go fast. The other one likes half-court offense. It couldn't be two more different teams. One likes to shoot a lot of threes. The other has a big man that likes to, go downhill and pound it on the inside. So this is the first meeting of the season between the Thunder and the Bucks. Potential finals matchup, perhaps, although I do like the Celtics in the East. But, obviously the Warriors squandered an opportunity to be out here, and maybe there could have been some sexier teams. But I'm excited about this game. I think it'll be a very, very interesting final tonight with some money on the line.
It is 2 years in a row now where we've seen a more experienced team led by finals MVPs, NBA champions, and stars going against a younger team. And granted, the Pacers were a little bit more of a come-out-of-nowhere story last year, but the Thunder kind of have arrived. They were the number one seed last year, but still interesting that 2 years now we've gotten a very similar setup with the finals. Speaking of differences in play style, Dennis Schröder now coming to the Bay Area. He is here in our backyard today, and there's a lot that can be gained from Dennis Schröder. I mean, all the Warriors really sacrificed in the short term was someone who was going to miss the rest of the season, right? But Dennis Schröder is a different kind of skill set, Mark, and I guess I'll just start by asking this. Who has the most to gain from Schröder joining the team?
The entire team. I'm a big Schröder fan. I know him quite well, dating back to his days in Atlanta. My only concern is the backcourt is quite small now with a 6'1" and 6'2" player. But this guy is a competitor. He's a great scorer. He can shoot from three. He drives a lot. His potential, this is a weird stat I found, but his potential assists per game is 13, which is something I think the Warriors definitely need. He's a tough defender. He'll be the one that'll get Ja Morant Thursday. He wants to win. He's the star leader of the German national team, so he knows how to play in tough moments, and he's a floor general that is desperately needed by the Warriors. I think if he played in the game in Houston, if he played in the game of Denver, he is one that could have been a Dennis Eckersley type. To me, I think basketball has its Dennis Eckersley's, guys that close the game, where he makes the right decisions, not only for himself, but his other teammates to win the game. And I know he'll be motivated because he's in a contract year and he'll love playing for the Warriors. So for what they are going to gain, for what they gave up, tremendous trade, great trade, worked financial trade for the Warriors. That to me, I got to put a feather in Dunleavy's cap for getting this one done. For what they gave up. And, they're still missing the superstar that they want to put alongside Steph. But this guy is he's better than Melton, and I think he'll be a great asset.
He's certainly a better offensive player, there's no doubt. And the actual assist number for him is a career high, 6.6. I wish the NBA would change the assist category to actually how many points you generate off the pass, because you need so many guys are making assists for threes in the corner versus twos, and there should be something for also making a pass that allows a guy to get fouled and go to the free throw line. I've never heard potential assist. What'd you say? It was 13? That's interesting. So they actually made the deal straight up, obviously, with Melton. They threw a young guy in, a handful of twos to get a two back. But we also heard rumblings about Jonathan Kuminga in a bigger trade between Dunleavy and Joe and Sean Marks in Brooklyn. What was that component? The Warriors just kept it simple. It was Melton, the injury, and the expiring for Schröder, the expiring. But what the Nets wanted Jonathan Kuminga, huh?
That's news to me. I hadn't heard that one. But the Nets have a lot to sell. They have Cam Thomas. They have another Cameron. That's a great outside shooter. They have some bigs. They're like open for business. They're fire sale, right? And then you look at like teams like New Orleans, a team like that who's fire sale, Washington, perhaps Chicago. To me, I think it's very, very smart for Dunleavy, for the Warriors, to kind of like look at those teams, like a guy that's out there that to me, like, okay, if you do this, maybe you don't have to get that so-called big superstar to go with Steph, is Vucevic with Chicago. And I got to relook at, his salary, but I believe that he has, he's making $20 million. To me, that's a manageable number that the Warriors could go after. And you could get a big man who rebounds well, was an all-star, and could shoot threes. So to me, like getting him rather than going after Levine or Jimmy Butler or, Kuzma, like guys that have these big money contracts, I think it's just harder to do. Because you got to remember that Kuminga's money is only $8 million, right? So if you're going to get a star, like let me even mention them like LeBron James, to get to their money, especially with the Warriors salary cap issues, you got to stack contracts. And next thing you know, the deal includes Wiggins and Kuminga and some other guys, and they're going to have to lose 5 players to get one guy. I think that's the challenge that the Warriors have.
My apologies, Mark. I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as the coffee is hitting me early in the 11 o'clock hour, and we're talking to Mark Spears here. So, Mark, actually, before I get more into Schröder and the Warriors and everything, the potential assists per game stat, do you know exactly how that's calculated? I've never really heard that one much.
Guys miss shots. Guys miss shots.
I got my master's in sports business management at LSU, and I had no idea what it means.
He's a Hall of Famer. Well, it must be.
I don't know how
he kicks it to a player where if the player had made the shot, it would have been an assist.
Right, so. But I'm wondering if it has anything to do with like how contested the shot is, like the shot probability, or just any shot taken.
Any pass he made that would have resulted in an assist to the guy who made the shot. Yeah. So he actually gets an assist on it.
And I think based on that same category, I think, if I'm not mistaken, when I looked at it, Steph and Draymond were in the 8 area, whereas Schröder, who will be with some great shooters, just like he was in Brooklyn, is in the 13 area. So he's also a great alley-oop passer.
He is.
Which could be very, like, I think the thing with the Warriors now is, why not just see how this looks? And perhaps you don't, like I said, like to me, like instead of maybe going for the grand slam, maybe you get another like double, like you got in Schröder, to give you that piece that could kind of to get you over. But ultimately, you got to give something up to get something too. And they got lucky with Schröder. I think with the bigger move, it ain't going to be just picks, man. Somebody's going to have to go back.
Yeah, you got to pronounce his name correctly, Hall of Famer. When you get on ESPN, it's Schröder. He is German.
Schröder.
It's a German
That's right, my bad.
vowel.
I'm getting German education.
Yeah, Schröder.
Come on, Mark.
Yeah, Schröder. And had the Warriors
I
had
do
him.
like bratwurst, though.
I know you do, and you like your beard.
Like
you like your Stein, but
Char grill.
yeah,
Char grill bratwurst is all right.
What kind of guy is he? Because when he came into the NBA, I remember in Atlanta, he had the little shock of blonde hair. He still has that, I believe, now. Is he ever with Brooklyn now? And I remember his mom was a beautician, and she's the one that actually dyed the little shock in his hair. He looks like a guy that is just eminently confident, like he don't give a...
No, he's a great guy. I had an amazing interview with him over the summer because he was on the German national team. He was also a flag bearer for Germany in the opening ceremonies. It was really, really...
Mark, are you there? We lost you. Where are you? What casino you in?
Yeah, the Vegas cell towers are doing us dirty right now.
Oh, I'm in Park.
You're breaking up. Where are you?
MGM.
Yeah, we're losing you a little bit. Find a better cell spot. Yeah.
Well,
you were good. You were good the whole interview. We just lost you the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, we'll work on Mark Spears.
Hello.
Yeah, you're better now. Yeah.
Okay. No, he's a fantastic guy. He was a flag bearer for Germany during the Olympics and had a great interview with him and how much fight he had and getting that opportunity and the motivation. It was like he could give black kids in Germany with that. But he's a fighter. He's got some grit, some toughness that Draymond Green would certainly love. He's relentless. Brings good energy. Some people, might find it a little prickly at times, whatever. But I think he's much more mature now than certainly his early days in the NBA. But no matter where he's at, he produces. He scores. He gets assists. He gets steals. He makes the team better. And, I think he'll fit in well.
So, Mark, I do got to ask about the negative side of the Golden State Warriors right now. The Schröder piece is a very big cause for optimism, but the reality is they've also lost 8 of 10, and including in brutal fashion, which prevented them from going to Las Vegas when they lost to the Houston Rockets and snapped that 15-game winning streak they had over Houston. I would just ask, who or what are you most discouraged by in this 8 of 10 losing skid that the Warriors are on?
I'm still pretty stunned about Steph shooting with 11 seconds left. I didn't understand that. All he had to do was dribble by the logo and shoot it by the logo with 3 seconds left, and there's no way Houston would even had an opportunity. So to me, the lack of basketball IQ with everything from Steph's shot to after that is probably about as mind-boggling a loss with the Warriors that I've ever seen. They should have been in Vegas. But I think the fact that Schröder coming yesterday, them having some practice days, will get to practice with him.
Damn, MGM.
We got another MGM problem, man. So MGM, Papa, can fund all these casinos, but they're killing the cell signal here for KNBR. What's going on, man?
Yeah. Now you're breaking up a little bit. I hopefully you'll be able to hear this next one. I agree with you. Steph shot that early, but Gary Payton II got a long rebound. He didn't need to throw the ball, just hold the ball at the end. They mismanaged the end of the game. Yeah. You got to find a better cell spot, Mark. We want to hear what you have to say, but you're breaking up a little bit. Maybe Walter can have you call back. Walter, try to get a cell a little tighter. One thing I want to ask Mark about is Vegas. And the Warriors should be there. And they did play, the semifinals on Saturday. And the guys get to hang around Sunday and Monday. But this is going to be an NBA city in a few years. I mean, Mark, I know he's been to Mexico City recently. I just don't know about the elevation of playing NBA basketball in Mexico City. I know about the population there, and they would love it. It's not that far of a ride. So, Mark, I'm going to ask you about Vegas. I was in Seattle recently and go there once a year, but I stayed after, went to a Kraken game on Black Friday last year. That arena has been remodeled. They put a lot of money in it. So I think Seattle for an NBA expansion. I know you've been to Mexico City and that huge population base and what that would mean to the NBA revenue stream. I am concerned about going 1.5 miles above sea level. Denver's enough of a disadvantage for visiting teams. But to me, and I've been to Vegas many, many times, obviously, in the recent years, it seems like a foregone conclusion that Vegas will get an NBA team. Mark Bedane, the president of the Raiders, who actually got Allegiant Stadium built and no longer with the Raiders, like very few people are, is now the front guy trying to get that arena built. And I heard the Houston owner is going to be ownership there. So as we watch this NBA Cup championship game, is there going to be a time in the not-too-distant future that we're watching an NBA team in Las Vegas?
Yeah, I think it's inevitable, and I expect it to have LeBron James a part of it. I'm wondering if they're waiting for him to retire to move on for that, because he's been beating the Vegas drum way, way too hard to not be involved in it. The NBA also has been doing extraordinary research in Mexico City. I'm a fan of the Mexico City part because Mexico City would be the biggest town in the league. It also has not only the country of Mexico that would support the franchise, but all of Latin America. You got countries like Belize and Panama and even the Dominican Republic. Well, they will call in Zoom calls and talk to the Mexico City Capitane's coach, asking him questions about the team. So I think a team in Mexico City just opens so many more doors than any American new team could offer. I mean, Vegas is the sexiest one or whatever, right? It seems inevitable. I think people just expect Seattle. But I'm with you, Pop. My only concern about Mexico City is the altitude. But I think some people say security, but it ain't like America's the safest place in the world either. So I know that players from the G League team have been able to play. They live in Polanco neighborhood, which is phenomenal. And I would like to see Mexico City get it, but the common popularity seems to think that Seattle and Vegas are a foregone conclusion to get the next two teams.
Mark, I want to ask you something a little bit less serious, but it's been a very big debate on the show from the last week because when the Warriors went to go play Houston, we weren't sure if it was going to be a 2-day road trip or a 12-day road trip, and it turned into this whole discussion about how heavy do you pack. Papa was on the verge of saying maybe one pair of underwear, bring nothing, buy clothes on the way. Did you pack heavy for Vegas this time around? You've been there since Friday.
Hey, man, when you a big dude like me, you can't you got to bring extra clothes, man, because I can't just go to the local store and pick up something, right? I saw some slippers I wanted to get the other day. I'm a size 15 shoe, and the highest they go is 14, which is most places. But I always bring, if it's 5 days, I got 6 drawers and 6 undershirts. You know what I mean? I have no problems putting stuff in the wash, even though it's expensive. But my dad said always make sure you have clean underwear with you because you never know what happens. So I overpack. I got big clothes, so I got a big suitcase. So it looks like I'm in some kind of like band or something the way I pack.
Yeah, you're a veteran, and you are a Hall of Famer. And because you guys went in together, and I've known you both so long, but you both went into Springfield together with great speeches, you and Greg Popovich. We got the news that, from the Spurs finally, and I was very concerned. They weren't responding to my text about what he's doing and how he's doing, but he had a stroke early in the year in November. He's obviously not able to coach the team. He is going to come back. So you guys are Hall of Fame classmates. Have you reached out to Greg Popovich, the winningest coach in the history of the NBA and the 5-time champion, to find out how he is, Mark?
Yeah, I kind of let him have his privacy. I do plan on sending him a get well soon card. It's been sitting on my desk, and I need to get it sent. But I just want him to be healthy, man. He's one of the most amazing people I've met covering this league. Just such an amazing, brilliant, great person, and brutally honest. And you got to be able to take that. You know that, Pop. And I just I don't really even care about the coaching part right now, man. I just want to see him healthy, smiling, drinking some wine.
Yeah, well said. Totally. I'm waiting for Papa to be brutally honest with me after this segment.
Now, usually it was Pop being brutally honest with me. Although there are many times I challenged him on his coaching techniques, but he is one of the best of all time.
He probably respected that.
Yeah, we went back and forth. I know we did. We had many a glass of wine. I love the guy. So his speech was so riveting, and yours is as well. I mean, that whole class, when you go into the Hall of Fame together, Mark, you guys are teammates.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I haven't really shared this story much, but, he was, after my speech, I saw him afterwards, and he said, man, you got a great job, great speech, which is like Pops telling you that. Oh, man, it means the world, right? So I actually got a call from one of his PR agents because my speech was on Friday. His was on Saturday, the class of 2023. And he liked Pop, how I had thanked the Naismith Committee and Jerry Colangelo and other people involved. And he said, the PR guy from the Spurs, Jordan Hallenstein, said, hey, man, can you send that line? Because Pop wants to use it in his speech to thank everybody. He liked that line.
You're a ghostwriter.
Yeah, I copied it, pasted it in the text, sent it to him, and Pop used that line verbatim in his speech. So I could always say that I was part of Greg Popovich's speech.
Mark, we really appreciate the time. Love the touching tribute to Greg Popovich, and we'll do this again soon. And, I know you weren't in studio for Dirty Work, so maybe we'll get that privilege soon enough. But until then, enjoy Vegas and hold on to those clean underwear.
Draws.
Yeah, man, just have some nice you go drawless, Pop?
No, I'm just saying, I like the way you say drawers. Draws. Draws. Listen to your father. He's a wise man, Spears.
Yeah. Well, he's not here anymore.
I know. I remember when he lost him. I remember.
His memories are still there, and that's the one. He's always, you always need some clean drawers on. You never know what happens. Never know what happens when you go outside.
Yeah. Have some good Kendall Jackson while you're in Vegas, Marky.
I did last night.
I know you did.
All right.
Have fun, bro.
Appreciate it, Mark. Mark Spears, senior NBA writer for ESPN and Anscape. You can check him out on Twitter at Mark J. Spears. He is a Hall of Famer, and we are going to keep this conversation going. Just a quick reset on the other side, Papa. We'll hear from Mike Dunleavy, who spoke in a press conference yesterday virtually, and then we'll go from one great Warrior analyst and insider whose name starts with an M to another at 11:30 with Monty Poole joining the show in about 15 minutes. It's Papa and Silver on a Tuesday, talking hoops on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Murph of the morning show, Brian Murphy, celebrated his 20th anniversary of being on air. And how did he celebrate? He laughed his ass off so hard that he fell out of his chair. Yeah, that's a true story. Check out that clip and all of the 20th anniversary shenanigans on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity line. Greg Papa here. Listen up, homeowners. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. One client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours. Wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project that is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers. Get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto and see how much you qualify for. Imagine this time next week you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. Call 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
The Gregs on a Tuesday. Quick little reset here as we just talked to Mark Spears. We're going to talk to Monty Poole in about 10 minutes at 11:30. Talk about Dennis Schröder. Talk about the Golden State Warriors losing 8 out of 10, how they can turn it around from here. The schedule ahead, not the easiest, but I do want to play a couple of clips from Mike Dunleavy, who spoke to the media yesterday about Dennis Schröder. And Walter, we'll start things off with Cut H, talking about it's great to get the deal done now as opposed to waiting to the February trade deadline. Here is what the Warriors general manager had to say on that matter.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, it's hard to get deals done in this league, period. But then this early in the season is tough. You need two motivated parties. And I think we had that with us in Brooklyn. And, like I said, just evaluating the team and this loss of D'Anthony was huge. And so to be able to kind of shore that up and remedy that to some degree was really important. Felt like it was something we couldn't wait on to February. And again, with, Dennis being somewhat available, clearly us making the deal he was, we wanted to go ahead and do that immediately.
Well, Papa, we've had the talk about how nobody's tanking in the NFL. Niners aren't going to look at tankathon, trotting out their roster here against Miami this coming week. But in the NBA, there is such thing as tanking, and I think Dennis Schröder, part of the reason why Brooklyn was willing to part ways with them sooner, winning too many damn games.
Well, I saw it up close with Greg Popovich. He clearly threw that 1 year after he fired Bob Hill and took over as coach, and David could have come back, and he wound up with Tim Duncan. And Nelly tried it a couple of different times. I mean, I've told many stories about watching him do it twice when Pop was an assistant 1 year. So in the NBA, I mean, the lottery does offset it some, but one player can flip your franchise. In the NFL, you get Andrew Luck or the right quarterback, you can do it, but it's hard. And these teams are not just a quarterback away. But the one thing about Dunleavy, they did it the very second that they were allowed to by the rules of the CBA. December the 15th is the first time they could trade DeAnthony Melton, and they did. My question would be, why didn't somebody else make another offer? Who else was in on Dennis Schröder? We heard the component that they wanted to make it bigger. Sean Marks is the GM, and he's got San Antonio ties, obviously, with Pop. And, Steve and Pop are tight. But in any event, they wanted Kuminga, and the Warriors backed off of that. So we'll see where it goes. But Brooklyn's obviously in a different stage they've been since they broke up their star power. But I wonder, why didn't any other teams get involved? Who were the Warriors bidding? It's a no-brainer. You're going to trade a guy with a partially torn ACL that just had surgery, can't play the year. You only have him for one more year. You could even re-sign him next year and have Schröder and Melton, in theory, back on your roster. You give him 3 twos, you take one back, you throw in a draft pick, and, that's a no-brainer. Why the Warriors did it. I just wondered, did anybody else in the NBA not try to get Dennis Schröder?
It's a great question. We probably could have asked Bobby Marks about it yesterday had we had more time. But, it's a really fair point. I think last year and in the offseason, frankly, why it was hard for the Warriors to go and get big-name targets like a Paul George, like a Lauri Markkanen, is other teams know that their window is closing and they are more desperate and they are trying to maximize the greatest player in their franchise's history and what he has left. So that's part of why making trades is hard. And the whole Mike Dunleavy, it's hard to make a deal, trades are hard statement, of course, went viral in the offseason. And he's able to get one done. So hopefully we can all just cut Mike Dunleavy a little bit of slack today for that one. But it's an interesting thing because Dennis Schröder, it was a no-brainer move. Brooklyn's not getting anything back to help them in the short term. I wonder why other teams didn't get to it, but it's back to Dunleavy's point why it's great to get the deal done now. Let's get into the other layer of this before we take a break and get to Monty Poole. Mike Dunleavy also responds to the question that's sort of been this hovering cloud, this elephant in the room. Is it an indictment on Brandon Podziemski's play so far this season? Here's what he had to say.
I think this move for both him and Steph is something we view as additive and helps them. Brandon was really, really good last year, and I think part of it was having Steph and CP, two other handlers alongside him. And so I think this move enables Brandon and Steph to always be on the court with another handler, whether it's the two of them or Dennis and Brandon or Dennis and Steph. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And again, I think this is something that boosts and helps Brandon. So we feel good about it in that regard as well.
So I translate that as Brandon doesn't need as much ball handling responsibilities as he's been given while he struggled in the first third of the season.
I think it's a valid point, and it'll help Steph, and it'll help Podziemski have another ball handler on the floor. But one thing I want to ask Monty, Monty's been covering sports in the Bay Area as long as I have, and the Warriors specifically. He's been on the beat with Steve's entire run. And just the way Steve Kerr handled Brandon Podziemski was just so different than I've seen him handle any other player. We talked about it at the time when he yelled at him during the game, and then after the game he banged the table. And we were talking about Greg Popovich and his Hall of Fame career, and Pop handles things differently. Steve played under him. He also played under Phil Jackson and Lute Olson and, Lenny Wilkins, some more civil coaches. And I wanted to get Monty's thoughts because Steve would not like to be talked like that too, when he was a young player, a second-year player. And they put a lot of pressure on this guy. He had a really good rookie year last year. He's a skilled player. He's a tough player. They didn't want to put him in trades, so I don't know why you have to tell the whole world that, but they did, and he's an all-star, and you put a lot of pressure on a guy, and then you undress him publicly. I've never seen Steve behave that way to a player. Tell me. He can yell back at Draymond when Draymond's yelling at everybody, but this is different. For a young player, and he feels like he can take it, But you're kind of making it hard on this guy. And now the fan base, and they got to block it out and go play. But you're not making it easier on him. Bringing in Schröder was necessary because he's not played as well. I think he's got a feistiness to him. You need him on the floor. But this will change the way it works. I do wonder if you want at least Steph and Schröder on the court at all times. How much do you want to have Schröder and Steph together? Do they got to start games, close games? You're going to have to. You got to do that. And then will Podziemski be out there alone? Will it always be 2 of the 3 on the floor? I guess is the way to look at it. I don't know. But anyway, Monty's been covering Steve. The one thing about Steve, he's not only a brilliant tactician, and I could tell literally a minute into his first preseason game against the Lakers he could coach. I knew who he was. I sat with him on the bus in San Antonio. He was a great person. Even as he came into that Spurs team, and they had already won championships, and they all, what does Steve think? He lorded over them with his personality. And we could tell right away he could coach, the ball movement from the San Antonio system. But the civility that he has shown at every step as the head coach of this team, a representative of our nation, the way he speaks out on tough issues, I just was surprised when he tore into Podziemski like that publicly on the sideline. You could see what he was doing. He didn't shy away from it. Then after the game, he doubled down and pounded the table. I thought the next day he may say, I saw a video of that, but he did not. He stood by it. So why was that required? Why was that necessary? And where is Podziemski at? Because they've made it hard on this guy with the players around him on the floor and just, calling him out publicly. It's one thing for the fan base to do it. It's another entire thing for the head coach to do it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with it. I don't think we have seen Steve Kerr publicly bash somebody like that because the Draymond situations are different. Draymond would kind of initiate it. The whole Oklahoma City 2016 famous halftime locker room yelling match. That was a different case than Brandon Podziemski, who does not have that fiery personality. And we can break this all down next with Monty Poole. Warriors insider of NBC Sports Bay Area will spend some time with us. First time we've ever had Monty on this program, so looking forward to that. We'll ask about Draymond. We'll ask about Schröder. We'll ask about the rotation, the upcoming schedule for the Warriors, and eventually looking forward to getting out to Chase Center more as we got the Digital Boys down at practice today to see Dennis Schröder as a Golden State Warrior for the very first time in a practice setting. Monty Poole next. It's KNBR and Papa and Silver on a Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Happy Tuesday. It's Papa and Silver. The Gregs taking you to class. All the youngsters out there, if you're leaving school, it's always a good feeling when you're able to get taken out of school and you get to hang out with your parents, even if you're just going to a doctor's appointment. So any of the kids out there listening, this one's for you. Happy holidays. Enjoy your Christmas break coming up. And Monty Poole will be joining us in a couple of minutes, but we're just waiting on hearing from Monty, and so we're going to ask him about Dennis Schröder, Brandon Podziemski, the coaching approach, and all of that. But in the meantime, Papa, Warriors playing a Memphis team that did lose their last game against the Lakers, but otherwise, this whole Memphis one-off last year, they were really good as a young team. They had a Ja Morant-less year between the suspension and then the injury, and now they're back, and it's kind of like they're picking up where they left off. This is a team that has been a pain for the Warriors. They did get the better of them in a hard-fought 2022 playoff series, but this is going to be a tough matchup to try to get out of this losing 8 of your last 10 skid they're on.
They got a couple of days of practice, and that was the one good thing. You didn't want them to lose in Houston. And, boy, Mark Spears was strong, saying that's one of the worst endings of a Warrior game. We've seen a few of them this year where it looked like they had a game. They had a double-digit lead with under 5 minutes to go. They're not just losing the clutch games where it's within 5 with 5 minutes to go. They've been up double digits in Denver and Houston and with a couple of minutes to go. And they did mismanage the end of the game, obviously, but the one good thing is the schedule is they just had to make up the Dallas game on Sunday, and they lost the game. But there was not – I don't know how that quite worked with the schedule because you lose one game, and then the teams that won added a second game. They had to play the semifinal on Saturday, and I thought the Warriors may even play I guess they wanted to clear the deck for the championship games tonight, but I thought they'd play, Sunday – Wednesday, maybe put another game in there. In any event, the schedule afforded them just one game from last Wednesday until it's actually 8 days because they're not going to play in Memphis, the grindhouse there, the FedEx Forum, until Thursday. So they need to get in the gym, and they need to tighten things up. They're shell defensively, and they've been good defensively all year, but they got bombed the other night, and they got picked apart by Luka. And then offensively is where the late game execution. So Dennis Schröder took his physical yesterday, and I know he's at Chase Center today, and they're having a practice there. So he'll be able to work out with his teammates today and work out tomorrow before they fly to Memphis. And I think they need a couple of days of practice, obviously for the new guy, but themselves, just to tighten things up on both ends of the floor.
That's not even to count Andrew Wiggins dealing with an injury, Steph Curry dealing with the tendonitis in the knees, and we have made the connection now with Monty Poole, Warriors insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. You can catch him on Warriors postgame. You can catch him on Dubs Talk Live. And he's joining the Greg Papa, Greg Silver program for the very first time on the UMA guest line. So, Monty, we appreciate it. And how are you?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Oh, doing pretty well. Happy Tuesday. Happy early holiday season to you. And excited about what we could see with the addition of Dennis Schröder, who is going to be out there Thursday for the first time. And we'll get to Schröder in a second. But the first question I want to ask you, because I know this was a talking point on your Dubstock Live after the Warriors gave up 143 points to Dallas, it's a two-parter. One, is Draymond Green going to be back in the starting lineup soon? And two, if so, do you think it's going to be a Kuminga-Draymond front court with Draymond at the 5, or is it going to go back to Jonathan Kuminga coming off the bench?
I think all those things are possible. Right now, Steve Kerr is obviously doing a lot of experimenting, and much of that is making sure that Draymond gets, his required minutes. Now, the question, though, becomes, to me, it's more important to see who's in the closing lineup, and I think that might be Draymond. But for right now, you look at J.K., he's really more of he's not a 4, he's not a 3, but he's playing the 4, and that's kind of where he is now. So I would not be surprised at all if Draymond, or if Kuminga comes off the bench very soon.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they don't want to play Draymond at 5 too many minutes. So whether you start Looney or Trace Jackson Davis, you save the 5 minutes for Draymond later in the game. But I hear you. But today Dennis Schröder is going to practice with the Warriors for the first time, and then also tomorrow before they fly. Just your thoughts. We've been watching this guy for years, going back to the Atlanta days when Mike Budenholzer had him, and he's been on 7 different teams. Saw him in Brooklyn come in and torch the Warriors in the fourth quarter this year. Saw him with the Lakers. Just your thoughts on how it's going to work. You assume at some point, maybe not immediately, but at some point he's not only in your starting lineup, he's in your closing lineup. What do you think the acquisition of Dennis Schröder does for Steph Curry and Wiggins, Kuminga, all of them, and how do you see him fitting in, Monty?
I think he's a good fit. In many ways, he is basically replaces DeAnthony Melton, who was a perfect fit. He's not quite as physical as Melton is, but he is a very good defender. He's shooting 39% this year from 3, averaging 18 points. So his offense is solid. His defense is solid. I don't know if he'll start immediately, but I do expect him to start within a very short time once he arrives and joins the Warriors and kind of adapts to how they play. It's a little bit like Chris Paul in the sense that he brings a different kind of style than Steph has and than Steve Kerr usually runs with his offense. But the fact of the matter is, that's something like Draymond Green explained yesterday, that's something they need. They need somebody who can change a pace and be able to run a lot of pick and roll when they need that, because right now when Steph runs pick and roll, he's getting swallowed up by people. And so with Schröder out there, you have another ball handler, another playmaker who can also score, which is what Melton was, because Steve has been shuffling between guys who can play defense like Gary Payton II and guys who can play offense like Lindy Waters, and so right now he has a guy who can do both. And he's been saying for a month now since DeAnthony went down that, really ideally they have a two-way guy playing next to Steph, and that's what Dennis brings.
I asked this to Mark Spears, who joined the show about 45 minutes ago, Monty, and I want to get your take on this as well, because I think the different skill set that Schröder brings could benefit a lot of different pieces on this team, including the star of the team, Steph Curry. So my question to you is, who has the most to gain from this addition?
Wow. Well, Steph is obviously the first guy because he gives him a little bit more space, another ball handler. He can play more off the ball. But also I think guys like J.K. Kuminga can benefit from this because Schröder's a pretty good distributor, can find guys at the rim, throw the lob. I don't know who this would hurt, frankly. I think it helps everybody. When you have another playmaker who can shoot, your team is better. And right now, the guys they've been playing next to Steph over the last month or so haven't quite been able to do both. It's been one or the other. You shoot, you make plays, and beyond that, most of those guys, other than Gary, don't really defend exceptionally well. So Schröder's a guy who defends, gets in your face, but also, he finds ways to make the offense go. He's having a great season in Brooklyn this year. 18 points a game, 6+ assists a game. He lit the Warriors up a few weeks ago at Chase in the fourth quarter there. So he is really, I think, a benefit to everybody on that roster.
Yeah, there's no doubt. He's going to run a lot of pick and roll, but it's different than Chris Paul. He's an attack off the pick and roll. He takes the pick and the screen to create an angle and get downhill, as we saw when he had the 17 in the fourth quarter against the Warriors. And Podziemski had a hard time guarding him that night. Gary Payton II did. So you were wondering about what guys will it impact in a negative way. And I think having another ball handler on the floor, and they lost Melton. They didn't have another ball handler. They lost a ball handler. And you got Draymond and Kyle Anderson can handle, but they're not pure point guards. So right now you've got 3, and Pods is more of a 1-2, and Steph as well. But I do want to ask you about Podziemski, Monty, and just his numbers are obviously down. He was playing his gritty style of play, picking up charges, sticking his nose in there, even though it was broken, and the shot's not falling. But I do want to ask you about Steve Kerr and the way he handled him, because you've been covering Steve his whole time as a head coach. You've been around the Bay Area forever. And we know Steve well. I was surprised when he undressed him during a game. For 45 seconds, he was clearly yelling at him, which you just don't see him do. And then after the game, he pounded the table and challenged him. He's had interactions when Draymond, goes at him. Sometimes he has to push back a little bit. But I thought it was very Nelly or Pop-like and not Steve Kerr-like to challenge, especially a young player. He must think that Pods is tough from Santa Clara, can take it. But just your thoughts on the way he's handling him and what's going on with Pods' game, Monty.
I like the way, first of all, that you described Steve and Draymond interactions. They've had some pretty intense interactions, I guess you could say. But yeah, Podge is not having a good year. That's pretty obvious to everybody who watches him play. He struggles on defense. His best defense is drawing a charge, and that's, you got to be better than that. Offensively, his shot's not falling. But yeah, he's a tough kid. I mean, I'll give him that much. He's tough, and Steve understands that. And after Steve dressed him down the other night, Brandon came out and said, he did it because he knows I can take it. And he can take it. He can take it. But he's got to be better. And, Steve, that's out of character for him, but it's not shocking because, he was frustrated. The team had just blown a game, and they blew it in the worst possible way with guys just making mistakes, careless passes. I mean, that lob that Brandon threw went to nowhere. It's like, what are you doing in a game like this where you're so close to winning? And then the play where there was a play when I think it was Buddy Hield, if I remember correctly, that was open, and Brandon decided he's going to take the big man on his own and Steph style. I'm going to challenge the big man out here on the perimeter, and he missed the shot, and then on the other end, they got the bucket. And I knew that's what lit Steve up. It's like, dude, you didn't pass the ball to a guy who's one of our open shooters. You missed the shot, and then on the other end, you commit the foul and give them 3-point play. So these are things that he has to learn. He is learning. Steve's going to ride him until he does.
Talking to Monty Poole here on the UMA guest line, discussing Brandon Podziemski, Steve Kerr's coaching style. Let's go back to Dennis Schröder on the defensive side of the ball. I want to ask, Monty, what you've seen from Schröder as a defender. He's obviously a very different player, different body type from DeAnthony Melton. And do you think that a small backcourt can be effective closing games on that side of the ball?
Well, that's the question, I think. He's got a 6'8" wingspan. That helps. But physically, he's about 25 pounds lighter than DeAnthony was. And so that's a little different. And so I think that's still to be determined. I don't have any question that he will be making the effort necessary to guard whoever the hell he's got to guard. He's going to be in their face. That's just who he is. But physically, I'd have some issues with him trying to guard, say, Shea in Oklahoma City. That'd be a tough matchup for Dennis, and that's something more for Wiggins or maybe a little bit of Gary. So I think if you're with the Warriors, you're kind of playing that by ear against big guards like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander in OKC. Other guys, yeah, sure, he can guard some of the other guys, but it's just the big guards that they can have some issues with. The guys that Klay Thompson used to guard, the James Hardens, guys like Shea. For example, can Dennis guard De'Aaron Fox? I think that's a good matchup. But De'Aaron Fox is their similar size. And so I think that's still to be determined as whether how far up can he guard. We can guard down. He can guard ones, but can he guard big ones? Can he guard twos? I think I need to see that.
Yeah, and the wingspan, offsets the 6'1" size, and that's what the Warriors look for. That's why Draymond can play 5, is because his arms are so long. Like a matchup with Memphis on Thursday night, that's what Andrew Wiggins comes into play. He can take John Morant, and you can put, Schröder on somebody else, and he does play passing lanes well, and he is feisty. He will pick you up three-quarter court and turn you. So just broad strokes, Monty. They started the year 12-3, and Buddy Hield was just making every jump shot. And even though they were attacking him defensively, he was holding his own. They've lost 8 of their last 10, and they're breaking down offensively. They're scoring in the 90s. The one game they were able to score, they give up nearly a gross amount of points to Dallas. So where they are, ultimately 12-3 versus 2-8, and I think specifically Buddy, just having Schröder maybe on the floor, and he's not John Stockton, Chris Paul kind of point guard, but he will open up for other guys. I mean, could he get Buddy Hield going? And is Buddy kind of the barometer of this team? When Buddy shoots and scores, this team seems to win.
Well, it's because Buddy's the guy off the bench who's giving them buckets, and when Buddy's not on the bench suffers big time. Who else is going to get buckets right now off the bench? If Buddy's starting and Kuminga's starting, who's your bench scorer? You don't really have one. So, yeah, I think if there's some overlap between starters and starters and bench guys, like you'll have with Dennis and with Buddy, Yeah, I mean, it's going to be good for Buddy too. So, again, I don't see anyone on that roster that suffers from the arrival of Dennis Schröder.
So, Monty, what you're telling me is we can't expect Draymond Green to come off the bench and be the microwave every game?
In a different way. Well, he is the microwave, but not shooting the ball.
He was the microwave for about 90 seconds the other night when he made 3 straight three-pointers. Like, whoa, what is this? But, yeah, I think as a regular routine, no, you're not going to get that.
Yeah, fair enough. I know. I was actually at that one and seeing it live in person. I was like, what is happening right now? And then it was just like the All-Star game, basically. Speaking of the All-Star game, you see this news about the NBA and NBPA announcing a new format for the Chase Center All-Star game in 2025?
Yes, I did.
You got any initial thoughts on it? The 3 teams of 8 from 24 All-Star selections.
Well, it's pretty clear that they're still tinkering with All-Star format, All-Star weekend format, and also, obviously, the Emirates NBA Cup format. These are all things that it's part of a trial right now because they don't like the way it ended last year. Last year's All-Star game sucked. Everybody knew that. And they're like, what can we do to make it better, make it more interesting? And so they're in this trial and error phase right now, and we'll see how it goes. But right now they're kind of throwing stuff against the wall to see what works, to see what will draw fans and can gather interest. Because after last year, everybody was like, okay, we can't keep doing this, where, people are out there getting 200 points in a game and stuff like that. So it makes sense that they would try and make some experimental moves, maybe some adjustments here and there. So I still, I want to wait and see because eventually they'll find something that they love. But right now, that's what they're looking for.
Monty, we appreciate the time. Great to have you on Papa and Silver, and we'll definitely do this again soon. We'll revisit the Dennis Schröder topic as we see him in the blue and gold.
All right, guys. Talk to you later.
Monte.
So what would he be with the umlaut over his name? Would he be Monty, or would we put it on the E?
Be Monte.
Monte.
They already broke that up. He makes a good point about 6'9" length for Schröder. We'll have to watch that. This NBA All-Star game, a mini tournament featuring 4 teams in 3 games, 3 teams of NBA All-Star selections. And it's going to be Barkley and Shaq and Kenny are going to be drafting the rosters of the, not like, Team LeBron versus Team Steph. I don't know why they just don't go U.S.-born players against the world, especially after the Olympics and Steph Curry's success. I mean, this All-Star game is Steph Curry's All-Star game. Are the Warriors going to have anybody else in the All-Star game? Sabrina will probably shoot it out with Steph. Maybe get Clay involved either way for an All-Star Saturday night. But this one is like the hockey format, and I'm not a fan of that one. I mean, and hockey did go to the and it's tough in North America because you got just USA-born and Canadian-born players versus the world, and the world is where it's dominant. I'm not even sure in the NBA if U.S.-born, North America-born players would be able to handle the world. But wouldn't this be the 1 year right after the gold medal and Steph's performance in Team USA, and this being Steph's All-Star game to go to a USA versus the world All-Star format?
I would love that very much. And we can continue that conversation on the other side because we have not only that topic, but another topic and a piece of sound that was going semi-viral about how to modify the NBA. So we can get into that. Then we'll get back into the 49ers. We won't have Dante Whitner now. He had matter come up, and so we're going to reschedule him for later in the week. But we will get back into football in the 12 o'clock hour. So I think All-Star should be based on potential assists per game. So like when Copes is walking around with a Nerf football in the KNBR bullpen and just chucking it at people, is that a potential completion?
That's a interceptable pass is what that is. Well, they have screen assist. I mean, we knew what it is. It's just I didn't know that Schröder's was so high. So that means the Brooklyn players couldn't shoot. He has 6.6 a game. He should have 13. So 6.5 times a game, or double his total, he would make a pass that should have been an assist, and the guy missed the shot.
Get Schröder a shooter. We'll talk about that. How much
better will his assists per game go up passing the ball to Steph Curry?
I mean, one would think that would help the metric for sure. We'll talk about that on the other side and the NBA All-Star format, which will be at Chase Center. And we got to get those details settled for our station as well. So it's Pop and Silver on a Tuesday. Talking hoops with Monty Poole, Mark Spears. And if you want to join the conversation, 808 KNBR, the number, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. It's Greg and Greg. Still trying to figure out where Greg number 2 went. He's just down the hall. He'll be in a moment. And while we wait for him, I'll tell you that you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And look at that. Boom, out of thin air, he's back. We're talking about the NBA and the new All-Star format. And normally this is the kind of thing I don't love to go super deep into the weeds, Papa, but it is interesting because it's at Chase Center this year. And so there's entertainment value for Joe Lacob, for Chase Center, for the local Bay Area. And the way they're doing this now is a 4-team tournament with 24 All-Stars. So you're thinking, wait, so how does it get 8 split into 3 ways? The 4th team is the Kestrel Rising Stars champion. Dude.
So we don't have the Rising Stars game on Friday night anymore?
No, I think it's the winner of that game is the 4th team.
They're going to play off each other?
Yeah. Which,
wow.
I will say that's some motivation because could you imagine being one of the 24 All-Star selections and you got a semifinal game against like Brandon Podziemski?
Why don't you just pick 32 All-Stars and have them go? If you want to break it up into teams, just do 4 teams of 8. I mean, normally in the NBA, the roster was always 12 and now it's 15. So they don't even take 12 All-Stars. They take their 15 All-Stars. They take, I mean, this is, I don't know. So what is the format that I'm not going to like? Because this was, we talked about this months ago, and Steph was actually involved. He reached out to the commissioner. He wanted this is the Steph Curry All-Star game. I mean, he's in the Bay Area. The Warriors going to have any other All-Stars this year? Probably not. He'll shoot out with Sabrina, hopefully, an All-Star Saturday night. I'd like to have Clay involved in that and make it a Splash Brother weekend. But what are the details? I mean, this to me seemed like such a no-brainer to go with the idea that we've been talking about, but how are they actually going to do it?
24 All-Star selections divided evenly into 3 8-player teams. The honorary team general managers are going to be the TNT panelists minus Ernie Johnson. So you'll get Charles Barkley, Shaq, Kenny Smith, and Candace Parker. So I don't know if one of them gets assigned.
I'm taking Candace's team. She's by far the smartest.
Oh, yeah. I'm taking Candace in a heartbeat. Candace over Barkley should be the 1 versus 4 matchup. That feels like a 1 versus 14 seed in March Madness. Then you get 2 semifinals. 2 teams meet in 1 semifinal.
So it's not an actual game. We're playing a mini tournament during the All-Star game.
Yes.
With 4 different teams of 8, 3 actual NBA teams and a rookie-sophomore winner.
The winner of each game, including the championship game, I believe, is the first team to reach or surpass 40 points. Not a lot of points.
Yeah, well, they're not. How long are they playing for?
I think it's a target score.
Is it 12 minutes? Oh, it's a 4. I do like that version when they did that a few years ago. So to me, this would have been and this format is a little bit of an adaptation of the NHL. And I went to the weekend when in Vegas. It was the last actual tackle Pro Bowl, but they didn't actually tackle. But it was the last real true Pro Bowl game was on a Sunday, and the NHL All-Star game was at T-Mobile. I went to both. We went to Saturday and Sunday. And I love the NHL All-Star game growing up in Buffalo, obviously. And that was all the divisions. And they didn't even play 5-on-5. They played 3-on-3 with a goalie. So it's like, this is not real hockey. There's way too much ice. And the NHL is actually doing this again this year. They have a 9-day tournament between teams from Canada, Finland, Sweden, and the U.S. round-robin format that's going to be held in Montreal and Boston. So the top 2 teams will meet in the championship game in Boston at the TD Garden, and it'll go from February 12th to the 20th. So this is kind of a combination of the way the NHL's done this before, where you actually have countries represented. But I remember years ago, and, back in the day when, the Soviet Union would bring their team in to play NHL teams. And they went to the Philadelphia Flyers one day at a brawl with the Broad Street Bullies. But you had, the best hockey players were in Eastern Europe at the time. And Canada obviously was good. So the NHL went to a format years ago where it was North America, U.S.-born, and mainly it was Canadian-born players against the world, which made the All-Star game interesting. So my thought, after this incredible Paris Olympics of 2024, when you had not only LeBron and KD, but Steph Curry join it, and then he goes off in the gold medal game against France, the game against Serbia, the night, the whole thing. And this is the Steph Curry All-Star game. Why would you not go to a United States-born? Do you want to make it North American-born so Jamal Murray plays for Team North America, or do you want to give them to the world?
What about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander,
Andrew
Wiggins?
Alexander, Andrew Wiggins, all Canadian-born. But just the players. Now, I don't even know. If you want to get them to play defense, that's the whole thing. We know how good they are offensively. Are they going to guard in an all-star format? If you have North America or just USA versus the world, do you realize what team would you take? Here is the lineup of international-born players that could play in the All-Star game. Maybe you've heard of them. The Joker.
Who?
Luka.
Oh.
Giannis. Joel. Laurie. Pascal Siakam. Kristaps Porzingis if he ever gets healthy. Both Bogdanoviches. I can't keep them straight. Bogdan, Bogey, whoever the hell they are. You want rim protection? Do you want Rudy Gobert? Do you want Franz Wagner? Do you want OG Anunoby? Do you want the guy that we want to be a Warrior? Nick Vucevic, Clint Capella, Jonas Valanciunas, Sengun, who we just saw with the Rockets, Rui Hachimura, or the new Warrior. What do they call those double dots above the German vowel O?
Umlaut.
Dennis Schröder would be. Now, honestly, if you played Team USA or North America against those guys, how good would that game be? And who would win?
Pascal Siakam, Victor Wembanyama.
Oh, I forgot about Victor Wembanyama. Well, you know what? He's going to be in the rookie-sophomore team. We're going to put him on that team. He's only a second-year player. Is that why they're doing it, to get Wembanyama in the All-Star game? Is that why they're doing it? I forgot about Wembanyama. But look at this team. What's the starting lineup for the world? How good of a lineup could you have where your front line, I'd play Luka at point guard with Giannis, Nikola Jokic, Joel Embiid, Lauri Markkanen? I mean, come on.
Kyrie Irving's a gray area one, too, because he's played for Team USA, but I believe he was born in Australia.
We need somebody from Team USA to play. I mean, Team USA would obviously have great players as well, with KD and Steph and LeBron and Tatum and Brown, and we do just fine. But honestly, would you take the world? And wouldn't this be a way better format where it's USA versus the world when Steph Curry gave us the night for the Paris Olympics and it's a Steph Curry All-Star game? Are we the only ones that think this is the way it should go? It seems like a no-brainer.
As much as I would like to disagree with you and engage in a little bit of debate for the sake of talk radio and a back and forth, Papa, I can't. I'm with you. This is the ultimate no-brainer when you had Steph Curry, the greatest show in sports, do it on the biggest stage, on the world stage. I'm talking about not just the semifinal against Serbia and Nikola Jokic, but he hit 4 straight threes to put France away, and the golden dagger is something that's going to be forever etched in the minds of not just Bay Area fans, but I think it was, in a way, putting the world on notice.
Without a doubt. Now, is there something with the Players Association that they would not approve this? I don't know why they didn't go this way. And they've also got to get approval of the Players Association to roll out this format. I don't know. And how many players would you take? I mean, I named 18 players from the world. You want 15 on each side. So not maybe Dennis Schröder, who doesn't make the cut, but you want to get a Warrior in the game, have him play for the world. But I mean, the NHL did this years ago. The bottom line is you want the stars of the league to play defense. Now, you want them to play a lot of defense and step in and pick up a charge, and you don't want them to quite do that. But when they had that Target score a couple of years ago, they actually would guard at the end. The whole thing, because we know how great they are offensively. Just don't throw 94-foot outlet passes every single play, and let's not make every shot be a logo shot from midcourt. Leave that to Dame and Steph, only the guys that can make the shot. But basically, you got to get into a little pride and you guard people. And if you made it where you're up against these great international stars, I mean, they're running the league right now. How many of these guys have won the MVPs the last few years? They run them all. So honestly, who would you pick to? I think I would take the world. I mean, they have more to choose from, obviously. It's a greater landmass, the whole world, than just North America. But I think I would take, and it may be one of the fierce times. That's how David Stern loved this, the globalization of his sport and how popular basketball is in the world. Behind soccer, it's the second most popular sport in the world, and some of your very greatest players now are internationally born. So why wouldn't you go this format?
I probably do take the world, but something so fascinating about this matchup to me is that a lot of people, and I'm talking about the ones who were upset about Jason Tatum's playing time in the Olympics, et cetera, and then there was the rationalization of, oh, well, this is the farewell tour for LeBron, Steph, and KD. I'm thinking, F that. Steve Kerr just doesn't want to lose. Steph, LeBron, and KD, as the old men, were still very clearly the best players on Team USA en route to a gold medal. Now, they had to overcome some tough games.
South Sudan in the prelim. I mean, the world can play. It's not, I mean, those guys gave the Team USA everything.
So if you take the best of the world and put it all together, you get Jokic, Wemby.
I'm not even sure Wemby's playing here. Is he on? He's not in your starting lineup on the front line. I mean, you play him at 2-guard? I mean, come on.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Luka Doncic, Giannis, the Joker, Embiid. I mean, it is ridiculous.
It's Siakam, Lauri Markkanen. I mean, their talent. Is the unicorn ever going to get healthy? Kristaps Porzingis will be healthy by the All-Star game, won't he? Roll him out there. I mean, seriously, I don't know why. Was this even thought of? And they somehow the Players Association said, no, we can't do that for this reason or that reason. I mean, wouldn't this be the obvious way to go after the Paris Olympics and Steph Curry hosting the NBA All-Star game?
And the reason I feel passionately about this is because it's going to be in our own backyard. We got Valentine's Day weekend celebrating the love for the game of basketball and the love for the globalization of the game of basketball. Oh, that just would have been a perfect way to get a good matchup going.
I was conflicted because I thought, we're going to be at the Super Bowl this year in New Orleans and come back for that. Well, maybe not. Maybe not so much anymore. So.
Oh, amazing. Well, we could continue this conversation a little bit later on. We'll get back into a little football, talk some Niners. We won't have Dante Whitner on, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. We'll get him later in the week. Talk a little NFL, talk a little Niners. We got Sounds of Silver coming up, bottom of the hour. We have our Silver Linings playlist to go for the 1 o'clock hour. And no, it's not going to be Emirates NBA Cup related this time, as the finals between two international stars, Giannis Antetokounmpo and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Is Russell Westbrook the last domestic MVP?
That far back? No. I don't know.
Giannis.
I mean,
Jokic,
the Joker's won 3 of the
Jokic.
last 4. Russell Westbrook, should not have won it. The year he had the triple-double, are you kidding me? We have to go that far back to get a American-born most valuable player?
We're going to fact-check ourselves during the break.
Winner that far back?
We'll fact-check ourselves during the break. Talk more hoops, talk more NFL on the other side. It's Pop and Silver on a Tuesday with a passionate USA versus the World All-Star break. I don't know. I hope they do something about it. We'll keep moving the show on. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brent Jones stopped by Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa yesterday and voiced his disgust with Devondre Campbell walking out on his team mid-game and how that has no place in an NFL locker room. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Hey, it's our good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the phone line. He is the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always helping out the people. And today, Steve, we're going to hear all about unfiled and unpaid tax returns.
That's right. It's a very common situation. People don't file returns. Biggest reason is they just don't have the money to pay it. And other people file their returns, but they feel like they're drowning in 1,000 feet of water. They just have no idea how they're ever going to get out of this. They feel they'll never get out of this. They don't have the money. Folks, there's a lot of good solutions. Next week at this time, it's Christmas Eve. How about giving yourself and your family a Christmas present? Let's end the worries. How about you enjoy Christmas this year? turn this problem over to us. If you didn't file the returns, we'll file all the returns we need to file. We want to make a deal for you with the government. If you have filed the returns, that's okay too. We want to make a deal with the government. The bottom line is, we truly want you to have a Merry Christmas. Get this off your back. The only thing you have to do is call us and say, hey, Steve, take care of this problem for me. I want to enjoy Christmas.
Let Steve Moskowitz help out your holiday season. That's right. You can call Steve Moskowitz at Moskowitz LLP. And for more, dial 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL. Or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brock back, retreating. It'll load up and throw a deep shot towards Jawan Jennings. Overthrew him, and it's intercepted by Darius Williams in the end zone. Brock took a deep shot to Jawan Jennings and badly overthrew him, and Darius Williams intercepts the ball with 5:14 to play.
Yeah, well said by the guy to my left, as the tone kind of says it all. Took the air out of the building. 49ers score 6, and now they look to turn the page against Miami and find a way to use this last month of the season as a springboard into a healthier, more successful 2025. By the way, just to correct myself, I said Russell Westbrook last domestic MVP. I had the years flipped in my head. James Harden was 2018. Westbrook was 2017. First year without Kevin Durant, the triple-double year.
Your point's well taken. 6 straight years. The last 6 years, it's been an international-born player.
3 of them Jokic, 2 of them Giannis, 1 of them Joel Embiid. So, would make for something incredible. And I would say, depending on how this season shakes out, pretty decent chance it goes 7. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Luka Doncic,
It's
Giannis
early. It's early.
Antetokounmpo back in the mix.
Yeah, one thing is Brock Purdy, going into that Christmas night game last year, we thought it was Brock versus Lamar for the NFL Most Valuable Player, and that interception at the end kind of sealed the fate. So I know mathematically the Niners are clinging to hopes that they can make the playoffs, but we're not even going there. The one thing that is surprising, this game was scheduled for a late kickoff on the East Coast of 4:25. And we were told that CBS was going to move out of it. They were going to move the game up earlier, so it would be a 10 a.m. kickoff our time, 1 o'clock in the East Coast in South Florida. They never moved the game. And Miami lost their game last week. They're 6-8. They're hanging by a thread. The Niners at 6-8 are hanging by a thread. So not only is CBS not moved the game, they're leaving it in the 4:25. That's the most watched television spot on a Sunday late afternoon, early evening game. They're leaving Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on the game. So they're the number one crew for CBS. I can't imagine that CBS does not have a better game. But now we're getting into, doubleheaders on, we got a Thursday game. We got a doubleheader on Saturday. And there are some good AFC games that are up. Like the Thursday game this week is Denver and the Chargers. Good game. And the games on Saturday are both, they involve 4 AFC teams, Houston, Kansas City, and then Pittsburgh, Baltimore. And the way they're doing that is those 4 teams are also going to play on Christmas Day because they got to come back and they're playing a Wednesday, which is Christmas. So it's Saturday, Wednesday, which is enough time, the 96 hours like a Sunday, Thursday. So there's not a lot of great AFC games to choose from where they would move. I thought for sure, and Tom Spencer, our friend from KNBR from years ago, and I'm sure Murph will have, his friend Jim Nantz on it later in the week, and I thought for sure they're going to move Nantz and Romo off this game. They are not. But here's my question. Is it possible? I think the answer is yes, and we have to get into it. What has to occur for the Niners to be mathematically eliminated by the time we kick off in South Florida? Because you got so many morning games being played ahead of our game. We got some games in the afternoon as well involving Seattle. The Rams are going to play earlier in the day. I mean, what has to occur? Is there a strong possibility? And I'm not saying that'll impact the way the guys get ready for the game or who they play in the game, but we'll have to get into it later, and your brilliant mind is already spinning. What scenarios have to unfold where the Niners, what do we have now, a .000000001 chance of making the playoffs? What scenario is there where it's over and they're eliminated?
Yeah, so I don't have it right in front of me. I have not I've not gotten my shovel out and dug deep into the unlikely scenarios yet with 4 weeks still left to be played. But I do think, well, just initial look, I think if the Commanders beat the Eagles in the 10 a.m. slot, and that game is in Washington, that would get Washington to 10 wins.
You're looking at a wild card hope there, yeah.
And I think that would effectively end the 49ers, if not mathematically. So that's sort of the big one I'm looking at. Yeah, these Saturday games, Papa, and the Christmas games, these are better than the Sunday games I'm looking at right here.
They're all AFC, and there's a cross-pollination. It's not always AFC is CBS and NFC is Fox anymore, but by and large. Does D-Pop want to jump in on this and say the
Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. I just hearing your conversation. Wouldn't the Rams winning on Sunday morning against the Jets eliminate the Niners because they swept the Niners this season?
Would that eliminate them from the NFC? The Niners' only chance to win the NFC West, or is there a chance to do it as a wild card? So the combination of the Rams winning and Washington beating Philadelphia, would you need both of those to occur? And then the Niners would be mathematically eliminated in theory before we kick off in Miami?
Well, their only very, very slim path is through the wild card. They cannot win the NFC West.
They cannot win the NFC West anymore?
No, because Seattle and L.A. play each other week 18.
What if it ends in a tie?
Then they will still have a better division record than the 49ers.
So the only hope we have is so Derek's theory is not true. The Rams, not true.
Yeah, I think it depends on Washington.
The Niners cannot win the West?
Cannot win the West.
That's a lock. I have a T-shirt last year. It's a lock. We won the West. I can get it's a lock. We're not going to win the West. That's over?
No, that's going to be an ancient T-shirt.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, so bummer there. But, we came in with the Brock Purdy interception, and this is somebody who, and look, we're not going to get into deep contract semantics. That's going to be a big offseason topic, and it's not up to us to decide what Brock Purdy is going to get paid and everything. But I do think that Brock Purdy is going to get paid by the 49ers, Papa. I think there's also very large value in how he finishes out this season. This is not a Brock Purdy was bad, and therefore that's why the 49ers season went sideways in 2024. But I do think despite, the Debo drop and a couple of plays that could have been had for Brock Purdy, he also missed some crucial deep balls with the Ricky Pearsall, the George Kittle, and then the interception that we came in with. Well, that was just his worst decision of the game and one of his worst ones of the season, frankly.
Yeah, Kyle did defend him on that, and Juwan got bumped off the route. I would say Brock's superpowers has been, the nickname we gave him, Big Brain Brock, and his ability to process and see the field, and not all quarterbacks can see it. Jaylen Hurts still struggles to see the field. Caleb Williams struggles to see the field. He's a young player that will learn it, you'd think, but that is the bottom line. Can you see the grid? And the one thing about Brock, of all the quarterbacks they brought in here, you could see it right away. He's the one guy who most naturally played the position where he goes through his progressions. Boom, boom, boom. And if boom, 1 to 3, can you get to 4? Can you get to 5? And then the checkdowns, McCaffrey, when you got him here. But that was Brock. Brock was incredibly precise with the ball and the placement of the ball. And he very seldom, if ever, made bad choices where to go with the ball. What he had to work on that first year was pocket presence and, stepping up into the pocket and getting out to his right, not retreating in the pocket, getting spun around and going to his left, which he did quite a bit in the playoff game against Seattle and had to throw the ball away. I mean, one time he got out to his left, came back right, hit Ayuk in the back of the end zone, and Brandon dropped the ball. This year, I would say there's been regression in the choices he's making on where to go with the ball, and also inaccuracy, where he was incredibly precise with ball placement and his mind. Now, it's gotten a little clouded this year, and I would say where it started was in Minnesota in week 2. It was not a great thing having to begin the year playing that Flores defense, and we saw him last year, and, we got 17 points in the game, and they're hard to deal with. And look at them now. Look what they're doing. And that defense is great, and it's one of the strengths of the team, obviously, with Justin Jefferson and the quarterback, the way Sam's playing. So anyway, but that does not mean he's not a good quarterback. It means his reads have to be more clearly defined, and the way that they're choking off the middle, the whole system of the offense. And I think a lot of it was Mike McDonald and what Baltimore did on Christmas night, and that's where Brock lost the MVP, the 4 picks, and he got pulled early in the second half. Darnold came in and threw a fifth. It could have been more for Brock. He played like 33 minutes in that game, and he was out. So, that, and then Spags showing the man coverage. You're just getting a lot of man coverage. And I looked at the Pro Football Focus numbers. I thought there were more. The Rams played most of their snaps in zone in the last game, but it seemed like the big one, Ahkello Witherspoon, they just couldn't get him off the hip of Niner receivers, and they were trying to go at him. So the numbers are what they are. There's no question the way he finishes up this year is critically important. They evaluate every single thing you do, from where you park your car to what you say to people coming in, what kind of person you are. And Brock's, he's Brock steady that way. We're not worried about that. But these last 3 games are important. He needs to play well against Miami, Detroit, and Arizona. He's got 3 more games to go. Do I have to remind you that the Niners in 2017 traded for Jimmy Garoppolo in the middle of a year? They began that year 0-9. They were 1-10. And the one was the deep shot to Marquise Goodwin the day, he lost his baby. It was terrible. It was like a Trent Williams, Travarius Ward story. His wife, it was stillborn the morning of the game. He went and played that game. That's the one win they had. They were 1-10. And then finally, when Jimmy got his chance to play, came in off the bench to a touchdown pass to Lewis Murphy against Seattle, he won 5 in a row. So don't tell me those games don't matter. They matter to Kyle Shanahan. They were 1-10. Jimmy won 5 straight games. And I remember a Christmas Eve game against Jacksonville, and Saxonville was going to the playoffs. They were one bad interference call away on beating New England and going to the Super Bowl that year. The Niners rolled up a big number. They won their last 5. What did they do that offseason? They paid Jimmy. He became, for a brief time, the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Derek Carr was right there with the Raiders. So these games matter. Whether if you're 1-10 and win 5 in a row, and you're 6-8 and have a chance to win 3 in a row, and these are 3 tough teams at Miami, home for Detroit, and then obviously at Arizona. So it matters. The evaluation has not been done. They evaluated. But all that being said, they love Brock Purdy. So they're going to figure out a contract, and that number, that's what we'll get into in the offseason. We're not there. Is it a Dak Prescott? Tua, Jaylen Hurts, 60, 50, who knows? Is it a 40? We'll see. But these games do matter, and Kyle is incredibly competitive. No one is quitting on this season. Even if we find out before the game that they are mathematically eliminated, they don't care. That does not happen in football.
Well, one person quit on the season.
No, I'm talking about, he quit in the moment at that time. And I'd like to see Devondre defend himself a little bit on why he behaved that way. This is not a 21-year-old rookie. It's a 31-year-old grown man who may have committed career suicide. But anyway, we already made our comments on that. Anyway, there's a lot to play for. Fans may, and I saw the, just tank, baby. The Raiders don't do that. I mean, Mark does not have very many qualities of his brilliant father, but he's not giving up on the year. They're not doing that. No one does that. It's just not done in this league. In other leagues, I've seen it happen up close, and it's worked. It won Pop 5 NBA championships. But anyway, so there's a lot to evaluate. Just look at how they handled Jimmy. They didn't know Jimmy like they know Brock. Jimmy just got here. They had to learn him, and they saw him win 5 straight games. They made him the highest paid player in the history of the NFL for a short period of time, and then others passed him. So anyway, these last 3 games are big for Brock. They're big for the team. They're big for Kyle Shanahan. You don't want to end the year with a losing record. If you get a chance to win these last 3 and get to 9-8, that'd make it a lot more palatable. But the evaluation on Brock continues, and you have to look at it, with cold honesty and the QBR and the numbers and all that stuff. Just the choices that he made to go to the ball here versus there, the missing of receivers that were open. Why did that occur this year? There was more of those this year than there was previously in his career entering this year.
We'll keep it on the Niners on the other side. And since we don't have Dante Whitner joining us, we'll also play a few cuts from the 49ers Player of the Week. Dre Greenlaw is one of the few bright spots we can take away from last week. That is a guy that you will not have to convince to go and play on the football field. We'll see what they do with Dre the rest of the year between balancing the management of his injury and also taming the competitive beast that is number 57, who will be a free agent in this offseason. So more Niners on the other side. 808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation. Don't forget about our contest giveaway between now and 1 o'clock. It's Papa and Silver. More Niners on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What I'm proposing is that we lease you guys your equipment. It could make things smoother for you. We could funnel everything through one lender, could pump some money back into this local economy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Bands get nervous when you start subbing out sound equipment. Hey, so listen, the guy here wants us to help him launder some money.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, Greg and Greg hanging out for another hour and a half or so. Talking a little Niners. We've talked Dennis Schröder. We interviewed Monty Poole, Mark Spears. If you can go back and hear those interviews on the KNBR podcast page. Dennis Schröder now in the Bay, and the 49ers are looking to turn the page as they got a little family tree coaching matchup. Mike McDaniel versus Kyle Shanahan. We saw these two face off against each other once, Papa, and that ended up being one of the most important games in this era of 49ers football. It was the Jimmy Garoppolo breaks foot. Brock Purdy comes in and cements himself as the future guy of the franchise. How about that?
That is his father, and obviously Brock wears number 13 because he grew up, he didn't grow up, but his dad grew up, in the Miami area, loving Dan Marino. And his dad, what does he sell? Hot tubs in Phoenix? I remember having him on after his dad was working on a Sunday, and he gets the alert that Jimmy got hurt, and his son was in the game, and he closed down, or somebody else ran it, and he drove home. I mean, we had him on the air about a month after, and he had to dodge traffic on a Sunday morning to get home and watch. I think he got home in time to watch the entire second half. And Brock played really well in that game. I remember, because I was such a Brock Purdy fan, and we went to Egan to scrimmage the Vikings. You could just see how good he was, and he moved quickly up behind Nate Sudfeld, where they cut Sudfeld, and he was the backup behind Trey, and they brought Jimmy back. It was complicated, but and I've been telling members of the media on this show, I remember Brock's very first preseason game against Green Bay. I had Dan Minucci, who mentored him. The Purdy's hired Dan Minucci, who's a former Buffalo Bills quarterback, to be his mentor when Brock was like in the 9th grade. And I had him on. It was the Monday after that preseason game against Green Bay. And I'm like, who is this guy? The way he ran the clock, the touchdown he threw rolling to his left, and the 2-point conversion. I'm like, who's Purdy? But anyway, when he got into that Miami game, I think his first throw went into row 8 on the sideline. And I went, oh, damn. Settle it, Brock. You look a little nervous. And then he did get in against Kansas City early in the year. And I thought Juwan Jennings should have made a better effort on the post route, but he threw an interception to Thornhill. Anyway, I was kind of like his second father, like, come on, Brock, play well. And then, man, did he ball out in that game. And then obviously made the start the next week against Tom Brady in Tampa. And just, the whole story has been amazing. But as far as Mike McDaniel, honestly, and we'll get into it more throughout the week, I just didn't think he would be this kind of a head coach in the NFL. I mean, obviously, is the power of his personality, and you could see that. And they let him speak to the media a little bit as the offensive coordinator here, but not a lot. But my one image of him is on the practice field. How tall is Mike? And what does he weigh? 140 pounds? Him coaching up Trent Williams at like 340, and the two of them together, I'm like, how does this guy relate to, and not relate to him, because all players want is somebody to teach them how to get better. But, Trent Williams, and the thing that's great about our players and the players in Miami is that they respect Mike because he is so smart. Ivy League educated, obviously. And anyway, it was just the juxtaposition and size. Like, how does Mike McDaniel teach, Trent Williams how to have a reach block? But then, when Kai Correa was with the Giants, I thought he was brilliant, and this little guy. But it was really, now he's Miami Mike with the porn glasses he wears and the whole getup and the swag he's got and the wristwatch he wears during a game. And he fits South Florida. But I got to say, I was a bit surprised. Mike LaFleur, who actually is the Rams offensive coordinator now, was in the booth next to us. And we talked before the game, came over and gave him a hug. I thought Mike LaFleur, of the two Mikes that were together, was Mike LaFleur and Mike McDaniel. Mike ran the passing game and Mike McDaniel ran the run game. Honestly, because of his size and lack thereof, I just thought this guy could be a head coach. And there were talks initially. He never called plays before. He was not, even though they never gave him the title offensive coordinator here, but he never got on the headsets. And I thought, is he going to be? And initially, I heard it's a little rough with him, and but that offense just took off. Obviously, how about the game last year where they laid 70 on the Denver Broncos? The speed. I mean, right away they made a trade to get Tyreek Hill. They had Jalen Waddle. They added the Mosterati, Raheem Mostert. I mean, that's one of the fastest teams of the 5 eligibles that you've ever seen in the history of the NFL. The one thing is Tua, and I'm not a big Tua fan. Yeah. A lot of RPOs. I think they've gotten away. Last time we played them, Fred and Dre just got the depth on the RPO, the run-pass option, where he would pull it and throw it, and he had a hard time dropping the ball over the linebacker level. As I remember, Dre may have gotten his hands on a Tua ball or two, and we'll leave it at that. And but anyway, but they've gotten away from the RPO game a little bit. With Miami, the problem has been, well, Tua got hurt a lot, the concussion, and they went to Buffalo, a few years ago, and Skylar Thompson, who was actually a 7th-round pick in Brock's draft, had to play that game, and he was overmatched against the Bills. And then this last year, Tua was healthy, and they went to Arrowhead, one of the coldest playoff games in history. So that franchise and Tua just can't win when it's 40 and below. And I've already checked the weather in Miami. It's going to be about 70.
I was going to say even 70 and below. I think Tua's record's pretty rough.
Is it 70? Has to be above that? So anyway, it'll be interesting to see him. We'll ask Kyle about it. But I am a little surprised, actually a lot surprised that Mike McDaniel, and they haven't been able to win in the playoffs, but, he got the contract extension and everything. But I did not see when I saw him at Niner practices and assistant coach, that's going to be one of the great offensive minds in the NFL in the next few years. I didn't see that coming, I got to tell you.
He's listed at 5'9", 180, by the way. So that's a nice juxtaposition from Trent Williams.
Is he that big? 5'7", 140 sounds better. Is he 180?
I was kind of getting like
maybe when he puts the glasses
stature
and the wristwatch on, he ends about 40 pounds.
I was thinking he kind of had more of the stature to match like Tutu Atwell or something. Yeah. Something like that. But Mike McDaniel's been a great story, and it's been fascinating, the relationship between Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan, because I think for McDaniel, he is eternally grateful. Kyle Shanahan took him under his wing, got him to new heights, but I think there was a little bit of resentment building at the end, too, with Kyle Shanahan blocking some head coaching interviews and everything. And there's a great section in this book called The Why Is Everything about when Mike McDaniel came back to Santa Clara and that first play had some pettiness and punitive.
Oh, the one to Sherfield?
With the Trent Sherfield play. And obviously, Miami ended up losing that game. 49ers outmatched them in the long run. Dre Greenlaw, Fred Warner, Tua couldn't get over the linebackers, etc. But anytime any of these players from the same coaching tree who have been on similar staffs get together, look, the tanking discussion's not happening in the NFL in general, but I don't care if you're out of playoff contention, if you're 6-8, if you're hanging on by a thread. These guys want to beat each other bad.
Without a doubt. And Mike's story is amazing. I mean, he grew up in Denver. Didn't he send a letter to Mike Shanahan and impress Mike Shanahan? He was a coaching intern with the Broncos way back in 2005. And then he coached, the Sacramento Mountain Lions for a while and the California Redwoods. And, Mike had an alcohol addiction. He was an alcoholic for those years. And, Kyle brought him back on the Washington staff when all those guys were there. And you obviously had LaFleur and Sean McVay, and the story's been well told. But Mike had to overcome a lot to get where he is. So as far as blocking, I mean, it's tough because those guys never really technically had the title of offensive coordinator. So if they were offered an offensive coordinator job, it was tough to block them. But, can you imagine that staff now? And they've got good people. Chris Furster, and he's overcome, issues off the field to be a great offensive line coach, and he runs the run game. But, think about that staff. And, Kyle's lost so many great coaches from, obviously, Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans on the defensive side, and all the great brainiacs he had on the offense. I mean, in theory, what if you still had Saleh and Mike McDaniel as your DC and your OC? And, how would it change things? There's new challenges this year. And one thing is to look at, the coaching tree, and I think LaFleur's doing well in Green Bay, but inside the red zone, all the Kyle disciples have struggled. Obviously Miami's red zone offense is down a little bit. LaFleur's was down until Josh Jacobs was banging on the drum all day against the 49ers. But Sean McVay, their offense has been down. I don't know what the corollary is there, but a lot of this, Fangio's defense and the two safety high, did it take away a little of what Kyle's offense is? And you're seeing a little bit of a regression. McVay's got them going, and obviously Green Bay. And we may see that playoff matchup with the Rams and the Packers. But Miami's offense has not been as electrifying as it has been. Look at the numbers of the Miami Dolphins. Remember they laid 70 points on Denver last year? And honestly, it could have been higher. They backed off a little bit in that game. What have they been, like 14-14 since? And
they're exactly 500.
Denver's been much better team. And look at their offensive production since they scored. I mean, we thought they scored 70 in that game. This is going to be the highest scoring team in the history of the NFL. There's been a little slide in Mike McDaniel's offense.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And with Mike McDaniel and his story of going to rehab and resurrecting his coaching career, I think Dan Quinn's another figure that deserves a lot of credit as the head coach in Atlanta, kind of meeting it with empathy, keeping it under wraps, not making it a public thing. And then McDaniel actually opened up about this during a Super Bowl week with the 49ers in 2019, early 2020. And so lots to unpack there, and we'll do that in the next coming days here. Right now, we'll take a little break. We'll get into some Sounds of Silver on the other side. We got a good handful of sounds to play, a couple of Eagles-related things that are fun. Lamar Jackson's going to make a little cameo, and then we'll have our Silver Linings playlist, and we'll keep this train rolling for about another hour 10 here as we get to dirty work. So far, so good with this chair being sturdy. I was worried watching Murph move around in it and taking a tumble that I was maybe going to make it 10 minutes before I collapsed under it. But hey, so far, so good.
There's a button in Holder's office. It's just an ejection button. And we were in studio when it happened. The whole thing was Holder leaving a voicemail to Murph, and it was about the what he says when they're doing this date in Giants history. And there was one line there where he literally fell out. He was leaning. What Murph did, I thought usually you lean back in the chair too much and go back that way. Murph was leaning forward too much in the chair. It's like an offensive lineman trying to have a reach block, like, Mike McDaniel teaching Trent, and you just fall, right forward off your face mask. So that's what it was. It was Holder's fault, but be careful. He's got a button in his desk, at his desk. It is right there.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get Mike McDaniel to come in at some point and kind of teach me the techniques to fight Holder's eject button, but that's a story for another day.
Chris Furster to be better at that.
Yeah, we'll get Chris Furster, too. We'll take anyone we can get at this point. It's Poppin' Silver, Sounds of Silver next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Murph of the morning show, Brian Murphy, celebrated his 20th anniversary of being on air. And how did he celebrate? He laughed his ass off so hard that he fell out of his chair. Yeah, that's a true story. Check out that clip and all of the 20th anniversary shenanigans on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
It's that time of the afternoon. Thanks for joining us. If you're out in your cars doing some holiday shopping, taking a break from school for the youngsters, whatever it may be, on a nice little December afternoon, it is that time for Greg and Greg to give you the sounds of silver.
Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
All right, so a few good clips that we didn't get to from the weekend because we didn't know Sounds of Silver yesterday. First one, well, we got dirty work coming up in an hour, don't we? So we're going to start with something a little bit on the stranger side. This one's coming from MVP candidate, defending MVP quarterback Lamar Jackson. Did you see the play, Papa?
Where he dropped Trow in the middle of a run?
Exactly.
Yeah,
dropping Trow in the middle of the run, and he was asked about that in the postgame. To Lamar's credit, he seemed ready for it and just totally laughed at the whole matter. This is Lamar Jackson talking about holding up his pants while torching the very sad New York Giants.
Scramble, I think, in the first half where it looked like you were maybe having to hold up your pants. All
right, so look, they was asking me that, so I'm like, I felt like wind was touching my butt, so I was trying to keep my tights up for real. I feel like the tights just like got a little loose or something. I don't know. So I was like just trying to keep my pants up, but that's all it was. It was too cold out there. Like,
Okay, so one, you think he'd be used to the cold to some degree. Two,
not in the bare bottom. That wouldn't be good.
Yeah. Is this why Derek's always walking around the bullpen holding up his pants, like when he's running around?
Yeah,
it's
unrelated.
pretty cold in the
he's
studio.
Not as fast as Lamar Jackson. So I did see that, and I think Scott Hansen did make mention of it during the red zone. Scott Hansen's wearing me out. We miss Siciliano on every level. This is one of the first times where I actually put the red zone on mute. Because we had the A crew doing the afternoon games. We had Jim Nance and Tony Romo doing Bills Lions, and we had Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady doing the Battle of Pennsylvania. So I just couldn't take. He did mention that. But there was a play in one of the games, and I watched every single play of it. It was so hard to, and I got the quad box going and the octabox and whatever it is. Somebody actually went full-blown plumber's crack during the game where it was somebody recovered a fumble, and it was a prominent player. I can't recall who it was. He rolled over on the ground to scoop the fumble up, and it was full-blown plumber's crack right in the middle of the game. And there was nary a mention of that. Lamar didn't get anywhere near that, and it was kind of amazing because he had the ball in his right hand, and he took his left hand and just pulled right by the Raven logo on his left hip. He pulled his pants up higher. But was it last night's game? It may have been one of the games last night. There was full-blown plumber's crack right in the middle of the game.
Actually, the wind was touching my butt.
The wind was touching his butt. It was a defensive player rolling over to recover a fumble. Was it last night's game?
808 KNBR, the number to text in
Maybe
if you know
it was
it
the
off the top of
Sunday
your head.
night game in Seattle. I got to think about this more.
Oh, that would make sense. That one I didn't watch fully because I was out of chase for that one.
It was unbelievable.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Wind was touching my butt.
Yeah, you don't like that.
It is cold in the studio. I got to layer up, and it's not windy in the studio, but it is cold. I can't.
That's how just running with the football is so easy for Lamar Jackson. Whereas he's running and dodging these huge men that are trying to kill him, he has the presence of mind just to hike his trow up a little bit. What a great runner and he's improved as a passer. But that guy, if you just lined him, you probably wouldn't do it like Tebow. Just run him 18 toss. I mean, that guy as a runner is incredible.
He's big. He's a big boy too. I mean, he's
lost weight though. He goes up and down. I mean, he's not going to run like in between the tackles. But nobody ever gets a clean hammer on him. Was it Joe Burrow they're saying happened to Joe Burrow? I don't remember it was Joe. No, it wasn't Joe Burrow. Anyway.
Yeah, so you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Sounds of Silver going on here for Papa and Silver. We just talked about Lamar Jackson. If you joined us midway through that, he was holding up his pants while going for a run. And like Papa said, he's so good at running that he wasn't worried about 250-pound linebackers coming to crush him. He was more concerned with the wind touching his butt.
Hopkins, maybe it was DeAndre Hopkins on a deep shot down the field. Maybe it was I think it may have been DeAndre Hopkins, who gets no separation at all. The Chiefs have got to get. Juju could not separate. Kelce just does it slowly. I think it may have been D-Hop. that did it on a deep ball. You know what it was? It the play where he rolled over on his butt and he tried to go Suzanne Summers and the thigh master on the ball? He had one where he tried to catch it between his legs. It may have been the play, but I think it was more of a D. But DeAndre Hopkins had to have one deep down the field. And Andy actually challenged like that he caught the ball. I'm like, he did not catch the ball. It clearly bounced off the ground, but as it bounced, he went thigh master on the ball and pinned it between his legs. But it may have been that play where D-Hop went plumber's crack. Although I thought it was more of a D lineman, a big guy rolling over on the ball. In any event.
808 KNBR, what's cracking? Next sound.
The Seattle Kraken. I got to release my Kraken.
Yeah, you got to release the Kraken.
I've done that.
Okay, Jason Kelce somehow going to something a little bit more normal. There's a Jason Kelce lookalike contest. Yeah, you saw that? So Jason Kelce on the Monday Night Countdown panel reacted to his own lookalike contest. Wasn't as much of a fan as I thought he would be. Here's what he said.
There's like 5 dudes. There's the guy right there with the sweater I thought was you.
Newsflash. Any overweight white guy with a beard looks just like me. What are you talking about? It's an easy competition. There is absolutely nothing unique about any of these gentlemen other than they are large people with beards.
Wow,
and of Caucasian complexion. That guy was spot on.
I was about to say, bro. Is that you?
That's my new profile picture.
Is it?
Yes.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good to snap.
Yeah.
Okay. Why does everybody continue to take their shirts off like that's something you do often? Why would they be doing that?
I don't know. You guys know exactly why they do that. I don't know where to go. Like, sometimes when you're enjoying a few beverages and it's cold outside, you get...
That's got to be you. No, that's not it.
Nice touch by ESPN to be playing the little club music in the background at the end. Just be like, Jason Kelce, you know when you're watching your brother Travis in the playoffs and you take your shirt off having some beverages and then you're lifting.
Buffalo. He did it in Buffalo.
Yeah, he was lifting little girls up so they can get a view at Taylor Swift, and somehow it wasn't that weird enough to be alarming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that vid last night, and again, just no punchline with him. I have to say, he has been a monumental disappointment as a broadcaster. I thought he would be funny. The Mummers Day parade outfit. He is what he is. He adds nothing as an analyst. Even when they had him when doing an Eagles game and he's teaching the tush push, the brotherly shove, he added nothing. He's just not very good. And how did he get away with his comments that he made at Penn State? That was not good. That was not who I am, and I need to be better. Well, that's not good enough, bro. And then as a broadcaster, and how much did he sell his podcast for? Maybe I'm missing something. I mean, Belichick has been incredible. You've all been too hard on Tom Brady. There's just a likability factor with him where he's just got to lighten up and have more fun. But he does analyze the game. But I get nothing from Jason Kelce. He does not make me laugh one time, and I don't learn a thing when he's on the air. I don't understand what I thought he was going to be funny, and I thought he was going to be insightful. But he's been neither this year. To me, he's been a huge disappointment.
So I'll confess, I'm not like an avid New Heights listener by any means. I pretty much get all the New Heights content from clips that go out. So maybe that's part of it, that what I see is entertaining. And maybe it's just the way he works off his brother Travis. But I feel like on the podcast, there have been a handful of clips that I find somewhat amusing. I mean, especially talking about Harrison Butker's comments and Jason Kelce doing the deadpan sarcasm of just, I was so mad and I told my wife, I need you to go back and make me a sandwich, and then Travis started.
We're not seeing any of that on the pregame show. And he's terrible at halftime. He doesn't. Am I wrong? Has there been one time where you thought, "Whoa, that was interesting," or "That was funny," or it's just nothing with him? I mean, his brother, his performance on Saturday Night Live was incredible. I mean, what that guy could do when he's done playing as an actor, whatever he wants to do. Maybe they need to pair him together. But I thought maybe he's not his brother's personality, obviously. But I don't know. Am I the only one out there? I'm like, and they were critical of Brady. Like everything he said is hyper-analyzed. I think Tom's doing a fine job. He's just serious. And he's not John Madden, obviously. And he's not even Greg Olson. But Jason Kelce is just nothing.
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't watched a ton of the halftime and pregame Monday Night Football. I feel like that's always sort of a thing I have on the background while I get home on a Monday, sort of take care of chores and errands that I blew off after the Sunday scaries and everything. So I don't know if I have a very defined, informed opinion on this, but I will give you that I don't know if I've gotten any great content out of Jason Kelce this year when my expectations, I just think of the Super Bowl parade speech. I mean,
and that was more the Mummers Day parade outfit that he wore, and he got hammered during the parade. Anyway.
Okay, couple more sounds here on Sounds of Silver. Sticking right here with the Philadelphia Eagles. Dominique Foxworth accusing Jaylen Hurts of being a beneficiary of pretty privilege. This is what he said today on Jaylen Hurts and his good looks.
One more take from Neek. The last one. Jaylen Hurts is benefiting from pretty privilege. Because he got up on that the press conference after the game, and he acted like he was Josh Allen. Look at this man with his Kangol, looking like Nino Brown.
New Jack City, baby. I'm my brother's keeper. Yes, I am.
We're all with $3,000 million trillion worth of diamonds on his neck, and he acted like he just went for 400 yards for 3 weeks in a row. Man, you had one good week passing, and everyone forgets it when he started batting his eyes at you. I could see Graziano in the meeting got all uncomfortable. It was like, I think he's the best quarterback in the league.
Yeah, no, how do you deny it? I mean, look at him. Like, who would you rather have?
All right, so I got a few reactions to this. Number one, they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers defense, who has been terrorizing opponents. Smacked them. 2, they've won 10 in a row. And 3, Jaylen Hurts is a good-looking guy.
There's no doubt. And he's got a good voice. There's no doubt. And he sat right down with his black leather jacket and called out the media. That better for you? We passed the ball. Jaylen Hurts, going in at the end of the game the other day, but do you see Jalen Johnson's outfit? The Chicago Bears corner from Fresno? Did you see what he wore inside the Dome? And you don't even need, in Minneapolis, you never go outside. They've got all the indoor walkways where you can go from the hotel right to the bus. Never have to go outside at all. But he wore a full-length mink jacket that would make Joe Namath or Dwight Clark look like nothing. Did you see the outfit he wore coming into the Dome in Minneapolis last night?
I'm just looking at it right now. That is ridiculous.
It is amazing. And he got paid in the offseason. That guy's from Fresno. And the Niners tried to trade for him last night. So if you like Jaylen Hurts' outfit on Sunday after they beat the Steelers, check out what Jalen Johnson wore in the Minneapolis Dome last night.
Jaylen Hurts, good-looking quarterback. He's not the most handsome, though. That person was walking around on the field at Levi's Thursday. The backup to Matthew
Jimmy
Stafford.
Garoppolo?
He's got a little gray on the sides now.
I miss Jimmy. Tim Ryan did a big bro hug with Jimmy, and I was walking over, and then I had to do an NBC hit with Laura Britt. I came back, and Jimmy was off the field. Jimmy looked good.
Yeah.
He looked good.
Yeah, Jimmy.
But what do you think of Jalen Johnson's outfit? Put that on the stream. That was strong. Like, who is this guy? And it was Jalen Johnson.
I'll be pulling up Jalen Johnson for the stream while we play our last sound. So we talked NBA All-Star format and what they're going with. It's not quite as bad as this clip I heard with Colin Cowherd and Nick Wright. Nick Wright has an idea on how to fix the NBA. I don't feel like Greg Papa's going to be a big fan of this one, and neither am I. This is what he had to say.
What are purists holding on to that are outraged by a new concept? I don't understand purists. I am legitimately worried about the NBA because the NBA's popularity is based on, is that dude flying? Not, here's another 35-footer. And strategically, just like the shift, strategically was smart, but from a television product, it was a disaster. Every game looks the same. There's no different styles. There's no anything. And we're minimizing athleticism. John Morant goes on the record as like, I'm done dunking. Anthony Edwards taking 13 threes a game. It's clearly a disaster. And so when I say massive changes, what I mean is have a real conversation about, hey, dunks are also worth 3 now.
Okay, so I got Jalen Johnson. If you're up on the
Dunks are worth 3?
Nick
Yeah,
Wright
Jalen Johnson's incredible, isn't it?
Dunks worth 3. Okay, I'll tell you right now my least favorite thing about that proposal. And Walter, I want to see your face on this one too, because I didn't even run this one by you. You know how many reviews we would get over what constitutes a dunk? Oh, did he graze the rim? One finger touched it. You need to technically have at least one finger curled over the top of, like, that right there is enough for me to just shut that down. Any review on what a dunk is in the last 8 minutes of a game, can't have it.
Yeah, I think we could determine if it's a dunk or not. But there's nothing wrong with the NBA, by the way. Everybody's saying the NBA is broke. Have you seen the new media rights deals that you see how much NBC paid to take it back and to stream it on Peacock and take it away from Turner? They are making, it's not quite NFL money, but it's way bigger than Major League Baseball or hockey combined. The NBA is doing fine. As far as that take, and I did the Indiana Pacer games coming out of college. They invented the 3-point shot in the ABA, and George Mikan was the commissioner then. And I never liked the 3-point shot. I didn't like it in the ABA with the red, white, and blue ball, and I didn't like it in the NBA. To me, you were rewarding a bad shot. The goal was to always just score as close to the basket, not to heave one from far. Now, you got a game the other night where they set an all-time record for threes. The Warriors make 27 and lose. Dallas makes 21. You made 48 combined. To me, they were all good shots. Clay did drop the concept of a 4-point play in the NBA coming, and I thought that was amazing, and maybe we will go that way. But I never liked the 3-point shot because you awarded someone for taking a bad shot. The whole goal was to make the shot as close to the basket as possible. So what if you did give an extra point for a dunk or just a basket made in the lane? Anything that's a paint shot, you got to. Now, I don't want to do that. We're turning into a carnival here. But I'm not as crazed by that take as you may think, because I do think the goal, like when they come down on a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-2 and they pull up for a 3, what Lindy Waters III did the other night on a steal, and he's got a breakaway, he pulls up for a top-of-the-key 3. It's like, this is insane. What are we doing? And he made it. So you can't say it's bad. I mean, an open 3 in the NBA, these guys make that shot. But there is something to why are we taking, isn't it the goal to go in and score a layup or a dunk?
I mean, no, that's a good point. And the counterpoint to that is that we mentioned the Warriors-Mavericks combined record of 48 made threes. In the same weekend on Friday night, the Bulls and the Hornets had a combined missed three-pointers record of 75, and Brandon Miller alone missed 12.
If you're going to take a lot, you're going to miss a lot. But the Dallas Warrior game, honestly, I couldn't think of a bad 3 except for Waters, but it went in. So anyway, you showed the stream of Jaylen Johnson.
Did get Jaylen Johnson.
A texter did join. It's the first thing I thought of was Denzel in American Gangster. And the greatest scene ever when his wife was wearing the fur out of the house, and he takes the fur because he didn't want them to know what he was doing, and he threw it in the fireplace and burned it. Is that not Denzel in American Gangster, the way Jaylen Johnson came into the Dome last night?
That's pretty good.
That is strong. And then what does he do right away? He gives up a touchdown to Justin Jefferson in the back of the end zone.
Shout out to the tribute to Randy Moss, by the way, who's in our thoughts. Nice. Battling cancer there. So that is your Sounds of Silver on a Tuesday. We'll get a little Silver Linings playlist on the other side. More of a larger, all-encompassing theme once again. And then what we'll do is we'll play some sound from Dre Greenlaw as well. The 49ers Player of the Week was on with Murph and Marcus. You can go back and hear that interview by scrolling backwards on our stream or the KNBR podcast page, wherever you may get your podcast. It's Greg Papa, Greg Silver, Walter, and company hanging out for another 45 minutes before we hand it off to Dirty Work on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your new shortstop for the San Francisco Giants, Willie Adames, stopped by the morning show yesterday with Murph and Marcus and discussed why he believes in Buster Posey's vision for this Giants team moving forward. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
It's that time of the day, Silver Linings Playlist. We just played some good sounds of Silver. By the way, before I get to the song, where's our pretty privilege on the show? Because collectively, the three of us, we got to have the best hair out of any KNBR show, right?
Let's see Walter take his Giants cap off. Now he's shaking his head? Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Now, sometimes Walter slicks it back into the man bun, though. Not man bun, but kind of got the little ponytail in the back. It works. I think it's an easy choice. Dubs OT formerly held the crown between me and JD, but yeah, Now, then I got Greg Papa to my side, who's in studio today. You could see got the
With
best
a
hair.
North Face coat on. It is freezing in here.
Marcus has some good hair, though.
He
Marcus
does.
has some good hair.
Marcus has
That's
some good
half
hair.
the show. Coats his hair strong, half the show.
Does Murph get an upgrade for the holiday beard? He's been growing for about a year now. He's into 2 holiday seasons, so
Yeah, that's all right.
yeah.
I'll give Murph a good hairdo. Yeah.
We'll give them a well-earned second place. How about that? Silver Linings playlist today. Well, yesterday I teased it with our contest, which if you did not win today, don't worry. There's going to be 3 more opportunities remaining in the week. You can see Styx, Kevin Cronin of REO Speedwagon, and Don Felder of the Eagles. I've done an Eagles song as Silver Linings playlist. Yesterday, I did Come Sail Away for Captain Clay and Styx. So who does that leave out? That leaves out REO Speedwagon, of course. Today, REO Speedwagon was featured in our contest sounder with the scene from Ozark about helping Marty Bird, Jason Bateman, with a money laundering scheme. So today, we're just going to keep it simple. Look, there was some extreme weather over the weekend. We had a tornado warning in the Bay Area. We had it
But
rainy
not in
yesterday.
Scotts Valley. We had it in San Francisco. There was no warning where the actual tornado was.
Correct. But it did wake me up at 5 a.m., so that's
The
enough for
warning
me.
did. Yeah.
Warning woke me up. Thank God the tornado didn't wake me up. That would have been bigger problems on my plate. And so this is riding the storm out, and that's essentially what we're doing. It's a little sunnier today out here in San Francisco. Stormy weather over the weekend. The 49ers have had quite a stormy season with a lot of drama, and they're going to have to ride out these last 3 games, find some positive momentum, see what they can get moving forward into 2025. The Warriors, Dennis Schröder was welcome to the building today. We're going to have some Dennis Schröder audio a little bit later, so maybe we'll play that tomorrow. And they're going to have to find a way out of this losing skid, see what Dennis Schröder can bring as the new addition to the team. And even the Giants, there's no storm per se, but they are having to ride out and grind out the remainder of this free agency. So no big overarching message today. REO Speedwagon is our feature, just riding the storm out here as we approach the holidays.
I like that. We had a tornado, tsunami recently, so we're all riding the storm out. I did see Wicked Saturday afternoon and went home afterwards and watched it. When was the last time you watched The Wizard of Oz from start to finish?
Ooh.
What an amazing motion picture that is on every level. So good. But I digress a bit. But you could have gone a number of different ways with REO Speedwagon. Can't Fight This Feeling. It was one of my favorite. Roll with the Changes, because we got changes in the Bay Area. The 49ers are not going to the playoffs, apparently. Not going to win the West. Mathematically, that's out. Giants are changing. Warriors are bringing in Dennis Schröder. But I do like me some REO Speedwagon, got to say.
Yeah,
I'm impressed by you going back in time. So you've hit all 3. You've gone Eagles, you've gone Styx, and you've gone REO Speedwagon.
Yeah, I'm deciding if it's worth revisiting the Eagles for the sake of the contest, but I'm kind of leaning against
Come on, they're the Eagles.
They are the Eagles. I don't have a repeat on Silver Linings playlist yet because it's just such a new segment, but we'll get there eventually. There's always room for repeats. And, I mean, hey, the Eagles got a huge pool to choose from, so maybe they'll be my first culprit.
Riding the storm out. I do like that.
Yeah.
I do like that.
So that's what we're doing here. And it's a little sunnier and it's good today.
Is
and
it?
Yeah, got some light. We're going to, you know how I know it's sunny is because in about 25 minutes when we're getting ready to hand things off to Dirty Work, we're going to have that awkward little glare on the stream where you can see my right eye and then face is a little shadowed on the bottom.
I hope so. I don't see a lot of sun out there.
Have you seen Lindy Waters' headshot for this season?
What, is he illuminated on one side of his face?
It looks like one of his eyes has like a light glare in it, and then the rest is shaded or
He's
something.
an interesting-looking guy.
Yeah. So, Lindy Waters III going to keep contributing. And I noticed it further because out at Harmonic Brewing, where JD does his Dubs OT, right now in the corner table that they designate for him, they got a Christmas tree with some decorations up in the corner. And right next to it is a Lindy Waters cutout, which I guess is festive, but he's kind of mean-mugging you with just a full cutout cardboard headshot, just staring straight into your soul with one eye lit up and the other one not. It's an interesting look.
He does have an interesting look.
Yeah, so.
We're going to move the show to Splash when they open Splash in early January. You see the new sports bar they're opening in Thrive City? Incredible.
Yeah, maybe we...
Just in time for the NBA All-Star game.
Yeah, that's going to be big. And you mean the 4-team NBA All-Star game with team Candace Parker leading
Whatever
the way.
happened in the days when it was just East versus West? I remember watching the All-Star game when Jerry West was winning MVP every year. And I said, he's so damn good, that guy. They named the whole conference after him. Everybody else is like Abdul-Jabbar. Who's that guy? Reed. Who's that guy? West. He plays for the West. It's so fitting. Why don't we just do that? We just can't do that anymore. East versus West. That doesn't work.
So I know from my generation, Jerry West, in addition to the nickname Mr. Clutch, is noted for being the only player to ever secure a Finals MVP on a losing team.
First year they named a Finals MVP.
That's right. And the fact that it stood all the way to this point is pretty remarkable. I mean, I know LeBron James got votes in 2015. He got 4 of the 11 votes to Andre Iguodala's 7, but I'm wondering if and when we ever see that again.
I would not have voted LeBron. LeBron missed more shots in that NBA Finals than Steph Curry actually took. So he did, triple-double every night, but Andre made him very inefficient. And the thing about when Jerry West won it in 68-69, that's when Nelly made the shot off the back of the rim. The Lakers thought they were. I wonder when they voted for the Finals MVP that year. I bet it was done before the game was actually. It was Game 7. So if Nelly misses that shot and then went off the heel of the rim, the back base of the rim went up straight up in the air and went through, the Celtics stole the NBA title. So I'm not saying West wasn't worthy. I don't know who you would have voted on Boston. That was not a great Boston team. But I imagine that year they voted for the Finals most valuable player before Nelly made that shot and the Lakers actually lost.
By the way, just to kind of back up for a moment, I am learning, and my apologies for not acknowledging this off the top, but Lindy Waters does have a skin condition. So it's not to make fun of it. Yeah. It is more just kind of acknowledging the headshot and comparing it with
he does have an interesting look. We knew that.
Yeah. So
it's all right.
Not trying to come off
weren't trying to be mean. We do like Lindy Waters at third.
I do like me some Lindy Waters. So anyway, we will we'll go take a break on that note, and we will come back by hearing from Dre Greenlaw, who was on with the morning show. We did not get Dante Whitner today. We will have Dante join us a little bit later in the week, as well as some Dolphins-related guests we're trying to plan because, yes, there is still football to be played, and Papa's going to be down at Levi's tomorrow and Thursday. I'm going to be joining him Thursday. And still a lot of sports to talk about, even though right now we are just riding the storm out here on a Tuesday.
And rolling with the changes.
And it's time for me to fly, and we're going to take it on the run. All right, I'll stop now. Papa and Silver on a Tuesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300, or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, just, every offseason, me and Fred, we train together. We put in a lot of work. So, this season was just a little different. We didn't have the opportunity to do that, and then just coming off the, Super Bowl loss and everything we had put into that year, we felt like we couldn't finish it. So for me, it was just going out there and getting a chance to, do something that, was taken away from me and, that I felt like I never took for granted. But at the same time, sometimes things just happen and, I was just thankful and blessed for the moment.
That is 49ers Player of the Week, Dre Greenlaw, who joined Murph and Marcus a little bit earlier this morning. If you missed that interview, you can go back and check it out in the KNBR podcast page. And what a Player of the Week to have, Papa, because there was not a lot of Players of the Week, but Dre Greenlaw, for the time he was out there on the field, he was everywhere. It was what we expect from Big Play Dre, and it was good to see him back out on the field, knowing that he cherished that moment after the 10 months of battling through an Achilles tear and a lost Super Bowl to get back to that moment.
Yeah, and it's just the whole week, and you could see them, getting ready to play together. The Dre was going to come back, and just Fred and Dre interacting on practice. And I thought the Niners had a nice touch. They introduced Dre Greenlaw last. The defense went out, and, man, he went out and balled out. And he was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, and I heard the whole conversation. He's had an amazing upbringing and what he's been able to overcome in his career and physically. He had a core muscle injury. The season opener in Detroit. He intercepted Jared Goff, and he ran it back for a touchdown. And right as he was running into the end zone, he got hurt. The team wound up going to the Greenbrier in West Virginia, and then played Philadelphia the next week. Anyway, he had core muscle surgery. After that game, he did not come back. It was the 21 year when they had to win out at the end. And I remember talking to Johnny Holland on the practice field before he came back on Thursday, and I said, Johnny, how's he going to do? And he goes, remember the game when he came back against the Rams? And I went, oh, yeah, Kyle always brings that up. So he missed the entire year. He was out with core muscle surgery after the opener in the pick six in Detroit. Emmanuel Mosley also got hurt. Jason Verrett tore his ACL in that game. Mosley was the next year in Carolina. Anyway, he didn't play all year. He came back and played the last game of the year against the L.A. Rams, a gotta-have-it, must-win, all rolled into one. If they didn't make it, they wouldn't make the playoffs, and New Orleans would go. And what did he have, 12 tackles in the game? He was all over the field. So for him to come back after an even worse injury, the Super Bowl, the Achilles tear, and to come back, and I had him for 10 tackles. In the first half, they had a box that said 10 tackles. I don't know how he got downgraded to 8. But anyway, he was in on the first play of the game. He had 3 of the first 4 tackles he was in on. So that was... the ending was not great, and the game got sideways for a lot of reasons, but without question, that's going to be the night we remember Big Play Dre, the law, coming back to the 49er defense.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with the tackle box score either, because late first half, Larry Kruger was sitting with me and Copes and turned to us and said, Dre Greenlaw's got 9 tackles, next highest Fred Warner at 3, and then Fred finished with 15 after Dre didn't end up playing a lot of the second half. So, it was good to see him, and, we can get sentimental and happy about Dre Greenlaw's return, but there's also going to be the forward-looking element to this discussion, which is he's going to be a free agent coming up. And during the break, Papa, you were saying a lot of off-the-ball linebackers do not typically get paid highly as a duo. Walter, let's play Cut G here, where Dre talks about playing with Fred and being 2 of the best linebackers in the history of the franchise. And as you're getting that sound, that's going to be a good talking point moving forward, because there's not a lot of teams that do it. We said the Ravens had Patrick Queen, and okay, we got the sound. So let's play that, and then we'll get back into the double linebacker payment discussion.
I mean, it's not something that I just kind of wrap my head around. Just, we're trying to be the best that we can be. We know how great of a duo they were, so we're not trying to compare ourselves to them by any means, man. We just happen to be in a moment, man, of enjoying the moment, enjoying playing next to each other, and, thankful for, the similarities and, the people that can see the connection and the trust that we do got in each other.
So where we were going with that was that Baltimore had Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen at one point, let Patrick Queen go. Dre Greenlaw is going to be a free agent, Papa. We know, and you especially know, what those two mean to each other. You saw Fred's reaction when Greenlaw went down in the Super Bowl and getting really emotional. Bosa going up to Fred, consoling him, telling him, we got to pull it together for Dre. It's going to be interesting to see what the 49ers do money-wise, not just with Brock Purdy, but also with Dre.
Well, look at the Chicago Bears. They let Roquan go. They traded him, and he went to Baltimore, and that made Patrick Queen a much better player. Patrick Queen was not that dominant of a player until Roquan joined him, and we saw that Christmas night game, them in the A-gap, the double mug, and then bailing out how good those guys could be. But Baltimore decided to let him go, and he signed with Pittsburgh. So it's hard to pay, and you're talking off-the-ball stack linebackers. I go back to Azeez Alshire and him leaving. The Niners, now, they had the best trio of linebackers in football with Azeez, Fred, and Dre. And I knew when Azeez left, this guy's going to be a star. And I thought he would go to D'Amico right away. He went to Rand Carthon in Tennessee for a year, but now he's in Houston, and he's the green dot. He's the Mike linebacker, and he's being wrongfully accused of what his behavior. He's not like that. He's very much a Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw guy. He just Trevor Lawrence ducked late, and he took a shot, and it went sideways, and he got suspended. But that's not who Azeez is. So anyway, there's no way you could have three of them. And Azeez is that. I think he's every bit the player those other two are. But they already signed Fred, and he's made 3 All-Pros in first-team All-Pros the last 4 years. You didn't have to sign him, but you needed to sign Fred. He's your Mike linebacker. He's the leader of that defense. He signed a 5-year deal for $95+ million with a signing bonus of $12,320,000. So you're paying him. He's not the highest paid stack linebacker in football, but he's among the highest. And then you've got Dre Greenlaw, and Dre's going to be unrestricted at the end of this year. And I remember when he signed his deal a couple of years ago, it was a 2-year deal for $16.4 million. And then he went out and had an amazing year. And I remember Robbie Gould in his ear telling him not to sign that contract, to hold off and wait till later in the year. But the Niners signed him early. It was a great savings to do it, but his contract is up now, and he's a UFA. So you tell me what team in football pays not 1 but 2 off the ball. We're not talking edge linebackers, OLBs. We're talking inside linebackers. You're already paying Fred top of the market money. I think they'll find a way to pay Dre, and he's not going to quite get to Fred money, but they all say how much he's worth and what you have to do. And just look at the other teams. Seattle doesn't pay their linebackers that much money. They brought in 2 in the offseason as free agents, Dotson and Baker. They traded one, they cut the other, and they went out. I think they may make an emphasis to upgrade the linebacker post Bobby Wagner and getting Ernest Jones the 4th, Greg. But the Rams, they don't put money in their stack linebackers. They've got 2 undrafted players playing in the middle of their defense, Christian Roseboom and Omar Speights. And they traded Ernest Jones the 4th away. They don't put money there. I'm trying to think. The Bears signed T.J. Edwards. He left Philadelphia as a free agent, and they signed Tremaine Edmonds, who left Buffalo. They may have a little money between those 2 guys. Interesting that Ryan Poles decided to trade Roquan away, and I don't think those guys are making that kind of money. But you tell me, what team in football? You may have 1 high-priced off-the-ball stack linebacker. Nobody has 2. Now, they love that. That's the identity of this defense behind. And it's not just the front. The front is the front 7. And it's Demo at the nickel. It's that third linebacker you've got to find. But mainly it's Demo, and they just paid him a lot of money. But, it's not, and I think they're going to try to keep the front together. Those guys have played well together. But how much can you pay Dre Greenlaw here? We're talking about paying Brock. Quarterbacks get paid. We know that. But teams do not pay 2 off-the-ball linebackers that kind of money. The Niners going to be the exception and keep Fred and Dre together.
Well, just looking right now at Spot Rack, of the 17 highest paid linebackers for this year on average salary, only 3 of them inside linebackers. That's Roquan Smith at $20 million. That's Fred Warner, our guy, at $19 million. And then you have Tremaine Edmonds for the Chicago Bears at $18 million. Everybody else is an off-the-ball linebacker. Patrick Queen is the next guy at 18, making about $13 million. And then you got guys like Aziz, Zaire Franklin, Bobby Okereke, Aluakun, and Jacksonville. So I think it's a really good point that this is not something you see as the norm. And 49ers are going to devote a lot of money to Brock Purdy in the offseason. We'll see what they do around other areas of the roster. But Dre Greenlaw is fascinating because these are two guys that love playing with each other so much. I think Fred makes Dre a lot better. Dre, we know now, makes Fred a lot better. And Fred's been playing with an ankle injury, fractured ankle, since week 3. It's going to be very fascinating.
It's this version of Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman. And they played a 3-4 defense with Brooks and obviously Alden Smith. And, one time we thought that was the greatest quartet of linebackers, even better than New Orleans, well-known Dome Patrol. Those 4 guys were game wreckers. But anyway, they know how important they are. And it's that kill zone Tim Ryan talks about, where the pass rush gets, you check it down to the back, and then, Fred had one on Kyron Williams the other night where you drop the ball in the flats, right or left, or just 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Greenlaw and Fred are going to bury you. And they're going to make we don't want to dump it off to the back. We're going to have to bring them off on a stretcher. So it's the identity of that defense and the way they're able to play together. But it's not done in the NFL. But I think they're going to yang when everybody else is going to yang. Dre Greenlaw is just too important. Everybody, Dick Bosa went off that he's the best teammate he's ever had to a lot of extent. And I use the call, the law is back. They lost the law. And Fred's had a good year, but he's playing with a fractured ankle. But losing Fred and having him hobble around and play through it and not have Dre Greenlaw, we know how the opponents exploited the middle of the field. It's too important. But what's the number? And all the injuries that Dre's had, the core muscle in 21, the Achilles, that's unfair. He's not going to make Fred Warner money, but how much will you have to pay Dre Greenlaw to keep him?
So maybe when he does sign that extension, I'm going to manifest Dre Greenlaw staying in the Bay. However much money it is, maybe I'll be saying, I fought the law and the law won.
Big play, Dre.
One more here from Dre Greenlaw before we take a break, because he was asked directly about that with Murph and Marcus. And Walter, this one's cut J. Here's Greenlaw on how he feels heading into unrestricted free agency.
My attitude, honestly, I'm not thinking about all of the free agency stuff. I'm just thinking about 3 games that I got left with my teammates. At the end of the day, I'm probably going to be a free agent regardless. So I'm not trying to rush the process of being a free agent. I got 3 games left to enjoy with Fred and Bosa and Purdy and all those guys. So, when that time comes, I can't stop it. I can't do nothing about it. So all I can do is just enjoy these 3 games.
And I wouldn't expect anything differently from Dre Greenlaw. I mean, you just spent 10 months and a day fighting your way to get back to the field. Yeah. Right now, this is not the time to worry about free agency. If you're Dre Greenlaw himself, go see what you can make of these last 3 games if he's healthy enough to go and possibly maybe show something that can give the 49ers a little extra reminder of what they've missed this season.
They know what they missed. And he did say he's going to play. He didn't practice yesterday for the bonus practice. Hopefully he practices tomorrow and Thursday when we're out there and Friday before we fly. He did say the knee felt a little weird, but it's up to Chris Turnage and J.R. Carroll from United Athlete Agents, so I don't know. But those are his representatives. And the answer that he gave, he's a smart guy. Brock Purdy's a smart guy. They know what their market value is at those 2 positions, so we'll see. That's the hard thing with the NFL. It's a hard cap. You can't go a penny over that cap. The money will go up. Obviously, it always does, and last year it went up a lot. So we don't even know what the salary cap figure is going to be at exactly. But these guys are smart, and they put their lives on the line. Dre's overcome a lot of injuries, so he needs to be compensated fairly. But what's the fair number next to Fred Warner to have 2 highly paid off-the-ball linebackers?
That's all to be determined, and we'll keep talking about Dre Greenlaw in the coming days and coming weeks and coming months as he looms into an unrestricted free agency. Right now, we'll go ahead and take a break. On the other side, we'll wrap things up, tie a knot on this Tuesday show, hand it off to Dirty Work. And right now, we've actually had Steve Kerr at the podium. This was about 30 minutes ago, talking Dennis Schröder. So we'll share some of those headlines and then leave it to Tim Webb, Derek Papa, and Adam Copeland for a Tuesday edition of Dirty Work. It's Pop and Silver finishing things up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It sound right, boy.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brent Jones stopped by Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa yesterday and voiced his disgust with Devondre Campbell walking out on his team mid-game and how that has no place in an NFL locker room. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Wrapping things up here, it's Greg and Greg on a Tuesday. Best collective hairstyle for any of the KNBR shows. That's been decided already. Another thing that's been decided, right before the break, we saw the news from Jeff Passan that Cody Bellinger has been traded from the Chicago Cubs to the New York Yankees. So the full trade for ESPN is going to be Bellinger and cash to the New York Yankees for right-handed reliever Cody Petite back to the Chicago Cubs.
Like the Yankees need cash. And they obviously the Cubs got Kyle Tucker, so we saw that coming. So where do they play Cody Bellinger? As he plays center, and they move Judge to right. They also have first base open with Rizzo moving on. And that buggy whipper will hit bombs at Yankee Stadium. The jet stream out to right and right center. I mean, they lost a better hitter. There's no doubt. Soto's a line-to-line hitter with big power at Yankee Stadium. But you wonder how much the Yankees are less. You know, they signed Max Fried. They got a surplus of starting pitching behind Garrett Cole. And, you know, he's not going to put up Soto numbers, but and his dad was a Yankee. Clay Bellinger was a Yankee relief pitcher. Looked like batting practice many a night. So that is a big transaction for the New York Yankees, and now we'll see what the Giants do. Corbin, Kerry's in studio. We were talking. He's all in on Max Scherzer, and he wants Paul Goldschmidt as well, which I would be very happy doing. I think he can get Goldie for like $8 million, a one-year deal for $8 million. To take over at first base till Ludwig is ready. And, you know, with Corbin Burns, it's the 8 years. If you can get Corbin Burns on a 4-year deal and maybe give him a little average annual value higher, or maybe would you even do the Blake Snell deal to the Dodgers? But we'll have to see what Buster's next move is.
Yeah, from Bob Nightingale, Bellinger was told that he's going to be playing center, so Judge will slide back to right field there. And
That
we'll
makes
see
sense.
what happens
He's a
with
really good center
Teoscar.
fielder. What about Teoscar?
He goes back to L.A. Walter and I were talking about that during the break.
Well, they signed Conforto.
Yeah.
Where's Teoscar going to go? I mean, would you pay him? He could play left here and move Ramos to right and then, you know, do something with Yaz there. Teoscar could also DH. He could take some DH at-bats away. I thought he'd go back to the Dodgers, but they signed Conforto. I think you get Teoscar for, what's he looking for, 3 years, like 23 per? That guy's up. The Dodgers don't win the World Series this year without Teoscar Hernandez.
Don't win the home run derby either. Shout out to Marcus Boucher for his pick there. We've also had some Steve Kerr quotes from the podium, and I guess the most noteworthy one to share as we close out the show and hand things off to Dirty Work is not necessarily a surprise, but he was pretty straight up saying that he is going to play all of the non-Steph minutes to at least start off. He said, we need someone to take the burden off Steph. He's had to take on, I think, an abnormal load this year of offensive responsibility. Steph's averaging a little under 31 minutes a game. I think it makes sense to have Schröder play all the non-Steph minutes, especially with, you know, not putting too much on Podziemski, who's struggled lately.
So that's only 18 minutes where Steph's off the floor. So he plays those 18, and then you could play Schröder maybe not another 18, but he could play another 14 to 16 with Steph. So the question is, and again, the finishing lineup is chosen night to night based on who's playing well, foul trouble, what the opponent is, what the game is. The starting lineup, I mean, you would think that Schröder would start the game, but maybe he wouldn't. But the way Steph is coming in and out with the 3 different segments of playing time each half and starting every quarter and finishing every quarter, the question is, I think Schröder ultimately will get into the starting lineup. Do you do it right away? How does that impact Podziemski? So that way, I mean, you could also do it where whenever Curry's not in the game, Schröder's in the game, but do you also want, of the 3 main ball handlers, Curry, Schröder, Podziemski, do you want 2 of them on the floor at all times? So when Schröder comes out so he could come in for the non-Steph minutes, does Podziemski come in? It's interesting to see, but they had a practice this morning at 10. They'll work out again tomorrow at 10, and then they fly to Beale Street. Right after practice.
Right. Yeah, and obviously Schroeder's a very different player than Chris Paul, but I think what we did see with the Chris Paul experiment last year, Papa, is that Steve Kerr's willing and, in fact, gravitates toward playing multiple ball handlers on the floor at once, and that's a lot of why that's a lot of where the criticism of, oh, they need a big, they got to get bigger comes from, I think he likes having multiple ball handlers for the very reason of not putting too much on Steph. And other teams have kind of figured it out too, with the Warriors getting in dicey situations the last couple of years in fourth quarters. Teams are very intentional about getting the ball out of Steph's hands and making anybody else, no matter who it is, beat them.
And I just watching Schröder with the LA Lakers, he can play off the ball. I mean, he's not going to move around where, he's not the ball movement, body movement kind of guy. Maybe he could be. But I saw him be willing to be a drift shooter and stand in the corner when LeBron and AD were running the pick and roll action on the right side. Schröder was in the left, and they could pitch it to him. You also could get it to him late in the shot clock. We know he can run the team. When he's on the floor with Steph in particular, and they get away from the pick and roll a little, I think he'll drive a hard pick and roll game with Steph off the floor. But can he get into the ball movement, body movement? Because you got to know how to cut and react. They think it's easy playing with Steph Curry. It's not for everybody. Kelly Oubre Jr. is the ultimate example of a guy that struggled, but I think Schröder will be able to figure it out.
Absolutely. Well, that's about going to do it for us. We'll hand things off to Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb for 4 hours of dirty work. Papa, appreciate your time. It was good to see you in studio today. We didn't get around to the Borat naked wrestling, but hey.
That's all. You can do that Thursday when you come to Levi's.
Yeah, well, I decided to leave Walter out of this one. And hey,
I don't have the body hair that we need to pull the whole scene off. The most hilarious scene ever in movie history.
Still got 15 seconds left in the show.
Yeah, it'll mess up my hair. I have an appointment.
That's true.
I'm having a good hair day, aren't I?
Yeah. Walter
you
says
do
yes.
every day. You do every day. You took your Warriors hat off.
That's why we win. That's why we win the contest. Best hair. Papa leading the way.
That'll wrap it up. Big thank you to Walter. Big thank you to Greg Papa. And signing off for everyone, I'm Greg Silver saying thanks. See you tomorrow. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb hanging out with you. And damn it, my headphones are all tangled again, dude.
Every day. Well, whose fault is that now?
This one's on Derek now.
Oh, because I had to use
Well, here's
yours?
what happens, dude. Like I told you guys before, you guys being the listeners, I think we're running some high-class operation here.
No, we want to need headphones around this place.
Dude, yeah. Try finding a pen. By the way, all the pens we have, KGO, A10 pens.
Yeah.
See all those? Where it's popped up in a box somewhere? We're like, oh, good, we found these.
No, Greg had to use my headphones today.
Yeah, dude, this is the problem. Greg Papa
they're a little soggy.
Throws off the cosmos of headphone usage here.
How many days in a row has this been with a headphone disaster? I think it's 3.
No, I didn't have a headphone disaster on Friday.
Headphone disasters
yesterday.
or number of burgers?
Oh, dude. I've only had 2. Yeah, I've only had 2 burgers
this week.
Actually, no, I haven't had a burger.
It's only Tuesday.
I haven't had a burger yet this week. Well, we
Fifth girl this week, and it's only Tuesday.
Okay, well, not that many women or burgers this week to this point. No, I haven't had any burgers. You guys ask me every day. Yesterday I came in. Remember, you guys were like, "Is that a burger?" I was like, "No, dude, it's a sandwich." It was a sandwich I made. Then today I had some chicken and some rice.
Hey, look at you.
I know, dude. Things are coming up, Cope.
Odds are high you have a burger tonight. They're good.
No. Why? Because we're going to Tim's trivia tonight.
Oh, yeah. That's not even why. It's because you're going to go sing karaoke afterwards. You're going to end up at Sam's having a burger at 1 in the morning.
I never go to Sam's and have a burger after karaoke. Also, are they open till 1 on a Tuesday?
Every place is open till 1 for a burger.
No, dude, this thing is insane. Derek was telling me we got an update on his. So people may or may not remember Derek's story about on Friday about getting his car battery swapped out.
Yeah,
by the AAA guy. So he calls the AAA guy. His car's dead. He thinks he needs a jump or whatever. And the guy's like, no, battery is dead.
Replaced it. Nice gentleman.
Yeah, well, you forget to mention the part where he's like, for $300 cash, I'll go pick up the battery
No
for you.
cash. Relax. It wasn't cash.
Would you Venmo him? Yeah, how'd you get? No, tell us the
wasn't
details.
cash.
Give us the
It
details.
wasn't cash.
So what was it? It was a
Maybe
digital
Apple
payment?
Cash.
You paid this man directly to his phone, is what I'm saying.
The man was willing to help me out. Instead of go with the whole hoopla.
This whole thing
of jumping my car.
Yeah.
Yeah, either way. Even though Kerry Crowley told me afterwards, dude, that's an insane amount.
Yeah, the whole thing sounded shady to me. And I said
it is a little shady. Okay, I'll give you the update. So while
first tell me what happened. So the car, you have him come replace the battery. He takes the money and he does go and get the battery. Comes back and
he did his job. However, in the process of putting in the new battery, he did drop a tool in my car, and I was like, well, that's not good. And he was like, nah, it's fine, it's small. And I was like, well, regardless, I would like you to take
small.
Yeah, I was like, regardless, I'd like you to take that out before you leave. He goes, no problem. So when he's done, he's like, it's stuck all the way down here. Tell you what.
Update, it was a problem.
I'll come back Saturday and I'll get it out for you. And I'm like, okay, you better. And then blew me off Saturday, blew me off Sunday.
Saturday, yeah.
I scheduled an appointment to go get my car looked at this weekend regardless. So either way, someone's going to get it out of there and do a whole maintenance check. But the guy texted me back this morning, being like, say, so sorry I blew you off. I'm willing to come.
So out of nowhere, he gets back in touch with you.
Yes, gets back in touch with me and says, I'll come by today at some point to get it out for you. I'm like, I can't today. How about tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.? He goes, well, I can't do that. So I'm like, look,
I'll come back any point.
You can't do it on my time. And then I follow up saying, like, what other times can you do? No response. What my plan is now is I'm moving on. Just going to have someone else look at the car, make sure the car is 100% fine, do it the proper way, get it back on the road. Everything will be fine.
Tim, I feel like this thing ain't over.
Oh, no, we're going to get another update. And it's not going to be like a small tool. It's going to be something massive that causes a big problem for your car.
I hope not.
Derek, also, you got to remember to tell some of the details of the story, too. Don't forget, you tried to get in touch with him via, like, your road service provider.
I did as well,
and
yes.
they were like, we don't know where he's at.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. They weren't able to find him on Sunday.
Know where he is, yeah.
He's gone underground.
Yeah.
And then he texts Derek out of nowhere. It's funny. I bet you scroll up a little bit, you see that Apple payment, huh? Right in that text thread.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's got that Apple payment. I wonder how much it cost. Did he give you a receipt for the battery?
No, it didn't.
I got
hoodwinked,
so yeah,
bamboozled, whatever you want to call it.
We know, man.
But I'm going to go to the proper channels to make sure the car is all good this week.
Yeah, I sort of feel like even though he did his, quote, job to help you out.
He did his job, but like
what you paid him to do, I think he overpriced you.
He probably did, but he also left a tool in the car, that's his responsibility.
It's tough,
that tool, there was more problems after the fact of it putting the car battery in.
Your car had more problems with it when he left.
Now, I did drive the car afterwards with the tool inside. The car is fine.
This is some Final Destination stuff, man. I wouldn't be doing that.
Nah,
Do you know what tool's in there? Is it a wrench?
No, it's a small little screw.
So it's not a tool.
No. But he dropped something, which I liked him to get it out.
Yeah.
But
can you hear it?
At the end of the day, if you like banging at the bottom of the car, you can hear it. Like
when you drive, can you hear it?
No, you can't hear it at all.
Okay. It's not tapping around in there.
No.
All right.
It's not going to cause any further damage. Would like it to come out of there, though.
Yeah.
Regardless, I let my car idle for a little while. It needs to get maintenance and everything.
Tough couple days for Derek, dude. First the car, and then his Raiders last night. Just go down with a whimper.
Dude, my Raiders.
I mean, man. Desmond Ridder revenge game.
I mean, I'll say this. It's rare you hear like Dan Orlovsky and Louis Riddick. Like Dan Orlovsky, I would say, is more like a hot take machine. I mean, he's a good analyst, but he throws out hot takes during the week on these shows, Get Up and everything. We just saw him put on VR goggles for the Madden thing, whatever the hell that was.
Yeah, so they're doing this new thing, I guess, on like NFL Live or whatever, where they throw on, like Dan Orlovsky throws on VR goggles, and they show you what it would look like from behind the line. Like he's standing at quarterback and he's like highlighting different
But not in a real game, in a Madden game.
It looks like a Madden game. Yeah, he's not like doing it like
a very old school Madden game, I would say, actually, too.
Yeah, it's like Madden like
Madden 05.
Nah, probably a little later, like 09.
Okay.
Somewhere in there.
Either way, the graphics aren't great.
It's about the same game, 05 to 09.
Okay, but like last night, he does college football, and Louis Riddick does a good job. But Louis Riddick is more grounded. Those guys went in on the Raiders, and I appreciated it because... Yeah, sure, I'm a fan, whatever you want to say.
Dude, 24 hours and how quickly that house of cards fell.
I mean, I'm not going to defend myself every day. Like, it's not the same. It's not the same.
With your statement, you just said, I'm not a fan anymore, but we know you are, and we just say admit it.
Yeah, I admit nothing.
Go on. You were happy about what
I was just happy that how real they spoke, because if you had Tom Brady on a broadcast, he would give you like, oh, well, the Raiders are trying their damnedest, and Mark is doing his thing because he has to because he's affiliated with the team. I appreciated Dan Orlovsky and Louis Riddick last night during the broadcast. Dan Orlovsky at one point said the Raiders don't matter until they get a quarterback. And then Louis Riddick at one point's like, who would want to come to this team right now? Who would want to come to this team? With its rebuild and everything? Why would you want to join this team?
They were discussing Sam Darnold, and he was like, why would you come here?
Exactly.
Look around. And to the point you were saying about the Raiders don't matter until they have a quarterback, they went down the entire AFC West, and it was like, he's not wrong.
No, he's not. With the head coach.
That's the same for every team.
No, I know, but but
specifically
in that division,
in this division where you're so far behind.
The head coach quarterback combination, I mean, the Raiders are miles and miles away from everybody else.
Well, of course. Patrick Mahomes is at the top with Andy Reid. He's the best.
They Herbert and Harbaugh.
Right, of course.
Even Bo Nix and Sean Payton ain't bad.
Look like they may be something.
Yes.
Right? And again, the one glimmer of defense I would give, or the one sliver of defense I would give Mark Davis and where the Raiders are.
Please don't.
As Tim called him
yesterday.
That
guy's a clown.
This outfit. I don't think he's not a clown. What I'm saying is he thought he had his guy in John Gruden, and the reason John Gruden is not head coach is not because of his own doing. He didn't get sloppy with it and fire Gruden.
No, I know.
He thought he had a guy for a decade. And I'm not saying
he thought he had Josh McDaniels.
I didn't think Gruden was going to be I'm not saying anybody thought or knew he'd be successful. But he didn't really have a chance to build anything like he thought he was going to over the decade that he had planned to be there. And maybe longer, considering the way Mark Davis felt about him. Josh McDaniels, obviously a bad hire. I mean, who knew he was going to be that bad of a coach?
I thought he'd be better than what he was.
I think we all did. Again, I thought that was as good as of a place as he could have gone after going with John Gruden. But anyway, fact of the matter is this was a bad decision.
No, 100%.
To roll with this one. I mean, even
Wait, you're talking about Antonio Pierce?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I even thought it was questionable.
The fans and players pressured him into doing it.
I'll admit, I thought it was pretty questionable when he fired Del Rio to go to Gruden, but I was like, well, that's the guy he's always wanted. Now he's
that's
available.
an upgrade.
Yeah, it was an upgrade, so I was okay with it. But Del Rio had something going.
Yeah. Speaking of and Monday Night Football commentators last night, they were telling like it is. Did you hear Aikman? Tim, do we have this sound we can play real quick? This is the only time we'll bring this up.
Is this the Shanahan thing?
Yeah, Aikman actually entertained this. Like he actually thinks that the Bears should do this.
Certain whether or not they can be a head coach. There has been discussion about do you give up some picks and see if you can maybe make a deal for a guy like Kyle Shanahan. I would be all in on that because he would develop a quarterback and he's a hell of a head coach. But can you pull that off? That's a better question. And who might you hire that has no head coaching experience as an offensive guy? You never know the answer to that as to how good they're going to be.
I mean, I get the Bears would do that, but like Aikman's smarter than to bring that hypothetical up from Mike Florio.
Did it feel like he was filling air there in a game that had nothing?
A little bit.
Kind of feels like that story Dennis Brown told us about how he dropped a knee in Aikman's head the last time he got concussed. Not Dennis, Aikman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's still rattling around up there. I'm like, bro, what the hell are you talking about? There's been no discussion about this.
Yeah,
the only discussion is something that he's saying after what Mike Florio suggested the Bears should do it. I'm like, okay, that's a air-filling statement, or it's a take, I guess, like what Tim is talking about. But again, there was no discussion about this. There was no NFL executive or any rumor or any report.
Now, Schefter doesn't have a tweet on it.
No, there's nothing about this. There have been some discussions out there. No, there haven't.
No.
One guy suggested, then why don't we say Andy Reid? Maybe they should call about Andy Reid.
Yeah, you should literally go through every NFL head coach and be like,
about Sirianni?
yeah, Sean McVay should be traded to the Bears.
Why not? Maybe Sean McVay wants out. It's like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I know.
It's just because Kyle's come close a couple times. Maybe he needs a fresh start. That's not what any of this is about. And again, you call the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan's probably the guy who's going to answer the phone.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. He's hanging out with us here on a Tuesday afternoon. By the way, we were giving away tickets. This is a super, I'm looking for something dumb to say. I don't know. It's a super pack of comedy tickets that you can win today.
Super mega comedy pack.
Thank you, Tim. Super mega comedy pack. It's a super
double bang for your buck.
It's a super mega comedy pack of tickets. You can win 2 tickets to go see Tom Segura, who's coming January 24th at Chase Center, and 2 tickets to go see Sebastian Maniscalco, who's going to be at SAP Center in San Jose, just by hearing the cue to call between 3 and 6 p.m. tonight. When we give you the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and that super mega fun pack of comedy tickets
super mega fun pack
is yours.
Super mega fun pack.
415-896-KNBR. When you hear the cue to call, get the rules at KNBR.com. It's furnished by Live Nation. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Will you sign this football? And he said, Pat goes, the did you say to me? My friend, he just goes, look, man, it's a football. It's for my dad. And my dad loves you. And he said, Pac-Man looked at him and he said, well, tell that motherfucker I appreciate him.
Pac-Man Jones?
That was Segura.
That was Tom Segura, Pac-Man Jones?
Yeah.
There you go. You hear that cue to call between 3 and 6. Give us a call, 415-896-KNBR. You'll talk to Derek, and if you're caller 10, you'll win those tickets.
Super Mega Fun Pack.
There you
Super
go.
Mega Fun Pack coming your way. All right, we'll take a
Depends on the
quick break.
time if you'll talk to me.
Probably Derek. Yeah, he'll probably be the one to do it.
All right.
I'll make sure he's the one to take the call.
I'll hang up on you.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. When we come on back, we'll get you the guest of the day today. And also, Dre Greenlaw was on the morning show this morning. We'll talk about that next. And
Such a good interview. Murph fell out of his chair.
oh, dude, that was not the moment Murph fell out of
You
his chair.
sure?
I'm pretty positive.
Okay.
I think it was when they were playing him the sound from his 20th anniversary.
I can confirm it was during the Mike Holler voicemail of 20 years.
All right.
Yeah, it was. I watched the video. However, I'm certain that chair is the same chair I fell out of.
You're sitting in
Is
it
the
right
one
now.
I'm sitting in right now?
Yeah.
I thought I felt it the other day.
You're at risk at any moment.
Well, you're a leaner.
Well, yeah, but dude, all the other chairs are fine. This one had a weird balance to it.
Well, let's be fair. If you look at the video Zapruder style, you could see that Murph is kind of leaning, and he just fell back a little bit.
I'm not even going to put it all on Murph. I think it's the chair, because I watched the way it tumbled, and I was like, that's how it happened to me.
Jeff flashback.
To the chair, we said, gracias for that great video. That's fantastic. Give
No,
it to
but
me,
you
kid.
felt totally differently.
No, I didn't. I was sitting like this on the front of my chair, and the chair fell out from under me and toppled. And I watched the same thing.
Gracias.
Spins to the left, and Murph the same thing. The chair
Yeah,
just
but
falls
Murph
out
kind of
from
fell
under
in, though.
me. I'm going to go side by side on
Yeah.
our videos. I don't know if we have video on my chair fall, do we?
No, that's way back.
I mean, it was Sarah in the studio. We had to have video. We were on video for that.
It was live on the stream, but I can't tell you the date that happened.
You asked me to destroy that
I
footage.
thought you were some producer. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. We'll get into the Greenlaw morning
Yes,
show.
sir. I remember the
visit
day you fell out of your damn chair.
when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
'49er Player of the Week Dre Greenlaw talked about the long road back after tearing his Achilles and how it felt to get back on the field after missing the first 13 games of the season this morning with Murph and Marcus. Check out that podcast and more at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb.
Ooh.
Walter Recalpasset is putting around doing something.
Yeah, just threw a ball in your face.
Not working, I'll tell you that. Let's get into the KNBR Morning Show with Murph and Marcus. How about them doing a...
Or we could just sing, She's a Brick House. All right,
so you got to be a karaoke dude on a Tuesday night with me.
Hey, I'm not pulling Devondre Campbell. I'm going to be at trivia tonight, and I ain't leaving.
So we're going to Tim's trivia tonight. This is... Everybody's saying it's part 2 of the unofficial KNBR holiday party.
Oh, yeah.
How big of a crew do we have rolling to Tim's trivia?
It's quite the team.
I heard Mr. KNBR is going.
Mr. KNBR will be there.
He's out his head.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. KNBR is going to be there.
What a tasty trivia.
Tantalizing in the mind.
Stupid.
That was craptastic.
It's a craptastic answer, Derek.
There you go. Mr. KNBR will be there. Who else is going, Tim?
I have no idea.
I haven't, is Greg Silver going?
Possibly.
Is Greg Papa going? I can see him out there. He's just giving me this trick. Is Walter going?
Walter will be there.
I'll tell you what, so far, I'm not going. Doesn't sound like I got to see who else
You're going to cheat anyway.
Yeah, I know. Well, what are you bringing to the table? What knowledge besides sports and comedy are you bringing?
All I'm asking is, who's going?
We just gave the answers.
It's you?
I'll be there.
See? What's going on, Mr. KNBR?
Some trivia and tricks to tantalize the mind.
I like that he's a live action character now.
Trivia and tricks.
I think we might be getting a Dan Dunn. I think we might.
Ooh.
Tasty.
I don't know if Copes wants any part of Dan Dunn after what he'd been through with fantasy this week.
Yeah, after the abuse I took from Dan Dunn in fantasy, I'm not sure.
We're all rooting for Dan Dunn here.
All I'm saying
even me and Tim. We'll talk about it later. But
KNBR, this doesn't sound like a party to me.
It ain't no party. It's trivia.
Just you and Dan. That's it so far.
Are you listening to anything we just said?
Who else?
Walter, Greg, Tim. It's a great team.
Tim's not playing. Tim's hosting.
Now, he'll help us out.
Oh, so I was going to cheat, but Tim will help you out.
You're just there to suck up attention anyway. Be honest. You're just going to sit there and heckle
it's
me.
All
You're
about
going to
me.
cheat. You're going to leave early.
Yeah, seriously.
You've already self-proclaimed all of this. You're like, oh, I don't want to show up early. Oh, I can't stay late.
Fine, I'm not coming. I don't want your trivia invite.
This is Copes literally last time we all went to trivia. It's just Tim trying to do his best to do trivia, and then you hear Copes in the background going, Tim's a hack. You're a hack, Tim.
Room full of 100 people, and it's more important for you to just make fun of me, which is fine.
Hey, man, that's what I'm there for. You told me we could heckle.
Show up late, leave early.
Mr. K, it's like I'm the Dodger fan of Tim's trivia. That's what happens.
You know when people say about the guys that are first in the door, last to leave, it's the exact opposite.
That's Copes.
That's me. That's trivia. That's who I am. Devondre Campbell of trivia.
Speaking of which,
that's craptastic.
Actually, you know what? I'll be the Debo of trivia. I just won't show up at all. How's that?
Well, you'll be there in spirit.
No,
but
I just want
Cooper
to
Cup,
be
if you really want to say it.
Yeah, that's it. How about Dre Greenlaw?
Dre Greenlaw.
First time he's come on the KNBR morning show since tearing his Achilles. First time he played since tearing his Achilles.
That's correct.
The Super Bowl last year. So here's the first thing he talked about with Murph and Marcus this morning. What he cherished most about his NFL return.
Every offseason, me and Fred, we train together. We put in a lot of work. So, this season was just a little different. We didn't have the opportunity to do that. And then just coming off the, Super Bowl loss and everything we had put into that year, we felt like we couldn't finish it. So for me, it was just going out there and getting a chance to, do something that, was taken away from me and that I felt like I never took for granted. But at the same time, sometimes things just happen and, I was just thankful and blessed for the moment.
Yeah, good. Good for him to come back.
Yeah. Kind of stock, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Nah, I know. But hey, I mean, it's been,
good for him, yeah.
A long time for him to come back, and yeah.
Tell you what, the biggest compliment I can give about Dre Greenlaw's return is one, we saw the electricity in the defense, and first play of the game on defense, Kyron Williams takes a handoff, and he cracks him as soon as he gets to the line. And he did that a couple of times to a couple of different guys. But the best thing I think you can say about him is relative to all the other 49ers who were out at either the start of the season or for any chunk into the season this year, whether it be from Christian McCaffrey to Brandon Ayuk to Trent Williams, anybody who missed out, Talanoa Hufanga, who'd been out for a significant period of time. You go back even last year to Nick Bosa having missed training camp in preseason. Everybody who's been out has come back and has been slow. This is the fastest it looked like anybody has looked like themselves, which brings up the question about a contract, and we can get into that in just a minute. But I think that's the most impressive thing, and I know he got a little sore, and rightly so, after not playing for as long as he has, but he looked as much like the Dre Greenlaw we saw in the past, which is always the question, can he be some form of the guy we used to see? He's been the only one to this point.
It was great to see him get fired up, too, after making a couple of consecutive tackles. And you could kind of see Fred right there, too, knowing full well that he could play more in the position that he was used to, not having to cover as much ground, especially on, some of those outside toss sweeps. And, basically every team we well established is they have been running directly at Devondre Campbell. Having Greenlaw in there put a stop to that almost immediately.
Tim, you like Dre Greenlaw, yeah?
Big fan.
You want to hear more from him?
Absolutely.
Here's what he had to say about everything why he thinks everything hasn't clicked this season.
We just got to play with a lot more heart. We just got to leave it out on the table. Everybody on the team do. Feel like, we still got the same guys and same mentality that's out there that we've had in the past. It's just, with this league, we got to bring it every year, bring it every game. Just because, we're the 49ers, I mean, teams are going to try to roll over us. So, are they going to try to just let us go by? So we still got to go out there and take it. And, I just felt like with injuries, it made it a lot tougher because, a lot of the guys that we, CMC, Brandon, guys that are tough, blue-collar, hard-working guys, we didn't have those guys out there. So, sometimes when you don't got all the parts of the machine don't go as well like it used to. So, I think we just got to get everybody healthy.
Yeah, you could take that a couple of ways.
I was going to say, if he's talking, if you have too many parts of the machine, then you get Derek's car.
Well, exactly.
Then you got extra pieces in there.
But if you have guys that are blue-collar workers that come to work every day, like Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk, you have a better mentality. When you don't have those guys, you could have guys like Devondre Campbell. I don't think he was directly throwing him under the bus there, but it was kind of like a soft little jab.
Well, I don't know. I didn't totally hear that tone of it. I mean, I'm maybe there was. I thought it was more, I don't know, because it seemed even more like he was not complaining, but leaving injuries. Really. He said, we don't have those guys out there. It's hard to compete at the level that you expected to. He's talking about 2 guys with significant injuries, and he mentioned the injuries.
Yeah.
If he had said, guys having to play injured and mentioned the linebacking core, then I would be like, okay.
Yeah.
He's taking the shot. I didn't hear the shot at Campbell.
No, not directly, but maybe just like a little, like we don't have the same mentality right now that those guys would usually bring.
How much do you think he plays for your money for the rest of the season? 3 games left. I mean, he wants to put stuff on tape.
Yeah.
The Niners, they got to have this guy back. Like, he's a huge part of the defense. Let him play. If you want him to play again or he wants to play more this season, I think you have to sort of temper that or try to do. They were making the case, or JD was making the case, as was Dennis Brown and even Kruger. I think a little bit talking about not shutting him down completely, but making sure you do whatever you can to limit what he's doing, don't get him hurt, but also do whatever you can to lock him up. Like, he's got to be one of the priorities. And I would almost second that, but I don't know what his market's going to look like coming off an injury like this.
Yeah, that's talk about.
That's what's so interesting about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. But let's play this last cut, and then we'll talk about his market.
Here's what his attitude is about going into free agency. More from Dre Greenlaw and Murph and Marcus.
My attitude, honestly, I'm not thinking about all of the free agency stuff. I'm just thinking about 3 games that I got left with my teammates. At the end of the day, I'm probably going to be a free agent regardless. So I'm not trying to rush the process of being a free agent. I got 3 games left to enjoy with Fred and Bosa and Purdy and all those guys. So, when that time comes, I can't stop it. I can't do nothing about it. So all I can do is just enjoy these 3 games.
Yeah, so he needs to play all 3 games to get tape out there. I mean, he played really well on Thursday night, but that's not enough to go into free agency and try to get – I actually don't know what he's expecting, but I think at this point, coming off of an Achilles injury and missing most of the regular season, he's probably not going to get the biggest amount, I would think. Now, as far as like non-pass rush linebackers out there, you got Roquan Smith, who makes the most. He makes $20 a year. Fred Warner, who makes $19. Tremaine Edmonds, $18. Matt Milano, $14, and he gets hurt all the time now. Patrick Queen, who just joined the Steelers, gets $13 million a year. So I would say right now, honestly, I think given the situation, I think the 49ers would love to have Dre Greenlaw come back, but they also have to sign back, and they have to give Brock Purdy an extension. I don't know how much it's going to impact the salary cap this offseason, but I would think that John Lynch is going to tell Dre Greenlaw, we love you. You're obviously important to this defense, but we didn't see enough of you last year. Can we sign you back for a 1-year deal? And maybe in the $15 million range. And not enough to give you a multi-year deal to see that you're 100% healthy.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I was leaning. And I mean, that's what I wonder is after 4 games, how many teams are willing to give you a multi-year deal?
Probably not many.
I mean, I don't know. The other team I'd worry about is like Houston. It's like the Texans or somebody.
Yeah, of course.
Damn, I don't need that.
Yeah.
Wherever Salah ends up. Being DC somewhere.
That's true.
We'll see what happens. Anyway, we'll get
Greenlaw, Aziz Al-Shaair would be a massive linebacking duo.
I feel like that'd be pretty good. You know how I know?
Because we've seen it.
Because you saw it.
It's here. That's pretty good. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Do we have any drums, Tim? Get some drums going for today?
Drums, please. As we wait for the drums.
Gee, Tim.
I had it.
Bro. You didn't. You never had it. You never had it.
You're really selling this guess of the day thing.
I know. Why don't you give it to us?
Guess of the day, coming in at $3.50. He loves wine and baseball. Rich Aurelia.
There you go. Rich Aurelia's going to join us at $3.50. Yeah.
Are you for Aurelia?
Yeah, we are for Aurelia.
Oh, wait. There's one more, Cokes.
And?
Oh, there's 2. How could it be a guess of the day if there's 2? Peter Hartlob from the San Francisco Chronicle, going to talk holiday movies with us.
Pop culture writer for the Chronicle, one of our favorite guests. Peter Hartlob's going to join us at $4.50. Rich Aurelia, 37 homers in 2001. Love that note. He's going to join us at $3.50, talking some Giants baseball and some Giants offseason.
Probably led the team that year too, huh?
Yeah, almost. When we come on back, though, Dennis Schröder was introduced as a Warrior today. We're supposed to be getting some Warrior sound.
It's coming in right now, actually.
I know our guy Austin is working hard. I know he's working hard. I know Michael's working hard. Jack Loader, haven't seen him.
Yeah, I think he went off to Colorado or something.
Loader management.
Told me on Friday. He was like, I'll see you after the new year. I was like, what? Excuse me? I was like, it was like the 14th or something.
We know
15th.
how Loader rolls.
And I was like, so where are you going to be? And he goes, I'm working from home. Oh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Newest guy working from home. Huh?
Loader management.
Boy, yep. Having to be working. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Webb. It's dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon when we come on back. How about the latest on what the Warriors' tie is to Jimmy Butler? Per Shams Charania. We'll get you that next on the Sports Leader.
You get a horse and live in the mountains someplace and don't bother anybody.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Richard really going to join us at 3:50. Peter Hartlob at 4:50, the pop culture critic.
Yeah.
For the San Francisco Chronicle. We'll talk to him about holiday movies and what else he's been reviewing. And saw a couple of his pieces out there.
He's compiling a top 10 list of things you must watch during Christmas.
Interesting.
Die Hard?
He didn't mention that.
We'll get into it.
He mentioned, or maybe he did. He brought up Ted Lasso Christmas special, which I'm not a big fan of. Some SNL sketches.
I'm a fan of the Christmas special. We'll get into all that with Peter Harlow.
That came out of nowhere.
At 4:50. Yeah, because they commissioned 2 more episodes for that season. So
I'm aware.
They threw in the Coach Beard episode.
I know the whole thing.
Then why are you bitching and moaning about it? Just let it be. If you get it, then why are you upset? It doesn't affect anything else. You can watch it all harmlessly without that episode if you want.
All right, you convinced me. I won't complain.
There you go.
You're a Raider fan.
Yeah, well, I didn't. Well, he's complaining's in his blood, or delusion, one of the two. Let's get into. We'll get into some Christmas movie stuff pretty soon.
Committed to delusion.
But Dennis Schröder just introduced. Schröder just met her. Just introduced as a member of the Golden State Warriors today.
Yep, he's going to wear number 71.
Really?
Yeah, it's the reverse of what his dad wore, 17. So he decided to wear 71.
Interesting.
Kind of a weird number.
And you can't wear 17 because that was Chris Mullin's number.
Yes.
Hey, come on, people. That was Mullen jersey retirement night.
Absolutely.
Never forget, dude. Got it, too?
This is crazy.
Do you have any other 71s?
Isn't Luka 77? Trent Williams? Is he 71?
Yeah, Trent. Is Trent 71?
I can't remember. Yeah.
69.
Here's Dennis Schröder on, what is it, how he thinks he's going to fit in with the Bay Area and the Warriors?
With the first one is what he thinks about San Francisco.
Here we go.
I mean, I was in the Four Seasons every time when we came down with the team. But then when you walked out, it kind of looked like Europe, kind of looked like Berlin, with the train right on the street. That's what we have, and had one store with German candy in it. I remember. So I loved San Francisco. From the start, it was always great being here, playing here. Seeing the fan base when they went on a crazy one, how loud it got, and just really happy to be a part of this organization. First practice treated me like we've been here together since training camp. Everybody was real chill, cool. Chemistry I see is like on a high level. You just see it as a winning organization.
There you go. That's a vet, by the way.
He's got a thick German accent. Was not aware.
Well, the guy's been on, I mean, this is his now what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. This is his 8th team in his 12th NBA season.
Damn.
He's played for a lot of teams. He's a 31-year-old. I remember when he came in, he still looks very young. 31 years old. He's a vet, though. I mean, this guy plays a lot of games, 790 career NBA games coming into this one. Averages over 14 points a game for his career. And this year, I think, as I told you, averaging over 4.2 points more than his career average. He's at 18.5 this year to go with 6.5 assists. Next one is how he thinks he's going to fit in with the Warrior offense and this team going forward.
I'm a realistic guy. So Steph Curry is like a guy who can score 40, 50s, 60s, and for me, I always relied on my defense. At the end of the day, I'm always try to impact the game on both ends. Obviously, you can't control if the ball goes in, but I can always rely on my effort every single night, on my energy, the leadership I bring. And so that's the reason why I feel really, really excited playing with Draymond, because, I mean, 2022, like you guys seen, like we was going at it. And I knew him before. People were saying how it's gonna work, but we pretty got a good relationship even before that. So really looking forward to play with another Hall of Famer on the court who was always hell when you was on the other side of it, and who was talking smack, trash, just being competitive and try to go out there with a win. And to combine that now. I think it's pretty unique and special.
So what I'm hearing, and relative to what Draymond was saying yesterday when we played the sound from Draymond saying, look, he's not here to fit into the team. And that's what Draymond, I think, was saying was he's bringing a skill set to this team that we're not trying to rein in or make him fit into some scheme that we have. Right. We need the skill set that he has that our team is lacking. And so what he talks about is, look, I know what Steph is capable of doing. Kind of him saying the same thing in reverse about the Warriors. Steph is capable of going for 40, maybe 50 points a night. When he's going, you got to let him go. But he said, I can bring his energy, hustle, his ability to grab a couple rebounds. He's obviously had some good vision this year, 6.5 assists a game. So that's something that he's going to bring that we haven't had, or the Warriors haven't had from that 2 spot, and the ability to fill it up. I mean, he can get you 20 on a night where Wiggins has been one of the most consistent guys this year, where you can kind of rely on his 20 to 25 a night. That's what they need. You need it from somebody else, too. And I don't know that he's going to do that every night, but adding 18 points a game to that position certainly helps.
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors were missing offensive output from the two-guard spot.
Yeah.
Brandon Podziemski's been a disappointment this season. So this is only going to add to the offense. Like I said yesterday, it's just not enough defensively for me, though. And there still is other rumors out there. And obviously, we're still waiting on a big move. And that's what this whole thing is with Kuminga. Is the next, I guess, month now, or 2 months, actually, when are we going to see, what are we going to see Mike Dunleavy do with Jonathan Kuminga? Is it enough for them to be comfortable in giving him a contract extension? Or is it time to move on?
Nope.
Yeah, you and I are in the same boat.
No
It needs to be something else.
Zero chance. There's no way anything's going to happen in the next month and a half where we're like, nice, give Kuminga the max.
I'm with you.
He'd have to have a Jeremy Lin type run starting today.
Okay, but is there any scenario where they keep Kuminga and don't give him the contract? That would make no sense to me.
I don't know. I don't know what the point of that would be.
Exactly. They don't have to sign him right then and there, but just let the season play out.
And he's a restricted free agent. Don't forget. You just let him walk. If you the only thing is if you let him walk, then you get a chance to match.
Right.
And if somebody decides they're going to pay him a bunch, then you just let him walk for whatever.
Yeah, at that point.
Then you cut your losses, and that's why I think you probably look to trade him and get something for him.
Yeah.
But who was it? Was it you saying yesterday that there was a report that Mike Dunleavy wasn't totally out on the idea? Just because they acquired Schröder doesn't mean they wouldn't use him to maybe try to acquire something else.
That's Shams. Shams is saying that he could be, because of his contract, they can move him as well if it's part of a bigger deal.
What do you think about Jimmy Butler?
I go back and forth on it.
Butler!
At the end of the day, you're only moving Jimmy Butler if it's Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins. So the question you have to ask yourself is Jimmy Butler an upgrade over Andrew Wiggins? Do you think he is at 35 years old?
The problem is, again, my whole thing was predicated on getting Jimmy to be with Andrew Wiggins. And that's why I'm just I don't think it happens that way.
No.
I don't know how it happens. Tim, do you like Jimmy Butler?
Honestly, I feel like we've seen what Wiggins' ceiling is, don't you? And they're in the last couple of years, they've maximized his value and everything. If you really think that this outfit is, if you think it's not going to get you to the NBA Finals, then by all means go for Butler.
But do you like Jimmy Butler?
I like him as a closer.
Why don't we hear from Shams on Jimmy Butler, Tim?
So the talks are, I'm told the Heat remain open to hearing interested suitors in Jimmy Butler. There's not an urgency that they're operating under. When you look at his salary, $49 million this year, he's got a $52 million player option for next year. The market that we're going to see come this offseason, there's one team with significant cap space, and that's going to be the Brooklyn Nets, $60 million plus. And as of right now in the trade market, the Nets are not believed to be a suitor, and they might not make sense for him come offseason either, because clearly they're more of a rebuilding, retooling situation, and he's going to be a 36-year-old win-now star. And that's why I'm told the Suns and the Warriors are believed to be atop his list of preferred win-now destinations if the Miami Heat were to trade him, the Rockets and Mavericks being the others. But this is a fluid situation. We are going to see this play out over the coming weeks.
You reported last.
Whoops. Little extra there on the
extra cut there on the end.
Yeah, I know. My apologies.
Anyway, so again, this is a lot about. It's gonna be a lot about where he wants to go too.
Well, the most obvious statement in the end there was Shams just being like, "We're going to see this play out in the next couple of months."
Thank you,
you
Shams.
think?
Yeah. It'll play out or it will not.
And also, he's like, the Brooklyn Nets have the most cap space, but they wouldn't trade for Jimmy Butler.
Why would you throw that out there?
No S. Are you kidding me?
They're unloading pieces. They're taking on injured players.
Just tell us what we need to know.
They just took on an injured player's contract. He's not going to play for the rest of the year.
Yeah, so I'm not surprised. I'm actually, you know what? I'm a little surprised that he wouldn't prefer the Mavericks just because of where they were a season ago. And they seem like the team that would make the biggest run right now. They were in the NBA Finals a year ago, and they got talent in Luka and Kyrie. But, yeah, if he went to the Suns, okay, but are they keeping Booker? Are they keeping Bradley Beal? They'd obviously keep Kevin Durant. How do they make that all work? Like we always hear when we ask these guys, the NBA insiders, Marcus Thompson or Mark Spears, in order to make a trade, you got to send somebody else. So it can't just be like, whoa, Jimmy Butler's being added to the Phoenix Suns, and that's incredible. Look at their starting five. They got to lose somebody big in order to accommodate that trade.
And for the Warriors, that money point would probably come at Andrew Wiggins' cost. And that's where I'm just like, I don't know then how much I love it. But then again, what else do you have? We've seen what this team is.
Yeah, okay, so let's let that play out. So your starting five would be Steph Curry, Dennis Schröder, Draymond Green,
Jimmy Butler,
and Trace Jackson Davis or Kevon Looney. It
sounds better.
It sounds better on paper.
Looks better. But
just for a year.
Well, yeah, dude, all of this is just for this year.
Yeah, I know. Okay,
yeah, that's all of this. Again, if you trade for Jimmy Butler, that's the point. Is I don't think you're looking for a long-term deal. And again, they were going to maybe try to get Paul George, or we're trying to get Paul George. How would that deal look right now? Like that deal doesn't look great right now. Not great. I don't need to give Jimmy Butler. I don't really want him beyond this year. If he picks up that option, like okay, then you figure it out next season. That's a bridge you cross when you get there. Like I feel like if you can acquire Jimmy Butler to help this team, it's an upgrade from.
Okay, but
that's the simple question: is Jimmy Butler right now an upgrade on Andrew Wiggins?
Slightly.
Yes, slightly.
Okay, but let's say it doesn't pan out.
But he helps you in different areas that Wiggins. I mean, Wiggins is a fine defender.
Okay, but let's say they make the move and they're bounced out of the first round. It's like, okay, then...
Let's say they make the move and they're not into the first... If they don't make the move... Again, you can't just what if into oblivion. The point is to try to get better, even if it's incrementally.
Okay.
Does it trash the organization to lose Jimmy Butler after this year? No, you wouldn't have Andrew Wiggins. But again, what do you have right now with him?
Well, I go back and forth with Andrew Wiggins.
But I'm like, what do you have with him? If you know that... What do you think
He's been a solid player this season.
What's the peak of the team right now? Do you think it's out of the play-in, or do you think they're in the mix for play-in?
As of right now, is this currently constructed?
They're a play-in.
Right now, I'd say they're a play-in team.
Probably, right?
I'd say adding Jimmy Butler is not definite that you're still not going to be a play-in team.
I know, but I like my chances better with him than
okay, is there a better move out there where you can keep Andrew Wiggins and maybe upgrade the 5 position?
If there is, I'm down.
Okay, so who were the guys that you mentioned? I brought up Valanciunas. Who's the guy from the Bulls?
As a Vucevic from the Bulls?
There's that. I don't know how realistic this is. I saw the other day that they were saying everybody on the Pelicans is up for grabs. Everybody on the Pelicans is up for grabs.
I'll take them all. How many can I have? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't
want Zion.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
I want him, but not for this reason.
I mean, like, Zion coming to the Warriors.
That's a non-starter for me because of what it'll cost you, and because you just I'd rather have Jimmy than that because you don't know if he's ever on the floor.
You're right. I mean,
are you helping anything with that?
Jimmy Butler has proven himself in the playoffs and been to the NBA Finals twice. Zion, you don't even know if he's going to be healthy or in shape or not dealing with porn stars. Yeah, it would be a whole thing.
Oh yeah, remember that?
Mariah Mills.
I forgot about you and Tim.
I just remember her name.
Yeah, it's good.
I haven't seen any of her classics.
Not like Tim.
I'm not going to name them either.
Not like Tim
I don't have any thoughts on that
stuff. Yeah. I saw, by the way, a headline the other day that said Stephen A. Smith very upset Sophie Rain makes more than some of the NBA's top stars. That's what I thought. I had to scroll to
I'll be damned if Sophie Rain's going to make more money than me.
I was like, please
That's
say it's
preposterous.
him. I thought he was going to say that him, too. I was going to die laughing at that.
I need to call Disney right now and tell them a porn star is making more than me.
I'm so damn disgusted. Get this whisper on?
Yeah.
Anyway, the point about Jimmy Butler.
Back to Jimmy.
This music's making the whole Jimmy Butler convo sort of funny.
Making me uncomfortable.
Why don't we take a quick break? We are going to catch up with Richard Willie at 3:50, Peter Hartlob, pop culture critic from the San Francisco Chronicle at 4:50. When we come on back, Derek wants to get into some Christmas movie stuff. Your good old-fashioned Die Hard debate. Is that what you want to do?
We could do that or whatever you want to do here.
Oh, cool. Good. Maybe I'll come up with something different. Fantastic.
Yeah, by all means.
Yeah.
I'm only doing 2 jobs at once. Let's say you come up with something.
A hell of a thing to carry your weight around here.
Oh, Jesus. Both of you could shut up. Shut the hell up. Tuesday, it's Dirty Work. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb on the Sports
Cope sees his burger.
What's the greatest Christmas movie of all time? Most overrated? Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? The answer is yes. Peter Hartlob joins us at 4:50 to talk about all of these hard-hitting questions on Dirty Work with Copes and Derek. Check it out.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work. Adam Copeland, Bob with you. Tim Webb hanging out on a Tuesday afternoon.
What, are you get impatient by the
I know, that thing just
lead-in?
goes on and on. I was like, come on, okay, let's get to the rest of the segment.
Gamble responsibly.
1-800-GAMBLER. I assume this is a Christmas segment now. Is this your go-to, Tim? I feel like whenever we play Christmas music.
No, I play this because it reminds me of Home Alone. So if you're thinking about
is that
Home
your
Alone,
go-to?
You know, I was going to pose a question to you guys. What Christmas movie have you seen already this year?
None of them. I haven't watched any Christmas. I'm not a big Christmas movie guy.
I've watched Christmas Vacation twice already.
Twice?
Just because it's on late at night and it makes me laugh.
What, like AMC or ABC Family?
Jesus, go grab a beer or something, Tim.
No, it's usually after beers, to be honest.
I mean, it's not a bad flick.
Twice? No, it's good. I mean, I watch it usually around Christmas
one time with the family, one time after 800 beers. You know, just leave it on.
Yeah, I mean, I'll pop it on. I mean, the Papa family usually does Elf or Jim Carrey's The Grinch. Those are the go-tos.
The Papa family. Now, What is this? Grab
it's extensive.
Everyone, please.
Grab me some Greg Nog and put on the Grinch.
Yes, the Greg Nog. Now, Greg is a big fan of the Grinch.
It was the night before Greg.
Oh, yeah. Big fan of Jim Carrey's Grinch. Also, was it Boris Karloff's original one?
Big, yeah, do the animated version.
Stunk.
Yeah. Big fan of Whoville.
Yes.
The Who's.
The Who's down in Whoville.
So you're not a big Christmas guy, but you like Elf.
Well,
Christmas
yeah,
movie
I mean,
guy, yeah.
I celebrate Christmas, but yeah, like, you know.
You're more of an 8 Crazy Nights guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got you.
This time's for all you Gentiles out there.
All right, well, so Tim, that's your go-to because of Home Alone. Now, have you heard the gripe that Home Alone's not a Christmas movie?
That's ridiculous. Home Alone is 100% a Christmas movie.
Now, my simple thing, and we're not going to do the whole Die Hard debate. I don't really care what anybody thinks. My premise for a Christmas movie, and I think there are some movies that are themed as Christmas movies that like Love Actually is a big one that shows up on all the Christmas.
Never actually seen it.
Yeah, solid movie. I think it's a good movie. Incredible cast. It's like mostly all English cast. Good movie. Good variety cast, whatever you would call it.
Pass.
But the fact of the matter is, like, to me, a Christmas movie is themed a Christmas movie because the movie or the plot can't happen unless it's Christmas.
So then, by your logic, Die Hard is not a Christmas movie.
It is, because the only reason they're robbing Nakatomi Plaza is because it's Christmas Eve and and they believe nobody.
It's white night.
God,
there's hardly anybody there.
By far the best character.
No, but they are definitely robbing it because it's Christmas Eve. They're not anticipating. They just want to get in and get out. They know that it's not going to be a full building. They know it's not going to be as secure as normal. There's not going to be as much in there or as much going on. By premise, I believe it is a Christmas movie.
Who's my guy driving the limo? Argyle?
Yeah,
Love Argyle.
From the airport. Yeah.
Hey, babe, I negotiate $1 million deals for breakfast. I think I can handle this Euro trash.
It's one of my favorite movie characters of all time.
Hans.
What's his name again?
Ellis.
Dude, yeah, Ellis is a tool.
Yeah, what a jerk.
Yeah.
What a complete
Such
douche.
A tool, dude. Yeah.
He's so good. He's so good.
I watch 60 Minutes. I say to myself, these guys are professional. They're motivated. They're happening, i.e., they want something, huh?
You're amazing. You figured this all out already.
So the argument has become that Bruce Willis came out a couple of years ago, and he said that it's not a Christmas movie, it's a Bruce Willis movie. To me, I say,
well, that's arrogant as hell.
Well,
you're not even the best character in the movie. You're not even the third best character in the movie.
Sorry, like, I know Bruce Willis is going through some hell stuff right now, but that is the most arrogant thing I've heard in quite some time. It ain't no Christmas movie. It's a Bruce Willis movie.
Now, to that defense, you know, when it came out, it was like middle of summer.
Yeah.
I don't think it was released at Christmas time at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of movies that come out, like Christmas movies that come out before Christmas.
Tell me the Christmas movie that comes out in like July, though. That's a Christmas movie. Like, that would be an argument.
It's usually Thanksgiving time.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I just saw that movie Red One.
Yeah, how is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
It's like an action comedy.
It looks like a Netflix Christmas movie that you can pass on.
It's got its moments, but it's like, you know, there's nothing Nothing incredible about it. Is it a Netflix movie? Was it?
Or Amazon, whatever it is.
Yeah,
I mean, it was in theaters for like a really brief time.
Well,
brief time.
You got it for the awards now. You know what I mean? You got to put it.
Yeah, I know.
He's going to catch an Oscar now.
Yeah, Best Picture for Red One.
You saw what came right after. It was Moana and Wicked and, all 800 blockbusters.
Right.
Let's go out to Front Row Chris is in Nevada. Wants to talk Christmas movies. What's up, Front Row Chris? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Just checked this out last night. Takes place on Christmas Eve at LAX. It's called Carry On, and it is so diehard-like. I mean, it took me about a half an hour to get my pulse rate back down afterwards. Yes. It's really good.
Hey, Chris,
I highly recommend it.
Chris, I saw this. I was like dozing off on the couch last night, and I was on Netflix, and I saw is this
Jason Bateman?
Jason Bateman's in this, yeah. And the dude from the Kingsman.
Yeah, he's the bad guy.
Yeah. Dude, I'll check it out. I didn't know it's like a Christmassy Die Hard type movie.
Yeah, absolutely. It's totally Die Hard. And it's got a lot of actors that you'll recognize, but you don't know who they are. Right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Perfect.
That happens all the time.
That's a Netflix movie if I've ever heard.
The story's good, and the action is nonstop.
Good deal. Appreciate the call, Chris.
All right, Carry On.
Good deal. Carry On. Yeah, I did watch.
Now we got people calling in to debate about Die Hard, I'm sure.
Business is business. You use a gun, I use a fountain pen. What's the difference?
Such great lines.
It's pretty good. Ellis guy, you just got in and out, too.
Now, okay, like...
Gets his head blown off.
I think the three of us collectively agree that Die Hard is...
I don't really care what anybody thinks. I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't know why that's such a debate.
Because it doesn't have like to anybody's argument, it is just like an action movie that doesn't have Christmassy feeling. But I don't know what that totally means.
Yeah, but it's still around Christmas time. It gives you the feels of Christmas.
The soundtrack is all like Christmas music.
Oh, yeah. Christmas in Hollis.
Yeah, dude.
It's Christmas time in Hollis, Queens.
Now,
Mom's cooking chicken and collard greens.
You know what movie I'm not a fan of?
What's that?
I never got it.
Don't say Jingle All the Way.
No, I was going to say that's one of my go-tos.
Okay.
Jingle All the Way is money.
All right.
I was going to say Christmas Story. You'll shoot your eye out, that whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's old school, and, it's not one of my favorites.
In fact, I looked exactly like that kid growing up.
That's like your generation, right, Tim?
And I don't like that movie.
Yeah, that movie sucks.
Leg lamp and...
You had big old glasses?
Huge glasses.
Tim wanted a gun? Give me a gun for Christmas.
I did get a BB gun with scope on it, so there's that. I did not shoot any eyes out.
Yeah,
it's just too close to home for Tim.
It's too close to home for Tim.
Now, I wasn't a big fan of that. Jingle All the Way is an underrated classic, in my opinion. I'm not the pervert. I just want the Turbo Man. It's great.
Yeah, Sinbad, dude.
Sinbad.
Oh,
she had sex with everybody in the post office but me.
By the way, the crimes committed in Jingle All the Way by Sinbad. Dude,
how those guys never go to jail?
Don't they blow up a radio station or something to try to win the Turbo Man?
And the guy's like him with a ponytail, and he's just like, no, I said you can win a Turbo Man eventually.
Can't be playing games like that.
No, you can't.
Toys around Christmas.
No, Jingle All the Way is great. Okay, this is one for people. This is okay. So people debate Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I would debate it's always shown on Christmas Eve on NBC. It's a Wonderful Life. The Jimmy Stewart. Oh, Mary. That movie is so much less of a Christmas movie than Die Hard. That's a 3-hour flick, and I want to say 1 hour consists of Christmas. Die Hard is way more of a Christmas movie than It's a Wonderful Life, if you've seen it.
Okay.
Never saw it?
No, don't care.
All right.
Not really into it. And I don't think we should waste time talking It's a Wonderful Life is kind of where I'm at. I'm just like, yeah.
It's on Christmas Eve every year.
Yeah, but that's why they do it. It's the reason that got big and the reason it became pop culture. I believe the reason it became a pop culture phenomenon and a Christmas movie phenomenon is it entered public domain so that everybody had the right to broadcast it, and it just sort of became. I don't believe it was a hit at all when it came out.
Maybe not.
I could be totally wrong on that, or maybe I'm thinking White Christmas. Who cares? Let's go out to the phone lines. Johnny's in Brisbane. Brisbane, depends on which continent he's on. Johnny, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up?
Hey, so if Die Hard is a Christmas movie, then Rambo, First Blood, the first Rambo movie, is definitely a Christmas movie because that takes place at Christmas time, and Rambo's throwing out lead like Christmas cookies.
First of all, incredible line, dude. I like the call, Johnny. But I would say on my premise, I hear what you're saying theme-wise, but can Rambo happen if it's not Christmas? Can the theme and the plot of the movie happen if it's not Christmas time?
Yeah, I mean, he's just delivering the whole town.
Yeah, he's not, dude, that's it. He can do that on 4th of July, Groundhog Day, Flag Day, like winter solstice, summer. It doesn't matter. Rambo can deliver the lead, any point of the year, and that's why I would argue that it's not a Christmas movie. But I'm actually, now that we're talking it, I might get down with that this week, dude.
Nothing is over!
I might get into some First Blood this week, dude. Johnny, appreciate the call, bro. Thanks,
I
man.
hate to sound like young Tony. Haven't seen Rambo.
You've never seen Rambo?
No. I saw the last one where there's like a little bit of dialogue.
Come on,
It's
no.
terrible, I know.
Wait, you saw the one where he's like the old guy, like
Yeah.
around his house? He's like setting up fire alarms at his house?
exactly.
Yeah.
It's like Home Alone for a 60-year-old ripped man.
He's like replacing the smoke alarm battery.
Yeah, exactly.
Chirping, dude. That's Rambo now.
That's the smoke alarm's chirping. Gotta get that out of here. Adrian!
That's not much a different movie, man.
No, you
Come on. Tim's on the phone, but we'll go back to the phone lines here. Any other movies you're into?
We said 8 Crazy Nights. Yeah, that's for my people, but it's also a good Christmas time movie.
My people.
My people. Bum diddy 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 bum bum.
Where do you come down on A Nightmare Before Christmas?
Oh, I love Nightmare Before Christmas. Okay, now is that more of a Halloween movie or a Christmas movie?
I almost roll with it on both. Like it's
interchangeable.
That's the point of it. Is it's a Halloween themed character.
Yeah, one of Tom's favorites actually.
He just wants to jump into.
Yeah.
wants to enjoy Christmas.
You
more
could do
than
it either holiday.
Shout out Debbie Durst, voices San Francisco's own, voicing in.
Okay.
In Nightmare
related to
Before
Fred
Christmas.
Durst?
No.
Oh.
Will Durst. Shout out Will Durst. Let's go to Mike in Half Moon Bay. Mike in Half Moon Bay. You're on these sports later. What's up, bro?
Yes, I just wanted to include The Ref. I think it's the funniest Christmas movie.
I remember that one. Kevin Spacey and Dennis Leary?
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think I've never seen The Ref.
Oh, definitely. You'll laugh through the whole movie.
Appreciate the call,
They
Mike.
got candles on their heads and stuff.
Yeah,
It's weird.
I believe Dennis Leary's like a guy that keeps Kevin Spacey and his wife hostage on Christmas.
Oh, well, too close to home.
Yeah, well,
Spacey, you know what I mean?
I guess.
Not big on Leary. I gotta tell you, I'm not a big Leary guy.
Not a big Dennis Leary guy?
Yeah, I knew you would be a big Leary guy.
I love the
strike me as
song.
such a big Dennis Leary guy.
Well, his song's amazing.
You and Murph got lots to
He's
talk
an
about.
a-hole.
I don't know the song because I'm not a Leary guy.
Okay.
The song's amazing.
It was a classic song in the 90s.
Don't know it. Let's go
He's
to Tyler.
the first angry comedian.
Tyler's in Hayward. Dude, I've seen the previews for this movie, Tyler. You're on the Sports Leader. What's going on, man?
Yeah, Violent Night. It came out a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
The guy from
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things.
David
And,
Harbour.
It is really well done in terms of him being actual Santa Claus and just a new twist and him just messing things up. And it's really good.
So tell me the plot. Can I get the plot?
No, he's like, it's kind of like Die Hard. Like he's just playing Santa Claus.
Yeah, it's a Santa Claus that kicks ass. What else you need, Coach?
I thought it was a horror. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, delivering presents and some bad guys coming to some house, and he starts pretty much taking names with like
taking names.
Pencil and Christmas cookies.
He's making a list, Tyler.
Yeah.
He's making a list.
He's making a list and giving him the business.
And he's kicking ass twice, dude.
Absolutely.
Appreciate the call, bro. Thanks. Yeah, it says here for Violent Night, an elite team of mercenaries.
And I'm sold.
By the way, yeah, I love the like the photo or the poster for the movie is like up close on what's his name? David Harbour. So he's got an up close on his face, and he's like dressed as Santa Claus, but he's holding like a sledgehammer on his shoulder, and it's almost like he's smoking a cigarette, but he's lighting a candy cane.
Yeah,
it's
hell
sticking
yeah.
out of his mouth like it's a
Yeah, man. Kris Kringle's ready to kick some ass.
An elite team of Saint Nick, more like saying kick ass. An elite team of mercenaries breaks into a family compound on Christmas Eve, taking everyone hostage inside. However, they aren't prepared for a surprise combatant. Santa Claus is on the grounds, and he's about to show why Nick is no saint.
I'm in.
I'm
surprised. I knew this movie came out, and Tom's talked about it.
2022.
Yeah, I know. I think it's on Amazon Prime. I've yet to watch it, and I need to.
Yeah, I'm in. I think I'm in. We got another caller on the line. That's AJ Cruz.
Whoa. The Mexican-American
dude,
dream.
I keep going to that. Tim, you're really hosing me on this, dude. Is this the Mexican-American dream?
Hey, look, you guys got to stop confusing me with that guy. He's not. He's got a lisp, and his number must be the same as mine. I'm catching a lot of strays thanks to that guy. So I don't know, man. You might want to check.
AJ Cruz, we apologize. We apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, look, I just wanted to call in just to offer one up. Well, a forgotten Christmas classic that doesn't get enough shine, and that's the first Lethal Weapon. That also takes place at Christmas. Yes, it does, and it's essential to the plot. Maybe, maybe not, but it is a Christmas movie because at the end of the movie, they're getting together for Christmas dinner. So therefore it's a Christmas movie. Tell me I'm wrong.
It counts.
I like your logic, AJ Cruz.
Appreciate it, AJ.
Then by that logic, Batman Returns is a Christmas movie.
Yeah, maybe Iron Man 3 is a Christmas movie.
I was answering the phones. Did you guys talk about Bad Santa already?
No, I was going to jump into that next.
Bad Santa.
That's a movie I've caught maybe the first 30 minutes or the last 30 minutes on HBO. Like back in the day, we just scroll around the TV, but I have not seen that all the way through.
I'm surprised Tim's a Bad Santa guy. He strikes me more as an Ernest Saves Christmas kind of dude.
Oh, dude, Ernest Saves Christmas. I'm down.
Yeah, Bad Santa, not really one to watch with the kids.
Ernest Saves Christmas.
You don't like any of the Ernest movies?
No, not really.
Come on.
That's not my thing.
What was that guy's name? Tim, you probably remember.
Jim Varney?
Jim Varney. He knows it.
I got to get me some black friends.
I run a trivia night.
I really have to get black
The world
friends.
ain't fair. You got to take what you need when you can get it. You got to learn to stand up for yourself. You're going to have to quit being a and kick these kids in the balls or something.
There you go.
You know what I can get down with too is Four Christmases with Vince Vaughn and Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah, I've seen that.
There's some pretty funny scenes in that one.
It's all right.
I can get down with that.
You ever
That's
seen
like a rom-com Christmas movie?
Ever seen a Fred Claus?
Yeah, I've seen, not as big on Fred Claus.
Yeah,
no.
just like
He's like Santa's brother.
Here's Santa Claus' degenerate brother.
Shout out and we talked about him the other day. We mentioned this. Shout out Bulletproof Keaton and Jack Frost.
Yeah, I mean Jack Frost holds up.
And you know what else I always watch when I was a kid because I got into it. It's still like nostalgic. Is the old school claymation like Santa Claus is coming to town? I'll do that one.
Okay.
You know,
where Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
Yeah, those are like,
Silver and gold.
It's like hosted by Fred Astaire. I won't talk It's a Wonderful Life with you, but I'll talk Fred Astaire.
Yeah, seriously. Look at you. Oh, come on.
I'm picking
It's a Wonderful Life sucks.
I'm picking and choosing, okay?
I saw It's a Wonderful Life maybe 20 years ago on a plane because that's all they had. They were showing me flying to my dad's for Christmas.
That's all we have.
That's all we had. That's all we had. It's not a bad movie. Just it's 3 hours long. And I would debate it's not a Christmas movie.
We'll talk about
Christmas movies. We're just watching Buffalo Bills highlights from the 70s.
Exactly.
Look at the snow game.
Looky, here comes Cookie. That's our Christmas.
That's O.J. Simpson's high stepping through the snow. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We'll catch up with Rich Aurelia at 3:50. Peter Hartlob at 4:50. We'll talk more movies with him. But you know what happened today, dude? You think Santa Claus is delivering the mail, or is our guy? Who was it? Was it Tyler who called in?
Rambo.
Tyler said Rambo was delivering the lead.
Delivering the lead, baby. Like old St. Nick.
Santa Claus was delivering presents, or Rambo was delivering the lead. Oh, yeah, all over the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So whatever he needed to do.
He's a good guy, that Rambo.
We're going to deliver the NBA grab bag. Big old potato sack.
NBA grab bag. It is hefty today.
Shows up every week. It's a big old potato sack, and stenciled on it 2 words, or an acronym in a word. NBA. Is that 3 words, I guess? It's an acronym, and then it's...
Good Lord.
The grab bag is next on the Sports Leader.
Hans, Bobby, I'm your white knight.
KNBR's Brian Murphy celebrated his 20th year anniversary this morning. No joke, he fell out of his chair. Check it all out at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we talk about certain problems frequently because they remain problems for a lot of people. Unfiled and unpaid tax returns. How do they handle those?
They call us. And look, next week at this time, it's Christmas Eve. How about giving yourself and your family a Christmas present of getting this off your back? One of my goals, I want to see you enjoy the Christmas holiday. Most people don't file tax returns because they don't have the money to pay it. That's okay. We can file all the old back returns for you, and then we want to make a deal for what you can't pay. And even if you file the returns and you feel like you're drowning under 1,000 feet of water, that's okay. It really is. There's all kinds of good solutions. I could take up your whole show explaining it, but I won't. And we have a free consultation. We'll explain all the solutions. We want to take care of you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone for our free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess. I want to enjoy my Christmas.
Steve can help. Give him a call. 188-TAX-DEAL is the number, or you can find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Tuesday afternoon. So when I got here this morning, I walked in and the dude downstairs at the desk was like, dude, you guys, people are gone for vacation for holiday already? I said, well, yeah, some people, I'm sure, Jack Loader and the likes, who don't come into the office anymore. He goes, I don't think anybody came down to bring up your mail. And I was like, our mail? So I got onto their big delivery room down there this morning. And so it's just several boxes. It normally would fit right into that big old potato sack that sits in our mail room. And when you dig into the potato sack, well, before you dig into it, you take a look at it. I think I got it down. I think it says one acronym.
Good God.
Then it's got two words. And the acronym in the two words. Say NBA grab bag.
Jesus.
For the NBA
It's the biggest setup of all time. God, we know the same thing every week. All right, NBA grab bag. Hey, Copes, the Emirates Cup Championship is tonight between the Bucks and Thunder.
Is that right?
You excited?
Nope. KNBR 1050 has it, though, on our KNBR family of networks here. You can check it out. What time
You
does it
should be
tip off?
excited to listen to that.
I believe it starts at 4:30, I want to say. What color will the court be?
It tips off at 5.
Don't listen till 6, though.
Yeah. Don't you love that? Hey, listen to other things at other stations, but forget our show.
Yeah, if you care about the hoops instead of us, there you go. Check it out.
All right. The NBA announced the new format.
10:50.
Yeah, exactly. And the NBA announced the new format for the All-Star game at Chase Center this year.
We're changing formats again. We're doing it 2 months before.
Just wait. 24 All-Star selections are divided up into 3 8-player teams.
Oh, my God.
And the fourth team is the Rising Star Champions. So that's interesting. And Shaq, Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, and Candace Parker are going to be your GMs of those teams. They get to pick who's on their team, but not Candace Parker. She has to deal with whoever is on this Rising Stars champion. So it's divided up that way. All 4 teams play in 2 semifinals and then a championship. Winner of each game has to surpass 40 points to advance. That's the new format for the All-Star game.
So they just played a 40.
Yes.
Yeah, why can't Ernie be a
That's
GM?
what I'm saying. I'm like, I'd rather have Ernie be the fourth.
Well, why Candace Parker? Why is she just given the reserves of the Rising Star Challenge? How come she can't have her own team?
I don't know. I don't know.
I really care about this.
We just keep changing it, acting like we're gonna get. I saw NBA ratings were down today. There's a big article about that. Yeah, because they're just throwing crap at the wall. They're doing the baseball thing now, where they're just kind of like, they're not toying with the game itself yet, but they're toying with gimmicky things throughout the season.
Has MLB really changed the All-Star game yet?
Well, they made that this one counts, and that was after the flub with the
but like in recent years.
No, they haven't really. They've just done more of the access in-game, where they're like micing guys up during game, stuff like that. What I'm talking about is more of the in-game change stuff to make it more exciting or digestible for fans. But this is more of just like a gimmick. Like I feel like all the players wanted to just go back to the way it was. All the players were just like, dude, just go east and west. But then we're doing this Team LeBron, Team Giannis thing. We're drafting players. So the players are divided. And when we'll do the draft on TV, I'm sure, on TNT at some point, a couple of days before.
Yeah.
And instead of having so they're just going to draft their players, but they're not coaching those teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is like closer to the NFL being like, we don't need this anymore. Let's just do a Madden challenge.
Just like, is it Saturday night, the highlight of All-Star Weekend?
Oh, I mean, that's what I watch is the three-point contest. The slam dunk thing is unwatchable now.
If it's unwatchable, but it's lost its luster.
Well, I mean, I'll say the All-Star game I'm not into anymore. But then again, like I never watched the Pro Bowl. I watched the MLB All-Star game because it's in the middle of the season and it's fun.
It's the only thing on?
Yeah. But like the NBA All-Star game, I'm kind of over it now. We're like, let's see if someone can score 200 points. Like I'm over it.
Well, that's why they got rid of that format, and that's why they're going to try something different. See if
but
this
can
is
you
more
accept
exciting.
like some guys, like some fans are just not going to watch exhibition games like that? I know they never say like we want to lose money on that stuff.
They'll never give it up because of that. I mean, the NFL has decided it actually is no good. It doesn't matter to us.
Apparently they're going to bring the Pro Bowl back. I believe this.
An actual game?
I think so. I could be wrong about that, but I think I read somewhere that they are going to bring the Pro Bowl back.
I don't know. Does anybody care?
Not me, but I do. I love the Pro Bowl. Speaking of which, according to Hollywood Reporter Jeff Schneider, we talked about this yesterday. I brought it up to Greg today. Christian Bale is going to play Al Davis in the David O. Russell John Madden biopic, where John Madden will be played by Nicolas Cage. Do you like Christian Bale as Mr. Davis?
I don't think there's anything I don't really like Christian Bale as. Like I kind of trust him in whatever sort of.
So he's another bulletproof actor.
Well, I'm not saying that so much as
he likes to scream at people on set.
Yeah, well, the great ones do. I just sort of feel like if there's a role like that you're going to put in someone's hands, I sort of trust him to take the role seriously. I mean, the Dick Cheney transformation was pretty incredible. When he played Dick Cheney in that movie,
he was great in that.
Anyway, I've liked him in most everything I see him in.
No, I mean, Christian Bale's a great actor.
I can't imagine this isn't going to be a good performance by him, or it would be, if it's not a good one, it would be a ridiculous one, I guess. But, I mean, who else do you want in that role? I mentioned, like, Adrian Brody yesterday, but it's not really a fit. He's just kind of scrawny. And
I think Cage is more appropriate for Al.
I sort of thought that, too. He's got more of the Al. But, again, what age of Al is he playing?
Well, that's the thing. I really don't know what this movie... Like, this movie's supposed to be about John Madden becoming the video game icon. So I don't know how much we're going to see of Christian Bale as Al Davis, because Al Davis wasn't really involved in John Madden being the video game guy.
It's going to be like that Hot Cheetos movie.
Hot Cheetos movie. Yeah.
Or like the Pop-Tart movie with Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh, that movie was terrible. Come on, Jerry. He's not laughing that
Jerry.
whole movie.
We're doing that.
No. I think this movie is going to be more like Air. Remember Air that just came out a couple years ago?
I remember.
Yeah, I think this movie's going to be more like I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I've been watching. Have you seen this on Amazon Prime? It's called It's in the Game. It's a documentary on how EA Sports convinced John Madden to do this video game.
Yeah, okay.
So I think this movie's going to be more about this guy, Trip Hawkins, who's the head of EA Sports, how he convinced John Madden. I bet you we're not going to see a lot of Nicolas Cage in this movie. It's going to be like the back of his head, like in Air with Michael Jordan. You don't see Michael Jordan. You just see like him as a cameo.
So you think this is about everything about around it happening?
I think you see the nerds, how they convinced John Madden to do this video game.
I don't know. I kind of hope it follows Madden in his journey to become a video game icon himself.
I don't think it's going to be as focused on John Madden.
Maybe not. Maybe that's why it's Cage.
Yeah.
Taking these roles.
All right, next up in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Jim Harbaugh made one of his idols an honorary captain on Sunday's game with the Chargers and Buccaneers. Who do you think it is, Copes?
One of his idols?
One of his idols.
Do I get a couple guesses? A couple questions here.
Sure.
Will it surprise me?
Probably not.
Okay. Is it a former athlete?
Nope. Oh, as far as I know.
Is it a musician?
Nope.
Is it an actor?
A TV icon.
Is it like Pat Sajak or somebody?
Kind of close. Judge Judy was an honorary captain at the Chargers-Buccaneers game.
Judge Judy.
Dude, if you ever seen any clips? Jim Harbaugh, huge Judge Judy fan.
I had no idea. If I did, I'd forgotten about it.
He showed up for a couple of tapings.
Yeah, he
did. Find him in the crowd.
And it's them with him and Jack. Him and his father Jack in the back of the courtroom just be like, oh man, look at Judy right now.
I got it.
Look at Judy right now.
That's
Dude,
hilarious.
There's clips back in the day of Jim Harbaugh as Niners coach being like, well, you got to give it up to Judge Judy.
Dude, here it is. I see him.
Yeah.
Actually, have that audio, I think. Him talking about Judge Judy, I think I have it.
Let's spool through that.
They tackled very well.
Let's stop it. Judge Judy would not stand for that in her courtroom, Tim. Stop that.
Order in the court.
Yes. Yeah. All right, last one here.
NBA grab bag.
Michael Vick was linked to 2 college football jobs. But I believe he's accepted the job at Norfolk State. That's where he's going to be the head coach of. But yesterday, Adam Schefter said that he was in the running for Sacramento State. Adam Schefter had the report that Sacramento State is in discussions to hire former Pro Bowl QB Mike Vick as its new head coach per sources. Sacramento State plans to move up to FBS, is building a new stadium, and has over $50 million in NIL. Many questioned if the NIL report is actually true, including Doug Gottlieb, who tweeted out, Jesus, Shefty, edit what agent tells you. 0.0% chance Sac State has $50 million in NIL. Schefter then responded, the Sac 12
Sac 10.
It's saying Sac 12
Sac
here.
12, okay.
Leading the school's NIL efforts, already announced it has reached its initial goal of raising $50 million in NIL funds to strengthen the school's case for an invitation to the Pac-12 or Mountain West Conference. Then Schefter added, "And Jesus, Doug, a 7-game losing streak in last place in the Horizon League? Less time on social media and more time in the gym."
Forgot Doug Gottlieb is coaching what school?
Green Bay.
Wisconsin, Green Bay. Is that his basketball team?
Yeah. And how, I rarely root for Schefter.
You were into that story, by the way. You were feeling that. You were fired up.
I kind of like the back and forth between 2 media members like that.
But hotter and hotter.
We aren't usually on the side of Schefter, but we are here.
Yeah, I would say, would you agree that Schefter, you stay in your lane, Gottlieb?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
We didn't get a chance to talk Mike Vick, though. That's what I wanted.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Vick.
You made it all about Shefty and Gottlieb.
Okay, fine. Mike Vick not going to Sac State, going to Norfolk.
Well, how about that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my take there.
All right. UC Davis alum, good.
Yeah, I was wondering if Tim was sweating that. You don't have to take on Mike Vick.
Well, the real thing is if they go to Division I and we don't, that's a problem.
Man, you guys are still in the FCS, huh?
Made the playoffs, got bounced by South Dakota this weekend.
That wasn't the question. Adam Copeland, D-Pop.
Hold on. One more in the NBA grab here, Copes. NBA grab bag.
NBA Greg?
NBA grab bag. NFL Red Zone host Scott Hansen likes to welcome fans to each Sunday's broadcast
7 hours of
by telling them there's
football.
7 hours of commercial-free football. Well, Sunday, that wasn't true. The NFL showed 4 short commercials during Sunday's Red Zone broadcast, with viewers seeing a split screen for a commercial and game, and the audio of the commercial playing. Fans were not happy, as evidenced on social media. NFL media confirmed that Sunday was viewed as a test run for commercials to be run during the 2025 season of Red Zone. How about that? How about that, your pro Scott Hansen team, huh?
Well, I mean, he's got nothing to do with whether or not commercials are there. But he's going to have to change the line. My thing is you can't keep saying it if they're going to put commercials in.
I know.
You agree?
Well, yeah, 100%.
I'm just saying
but it takes away the whole thing of red zone.
Well, I mean, you still get to see all the game. That's a big thing now where they don't cut away completely and they'll just do the split screen, put the commercial in bigger.
Yeah.
And go picture in picture. I'm
Now,
like, I don't know what we're doing this for.
To be fair, Siciliano was doing the same. Like, he wasn't doing it, but the producers of that, DirecTV, NFL Red Zone, they were doing that towards the end.
Yeah, it doesn't shock me at all that this is something that's going to come, and they'll just never cut away from the game. But it is his famous line, and people ask him to do it on, like, cameos. He says people stop him on the street. And
7 hours.
Say it. Give him the line. 7 hours of
7 hours of me holding in my pee.
There it is. That's it. So my thing is, like, you're not going to get rid of them trying to make more money. It's just what's going to happen. So my thing is Hansen now has got to adjust. You can't keep saying 7 hours of commercial-free football.
Do you still do Red Zone?
Yeah. I mean, especially because Tim and I are frequently working during, like, Sunday games. Like, if the Niners are on at 1, we're on at 9 a.m. if we're at the stadium, or on at 10 if we're here. So it's kind of how we just keep track of what's going on.
The entire first slate is Red Zone.
Yeah, so we just keep track of what's going on around the league, because by the time we're off from pregame to go watch it, it's just the Niners and usually a couple other games.
Got to be honest, don't need it. I got 2 TVs. I put everything up in the quad box. I'm good.
No, look at him, Tim.
Yeah.
Got all that host money now.
All that host money. Got 2 TVs, huh? How about that?
That was there before in the producer money.
You got 1 TV for every job you do. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Tuesday.
Jeez.
It's dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. When we come on back after the NBA, 3:50, by the way, we'll catch up with our guy Rich Aurelia, talk some Giants baseball with him. And then we'll catch up with Peter Hartlob, pop culture writer for the San Francisco Chronicle. That's coming up at 4:50. We were joking, Tim and I were on Sunday after the Niners, on Friday, I think it was, after the Niners lost on Thursday to the Rams last week. We're like, damn, who's the happiest Bay Area sports fan right now? Who's got the most hope? Is it Warrior fans, Niner fans? Could it possibly be Buster Posey's Giants after signing Willie Adames and getting in on Corbin Burns? What are the top priorities for all 3 of the Bay Area's GMs? We know what Mike Greer's is. It's kicking ass down in San Jose. What are John Lynch, Buster Posey as the president, and, of course, Mike Dunleavy going to do to improve their chances this season and next? We'll talk about it when Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Where'd Copes go? Bathroom?
I think he's still there.
All right. Oh, just you and me, Tim.
Let's talk about Die Hard some more.
Well, let's talk about, we'll get to the three GMs here, but you also brought up how you hate Santa Claus.
I'm just not a Tim Allen guy.
At all?
Sorry. I mean, it's too much of being scarred as a kid, being called Tim the Toolman Taylor your whole life.
You phrased that really poorly. You said you hate Santa Claus. You mean the Santa Claus.
No, like
the Santa Claus.
No,
actually.
he hates Santa Claus.
The movie's called The Santa Claus.
I'm aware. I actually forgot. I didn't even know for the longest time that it was a play on words.
E was a clause.
Yeah. I thought it was just a movie called The Santa Claus. All right, so Tim, I'll rephrase it. You hate The Santa Claus.
I mean, they ran it back 3 times, and I'm sure they probably did it a couple of times.
So you hate the trilogy. That's fine. The movie is actually, I forgot to mention, maybe my favorite Christmas movie.
Yeah.
Got some funny scenes in it, too. Good divorced dad joke early on.
Oh, yeah, very good.
A couple of them. When he's at the Denny's, the dad's got like a burnt hand.
The first one's fine, yeah, but just...
I thought Judge Reinhold was snubbed for like an Oscar in that.
Yeah, dude, Neil.
Yeah.
The weenie whistle, dude. Yeah. Tim's like, yeah, the first one's fine, but the trilogy. Nobody's hyping the trilogy up here, Tim. Nobody's...
Just the first one's a classic.
How about, Tim joked about this, too. How about having a hard stance of no on a Christmas movie? Like, damn you. Damn that movie.
Man, you have terrible taste. Well, this is the whole argument for Die Hard being a Christmas movie in the first place. If you want to believe it's a Christmas movie, it is. You don't need somebody to tell you if it's okay or if it's not.
Yeah, I know, but every year it's the same old sports radio debate.
Hey, we're going to do it.
Let's do it.
I didn't cut all that Die Hard sound for nothing.
Yeah, that's true.
You didn't cut any Die Hard sound. You just cut Ellis sound.
Hans.
He loves Ellis.
Really just Ellis.
It's just Ellis.
Okay, then let me go off on another Tim Allen Christmas movie. Christmas with the Cranks. Good Lord. That is such a judgmental movie. If you're not down with Christmas or you celebrate a different holiday, that movie judges the hell out of you.
Never seen it.
Yeah. Not good.
Didn't seem like it was up my alley.
Definitely not up your
Crank, okay?
Yeah.
Tim the Toolman Webb. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Original,
well,
yeah.
we're using it now. I didn't even know it was a thing. So priorities for all three Bay Area GMs.
Yep.
Niners, Giants, Warriors. So we've had this conversation before, but it was usually, I think it was prior to the time when Farhan replaced Buster.
Always with Farhan.
As president of the GM. So among these former players, now turned executives, because all three of them are, right?
All
Buster
former
Posey,
players. Who was the best?
John Lynch. Well, maybe it's John Lynch or Buster.
Yeah, it's debatable.
It's just those two. I mean, it's really hard to compare. John Lynch, the Hall of Famer already.
It's not fair to compare. I mean, honestly, when we're comparing all three of these men.
Ready? I'm going to go with this one.
Mike Dunleavy.
Buster Posey. Buster Posey was the best of them all. But how about Mike Dunleavy was the number 3 overall pick still?
Yeah.
Is that right? I mean,
but his playing career wasn't fantastic.
He wasn't a number 3 pick fantastic, but he was a solid NBA player for a long time. Just the Warriors needed more out of him when they traded him to Indiana. I think his career expanded a little bit just because he wasn't looked at as the number 3 overall pick.
Right.
You could argue that both John Lynch and Buster Posey were leaders on their team and the best players at their position.
Yeah, won championships. I mean, yeah, it's like I said, it's hard to put Mike Dunleavy in that same category.
Yeah, and he didn't win a championship like that.
It's just the situation with the three of them all being former players and GMs right now.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying, when you ask which one's the best, I'm going Buster, and John Lynch is right there. But we saw Buster's career every day. It's a little bit different. So,
who's the best GM currently?
Well, with Buster, we have no idea.
We don't. But he's winning over the hearts of fans right now with Willie Adames.
I would say John Lynch.
Yeah, of course.
You don't go to do that many NFC championship games or 2 Super Bowls, win or lose, over this period of time, starting where they started without being a general manager who's good at least delegating where and how you evaluate talent.
Okay, which one is in kind of the worst situation right now?
I don't know if there's anybody in a really bad situation right now. In terms of what they have ahead of them,
I would say Mike Dunleavy because he has to replace Bob Myers. And basically his sole purpose, as you put it, is to make sure you maximize the amount of years left with Steph Curry.
But you also know you have a finite number on that contract right now, right? So you know that road is coming when you take this job. With John Lynch, they had expectations this year that neither of the other team have.
Yeah.
And that was to be the best team in their conference and their division. John Lynch's road now is a much different looking road ahead than we thought it was going to be or hoped it would be coming in to 2024. Because now he's tasked with evaluating how much of the very, very expensive talent that is on the roster right now is attainable beyond this season, should be kept beyond this season, and how you evaluate whether or not they can be contributors at the level you needed them to be at for this year. Do you look at next year and go, okay, we're all in one more time. We're getting the band back together this one last time. And if it doesn't work, then we go from here. Can you afford to do that when you've got to pay Brock Purdy? So I think he's got a much more, and again, I don't think anybody's even close to a hot seat. I don't think it's anything like that.
No, I'm not saying that.
If you're looking at the road ahead that each team has, like the Giants have an uphill battle, but baseball is such a fickle, weird game that you can, again, back-to-back seasons, and I'd have to look this year. Again, it wouldn't be the Dodgers because they won the division. So prior to this year when the Dodgers win the division and win the World Series, you go back to 2023 and 2022. Phillies win the pennant 2 years ago. The D-backs win it in 2023. They had 5 more wins than the Giants in each of those years. Now, again, the Giants weren't competitively or intellectually near as good as those teams. But if 84 wins or 85 or 86 wins can get you into the playoffs, that's all the goal needs to be. Because once you're in, everybody's shot in baseball is almost on a level playing field.
Okay.
Right? That's kind of where I'm at. You don't have to play that early series, of course. And if you don't win the division, and it doesn't even matter, you could win your division and be the 3rd best division winner, and you don't get that bye in the first round. That's why the baseball playoffs are flawed, is that there's no point almost in winning the division. Like, if you told me I'm going to win the division, but I'm still going to have to play that series, then what difference does it make if I win 85 or I win 95 if I still have to play that wild card weekend?
Yeah.
So Buster's road ahead is a much different one, and he's got the leash, and we're still in the infancy stages of it, right? For Mike Dunleavy, he knew when he took this job that there was going to be a finite number of years of Steph Curry. His task and his job is going to be just as difficult in a much different way beyond what happens with Steve Kerr and Draymond and Steph. I do think he's in an extremely weird position where he has to be creative, and I think he's probably in a better spot now than they were in the last 2 years of Bob Myers, where they were trying to build for the future and win with Steph and what they had. And that transitionary period between when they had Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson gets hurt. You're trying to, they drafted Eric Paschal. They had like some veteran pieces they brought in just to sort of help them get through that awful season. Draft a couple of good pieces. You have some off-court, on-court stuff with Jordan Poole and then you've got to pay him and maneuver that contract out of here, and you get Chris Paul. Like, there's been some weird maneuvering that they've had to go through in the last couple of years just to keep this thing on the rails, it feels like. And now that they've done that, they know there's one path forward, and that path is you have to go in on Steph. They just haven't been able to land the type of player they need to play alongside him. So, long-winded way of saying, I think John Lynch has the weirdest and most difficult road ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just
At least in the immediate.
Well, yeah, just because next offseason they have to decide, as you just said, to run it back or retool. Is next season the offseason to do that? So, yeah, just to go through like what I put as like what the to-do list is for each guy. Buster Posey, he's got to find a pitcher to replace Blake Snell. Got to find a first baseman. And got to let Bob Melvin manage the team a little bit to evaluate him as well, because for what everybody reports, it sounds like Bob wasn't allowed to do as much as he wanted to do. But that was the case with the A's as well. So Bob Melvin, yeah, kind of a lame duck season, and we'll see what happens with him. As far as John Lynch,
sort of a Mark Jackson pick your manager or head coach type season, right? Like, not that they're comparable in any way. But it's that if Buster's going to come in, he's going to sit with the guy that's here and allow him the 1 year to see if this is the way they want to move forward, if he's the right guy to move forward. And then Buster will have the ability to pick his own guy, much like Joe Lacob did when he came in and decided Steve Kerr was going to be the head coach.
Yeah, very similar. For John Lynch, he's got to sign Brock Purdy. He's got to improve both the offensive line and defensive line. And he's got to discuss Kyle about the coaching staff. And, we kept, like Steve Young told us last Friday, Kyle's got to reinvent himself. So, does that include getting more offensive coaches? Does that include maybe firing Nick Sorensen? What does that mean as far as the coaching staff? How do they get better? But as far as John Lynch, like, obviously the priority is signing Brock Purdy and then improving the trenches as well.
Yeah, again, it's about getting younger, probably a little bit cheaper at a handful of positions, making sure Brock Purdy is secured and taken care of, and then it's again, for me, a lot of it is going to be evaluation of what is the role of some of the guys who have aged or who have lost maybe a step, some of their value. What happens with Debo? Brandon Ayuk is a question mark when he comes back. Now, again, a knee injury in the NFL is not what it used to be. You can come back and have normal, fine career. But again, he's a run block guy, and he wasn't performing before he got hurt this season. And I think that was more attributed to his not being in practice and in training camp. That's, I think, a fair thing to attribute that to, considering he's still fairly young in his NFL career. But I've still got hope that Brandon Ayuk can regain that form, because he's a young enough guy and his skill set was such that you'd believe, based on the player he was, that he'd be able to come back to be some form of the player he was. Debo, I think all of our confidence is a little bit lower in that front.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
They've got to get creative as well. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Rich Aurelia is going to join us coming up momentarily here after I tell you that Dirty Work is sponsored by Amichi's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amichi's delivers. Giants supposedly in on Corbin Burns. They're viewed by many as the favorite, the front runner to get him. So what's taking so long? How come he hasn't signed? If it's like them and the Blue Jays, is it number of years? Is it dollar amount? Rich Aurelia was in on some of these negotiations or some of these recruitments over the last couple of years. Remember, he was in on the Aaron Judge one, who, by the way, the Yankees, see what they did today? Acquired Cody Bellinger from the Cubs.
Yeah, what do you think about that one?
I think the only story that's out there is that Cody Bellinger's current wife is Giancarlo Stanton's ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, that's going to be weird.
We saw a tweet during the break that said, talk about clubhouse chemistry.
Well, I mean, what's worse? Like, didn't Paul George leave Doc Rivers' daughter for a stripper or something? And that led to a whole thing.
There might have been a pregnancy on one side of those things.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
It sounds like a Stephen A. Smith conversation. I'm so disgusted, but PG-13 is a good play.
Dear friend.
He's a dear friend.
The worst day to be horny is Sunday. The best day is a Friday and Saturday night. Because Friday and Saturday, she looking to go out in most instances.
A whisper.
I was on his
and
podcast.
almost like he's falling off a cliff in most instances.
Most instances. By the way, I don't disagree with the take. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb.
Just a weird way to say it.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Rich Aurelia joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg talked Warriors all morning, welcoming both Mark Spears and Monty Poole to discuss the team's latest struggles and acquisition of Dennis Schröder. Check out both podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb is hanging out, and a pleasure to talk to one of our favorite guys, Rich Aurelia, former Giants shortstop and part of NBC Sports Bay Area's Giants coverage in season. Rich, great to have you, courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, bro?
Not much. I didn't want to come on and say I'm with Copes and the other Papa. I'm going to say I'm with Copes and Derek Papa.
There we go, Richie. Appreciate you.
D-Pop.
Yeah, congratulations, bud.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Good to have you with us, dude. How's the offseason been for you?
Oh, busy as usual. Kids running around and holidays coming up. You know how that goes. I can't wait for my favorite day, Christmas morning, to put every toy together that my daughter gets. So, but no, everything's good, and just been enjoying life, man.
Good, man. We were saying it's pretty cool to not be stressing as much this time of year about who the Giants are going to go get, because last couple of years when it was about big name free agents, it was all about, can you get him before Christmas? Will he sign before Christmas? Then they're going to wait till after the holiday. What's most significant to me and noticeable about this offseason is Buster said, that's my guy, Willie Adames, number one dude on my list, and I'm going to go get him, and they got him.
Yeah, and I think a lot was learned in last year in what happened with, what was it, Boris's four guys?
Yeah.
Nobody got off to a good start. And, the two guys the Giants had, at least, Chapman had a pretty solid year and picked it up, once he got going, and Blake Snell had a hot second half. But I think the league and the Giants kind of learned something and, kind of jumping in early. And it's not surprising that, with this signing of Adames, I'm not surprised at the quality of individual he seems to be. And that's why I think Buster kind of jumped on it right away, because he knows how important it is in that clubhouse to be, have some pull and to have a voice and to bring people together. And I think from what we've all heard so far, either through through Adames himself or through people that have been around him, that's exactly what we can expect out of him.
I asked JT this. I think he was on with us last week, and I asked him about it because you guys were both here for so long. And it's obviously Brian Sabian was more of an old school baseball guy, but he wasn't like a former player himself. But for an organization to go from a guy like Farhan, who obviously did things differently than we've ever been used to, and there was a lot of tinkering and up and down, versus a guy like Buster who understands what it means when a guy makes his big league debut and what stability in a clubhouse means. How important was it for you guys to know kind of what was coming or how Sabian operated, how there was, I guess, more continuity is what I'm looking for, and more stability in the sense of what's happening in the clubhouse? How much of that translates into what you're able to do without any sort of like exterior factors and noise going on?
It's one of the most important things in my mind, because there's no added questions or no added stress or no added, wondering what's going to happen, or am I playing today or am I not playing today? Will I be here tomorrow? That's what was the beauty of it, where like with teams I was on, and probably same with, the teams that won the 3 World Series. I mean, you showed up and you knew who the lineup was going to be every day. And if you needed something, at least with Saves, it might not have been a big move, but Saves would go out and get, what you needed. And, Buster came in, I don't want to say towards the end of that regime, but he played for that regime. And I think when you play in a situation like that and you see how it works for you as being part of a team, it doesn't surprise me that that's the path it looks like Buster's going to take. And, and I've said this on the show before, man. Listen, there's nothing personal with Farhan, but I always, and I wish him the best, but I always thought like he was looking for lightning in a bottle, and you sign all these middling AAA guys, and, next thing you know, they're gone in like 3 days if they don't get a hit or something. And that's just the way he did it. But, the way the team was run as a whole at the major league level, I think, was by analytics and sabermetrics. And listen, when I played and JT played, we had those things. It was called scouting. Is basically what it was, advanced scouting, and every team had it. But what wasn't put in play was your everyday lineup and your everyday philosophy on how to win a game and how to field a team and how to beat an opponent was not made just by the numbers. Those numbers are there to help you and to advise you, where I feel like in the past few years, those numbers were basically dictating who was going to play, how you're going to approach the bullpen and stuff like that. So I think Buster, and he said this, will go back, he said it. He goes, we'll use the analytics and we'll use the numbers, but we just may use them in a different way, which is kind of what we did back in the day.
From one shortstop to another, Rich, what do you think, what kind of player do you think the Giants are getting in Willie Adames?
Well, I think they're getting a really good player. I think they're getting an athletic guy. I think they're getting a guy with a lot of energy. At least from, listen, I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen him play a ton except when he plays the Giants. But, I dove into his numbers a little bit, earlier today. I think, for him last year was kind of an off defensive year, if that makes sense. But I think he's above average defender. I think he's way above average power guy. From what we heard, he's a great clubhouse influence. And, I was looking at some stuff, though, and I'm like, listen, you're going to have to deal with the fact that, he's probably not going to hit for an extremely high average. He'll hit you some homers. And I don't know if we should expect 30-plus homers like he's had 2 of the last 3 years, because he's going from a park in Milwaukee where it's pretty good hitter's park where the ball carries to, playing here.
He's got gap power, though, Rich. He hits a lot of doubles, too. Yeah, so that'll play here.
And that's the thing. And listen, I've always said this. I mean, I played on teams at that ballpark that we had 4 or 5 guys hit 20 home runs a year, but it's not about hitting home runs. It's about run production. And if you're going to hit the gaps and get 40-plus doubles and a few triples and, 20-plus home runs and drive in runs, that's all that matters. And again, I think I think there may be somewhat of a philosophy change of the team too, with hitting maybe a little bit and putting the ball in play more, because that's kind of the type of guy Buster was. I think hopefully we'll see his strikeout numbers come down, because I want to say off the top of my head, I looked, he had 610 at bats and 170 plus strikeouts last year. Yeah. But if you're putting up 31 and 112 and, he stole 21 bases last year, but I think looking at his numbers, it was more of a led to by the change in the rules with the picks and all that stuff. I think they're getting a premier shortstop that was on the market, and probably one of the top 5 free agents that was on the market, which is awesome. And I'm glad for the Giants, and I'm glad for Willie Adames. Everything I've heard from when he's been on, KNBR to the press conference, I mean, it's kind of nice to see a guy, say the right things and act the right way, and give hope to everybody out there that he's going to be the guy for the next 7 years or so.
Talking to Rich Aurelian, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. I know that Murph asked Adames this when he was on with him. I think it was yesterday. And he asked him about calling Corbin Burns, a former teammate of his. How successful is that ever? I mean, does it play a role at all? I mean, if you've got a buddy who's a good teammate and you give him a call and say, hey, come on over this way or come play on this team. And I know you were here for so long, there wasn't a lot of movement in your career till you left later on and then came on back. But in terms of how that stuff works, have you seen success in that? Do you know how that works with some guys?
I mean, I don't know in depth how it works, but I would assume that if you're the other free agent that's still a free agent, I mean, at least it gives you an insight into somebody that you know well because he was a teammate. And I don't know if they were best buds or whatever, but it gives you an insight that you played with a guy for a long time, and you can call him or he can call you and say, hey, this is how my process went. These guys were, very forthcoming. They told me about the minor league system. This is the plan for the next, 3-4 years moving forward. Because in all honesty, if you're Corbin Burns, I mean, you have to look at that moving forward. If you want to be on a contender, do you want to be, I know he's originally a California guy. Do you want to be in California? There's a lot of things that play into it. But if you have a guy you can bounce questions off of, to see how his process went and how he was treated. I think that helps a lot. I don't know if it'll put anything over the top, but at least as the free agent player, you can get a little bit of peace of mind knowing, how your buddy was treated and how they view him. And listen, Corbin Burns, I really don't think it's going to come down to the money for him. It's going to be, it's like a couple of years ago with Judge. I didn't think it was nothing about money. You're going to end up somewhere and you're going to get paid. So it's where you want to be. And hopefully, for us Giants fans, hopefully it's here.
So I want to ask you, Rich, do you think that Corbin Burns, if the Giants acquire him, would be an upgrade over Blake Snell? And I also want to ask this. When we had JT Snow on a couple months ago, he said that he did not want Blake Snell to come back because he was kind of put off by, I guess, Blake Snell not pitching.
In his last start, I think he pitched 3 innings and then he sat down. Yeah.
Yeah. So JT was not in favor of bringing him back, and of course he went to the Dodgers. What do you think? What do you think? Did you want Blake Snell to return? And what did you make of him going to L.A.?
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised he went to L.A. I mean, I don't think that should have surprised anybody because I think we all knew it was either going to be, New York, L.A., or both New York's L.A., maybe Boston, or, some big market teams. As far as him coming back, I mean, I'd be honest with you, I kind of gave up on him coming back early in the year. Remember when he went on the IL the second time? And he came out with some comments like, "Oh, they're pushing me to come
rushing me back, yeah, I remember
too soon." Yeah, and right there, I kind of and it wasn't a knock on him. I knew that was going to stick in his mind, and he would probably not be back. And if you look at it as a big picture thing, I mean, that was a huge commitment to him, right? And he's had a history of not pitching a whole season or not being effective in the first half. So if you're asking me, would I have spent that money to bring him back? No, I wouldn't have. I would rather probably invest in a guy like, Burns, who, I think he has a Cy Young, doesn't he? Didn't he win one in Milwaukee? Yeah, I would invest in a guy like that. He stayed pretty healthy his whole career. And, that's how I look at it personally. And I always remember every time the Giants have played the Brewers, man, I would always look and I'd be like, man, I hope Burns isn't pitching this series because that guy, I wouldn't want to face him as a hitter because he's just filthy. Not to say Blake Snell wasn't, but I think more what you're going to get out of maybe a Corbin Burns than you would out of a Blake Snell. And that's just based off of look at the back of their baseball card. That's all you got to look at. So now, hopefully he gets off to a bad start with the Dodgers like he did here last year,
Yeah.
I don't know, but we'll see what happens with Burns, man. I mean, there's a lot of suitors for him.
Talking to Rich Aurelio, a few more minutes here on the Yuma guest line. That's sort of my thought is you got to get better incrementally, but really my frustration, and we talked about it when Snell signed with the Dodgers, and of course I was bummed at first, but then I was like, what did you expect? It's kind of where all of our minds are now is that if it's a big name, big priced, high priced free agent, the Dodgers are going to go after him, and they've got the money to do so. And my thought is sort of, Rich, because the playoffs are so expanded now and because winning the division doesn't even guarantee you a bye out of the wild card round, and because 2 of the last 3 pennant winners out of the NL had 5 more wins than the Giants in each of those seasons at 86 and 84 wins, you don't need that much to get in. And once you get in baseball, the playing field in my mind is far more level than when you get into the postseason in basketball or in football. I don't think it's that you don't try to win the division, but I think it's much more important to get in front of teams like the Padres and the Diamondbacks than it is the Dodgers at this point.
Oh, I agree 1,000% with you. Listen, it's not like you're trying to overtake the Dodgers, right? You're trying to overtake the Diamondbacks and then the Padres and then the Dodgers. I mean, that's how you have to look at it. And you guys know this as well as I do, just watching this team here in the past that have won championships. You don't have to win a division. It's about who's playing the best baseball at the right time. And you even look at, this year going into a World Series, it was the Dodgers-Yankees. I mean, Dodgers had 0 rotation basically, right?
Yep.
But their offense just outshined everybody else. So that's how, they won. But moving forward, and we said this on the pre and post this year, if the Giants did get in and a team had to match up with Webb and Snell in a postseason, that was going to be tough for whoever they were playing against. It's a matter of, who's hot at the right time and who's healthy. But, the thing for me, and I'm going to just bring this rotation thing. I mean, I think there still needs to be a little bit work done on the rotation, even if you get a Corbin Burns, because you really don't know what you're going to get out of Birdsong. You really don't know what you're going to get out of Harrison. And, I mean, with Jordan Hicks, I still don't understand that signing for 3 years, and you're telling him he's going to start, but the guy never pitched more than 70 innings in a season. And then, okay, what did he pitch last year? He went to the pen and maybe he pitched 80-plus innings. I don't know off the top of my head, but you're not going to make a jump this year to 150 innings, right. So there's work to be done there. And I would say the work is definitely down, the 4-5 spot of the rotation. If those other guys, if the young guys pitch well, great, but you don't know the longevity of their season. And can Harrison and Birdsong pitch 100 and, I can't even say 200 innings anymore. Can they pitch 170 innings, right? I mean, so I think there's a lot of question marks there, but I think in the scheme of what this offseason has brought so far with hiring a Buster Posey, hiring my buddy Randy Wynn as director of player personnel in the minor league system, and then getting Willie Adames, I think the team is moving in the right positive direction. Will they win this year and make a postseason? I don't know. Odds are looking like they're against them, but you're building forward, and I think that's a positive. So I think fans should be a little optimistic about that.
This is kind of more of a football question, Rich, but I want to get your perspective as a former athlete. I don't know if you saw the other day in the Niner game, Devondre Campbell, a linebacker, refused to go back in the game because he was upset with playing time. I just want to know, did you ever experience anything like that, seeing someone in the dugout refuse to go back into a game? And if you saw that as a former player, how would you respond to that?
Well, I'll say this. I think anybody, and I've been in that position where I was a starter, then I was a bench guy, whatever, and if you're used to starting and you're not starting, of course you're going to be upset. Everybody wants to play, but you need to deal with it as a professional. And if you have a situation like happened there the other day, if I was a player and that happened to somebody on my team, I'd probably say something to the extent of what George Kittle said. I just don't want to be around that guy. If you don't want to play, why are you here? Yeah. We're trying to win a game. And listen, I looked at it this way. I'm a big Niners fan, and you got, two guys that, for God's sake, two guys lost kids that are trying to get back on our field, and one did. And then you got to, your best defensive player is playing with a broken foot all year, So, yeah, I think it's kind of unacceptable in that sense. And I can't disagree with anything anybody on that team said. I really can't disagree with it.
Yeah, that's Rob Netton gave his right arm, it felt like, for the 2002 Giants. You know what I mean? You got guys out there who are working hard. He literally did. He never pitched in a big league game again. I know he was in spring the next year, but he quite literally did. That was pitching hurt, man.
Exactly. And I was there. I lived it. Nenner was broken from August on that year, and that was pretty much the last pitch he threw was that double that Troy Gloss hit off him. Yeah. And he never pitched again in the big league. So, I think that, is more the mentality that I'm used to seeing, as opposed to what we saw and heard about happen the other day. So, they'll move forward and figure out what they got to do. But you always want guys that want to play, man. If I'm managing a baseball team and all my positions, I want every one of them to want to start every day, because that's how competition is bred, and that's how guys get better. So.
Appreciate the time, Rich. Always great catching up, man. Enjoy the rest of the offseason. We'll talk to you soon, dude. Thanks again.
Yeah, guys, Merry Christmas, and we will talk soon.
Merry Christmas, bro.
Thanks,
Great
Richie.
stuff there from Rich Aurelian, one of our favorites, and we'll talk to him a bunch throughout the baseball season.
Rich is the man.
This year, love Rich Aurelian, man. Just the absolute best, dude.
If he comes on enough, he'll probably give us some wine.
That'd be good. I'll take some wine from Rich. What do you got, Tim?
I was almost going to ask him as I was saying goodbye. I was like, hey, I had that wine, but I didn't.
Tim the Mooch, Adam Copeland, D-Pop, and Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. How about this when we come on back? America's fastest growing game show, and the home edition is coming soon. As soon as we get all that
right in time for Christmas?
As soon as we get all that lead paint.
Or maybe even
stuff.
Hanukkah.
Yeah, figured out. Yeah, maybe one of your 8 crazy nights will end with a game of Who Stepped in It. America's fastest growing game show is next on the Sports Leader.
What's the greatest Christmas movie of all time? Most overrated? Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? The answer is yes. Peter Hartlob joins us at 4:50 to talk about all of these hard-hitting questions on Dirty Work with Copes and Derek. Check it out.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Ooh. Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text if you want to get involved in any of the conversation. Always streaming, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR, at KNBR 104.5 on YouTube, where you can check in with the suckholes over there on the YouTube chat.
The old suckholes.
So I forget how we determined how we do who stepped in it going forward.
Well, I mean, that's up to you, my friend, because I think I'll be the one giving you the stepped-in-its, and you have to determine if you want to do the winner anymore or the size of the crap that person stepped in.
Well, it is America's fastest-growing game show. Why don't we get right to who stepped in it?
Who stepped in it?
Oh, look out. You stepped right in it.
Yes, I sure did.
We'll give you some scenarios here.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. There's the music.
What theme song is this, Tim?
This is the $10,000 pyramid. Excuse me, $100,000 pyramid.
Oh, 100,000.
Say 10's pretty light. I wouldn't even bother playing for that much.
All right, first contestant on who stepped in it.
Tonight.
It's not quite Tim's trivia night where you're getting 10 big smackaroos to take home, huh? And for the best team name, you win a shot for the table.
Yeah, a round of shots on courtesy of the bar.
That's good. All right.
With a purchase of equal or greater value. Yeah, I'm kidding.
I mean, it's not you singing Love Shack at Tupelo, but...
No, it's not.
Yeah, you have a very tough decision to make tonight, Copes.
About what?
Yeah, if you're going to help us out with trivia, you're going to do your Love Shack.
There's no decision. You guys already told me you didn't want me in trivia, so I'm out. I got my heart
set because you weren't sold on the trivia team.
He's taking his ball and staying home.
I'm taking my ball and I'm not coming.
It was a misfit collection of trivia.
Oh, now you guys need me. Now you need me.
I don't need you.
Now you need
It'd just be a nice team camaraderie thing.
Look, I'm good at trivia, okay? I'm so good.
Yeah, but you're better at karaoke?
No, I'm probably better at trivia than karaoke.
Looking up the answers, too.
Yeah, better. I never looked up the answers.
Yes, you did.
I
didn't ask the door guy for help.
Shazammed it.
I Shazammed the music. I didn't look up the answers.
That's cheating. Even Tim's guy, the doorman's like, dude, what are you doing?
He didn't say anything about the Shazam.
The Shazam was fine?
I was also hilously
demonstrative. It was the Kazam that was the problem.
Yeah, okay. Holding it up.
I think at one point you stood up and said, hey, I'm cheating.
Look at me, Adam Copeland.
You guys don't need
cheated in trivia. All right, contestant number one, Jonathan Taylor. Really good running back. He's on his way for a 41-yard touchdown versus the Denver Broncos in the third quarter that would have extended the lead extended their lead of 13-7. Who would have known if they would have gone for it or
not? They would have gone up about 20-7, and I was sweating it because I had the Broncos -2.5.
Well,
yep.
I had Jonathan Taylor in Tom's fantasy league.
Well,
and he pulled Deshaun Jackson, Malachi Corley in dropping the ball before he scored, leading to a fumble and a touchback. Who knows if the Colts would have won the football game? But in the end, they lose 31-13. Here's Jonathan Taylor explaining himself.
Yeah, they said I didn't cross the goal line. That can't happen.
Did you know at the time or?
No, not until there was a flag, or not a flag until they started reviewing it.
JT, we haven't seen you do that before. I mean, were you consciously aware that you're dropping the ball, or how did that play out?
No, you're never consciously aware you're dropping the ball. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it.
It looked like you were trying to switch hands at that point.
No,
you were just slipped out.
No, I just dropped it.
You just can't do it. It just can't happen.
Is it a lack of concentration thing? Just a subconscious kind of lack of concentration?
Yeah, well, you go over those scenarios, but it just can't happen. No matter the game, no matter the scenario, you could be up by 50, down by 50, playoff game, first game of the season, that should never happen.
What effect do you think that had on the game and the momentum you all would have had if you had gone up 20-7?
I just know that we had 6 less points. I do know if I would have crossed that goal line with the ball, we would have had 6 more points. I don't know how it would have played out after that, but I do know we would have had 6 more points if I would have crossed the goal line with that.
I mean, at least he owns it more than Malachi Corley did this season.
Yeah, I can't. I don't understand I understand the hype. I understand wanting to look cool, but what looks cool is scoring a touchdown, man.
I mean, he wasn't trying to look cool. He just dropped it.
Yeah, but I just don't get why. I mean, I know guys get near the goal line now and they do that thing where they just toss it down behind him. The Deshaun Jackson one.
I mean, this was the first time. Like Deshaun Jackson was really young in his career. This is the first time I've seen it where an established player, a All-Pro running back, and Jonathan Taylor just had a brain fart and just dropped the ball.
Yeah, but I'm just
literally.
I mean, I don't understand that, but I never understand when a guy's young, too. You know, it works the same in high school and in Pop Warner and in flag football. Like, being young to me is not an excuse. This wouldn't fly at any level. It's just that now they can review it here at this level.
No, they can.
You can't do that. It doesn't matter how cool. There's no neighborhood rule like baseball at second base anymore, right? You got to cross the goal line with the ball. So it's a pretty egregious mistake, I think, by
It's happened multiple times this year. I mean, I think some Falcons player was close. I forget who it was. Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
Kyle Pitts
did it.
He was so close that they gave him the touchdown. Malachi Corley, like I said, just even that day, hours earlier in the Bengals-Titans game, Bengals safety Jordan Battle on a pick six. It was windy outside, and he dropped the ball. So, yeah, can't be happening. All right, another game, the Bills and the Lions. The Bills. Yeah,
Whoa.
This game got me a little
Go ahead,
sad.
Peter Brady. Keep going.
Peter Brady. The Bills were up 38-28 with 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Dan Campbell elects to do an onside kick. You can no longer do a surprise onside kick, but the Bills easily recover the ball and return it 38 yards. One play later, the Bills score, making it 45-28.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was way too early in the game. I don't know why they were doing it. 38-28. There's plenty of time in that game. You're scoring every possession. I thought it was way too early for Dan Campbell to decide to make that decision.
I agree. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say about it, yeah?
I thought we'd get the possession, you know. I thought we were going to get that ball. And it was one of Bates' best kicks that I've seen him have. That was a big kicker at the end. You know, that thing took a good jump on us. And Hollis made a heck of a play on it. And, you know, obviously now sitting here hindsight after them taking it down to the 3-yard line, yeah, I wish I wouldn't have done that. But it is what it is.
I mean, I'm glad that Dan Campbell realizes that was a poor decision as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they scored one play later. In hindsight, you go, yeah, well, probably not a good move in hindsight. I just don't. The aggressive nature of Dan Campbell has gotten them to where they are in a lot of ways, and I think in some ways it's going to keep them from going to where they need to be.
Yeah,
it's
a little Jameson, right? Where like you're going to succeed, and when you fail, it's going to be pretty spectacular.
Live by the 3, die by the 3. When you're that big of a risk taker, there's going to be times like in the NFC Championship last year where it comes back to bite you in the ass. I don't think this is the reason. I know they made it a game scoring 21 points in the fourth quarter. Did the Lions? I don't know that was the reason, but I'm with you in that type of decision making is what gives me pause. Paired with like 20 guys on IR on the LA.
22 to be exact
on the Lions right now who are on injured reserve. You pair that with some of that decision making, then I go, I just don't know how much I trust them. And by the way, they may not be division champions when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I know.
If the Vikings win last night, it's still on the table that Minnesota, who has not a favorable schedule, but a schedule that could decide their own destiny. They get a game at Seattle. I believe they play Green Bay.
Yep.
And then they get the Lions to end the season. So
in Detroit.
You bet your ass that game that the Lions are playing here Monday night is going to mean something to that team.
Detroit leaving a little bit of oil, too. They're injured and they lost Montgomery. I know we mentioned it already, but they're the most vulnerable they've been.
I guarantee you that Vikings-Lions game will probably be your Week 18 Sunday Night Football game to determine the division.
So while I don't love this Dan Campbell move, and I was like, yeah, well, I wasn't shocked by it, and I don't think it's the reason they lost, but still not great.
Okay.
Not great.
All right. We'll get to the last one here, but I want to throw an honorable mention that I forgot to put on the list here. Did you see how the Saints-Commanders game ended?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so the Commanders are leading this game 17-0 for most of it.
Yeah, they blew that lead.
And they blew that lead, and then the Saints score with no time remaining to make it 20-19.
They had one untimed play. Yeah,
yes,
right.
So you could kick a PAT to go in OT.
I did see this
or you go for 2. What's your philosophy on that now? Like earlier this year, we talked about the Bucs and Chiefs game where the Buccaneers should have gone for 2. They were on the road.
I was surprised that they went for 2 because they were at home.
Yes.
I thought kick it at home, on the road, go for 2 and get out of here and try to get a win.
Yes.
Now, there's also the notion of we had to catch up to this team. They were better than us for most of the day. We finally got an opportunity to win it. Do you take your one chance to win it right here because you know you're an inferior team?
Yeah, well, they were up 17-0 with
Washington was.
Yeah, Washington. With 8:12 left in the third quarter. They were drying up offensively. You have to feel it out. I would have kicked the PAT and gone to OT because you're realizing that your defense is having success against the
You've outscored them since
now.
that point in the third. You've outscored them since that point in the third quarter.
I have no problem with them going forward in this situation. Their team, they have nothing to play for. They got Hainer under. They go to Rattler. Rattler gets them moving down the field.
Rattler.
You can finally get some momentum for your team and be like, okay, we're going to build on this potentially. No issue with it at all.
Okay. All right. Well,
I don't hate it, but I would have kicked it too. I think number one has got to be Jonathan Taylor, veteran player. And what's so funny about all these is it's like outside of the Lions, nobody was really playing for anything in these moments.
That's
right?
true.
Colts didn't cost them really much of anything. The game potentially.
Might have cost them a win.
Huge for the Colts because with a win they would have been about 50% to go to the playoffs. With a loss, now they're in all sorts of tiebreaker hell.
Oh,
Someone was shaking on Steve Kornacki and his percentages that night.
I was just watching the game with a Colts fan, and he was. We were feeling it until
we have
Taylor
a
dropped the
50%
ball.
chance. A 50% chance if we do it. I'm gonna go with the Jonathan Taylor play. You can't do that, man. You just can't do it.
Okay.
You can't brain fart there and drop the ball or lose the ball.
Well, I'm with
there.
you because that's the most egregious thing, and also it screwed me.
And it personally hits you.
In fantasy.
As we all know, it's all about how does this affect me. Derek's been griping about his fantasy nonsense for a whole day now, really 2 days, day and a half. The bigger point here is that Derek's got a date with Tim Webb in the KNBR semifinal. Do you not?
I do.
Yeah. Tool-time Tim Webb. What's your team name?
Can I give you one more step in it, though?
Oh, we still have another one?
We still have one more.
Oh, dude, I thought that was my third one.
No. This is the real third entry here, and it's a doozy.
Okay.
So today on Murph and Marcus, playing more sound for Murph and Marcus. They
Do we
celebrated.
play more sound of Murph and Marcus, or do we play more sound of Kay Adams? I ask again.
Well, we'll let the audience decide one day. But so Murph is celebrating his 20 years on KNBR, and he's having some of the staff do some messages, and our own Tim did a message earlier today.
I chimed in. I gave him a quickie.
Let's hear it.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
What is going on, Brian Murphy? Yes, this is the Thin Tim mistake of the day. I cannot believe 20 years. I've been here around 19 of them. I do really feel bad about your book getting stolen, especially since it was on my birthday. I hope you write a book in 20 years and that one gets stolen too. Love you, buddy. Congratulations.
Well done, Tim. Well done.
So we're just playing these throughout the week. It's like when Pat Sajak signed off. We did like a 2 month long.
No, today was the last day that Marcus and Murph were going to be together, so they played all of them. So the 20-year anniversary was a couple weeks ago. We didn't celebrate it for obvious reasons.
Yeah, but the timing was poor.
Yeah, it's actually going to be, I believe, that week.
Yes.
The week that we all remember well. So they just crammed it into a Tuesday morning.
Yeah, why not? Hey, you cram when you cram, baby.
You know, the funniest thing is yesterday Mike's like, yeah, we're doing all these recordings for Murph's 20th. And he's like, if you want to jump in there and record one, that'd be great. I was like, nice. I was like, when are they recording? When are they going to play them all? I guess, I think like Friday this week, later this week, Friday.
So you got time.
I was like, cool, I'll do one. I got time. Didn't do one at all. Nothing. Nothing.
That's the thing. You should never ask Mike on, programming stuff. He's never know exactly what's going on. So speaking of Mike does...
Some of that scheduling, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I know.
That's Thin Tim's job right here.
So Mike Holler gives his own message, and it was so funny that Murph fell out of his chair. Let's listen to see if you can hear the moment that Brian Murphy fell out of his chair this morning.
This date in Brian Murphy history. Hey, Murph, it's your boss, Holler. Just wanted to congratulate you on 20 years here at KNBR. You really should be thanking me. All those years that we did this date in Giants history, there were a lot of outtakes that I had to hide from management and the listeners. And if it wasn't for my editing, you may not be here right now. For example,
you owe me a beer because you're giving me these highlights and you're them up.
Or how about this juicy outtake from earlier this season, which might stir up some more controversy on your show?
We're off to a tough start. It's the young Tony bad karma. All right, he spoiled the energy in the room. Instead of saying, yeah, that's awesome. First thing he asked to Marcus, are you going? I'm like, dude.
On that note, congratulations, Murph. Sincerely, 20 years is quite the accomplishment. Go easy on young Tony and John Joe. Stay on the clock. And here's to another 20 years of this date in Brian Murphy history.
Oh, well, I think you can hear when Marcus is laughing.
I could heard, yeah. It's when Murph fell out of his chair. Again, I'm not even blaming Murph for the chair fall. It's the same thing.
He might have broke his hip. He hit hard.
Ooh.
He didn't step in it. He fell right in it.
Yeah, he fell right into it.
Sure did.
I mean, that's just a good excuse to play Murph fell on his chair. Okay, so you say that Jonathan Taylor's the winner by far.
Jonathan Taylor. I know it's a good excuse to play Murph falling, but what's better than that is even the outtakes.
Oh yeah, that was fantastic.
I mean, dude, for those
throwing young Tony under the bus.
Those may not know. Like, there's so many things saved in our KNBR folders in the annals that say
the big annals.
Do not air.
Yep.
It's things that
dusty old basement.
Things about buried careers. You know what I mean?
We got quite a few. I mean, Tim's got some stuff.
Tim's got some good do not airs.
He can end some lives.
I don't know about me. He probably could. Check my fake trends in there. You find some good stuff.
That's your own doing, my friend.
Might bury myself one day.
Yeah, you probably will.
Go out in a blaze of glory, right?
That's gonna do it.
Or even like during the show when you think you're talking to us, but you're talking to the audience.
That doesn't happen.
That could happen one day, my friend.
That hasn't happened yet.
We'll see.
Are you saying that's going to happen at some point?
It happens to everybody.
But I'm going to think I'm talking just to you guys, but forget I'm on air.
You pull a Tom Brenneman. You never know.
Oh, well, come on. Come on. No, that's not me defending Brenneman. That's not defending Brenneman. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. This is Dirty Work. That was Who Stepped in It. When we come on back, somebody's going to have to come up with something for this fantasy football wager between Tim and Derek. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. These guys go head-to-head in the KNBR Fantasy Football League this week for a shot at the championship game. We need some advice and maybe some recommendations on where we should go with a wager, a legit wager for these two guys between D-Pop and Tim Webb. We'll get into that next. And then the pop culture critic from the San Francisco Chronicle, Peter Hartlob, joins us at 4:50. It's Dirty Work. It's Tuesday, and it's only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but guess what? It doesn't have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Because sooner than you think, you might have an entirely different lifestyle, but you don't have to do all of that in one big giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline where you can transition into retirement confidently, and you can do so on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group. See him around here. Great guy. Give him a call for your complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300. Or you can visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Will you sign this football? And he said, Pat goes, the did you say to me? My friend, he just goes, look, man, it's a football. It's for my dad. And my dad loves you. And he said, Pac-Man looked at him and he said, tell that motherfucker I appreciate him.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Peter Hartlob, pop culture critic for the Chronicle, is going to join us.
Hey now.
About 15 minutes or so. We'll get into some Christmas stuff with him.
Christmas stuff.
Yeah, Christmas stuff. I don't know. Joy, happiness, merry.
All things that Copes is about.
Do I come off as a Grinch?
Sometimes.
Do I? Yeah, I come off as I'm a definite hater. I'll give you that. But I don't think I'm a...
Yeah, you just gotta let that hate come through in your heart, man.
Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, if you got hate in your heart, let it out. I don't think I'm a pessimist, though.
Or call the wine line, 6988 for unbridled hate.
Okay. No, I wouldn't say you're a downer.
No, I'd say you're more of a downer.
Me?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm all about trivia. You're not.
Tim, I was about trivia. I was more about me at trivia, but... you guys
but what happened?
Yeah, but what
happened? You just don't want to go. Just say you don't want to go.
No,
it's fine.
I was going to come until you guys started hating on me, and I was like, all right, now I'm not coming.
Who's hating?
No, dude.
No one's hating.
Why are you so defensive?
You want to come? Cool. If you don't, whatever.
Oh, now you don't mind if I don't come.
Hey.
You know you could use me.
In what field?
Whatever field you need. Pop culture, sport.
All right.
Sport is nice.
Yeah.
Spelling of Bay Area cities. I mean, anything you might need.
Sports is fantastic because think of the crew that's going. It's everybody that works at the sports radio
I know.
station.
How are you in like history, huh?
What kind of history you want?
Like
Sports
Spanish
history,
Inquisition?
amazing.
You know anything about that?
Sam, you got any questions on the Spanish Inquisition?
The
I don't have any of that
Inquisition.
queued up tonight.
Watch out now.
No queued up for the Inquisition.
No, I said tonight's going to be a lot about 2024, a retrospective, because Christmas and New Year's are both on Wednesdays, which means no trivia on Tuesday for the next 2 weeks.
So. Damn, that's got to be hitting your pocket.
So what happened in the year 2024?
I'm expecting a bonus from you guys.
Hey, we ain't getting bonuses here.
Oh, all right.
Well, holiday bonuses. That was the joke.
How about the...
a little too real.
Thank you. All right, let's get into this fantasy football deal that you guys got going on. Head-to-head this week.
Me and Tim.
You and Tim head-to-head. We're going to need a good wager that can play out on the show here. You guys really going to have to do something for the show, all right?
Yeah.
You guys are going to have to make some sacrifices of some sort here.
Yeah, so my team, Harmony's... What's even my team name? I need to actually look... Harmony's Fembot Football. By the way, I should announce, we're going to do a little ode to Harmony this Friday.
Are we really?
We are.
An ode to Harmony?
Well,
an ode face to Harmony?
Yes.
Can I, please?
Yes.
No applause, nothing?
No, it was a good one. I don't obviously. Hey, thank you, Mr. KNBR. Yeah, we'll do something special for Harmony because I feel like we didn't say goodbye. She was killed off, and it was one of Tom's favorites. But I feel like Friday we should do a celebration of Harmony.
Okay,
so we'll do that Friday.
I don't think anybody's opposed to a Harmony celebration on Friday.
Yes. So that's my team name in fantasy football in the KNBR League.
Tim, what's your team name?
I'm Big Phoenix Energy.
Nice, I like that.
Speaking of which, we might see him this Sunday.
Well, dude, we were talking about it before the show. I said, dude, what are the Falcons going to do with Kirk
Cousins?
Cousins. What do you mean next Sunday?
They were not committal today.
Yes.
Raheem Morris, not committal.
It'll be a tough deal if the Falcons have to play against Sunday.
Well, just let's call it what it is.
Yeah,
they look like crap against the Raiders, and the Raiders aren't exactly world beaters, especially with that defense.
It was pretty bad. Only to score 15 points. But yeah, Raheem Morris not saying anything about Kirk Cousins starting.
Damn.
With playoffs on the line, I mean, I think in the end they'll start Kirk Cousins, but I think they want to scare him a little bit. Anyway,
Tim's Falcons 7-7. He wants to see Phoenix.
Big Phoenix energy.
So Tim's the 1 seed, or Tim's the 2 seed. Derek wins his wild card.
Jacob is the 1 seed, I believe.
Jacob Violante. So you're going to get a shot at Tim.
Yes.
We're going to lay points on this. What are we looking at now? How are the head-to-heads looking?
The projection's looking like Derek's slightly ahead of me, 109 to 103. So it's about 55 to 45%
All right, so you're in the window. You're feeling pretty good.
And let's go through the rosters.
Key matchups we're looking at this week.
Okay, so I got Joe Burrow at quarterback.
Feeling good about that.
Tim's got Lamar Jackson. So two of the highest passing touchdown guys. Devontae Smith for me. Darnell Mooney for Tim.
I like that, Tim. Tim's Falcons.
Okay. DK Metcalf for me. Zay Flowers for Tim.
Yeah. Can we get some Zay love this week?
Zay love would be nice.
We'll see. Saquon Barkley for me. Kyron Williams for Tim.
Gosh, it's tough seeing both.
Jameer Gibbs for me. He's going to get the bulk of the carries now.
Versus Chicago, too.
A little Bijan Mustard for Timothy. Pat Freiermuth for me.
By the way, shout out Tim's Falcons.
And more Falcons. Kyle Pitts for Tim.
Is Tim rolling with 3 Falcons?
Yeah, I know. It really is Tim's Falcons.
Tough deal.
Jameson Williams for me in the slot. Najee Harris for Tim. I got good old Butker at kicker. and Tim's got Brandon Aubrey. And then defenses are Chiefs for me, Buffalo Bills for Tim.
Butker, I'll take the kicks. I'll stay away from the commencement ceremony speeches.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll have none of that.
Yes.
Tim, I got to tell you, hearing the lineups, your team is stacked. I'm not feeling good about your head-to-head with this guy.
The way that it worked in our league was Jacob scored the most points in the league, followed by me and then Derek. So we're all top 3 scoring teams. My team has suffered a lot lately, much the way that the Falcons have. When the Falcons suffer, my team suffer. I got a lot of Falcons, so I'm gonna hit the waiver wire.
As goes the Falcons, so go the big Phoenix Energy.
Yes,
that's kind of what we're talking about here.
Tim's down with the Dirty Bird.
Yeah, Tim is down with it. I like the matchups that Tim is looking at. I mean, having who is it up against the Bears? You said this week.
Saquon Barkley.
Against the Bears?
I'm sorry, it's going to be Detroit against the Bears. So he's got Gibbs, and Gibbs is going to be the primary in that spot.
Don't love that.
But Atlanta, so they're struggling big time.
Who do they get this week?
The Giants at home.
Ooh.
That should be an easy game for the
Well, what if it's Penix's first? Dude, how would Tim feel? Is that a good mojo thing for him, Derek, if Michael Penix makes his first NFL start while Tim's starting 3 Atlanta Falcons?
I mean, yeah, that's good.
Mooney in Pitts and in Bijan. Is that good mojo for him?
I mean, yeah,
that lines up to be a pretty good story for the big Phoenix Energy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always down with good mojo, but like, at the end of the day, I like my chances, and I think honestly, if we're going back to that story of like, could it be Kirk Cousins or Penix? You gotta go Cousins. They're playing the Giants. You have a chance to make the playoffs. Now's not the time to do that.
If you're looking just at the statistic projections given by, this is a league that is run through Yahoo. His advantage is Barkley and Gibbs over Kyron and Bijan.
Yeah,
I would say that's where my advantage is. Okay, but the real thing we want to ask the listeners, and you still have time to figure this out. What should be our punishment? This is between me and Tim. If someone wins or if someone loses, what is the punishment?
When someone's going to lose this game.
Yes.
There won't be a tie here and you're both into the championship.
No, of course.
But Derek might try some shady ass and see as the commissioner. Wouldn't put it past him.
There's no chance of a tie.
Yeah, there's no chance of a tie. I don't know. We haven't got any good suggestions yet here. Tim, I'm still a proponent of Tim shaves his head and Derek grows out his hair.
I mean, that's easy for me. It's kind of hard for Tim.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm really on that one, guys.
But then you got the holiday break to kind of keep a hat on and let it
here's the fear: you shave, it might not come back.
That's Tim's fears. It's gone, and then it may be gone for good.
Yeah.
Is it all worth that if you lose a fantasy title?
Enter my hat era.
You turn to Elaine's boyfriend, the swimmer that shaved his head, and then
so you guys got
I'm
nothing.
bold.
You guys are going head to head. There's no juice on this, huh?
No, we'll work on something.
Not yet. There's time.
You're relying on the listeners to come up with this for you.
I couldn't think of anything right now.
Well, I've got a Jerry Rice jersey. I'm sure I could wear a Raider jersey around since he's still a Raider
That's
fan.
so lame.
Do it for the show.
No, I already
food-based we could
I
do.
already did the Walter wear jersey. I wore a George Kittle jersey earlier this year. Not doing it again. We could probably do a jersey or a food thing.
Like make you eat something bad?
See, the thing about doing a food thing is whatever I get you, you're just going to take home anyway. So
it's fair point, Tim. Fair point.
There was quiche in the kitchen earlier. Derek said he was going to bring it to trivia tonight to eat later.
From that pocket quiche.
I'm going to get hungry during that trivia.
He said, I must save some money and bring some quiche to the bar.
Yeah, put it in tin foil. We're good. No, like I don't know. Like you hated when we did the hot sauce thing. Maybe we do that again.
Do the hot sauce thing again, or maybe
I don't want you to have to.
Maybe
do it.
one day for the show, I'll have to sit in there and you have to sit in here, and we can see how terrible it goes. Who does worse?
Probably me. No doubt.
I'm sorry. Who's losing then?
The audience.
So everybody loses, me included, because you guys can't come up with something good.
I've poured out before.
I'm going to come up with something, and you're just going to have to do it.
Okay, fine. On top of your head right now, what do you want to do?
I don't have anything yet because I thought you guys were going to come up. I think you guys had something pitched here.
Not yet.
This is pathetic.
Well, as the week progresses,
on Tuesday, okay, we've got 4 days or 3 days to come up with something.
I'm pissed about this.
Or someone has to do the show shirtless, huh?
Wow, dude, again, who's losing? Who's losing? You guys were upset when I wore my tank tops.
Besides, we're in a fantasy playoffs thing. This isn't like a last place thing.
No,
where
this is
dying.
Like for all the marbles.
I mean, your team was pretty good, so whatever. I think it should be more of a payoff than necessarily a punishment. I'm thinking payoff is a better way to go.
Okay, all right. We'll see.
Yeah, here comes a YouTube chat. How about Derek has to wear a wig all week?
I'm down with that.
A wig would be funny.
That would be hilarious.
Different wig each day.
Ooh, I'm down with that.
On his own dime. Yeah, how about that?
I have to go to the wig store?
Yeah, you got to go to the wig
store.
store.
It can be our wigs.
That'd be pretty good. A toupee maybe one day.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe you have to grow your hair out and then we dye it. Can we do that?
Oh, how long would that take?
I mean, as long as it takes. It's like all off season.
No.
We'll see. Now he's got issues. We'll figure something out. We'll figure something out. 808 KNBR. If you
I
got
think
an
we're
idea
all rooting for Danny Dunn, though.
Their bet.
In the end.
I'm rooting for figuring out a bet that you guys can have on this game.
Well, yeah.
Because I need some action here on the show.
Well, you lost poorly to Danny, and then Jacob and him are in the semifinal as well.
I'm clearly rooting for Tim. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb here on Dirty Work. Peter Hartlob, the pop culture critic for the San Francisco Chronicle. He'll stop by next. We'll talk to him. By the way, somebody checked in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 808 KNBR and missed a Christmas movie that I did already watch, and I think this is a great movie. It's not, funny or anything. It's fairly heavy, but The Holdovers, you watched that one? Paul Giamatti, I think it came out last year or 2 years ago, where he plays a teacher at a boarding school in the 70s.
Yeah, it just came out.
It came out a year ago or 2 years ago.
It's a good movie.
Solid movie.
I don't associate it with Christmas.
It is a Christmas movie. It literally happens because they're staying at the school. They're the holdovers at Christmas.
You're right.
The kids at the boarding school who have to stay back. Right. It's a pretty good movie. Solid movie. I enjoyed it. I think he got nominated for an Oscar, and I think the woman in it won Best Supporting Actress.
She did. I think it's because it's so recent that I really didn't associate it with Christmas.
Shout out to 925 who came with that little ditty. Here's Peter Hartlob when we come on back. Pop culture writer for The Chronicle. We'll do it next on The Sports Leader.
Who's going caroling this year? KNBR's Brian Murphy celebrated his 20th year anniversary this morning. No joke, he fell out of his chair. Check it all out at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Tuesday evening now. And a guy who we've talked about quite literally since we started doing the show, since we said we were going to name the show Dirty Work, we were like, we got to get a guy on frequently. It's one of our favorites, Peter Hartlob, the pop culture critic for the San Francisco Chronicle. What's up, Peter? How are you, dude?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well, man.
What's up, Peter?
So are you familiar with the movie Dirty Work?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
Very much so.
Yeah. I did not review it.
Yeah.
But I've reviewed a lot of movies like it. No, I know the genre very well. Yeah.
Well, we when Derek started producing the show with Tom and I, and Tim was already on the show, that was a movie that like the three of us bonded over, and we kind of figured this is like doing the dirty work of the business, which is what we got to do, is take over for a legend like Tom and all the stuff we had done behind the scenes between the three of us. But we actually looked up the SF Gate or the Chronicle review of Dirty Work from 1997 or 8, was it?
98, yeah.
Yeah, it was not good. It was not a good review, and it doesn't have great reviews on like Rotten Tomatoes, but we're big fans. Don Rickles, Artie Lang, Norm Macdonald, Christopher McDonald, pretty funny movie.
You know what? Dirty Work got its revenge, though, because it has aged well.
Yeah.
And I'm sure whoever wrote that review is no longer working at the Chronicle.
I did not recognize the name, and I imagine that's probably the last piece they ever wrote. So Peter Hartlob with us on the UMA guest line. So Derek, we were just talking about the fantasy football bet that we've got to come up with between Derek and Tim. Now, you texted Derek before you came on. You said you thought you had an idea for a fantasy football bet for the loser.
Yeah, let's hear it, Tim.
Yeah, well, I have a lot of experience in this. I've been in a league for 25 plus years. I won last year. I've got the big ugly trophy that my wife hates on the china cabinet. But I wrote a column years ago because I got just really furious with whenever like the Giants played Kansas City in the World Series, and I always got mad at the mayoral bet because it never hurt enough. It didn't have enough teeth. Like it was always like, if you win, we'll send you some sourdough bread, and if we win, you send us Kansas City barbecue. I'm like, that doesn't hurt. It's got to be like, if the Giants win, then Kansas City has to take on our pension debt. Something big like that,
right.
Something where it's actually going to hurt. And that's how I feel about this situation. It can't just be like, oh, I'm going to take you out to dinner. There's got to be pain involved. And since you're public figures, I think probably some sort of public pain.
That's
so
what
I have
we
a
were
few
thinking.
ideas here.
Okay, what do you got?
Whoa.
Okay, this one's pretty easy. I think it's getting off pretty easy. But the winner picks the Bay Area overpass of their choice, and the loser has to go there in like the shortest Target running shorts with "I suck at fantasy football" on a big giant poster board.
That's not bad.
I like that.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Tim,
and you
in on that?
You could pick like a overpass where there are already protesters there, so you've got like whatever.
Oh, you got to stand out. Yeah.
Protester, and then like Adam's standing there with his "I suck at fantasy football." That's one. Another one. This one really hurts. Just winner gets to choose. The loser has to go without the utility of the winner's choice for an entire month.
Oh, I love that one. Oh, dude. Like
entire month?
Like no
water, no cable, no electricity. You can only pick one. You can't do electricity and gas.
Oh, that's so good.
You can only do gas. So you got to be tactical about it. I mean, cable, might be the best one.
And there's some trust involved here too. I mean, there's an honor code on this one.
Yeah, I'm fine with cable. That's fine with me.
That's it. We're gonna go like internet. We're gonna go something like that. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, it's like
Tim can't use the internet for a month. That'd be so
that's
funny.
Pain. I mean, that's like some pain.
That's not bad.
You can talk about on the radio. How'd it go today? How's your shower today? Oh yeah, that's right. You're sponge bathing. Yeah, I mean. A lot of fun there. Third one, I don't know what both of your significant other situation is, but you've got to
it's light.
Invite your significant other, get dressed up.
Thanks,
hey, I'm taking you somewhere. I'm going to go out to a nice meal, and then the place you end up is like a Chuck E. Cheese, and then you just have to
that's
convince your significant other. Again, you can't tip them off. You just like, hey, we're going to dress up. I'm taking you somewhere nice tonight.
You put on a suit and tie, and then you end up at Chuck E. Cheese. That's good. I like that.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be Chuck E. Cheese. It can
something
be
of that.
the
Sizzler. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they would lose in the situation there.
Yeah, everybody's losing that one.
I mean, I like Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good games there.
Yeah, why not?
Being good. But anyway, those are my ideas. I've given you a few.
That's good. That's at the very least, you've given us some really, really good jumping off points. I mean, I'm in on this. We're going to discuss this further, but these are some really good ideas. Well, the one I suggested during the break is a good segue, I think, into talking to some movies and stuff with you is we discussed a couple of weeks ago when Wicked, I guess when it first came out, or to be honest with you, Peter, I don't know when it came out because as I said to these guys, I don't remember the last day in my life where I didn't hear about Wicked. Like, I can't remember. I can't pinpoint the last time it wasn't in my mind, and I'm talking about the movie. So I saw the play or the musical with my sister on Broadway in 2006, and it was incredible. It was fantastic. The whole thing was maybe 2.5 hours with intermission, right? I was shocked to find out that this movie is part one of what's going to be a cash grab 2-part movie that's going to come out next Thanksgiving or Christmas time as well. And this is only the first half of what we saw in the actual onstage musical, and it's running for 2 hours and 40 minutes. So one of my punishment suggestions was the loser has to go watch Wicked twice in a row, back-to-back seatings. Ooh. 5 hours of Wicked. Nice. That's a pretty good one. That's a painful one.
I had a bet in L.A. where the loser had to just go on It's a Small World and stay on it. So
God.
So that's kind of similar.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the movie's not that bad, but I totally agree with you with the bait and switch part 1 and 2 thing. And it is not like a 5-hour movie. It's like remember when they did The Hobbit? The Hobbit should have been like 1 movie, maybe 2, and they did it like 3 2.5-hour movies, and that was just a bad idea. So that's good. That's not bad.
Just walking around,
3 like back-to-back showings. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I'm thinking you got to go see it. Like you got to do the Barbie Oppenheimer thing, but only Wicked. It's just one big spoonful.
Out of all the suggestions, that's by far the worst.
Yeah, it's maybe the most painful. And Tim says he kind of likes it. Tim must be feeling good about his chances. So you saw Wicked. How'd you feel about the movie itself?
I actually thought it was pretty good, but I agree with you. It was too long, and I didn't know. I saw it really early, so I wasn't fully cognizant that it was part 1. So, I'm like 2.5 hours in, and I'm like, how are they going to wrap this up?
Yeah, right.
And it's just like, come back for Wicked 2. And I'm, So it's solid. I think, though, like, it is also, while it is an okay movie, 3 times in a row, maybe add that you have to sit in the front row the entire time. So you've got some neck pain, too.
I just thought it'd be funny to watch Tim Webb walk up to the counter and be like, 1 for Wicked. And they're like, excuse me, sir, just 1? Your daughter's not here with you? No? No, it's just me. I'm just here to see Wicked a couple of times, actually.
Hey, there was a solid decade where I reviewed every boy band, like Hannah Montana, Jonas Brothers.
Oh, wow.
And I started bringing my friends' like daughters with me because there's nothing creepier than a balding 40-something-year-old guy, and I always had good seats.
Yeah, right.
So I'm like in the front row,
paid extra,
and I have a notepad, and I'm taking notes by myself. Single 40-something dude at High School Musical live, taking notes.
Yeah.
I mean, I should have been arrested. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Talking to Peter Hartlob, the pop culture critic. You might find him at a boy band concert, sitting by himself, reviewing it in the front row. He's joining us on the UMA guest line. So when it comes to holiday movies, we don't have to do the whole Die Hard movie debate, but is there holiday movies that really hit home for you? Are there ones that you reviewed and you were like, this is an instant classic? Where are you? Because Derek said he's not a big holiday movie guy or not a big Christmas movie guy in general.
I mean, it depends on the flick. But
Tim's got some real hard stances on absolutely not. Tim Allen and the Santa Claus. He was like adamant that he wouldn't support that franchise.
Didn't need 2 and 3, that's all. I'm all in on Die Hard being a Christmas movie, so maybe I'm weird.
I'm with Tim. There were no unanswered questions after the Santa Claus 1 that I needed filled in for 2 and 3. But where do you come down on the holiday movies and some of your favorites?
Yeah, I mean, Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
I'm with you.
I will not even debate it. It's, now I have a machine gun, ho, ho, ho. I mean, that's, the Christmas spirit, Christmas in Hollis. Like, what else do you need?
Ellis doing cocaine.
Ellis is skiing. Yeah, in the snow. He's hitting the slopes. It's all good, right?
Absolutely. So I watch that. That's like my present wrapping movie, when I'm by myself with a little bit of whiskey.
Nice.
Christmassy. I think Elf is like the modern classic. And you don't know what the modern classic is. Like A Christmas Story kind of was a slow build from when I was a kid. Like, it was on once in a while and we liked it, but it was a slow build to like it's back to back to back to back to back on TNT in the year 2024. And I think Elf has that status.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of underrated ones that, I mean, are maybe a little bit in the Die Hard line. Did you know Trading Places in Italy That's like their It's a Wonderful Life.
Really?
Whoa.
Yes. In Italy on Christmas Eve, like all the repertory theaters are playing Trading Places, which I think is aged very well as a movie, maybe less so, but as a Christmas movie, it really works. It's certainly as much as Die Hard. So I think we need to bring Trading Places back as a Christmas movie.
We're talking Eddie Murphy and Aykroyd, right? And Mortimer and
Jamie Lee
Randolph.
Curtis.
Yeah, of course, right.
Yeah.
Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah. No, I mean,
Drunk Aykroyd in the Santa outfit.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I'm in on that.
Yeah, and it's got a uplifting ending. I mean, it has like a Christmassy holiday ending. Gremlins. What happened to Gremlins? Gremlins is a good movie. It's really Christmassy, and it's kind of fallen off.
Is it really?
On the Christmas stock. Yeah, I mean, it takes place all around Christmas. It's very Christmas. Right. It's the Gremlin was a literal Christmas present, and it was a good movie, and I don't know why that has dropped off. I think we need to bring that one back, too. I think there's a lot of things now. I mean, the Ted Lasso Christmas episode, I wasn't a huge Ted Lasso fan, but I think that Christmas episode, I'm going to watch it every year. I mean, it's just got a nice message. And it's nice and tight, too.
Yep.
I don't like these 3-hour movies now. I'm not going to do any Christmas movie that's more than 2 hours. The Picard, or Patrick Stewart, but he looks like Picard in it. The Christmas Carol, A Christmas Carol from 1994, I think. It's got Jean-Luc Picard playing Scrooge. It's got McNulty from The Wire in a key role, and it's 89 minutes. It is a really lean, fun watch Christmas Carol. I watch that one every
Get in, get out. I'm in with that. There's a Pete Davidson SNL Digital Shorter song they did a couple years ago. I need a short-ass movie, a 90-minute movie. And it's like in and out. It's perfect. It's a great song.
Yeah, but Peter was also telling me that there's some SNL sketches that he loves to watch this time of year, too.
Holiday sketches?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we go through – I mean, we quote those all the time. There's they don't always have names, but the Lexus December to Remember sketch is absolutely a classic.
Yeah, good call.
I mean, just Google it, look it up. It's like 4 minutes that you're going to, really be happy that I directed you to. I really like the Christmas morning one with the mom who's got the robe, and then she's gotten all the presents for everyone else, and all they got her is the robe.
Yeah, right.
And then, punchline, presents for the dog. I mean, we do that every year now when the dog gets presents. Presents for the dog.
There's D in a Box, of course. Andy Samberg and
there's that one.
Justin Timberlake. Sure. That's a classic.
Sweaty Balls.
Yep.
Yeah, sweaty balls. I mean, a lot of those Saturday Night Live ones have become something that we just watch every year. And then I'll tell you, I don't know if you're a Marvel person at all.
I'm a big Marvel guy.
I rewatched Hawkeye last year right at Christmas, and it is super Christmassy. It's well done. I think it's the best Marvel TV series. And it's got a really nice Christmas message. It's got the same feeling that you're going to get at the end of Elf and Die Hard and Christmas Carol.
Hawkeye's solid. There's also, I'd throw at you the Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special. Not bad.
Oh, yeah.
That one's solid, too. And they've got a good Christmas song in it. It's a rock band that they're singing as aliens, and they're singing about Santa Claus and how he travels the world and drops off all these presents, but they're off on, they don't know the details of how Santa operates. I don't know what Christmas is, but Christmas time is here is their whole song. But pretty good. It's maybe a half hour long, 40 minutes, but Guardians of the Galaxy
Kevin
Christmas
Bacon
special.
Cameo in
Kevin
that?
Bacon is in it as himself, plays himself in it, because they go to kidnap him because they know that Star-Lord loves Kevin Bacon. It's his hero as an actor.
Okay.
So they travel to Earth to kidnap Kevin Bacon to bring him back as a Christmas gift.
Okay.
Which is pretty funny. Pretty good movie. Or good sketch, I guess you should say.
Yeah, rock solid. Good pick.
So, Peter, I said earlier in the show that, we all agree that Die Hard is a Christmas movie. But my debate is, and you brought it up earlier, It's a Wonderful Life. I would say Die Hard is more of a Christmas movie than It's a Wonderful Life because, correct me if I'm wrong, It's a Wonderful Life is 3 hours long, and there's only 1 hour of it that is about Christmas. And I know it has a Christmas feel at the end and everything, and the angel gets his wings. But I would debate that Die Hard is more of a Christmas movie than It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah, I think that It's a Wonderful Life was coming out before we had 5 basketball games to watch. And I don't know, people just had more time on their hands during Christmas. I don't have time for It's a Wonderful Life on Christmas or any other day. I've kind of knocked that to the side, but I'll go in. Actually, the 4-Star Theater in San Francisco shows 3 nights of Die Hard every year, and I think 2 of the last 3 years I've taken my boys there, and then we watch Die Hard like on the 23rd, or not Christmas Eve usually, but usually on the 23rd. So yeah, I'm with you. Like a 2.5-hour movie, and it kind of moves slowly. I just, the pacing of movies from that era. I know somebody's listening who it's their favorite movie and they grew up with it, and that's an honest feeling and respect. But I can't do it. I mean, I got too short of an attention span. I need Hans Gruber.
It's so boring. Yeah, dude, seriously. I need Argyle. I need the whole thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I need Argyle.
I need all of it.
Good old Argyle.
Nakatomi Plaza, the whole bit. And people who argue against Die Hard, 650 checks in on the text line right now and says, no, you guys are wrong. It was released in July. I don't really care.
I mean, does that matter?
The movie can't even happen unless it's Christmas Eve. Like, that's the whole point of why Hans Gruber's doing the bit, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, I remember I saw it in the theater, but, I don't think I've watched it in July since then. No, it's solid. It's solidly a Christmas movie, and I think that's been established in America now. I mean, that debate seems kind of dated.
Yeah.
So along this time of year, there are Christmas movies. There's also Oscar movies, and I just want to ask Peter, which movie, like what movies right now are in the conversation for the favorites to win the Academy Awards? Me and Copes are big Oscar guys. I always try to see them before they come out. What movie right now would you say is the favorite to win Best Picture and all that this year?
I think the favorite to win, I mean, I don't know. I hope it's not Wicked. Nothing wrong with it, but it's part one, come on. I think Anora, I saw that and I was like, this is just a fantastic movie. It's got Sean Baker. He did The Florida Project, which was really good. It's his most accessible movie, and it's about a sex worker who hooks up with an oligarch, and they're actually having a legitimate relationship, and it's funny and tense, but a really well done movie. I'll tell you one that I think is a fantastic movie, and it's going to age really well. Have you seen Rebel Ridge?
No, I've not yet.
It's on Netflix. I mean, it's like one of those 70s movies, sort of a First Blood type of thing, where a guy's just going into a town full of ne'er-do-well, racist, horrible people. He's in there for good reasons. He gets caught up with the police, and then it ends up just being kind of a tense fight and a bloodbath, and they underestimate him. Don Johnson plays the police chief. He's really good. It's on Netflix. It's a super underrated movie, and I think it plays really well in 2024 in the same way as like a Hell or High Water, which I think is another movie they're going to look back and yeah, I mean, this kind of has those vibes where it really speaks to some feelings going on right now, and it's also just a really good kind of revenge, tense, small-town cops going after the wrong guy type of movie. So I wish that was getting more Academy Award talk, because it is a very good movie. It's well-structured. It's well-written. So I think that's one I just hope people go out and see. And then as far as the Best Picture, I think this is one of those years I keep track of this stuff, and this is one of the years where I think there might be a surprise. Maybe we'll get like a weird Dune Part 2 thing, or I thought Challengers was going to maybe be up there, but I haven't heard too much about that. I'm hearing a lot of Anora. So Conclave's good too. It's a pretty good year for movies.
One more thought here from the text line. Somebody else says, 650 says, another argument against Die Hard. They go, non-Christmas related sequels hurt your argument. One, that has nothing to do with it. Two, I'd say, isn't Die Hard 2, doesn't that take place on Christmas Eve also?
It does.
At the airport?
It does.
Yeah, I was like, I'm against your argument here. It is a Christmas movie, both 1 and 2. I'm going to roll with.
Die Harder.
Yeah.
Still dying.
I mean, Home Alone and Home Alone 2, I mean, it's the same thing. It's on Christmas, and I will say, like, when I first saw it, I wasn't just like, yeah, Christmas movie, I'm in the holiday spirit, but I mean, it's certainly over time grown into that situation.
Absolutely.
And also, it's just a really good movie. Like, we should have excuses, let's say Silence of the Lambs is a Valentine's Day movie, because it's a really good movie we should all just see once a year.
Yeah,
I feel that way about Die Hard. I want to go to a movie theater and see Die Hard once a year. That is a good use of my time for the rest of my life. And whether or not it's a Christmas movie, I'm going to call it a Christmas movie as a reminder of myself to see this American cinematic classic.
There you go.
Voice you hear is Peter Hartlob, pop culture critic for the San Francisco Chronicle. Peter, we got to do it often, man. We got to talk to you soon.
Yeah, anytime. I really appreciate you having me on, and welcome to you, Derek, and I hope you all have a good holiday.
Thank you, Peter.
Appreciate you, Peter. Great stuff. We'll be reading Peter and following him. Make sure you check him out. Does a great job. And he's got a bunch of stuff out about cool stuff around the Bay Area Christmas-wise. That same 650 texter says, great movies, but they're not Xmas. Sure. You guys say, nope.
I mean, you're never going to please everybody with this debate.
I don't care if you think so or not. But if we're saying, again, my premise for a Christmas movie is, can the theme or the plot of the movie happen if it's not Christmas? And for Die Hard 1, that's exactly what happens. It's Christmas Eve, and so they're taking advantage of the bank that
holiday
they're robbing.
Christmas party.
Yeah, exactly. Holiday Christmas party.
Booby.
Yeah. And FX doesn't just roll it around during Christmas for no reason.
I'm just saying. Well, they know it's a debate. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday evening. When we come on back, what are we going to do, Derek?
Big old sound soiree.
We got a big old sound soiree for. Is it a big old one?
Oh, I'd say this is a good one.
Is Gruden in this one?
Gruden is in this.
Hell yeah, we got a new.
Should I read all the people that are in this?
Yeah,
Kevin Durant, Dan Campbell, Bill Simmons, Gruden.
Who is this guy?
And Mad Dog Russo.
Good deal. We'll get you the sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed, but it is 5:15, so maybe you heard them already. We got them for you next on the Sports Leader.
'49er Player of the Week Dre Greenlaw talked about the long road back after tearing his Achilles and how it felt to get back on the field after missing the first 13 games of the season this morning with Murph and Marcus. Check out that podcast and more at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Got this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Sounds horary for you on Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, and Tim Webb with you on this Tuesday evening. It's been cold.
Yeah, it's been cold.
Hell, man. That'd be crazy, too. I like the Hartlob. The appliance thing is interesting. Like,
yeah.
Tim, do you use your heater?
I do. The heater would heat my shower and my stove, so that would be painful.
Wait, your heater?
Well, it's a gas, and so technically you would say
if
gas.
we said no gas, then you'd be totally effed.
Oh, yeah, you need the gas.
I'm leaning pretty hard right now on the Wicked one.
If we get better suggestions, we'll go with that.
Is that the leader in the clubhouse right now? The loser of your two? Of your guys' game has to see
it's
Wicked?
the one I hate the most.
I'm not going 3 in a row like Hartlob was suggesting. That's cruel and unusual. But 2 times in a row, 5 hours worth of your Saturday afternoon.
It has to be the same day.
Yeah, same day, back to back. It's got. Otherwise, what's the point? What's the point? Where's the pain? You know?
Yeah. And when does this have to be done by?
Well, your game is going to be finished by next week. Tim wants to punt it to to March. I say no, absolutely not. It may not be in theaters then.
Yeah, there's no NFL playoffs then, so I can.
Next year to do it when they release it before the second one. No.
Yeah, it'd have to be done fairly quick.
We got to bang this one out. We got to give the people what they want.
Okay, well, we'll see about Wicked if we get better suggestions. But
This movie is clearly going to go through the entire holiday break. It's a top 3 movies.
It's going to get nominated for an Oscar.
I mean, can we wait till the sing-along version comes out? That sounds more painful.
Oh, dude. I still like the idea of Tim rolling up. Just one. Where's your daughter,
me.
sir? Just me. Just one. One
No,
for Wicked,
just me.
please.
Can I get 2 tickets? No, not for the same movie.
I'd like 1 for Wicked, but I want to see the 1 o'clock, and I like to see the 5:30 too.
Can you just reserve me a seat for the later one, please?
No,
I have
it's
to be
for
there.
5:30.
I have to be for that. I have to be for that.
Can I have the same seat for both, please? Yeah.
You got the guy cleaning up the movie theater, and you're like, no, I'm staying for the next showing.
No, I'm going to hang out.
all the popcorn around you?
I'm hanging out, actually, sir. We're gonna run this one back in just a minute. Sound soiree. You want to start us off?
Sure.
Here?
So we talked about the new rule changes to the NBA All-Star Game, and you have to believe that some players are not a fan of it, including Kevin Durant. He was asked today at Suns practice about the new NBA All-Star rule changes.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Really terrible. All-Star Game, formats changing, all the formats are terrible in my opinion, and we should just go back to East-West and just play a game. I think we've been trying to bring that flair back somehow with the All-Star Weekend, but I think we just keep it traditional. But we'll see how this one works. You never know. I might be wrong. I'm just another guy with an opinion, but we'll see how it works.
I mean, yeah, I think it's stupid. I will say this. Because of its the intrigue around like how it's changing, I'll put it on. But like it's kind of like me with the NBA Cup. Like I watched it last year to see like what this is going to be like competitive basketball this early in the season. But now, honestly, with this game going on right now between the Thunder and Bucks, I couldn't care less.
No, it's going on right now.
It's going on right now.
We're watching a replay of Detroit and Buffalo.
I'd rather watch this actually.
We care so little. We have 2 TVs besides the 2 you see behind us here in the studio, which are just for show. The 2 TVs in which we can actually watch games on, which I used to be able to watch on that big screen, but then Derek started the show. Now I don't get my big screen anymore.
No big TV for you?
Of the 2 TVs in the studio.
Yeah, that's the worst part of me doing the show.
Yeah,
now.
one of them is off. The other one is playing a replay of Buffalo and Detroit from Sunday afternoon.
It was an entertaining game.
Just to show you how much we care about that.
Got Florida, North Carolina Jumpman Invitational on it here.
Ooh.
Sweet. The change, by the way, in the NBA All-Star Game rules is a tournament now where they're going to do 3 teams of 8 players who will be
4
drafted.
teams.
4 teams of 8 players. Excuse me. It's going to be 3 NBA teams of 8 players, and they'll be drafted by 3 general managers. It's going to be Shaq, Kenny, and Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last general manager or coach, I guess, will be of the winner of the Rising Stars Challenge, which takes place the day before. I think it's on Friday they play the Rising Stars, and then Sunday they'll play the game. So
with Candace Parker being the GM/coach.
They'll do 2 semifinal games, so you'll have a number 1 seed team, I guess, against a Rising Star Challenge team.
It just seems too much.
They'll play to 40 points, and then you'll get a championship game after that.
Yeah.
Cool.
So what time is it like a thing all day on like that Sunday?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. 916 checks in, by the way, on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And they're suggesting, remember the guy who a few months back had to do the the sit down in the McDonald's. He lost his fantasy football league, and this is more of a fantasy league punishment. Don't forget, this is more of a bet that we're looking for between two guys who are going head-to-head on the show. So they're in the semifinal.
Right.
But this bet that this guy did, it was a punishment for losing his fantasy league. He had to spend 12 hours in a McDonald's, and we've done this before for, it's like 24 hours in a Waffle House. You've seen those, and you get to shave an hour off for every waffle eaten. What they did was they assigned an amount of time to every item on McDonald's menu. And for every item he ate, he got to subtract time off of that.
It was 24 hours, and every item would be an hour. But I think it was only like...
It wasn't every item. They gave a different time.
I apologize. I'm thinking of the Waffle House thing. It was every waffle.
That's the Waffle House. That's what I just said, Tim. It's every hour off is a waffle. But for the McDonald's one, the way the guy did it was like, he looked at the big breakfast, and I think he determined if I eat a couple of these, it's like the best rate at which I could go. But
I mean, that's a pull. I mean,
he was tweeting throughout. It was a pretty good suggestion.
Well, I would leave that in your hands. If you were to, if we were going to do this bet where we are in the Waffle House, McDonald's, and you have to set up the system for what items of food equal time that you get to leave.
Yeah, you guys like that more than you would like the.
Absolutely not.
Well, no.
You'd spend more time in McDonald's than you would watching two. I would assume you'd spend more time in the McDonald's than you would watching both.
Yeah, but I can chill, look at my phone. I don't have to watch Wicked the whole time.
Tim, you're going to be in the theater while people are trying to watch Wicked, and you're just going to be on your phone scrolling?
I mean, I would.
That's cruel. That's not cool. You wouldn't watch the first one all the way through just to watch it?
No. I'm saying if I have to go to Wicked, I'm forced to watch Wicked the entire time.
You're saying if you're in McDonald's, you can do other stuff.
Believe me, I am big on theater etiquette. I will not whip out my phone and watch something else. That's entirely rude. If I have to go to McDonald's, I can do something else.
Yeah, sure.
I can watch a game. I can pull up YouTube TV.
Imagine having to use the bathroom while you're there, too, numerous times. Oh.
Yeah.
I might have to figure this one out. Okay, let's move on to the other sound.
Okay, then we got Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell was on 971 The Ticket in Detroit.
Thank you.
And we heard him explain he regretted the decision with the onside kick, but he has to go on this radio show in Detroit. And they're asking him about the injuries and how the season's going to go, and he gives an impassioned speech about how the Lions are going to finish the season.
You know what happens is, you win 11 in a row, and you lose, and then the sky falls. And I hate to say it, but we're not going to be able to win 11 in a row again for the rest of this season. We're just not going to be able to do it. And, what happens is you get used to eating filet, and I'm talking to all of us, and everything's good. Life's good, but you forgot what it was like when you had nothing and you ate your f***ing molded bread, and it was just fine, and it gave you everything you needed. And sometimes you got to get punched in the mouth and remember what it used to be like to really appreciate where you are, and we'll do that. And so we got a bad taste in our mouth. We got kicked around the other day. We lost a few guys, and you know what? It's exactly what we needed. This is exactly what we needed. So we're going to bounce back. We're going to respond. We got guys that are about to have an unbelievable opportunity here, and we will play the game any way needed to win. We still got a good offense. We got plenty of defensive players. I can go rattle them off right now. We're going to put the best 11 on the field. We're going to freaking cut it loose. We're going to play with our special teams. And I don't give a crap if we got to win by 1 point for the rest of the year. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to be happy about it. We come out of the game with 50 yards of total offense and we win by 1, you're going to see smiles on my face. I promise you. All right? If it's the other way defensively, we give up 700 yards and we win by 1 point, you're going to see a smile from my ear to ear. All right? I can promise you. So we're going to find a way and we're going to get it done.
Hell yeah, Dan Campbell. Hell yeah.
That's what you want to hear from a coach like that.
You do.
I mean, this is why I think they've taken on the attitude of that head coach. They've rallied around him. I mean, that's a radio show hit he's doing.
With
he's
2
getting
F-bombs.
himself fired up. Yeah, dropping 2 F-bombs. Gotta get Kyle to drop some Fs with us.
That's the goal this Thursday.
His has been more frustration Fs, I think, than they have about him just being fired the F up.
You forgot what it was like when you had nothing and you ate your f***ing molded bread.
That's good.
That's a great line.
That's a great, old school, Bill Parcells, Mike Ditka thing to say.
Yeah.
Now, at the same time, I think he's a little worried.
Yeah, you gotta be to get that fired up.
Yeah, I would say so.
By the way, more people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 808 KNBR. We're looking for a bet for Tim and Derek head-to-head in the Final Four of our KNBR Fantasy League, the No Food in the Studio League. I was eliminated by Danny Dunn. He takes on Jacob Violante on I guess starting this week. Tim and Derek go head-to-head. 707 checks in, says, I'm in the, because my suggestion is the loser has to go watch Wicked back-to-back seatings. Watch back-to-back showings in a movie theater. 707 says, I'm in the car, just left Wicked. My wife went pee 3 times. I fell asleep once.
Yeah.
That's what you're getting in for.
Yep.
Yeah. We need a text like hourly too while you're in the movie. I need to make sure you're staying awake.
No, that's rude. That's rude.
Well, and to that point, 408 just checks in and says,
yeah, go ahead, Tim.
I was to say they have you have movie theater etiquette, but you're going to take company tacos home.
Got it. Yeah,
it's free food.
You got
people.
movie theater etiquette, but not.
Hey, I take that popcorn home with me too.
Yeah, you paid for that.
Exactly.
That's not tacky.
Speaking of tacky,
there you go.
Eat ass. We got Bill Simmons on the Ringer podcast. He was reacting to NFL players dropping the ball before they score.
Do people black out when they're about to score? It's the only thing I can think of. Is it like having an orgasm where you just kind of lose perspective and you're like, you just like lose the ball? What other explanation could there? What other explanation could there be?
Right.
Do you literally like black out?
Yeah. If there was
these
a big
guys
end
are
zone,
professional athletes.
Like this doesn't happen in other sports. Like Juan Soto's not rounding third, and then when he's between third and home, takes off for the dugout. Yeah, just cross the goal line with the ball. Come on.
But the thing is, it's not like this happens once every 7 years.
No.
This happens like 4 times a year in college and pro football. It feels like it happens once a month, right?
And I'm sure Jonathan Taylor was pointing and laughing at Deshaun Jackson or whoever the hell did it in college or anything, right? And then they ended up doing it themselves.
I don't know if I relate dropping the ball to orgasm.
I don't know if Bill Simmons ever had an orgasm. You know what I mean? Like,
what I just do?
He was like, it's the only explanation. I was like, is it the only explanation, Bill?
He could have done like short-term memory loss.
That's bizarre. He's like,
that would have been more appropriate, I'd say.
There's no other explanation, he says. Like,
yes.
Jesus. This guy know what an orgasm is?
Yeah, that's
like bags of sand.
Dude,
it's not like that at all.
That's exactly it, dude. Yeah, dude, nice with the Seinfeld. It's like having an orgasm. It's not
like that at all. And by the way, it doesn't happen 4 or 5 times a year. It just happened this year a lot. But like I can remember, like in the last 15 years of football, it's like happened a handful of times. It doesn't happen every week.
It's not like that at all.
Thank you, Jerry.
No, thanks, dude. It's beautiful. Moving on to the sound soiree. 707, by the way, on the text line says if they have to see Wicked, they should also have to paint their face green and wear a witch's hat.
Just get really into the movie. That's not bad.
Go in costume to see it twice.
I mean, the Wicked's bad enough, but to paint my face green?
2 for Wicked, please. Not for 1 showing. I'm going to see it twice.
No.
That's perfect.
If you're painting your face green, the guy at the front goes, let me guess, Gladiator?
Gladiator 2, is that what you're here for?
Yes.
I'm here from Moana.
Exactly.
Guess. Go ahead, Dan. What's the next one?
Okay, the next one, Chris Mad Dog Russo. Now, when Tom was on the show last year at this time, we all played the clip of him upset with the Christmas scheduling for the NFL games. He hates it. Yes, exactly.
That's where that soundbite came from.
He hates that.
That's a rough day.
He hated listening to Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner have to do Broncos Patriots last year. Well, this year it's the same deal. He doesn't like the Week 17 NFL schedule.
That's a disaster. And did you see Week 17? Did you see Week 17? I mean, Week 17, they got to put, first off, they put the 2 games on Christmas, so it's at Netflix, as we discussed forever. Who the hell can watch an NFL game on Christmas Day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? I can't, and I hate Christmas, but I can't. At 1 o'clock on Christmas Day, it's Kansas City at Pittsburgh. What, am I going to stick the television set on at 1 o'clock? Sorry, hon, I'll see you later. Open up your gifts, good night. I can't do that. So Kansas City, Pittsburgh is at 1, and Baltimore at Houston is at 4:30, and those are Netflix games. We got to make sure Netflix, some dope in Pakistan can watch this football game. So that's why they're on earlier in the day, because the time difference makes it a little more conceivable, because now Mahomes is at 9 o'clock and the West is in Europe. So if you live in Paris and you can't get enough of Patrick Mahomes or you're dying to see him, you got to get a break on Christmas night. Have your little French dinner, have your 6 bottles of wine, and watch Mahomes at 7 o'clock, 6-hour time difference. So you can watch the game there, but we can't watch the game here. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It keeps going.
All for a couple of bucks. And Netflix, I'm surprised they didn't find Ed Coleman. I mean, Netflix with their lineup, oh my God, they got everybody they got 9 billion people in the broadcast booth. Whether it's the pregame show and everything. Half of them ESPN, half of them been fired by ESPN. I mean, it's absurd. Call me, I might go. What did you call me? I mean, my God, they got 50 million people doing Drew Brees. He collapsed. RG3, they got rid of RG3. I mean, they got 1,000 people on Christmas. I mean, we don't need 30 people with the pregame show. My God Almighty, put the game on at 1 o'clock, and that's the end of it.
Oh my God,
there you go.
This guy's out of his mind. When he's talking different countries, dude, get some dope in Pakistan. Wants to watch Patrick Mahomes? You can drink your 6 bottles of wine in Paris. I got nothing to add.
No, it's perfect.
I don't agree with the take, but
that being said,
I like that he thinks that because they're at 7 p.m. in Paris, they can watch the game, but we can't here because it's
that is ridiculous.
6-hour difference. He had to look that up. He has a producer for him. That's hysterical.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, though, yes, Chris Mad Dog
Have
Russo.
your little French dinner. Have your 6 bottles of wine.
Chris Mad Dog Russo is right to complain about all that stuff, but at the end of the day, we're all slaves to the NFL. We're all going to watch.
I don't care. I'm watching it.
Yep, exactly. All right, last one. It's one of our favorites. John Gruden. Every week he comes out with a good nicey video. It's got him feeling nicey. And this week he goes in on what was his favorite things to see from the week 15 in the NFL.
You know, everybody has dreams. Dreams of making the playoffs. Dreams of winning the Super Bowl. Dreams of Santa Claus coming down the chimney with all your favorite toys. But I'm into nightmares. Guys like Baker Mayfield of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers heading to Los Angeles to play the #1 scoring defense in the NFL. And throwing for 268 yards and 4 touchdowns and just ripping on. Guys like Jaylen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles. Everybody's complaining about we're not throwing the ball. How about 290 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Pittsburgh Steelers? How about Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens? You go to the Big Apple and play the New York Giants. 5 touchdowns as you get ready for the showdown against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills, my man. He goes to Detroit, throws for 362, rushes for 65, 4 touchdowns. I'm joining the Bills Mafia. Let's go, Buffalo!
Dreams of Santa Claus coming down the chimney with all your favorite toys.
By the way, I love that John Gruden had to tell us Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens.
He gives you the team
it's
every
not
time,
that, but it's accurate because it's not that Lamar Jackson of the New York Jets. There's a defensive back named Lamar Jackson. Also, Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. There's Josh Allen on the Jaguars. Well done by Gruden.
Yeah,
I'm into nightmares.
There's another Baker Mayfield for him to tell us about, though. That's going to do it for your Sound Soiree for Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. We got a big old section of crap for you coming up next, and then we'll put the show to bed before Larry Kruger comes up with Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock at the top of the hour. And after I tell you that Dirty Work is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. When we come on back, a big old pile of crap on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
So what was formerly the soup du jour has now been transformed into the crap section, as headed by Tim Webb, the leader of all crap here at KNBR, the crap leader. Tim, why don't we open up the crap section?
Let's do
They
it.
should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. They ought to have, a crap section. Yeah. It should be out in the dumpster.
There we go. There's the open to the crap section. Sort of a crap open, too. It's not great. Gotta send that to our production guy. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
What you got for us, Tim?
All right, well, we got some crap. It's been building up over the last couple of days. How about a man tells his police that he's a, quote, professional drinker, unquote, following multi-vehicle crash.
See, listen. Professional drinker does not make you a professional drinker and driver. And don't do that.
Nah.
Don't do that.
I was with the story until that.
Yeah, well, here's his deal. He goes, he probably had, quote, 10 drinks, unquote, but he said he was a professional drinker. Hey, I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm like a professional.
Like a professional.
Was a .326. Nobody was hurt. So,
all right.
.236?
.326.
.326?
He's
oh,
not
my God.
He's not a professional drinker, then.
I'll tell you what, he's a professional drinker if he can get to .32.
Yeah.
But he shouldn't be on the wheel of a vehicle. That's a tough deal.
Yeah.
Not great.
Not great.
Nah.
We all want, if you get something stolen, you've lost your wallet before, your keys, you really want to, have people reach out to you to try to get it back, right? Well, the police came upon 25 kilos of cocaine, of course this is in Florida, attempting to return lost items. Brevard County Sheriff seeks owners of 25 kilos of cocaine. So what they did is they put out an ad saying, hey, are you missing your cocaine? Please come claim it.
Please tell me somebody claimed it.
No follow-up, no takers yet. The cocaine was in a very distinctive scorpion-marked envelopes.
I like that, dude, in the scorpion envelopes.
The sheriff's office said the drugs appear to have fallen off a boat. So if you lost your cocaine in a boat.
Well, speaking of...
when you lose something, it is hard. It is a pain in the ass to get back.
Speaking of Florida, by the way, there was a report I just told Derek about. It's out there that Pornhub is going to... Florida is going to block Pornhub from accessing its site as of January 1st.
What are you going to do, Derek?
I know, when I visit my mom.
What are you going to do when you visit your mom in Florida?
It's a long week when I visit her.
Yeah. Tough deal.
Be bad times of Del Boca Vista.
Yeah.
What else you got, Tim? Anything else in the crap section today?
Yeah, so what would be your ideal getaway vehicle if you were a thief? Perhaps a jewelry thief. Your ideal vehicle to get away.
Fast car.
Yeah,
Mustang.
fast plane.
Yeah,
anything.
Ferrari.
Can I offer you rowboat?
Oh, wow.
Jewelry thieves arrested after SUV crash leads to rowboat escape.
Can you imagine that? Just getting away? Stroke.
Dude, that's brutal.
They're very slowly getting away.
Did they get away?
They did.
What?
They escaped?
The hell?
They never caught
The
them?
suspects have not been identified.
Oh,
that's incredible.
Hell yeah.
Now, this must have been a professional rower.
Yeah.
Somebody was on crew, you would imagine, right?
Yeah.
Probably in college.
Well, just one guy, and he crashed his SUV. What's the story, Tim? You got any details on this?
Well, there's photos of them actually in the boat. So there was people there seeing them try to get away. I believe they eventually did get caught, but it wasn't that day. They had an SUV. They crashed into the water. There was a rowboat. They jumped in.
They jumped out
and
ground,
rowed away.
Grab the jewels and get in the rowboat.
Yeah. Not a bad move.
Solid.
Smart criminals.
Yeah, this one comes up every single year.
Or dumb cops, I guess.
There's like thieves or drug suspects are trying to get away, and they try to pull the Santa Claus, and they get stuck in the chimney. Well, there's a video footage of a Fall River man who was arrested on drug charges getting stuck in a chimney trying to escape from officers. He tried to go full Santa. It never works. The chimney is not a good place
You never
to
go
hide.
full Santa.
You never go full Santa. It's not a well thought out plan. Because once you get down the chimney, then you're in this house.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're seeing on the other side there.
No, I mean, chimneys, ugh. You never know.
It's a scary place.
Fireplace could be on.
By the way, jumping down a chimney has got to be one of the scariest things.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
And then getting
it's
stuck.
not a soft landing.
Getting stuck is even worse.
Find yourself a rowboat.
This guy was a little rotund.
Piece of wood. Landing on that.
If Santa can do it, so can I.
Yeah, right. Never get you in trouble. Have you ever gotten a weird Christmas card?
Oh, yeah.
somebody that neither you don't know, or more even weirder, like a business or something like that. Dentist.
Yes. Yeah, the dentist gives you one. Dentist loves to send you a Christmas card.
That's weird.
What's up, Doc Ryan? That's my guy.
Yeah, this is just bizarre.
Dr. Choi. Yeah.
This realtor, she made a bunch of Christmas cards, right?
Yeah.
Just shouting out your dentist on the.
Yeah, dude, Dr. Ryan Choi, he's a listener. I don't know. It's my boy.
She's trying to
Does he send you Christmas cards? Sorry.
Just trying to get some free fillings. Yeah.
So this realtor makes a bunch of Christmas cards, right?
Yeah.
And she sends it out to all of her clients that have used her thing. No harm, no foul. We've all seen this, whatever. One guy who had bought a house gets a hold of her immediately and says, you need to get a hold of my wife and tell her that this was a mistake and that he didn't need to do this. And so the realtor jumps into action and goes, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to offend anything. The woman who the guy was married to thought that the card was purchased by another woman that the guy had bought a house for somebody else, and accused him of cheating on her, almost wrecked a marriage.
You got caught, partner.
Yep. Yeah. The guy, very, very uncomfortable. She said, quote, you need to straighten this out before it gets, quote, very, very ugly.
Whoa. So did the realtor straighten it out?
Yeah, she straightened it out. I apologize. I come from a church background. We used to give Christmas cards to everybody. So in the end, it works out. But the moral of the story is don't accept weird Christmas cards from anyone.
The moral of the story is don't just go around sending Christmas cards to people.
510 checks in, and I have to believe this is my dentist, Dr. Ryan Choi. He just says, thanks for the shout-out, Coach. So I assume
that's incredible.
I assume that's him.
That's incredible.
707 checks in with some information. We have a breaking news sounder, Tim?
Yeah.
Because as we've just found out, Tim Webb's fantasy football team, the number 2 seed in the No Food in the Studio Fantasy League, going head-to-head with Derek Pappas.
All those Falcons.
Harmony's Fembot football. They have made the switch at quarterback. Tim's Falcons are going with Michael Penix Jr.
Big Penix energy.
Now, does that favor Tim because of the name, or does it not favor Tim because you might see a little decrease in their numbers?
I think things are lining up beautifully for Tim here. I'm going with the Cosmos.
I don't love it.
Doesn't it have to be a benefit given how bad Cousins has been in the last few weeks?
Well, okay, as far as the move, this is crazy. Like they're not out of the playoffs. But like for the remainder of the season, they're going with Michael Penix?
They lost 4 in a row. They didn't say the rest of the season. They're going with him now.
No, they did. Raheem Morrison. He is our quarterback moving forward.
How about that? Well, moving forward doesn't mean the rest of the season.
Out of the playoffs. They are Tampa Bay is 8-6. They are 7-7. They are right there.
Tim knows it's his Falcons.
I mean, and they're paying Kirk Cousins a ton of money.
Well, here's the thing. Saying moving forward does not mean rest of the season. Moving forward is like he comes out and he's a disaster over the next 2. Doesn't necessarily mean they won't go back if they still have a shot.
Yeah,
that's number one.
Can you go back?
They lost 4 in a row before winning that game in putrid fashion yesterday against a really bad Raiders team. Yeah. And he's thrown 1 touchdown as Kirk Cousins.
No, you're right.
And he's threw 112 yards yesterday or something?
It was bad.
It was really bad. Now, as somebody who has had so many Falcons on there, Bijan's sort of been insulated by this, but I tell you, Mooney and Pitts have not.
Yeah.
No balls going that direction. Mooney didn't catch 1 ball yesterday against the Raiders.
Yeah.
Good thing you didn't play, Tim.
Also, the Giants' soft landing spot.
Yeah, but
How about that? Penix against the. I know it's Penix, but I like Penix.
Yeah, but it's a short week too. Like you could have
for him.
Yeah, but you definitely could have had Kirk Cousins rebound in that game. I think this decision is a little premature, and it could blow up in their face now where Kirk Cousins doesn't want to be their quarterback anymore.
I don't know. I think Derek's nervous. I think that's what this is all about.
I'm so nervous. I don't want to watch Wicked twice.
It's a lot of Wicked.
A whole lot of Wicked.
All right, now
with the green face too.
By Thursday, we're making the decision. But as of right now, the leader in the clubhouse is loser of this game.
Double barrels Wicked.
Has to go double barrel Wicked.
As long as Michael Connell comes with us and he video.
I think you guys are going to have to do your videoing on your own.
No. We don't. Someone from digital has to come with us and record this whole fiasco.
What if Mr. KNBR had to sit with you throughout both movies?
Well, I'm off to the haberdashery to do some Christmas shopping. So long.
Off to the haberdashery.
Toodaloo.
So KNBR's out of his mind, dude. He's just a lunatic. Somebody checked in earlier and said he reminds me of Rupert Pumpkins. He does from SNL.
Yeah, I remember.
Wink, wink.
You, what? That was weird. Oh, it made me feel weird. Any questions?
Yeah, that was it. Any questions? I was trying to think of the thing.
I was trying to think of his line.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
That's your pile of crap for today, Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. When we come on back, we will put the show to bed on the Sports Leader.
KNBR's Brian Murphy celebrated his 20th year anniversary this morning. No joke, he fell out of his chair. Check it all out at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Time for Dirty Work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the